Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Welcome to November. It's good to be with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Seth, for the second straight morning, we all get our news a certain way. When you get married, part of getting married is you wake up next to that person for a long, long time, and the very first thing when you wake up, that's the person you see. That's the very first person whose voice you hear, and you like to hear nice things. And for the last two mornings, it's been so sweet. I wake up 2 mornings ago, I roll over, I see my wife, and she says to me, James Harden got traded to the Clippers last night while we were sleeping. And I'm like, oh, that's so sexy. And then I wake up this morning, and I look over, and she says, the Raiders fired their coach and GM last night at midnight while you're sleeping. And I said, boy, this is exactly what I signed up for when I got married, getting news flashes.
News flashes
4
about
in the morning.
The Raiders. It was a nice. It was like a throwback to the Al Davis days. It feels like something Al Davis would have done, firing his coach at, I'm guessing, 10 p.m. Las Vegas time. I can't ever remember if they're
2 hour
in
difference
daylight savings,
here.
out of daylight savings, or whatever they are. Yeah. So around 10 p.m. or so in the evening for a Wednesday.
Yeah.
I guess they probably had a busy day of Tuesday's the off day. Apparently Mark Davis started telling people about it yesterday afternoon. I don't know when Josh McDaniels himself found out about it, but nobody returned a call to Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter, yeah, Sean, I did the dumb thing where I checked my phone when I got up to go to the bathroom at like 3 a.m., and then that was it. It was just, okay, well, got to read these articles now. And Schefter, as far as I could tell, it was Schefter that broke it. I had to check, I checked 4 times to be sure that it was actually Schefter. And, I feel like yesterday, that was the point at which I'd lost it with another team making the try to copy New England mistake, and I'm guessing that for Raiders fans, it was 20 times that volume. Oh, yeah. And it was just time for a team where you hire an offensive whiz kid who gives you one of the worst offenses in the league. It went back to the old well of, hey, let's take this quarterback who's a proven injury risk and interception machine and bring him in here just so we can prove that once over. It wasn't enough that San Francisco had finally realized, well, this guy can't stay healthy, Jimmy Garoppolo, and he just turns the ball over too much. Josh McDaniels had to show that. Sean, what have I always said? I'm not the only one, but what on earth do you think? Why would you think that your offensive coordinator, your head coach, if you're an NFL owner, why would you believe your offensive coordinator or your head coach when they say, I can get more out of a quarterback than Kyle Shanahan did?
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels thought he was going to get as much or more out of Jimmy Garoppolo than Kyle Shanahan did. And it's amazing. It's just absolutely astounding that these people are allowed to own NFL teams.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So the Raiders fired Josh McDaniels last night. They fired Dave Ziegler, the GM, as well. So this is, Mark Davis just hit the red button on this thing. And if you watch the game on Monday night, you just look at the box score, just the score, maybe not the whole box score because the yardage disparity, you would go, oh yeah, this is a very deceptive box score. That was an awful football team on Monday night. That was an embarrassment. I know it was 26-14. Detroit did everything they could do to keep that Raiders team in the game. Jimmy Garoppolo is missing wide open guys. He's throwing interceptions. He's taking multiple sacks in the fourth quarter. It was really bad. And the tandem of McDaniels and Ziegler, they only got about 26 games, I think maybe 9 and 17, something like that was the record for the two of them while they were there. Seth, the Schefter article lists some of the, this is some of the stuff that happened with the Raiders during a season and a half with Josh McDaniels. They blew a 20-0 halftime lead against Arizona for the biggest collapse in franchise history last year. They lost to Jeff Saturday. They were the one loss to Jeff Saturday last year in his interim stint as Indianapolis head coach. Never had coached above the high school level. Remember when Baker Mayfield came in as the quarterback of the Rams? He had just joined them 2 days ago, and he was able to overcome a double-digit deficit on Thursday Night Football. I remember that. That was against the Raiders, and they got shut out in New Orleans, and the offense failed to cross the 50-yard line, which I think the Patriots did earlier this year too. So it's a Patriot tradition to get shut out by the Saints and not cross the 50-yard line.
It's Josh McDaniels' tradition to get fired after less than 2 full seasons. If Josh McDaniels got fired in his second year as the Broncos coach, and honestly, that's the part where people act like Josh McDaniels was some 22-year-old kid that just needed some growth. He was a young NFL coach, but he wasn't just a kid. But in the people talk about, people out of Denver would talk about Josh McDaniels kind of the same way people around here might talk about Jack Easterby or something. This guy just is not it. He's not the one that needs to be a head coach of a football team. And then he goes, and not to mention Josh McDaniels. This is where, honestly, Josh McDaniels, as much as I love that it happened to the Colts, Josh McDaniels accepted a job with the Colts, had guys quit their jobs to come join him on the staff with the Colts, and then got talked out of being the head coach of the Colts by his daddy, Bill Belichick. Yeah. Honestly, one of the biggest scumbag moves in the history of football.
Yep.
That's why Mark Davis deserves any bad thing that's happened to the Raiders since he hired Josh McDaniels. You hired a guy who was A known just disaster with the Broncos, B, pulled one of the shadiest, most dirtbag moves ever. That by accepting a job with the Colts and then bailing out of it because his daddy promised to teach him how to be an actually good NFL coach. Remember? That was part of the story that Bill Belichick said, well, hey, I'll teach you how brilliant we are at managing the cap and also having Tom Brady on the roster. Yeah. I'll teach you how brilliant we are. Yeah. So he takes all that brilliance and goes off to the Raiders. The best part about this now is to watch the jockeying for position between Bill O'Brien and Josh McDaniels. Yeah. As one of them, they probably both believe they have the inside angle on being the next Patriots head coach.
Well, it's funny you bring up Bill O'Brien. I tweeted this before the show, is that when you start to think about the things that they were saying about Josh McDaniels, because look, I think there was a huge concern here in Houston that Josh McDaniels would get hired in one of these last couple cycles the Texans have been through because of his ties to Nick Caserio. They're very close. They played at John Carroll together. And so we, I feel like we were pretty plugged in to what the rumor mill, what just the NFL universe was saying about Josh McDaniels, and what had a lot of the conjecture been about Josh McDaniels. Seth, he's changed. He's learned from his mistakes. He's had a chance to step back and take a look at what went wrong in Denver, and now he's not going to do those same things. Bill O'Brien may be torpedoing his chance to become a head coach based on what Mac Jones looks like this year, so I acknowledge that. But let's pretend for a second that Bill O'Brien's name is going to start showing up on these hot lists of coaching candidates, because it will. Those lists are long. I feel like Josh McDaniels may have torpedoed any chance. Forget about New England. That Josh McDaniels may have torpedoed any chance Bill O'Brien has of getting a head coaching job anywhere, because a lot of the same things are going to be said about Bill O'Brien that he learned from the hubris he was showing in Houston of trying to take over everything like Josh McDaniels did in Denver. He learned from his time of being the OC for Nick Saban and the OC for Bill Belichick. They ain't buying it now, man. Sorry, guilt by association, Patriot Way.
Has Bill O'Brien ever even shown any kind of hint that he's gonna fake admitting that he may have needed to change some things about his personality?
I don't know that McDaniels did, but everybody was buying it. It seemed
Yeah, man. It's just Belichick's just got a type. I mean, it's as simple as that. You can look at it. You look at these guys. Everybody except Romeo Crennel that's gone on to be a head coach from that Bill Belichick Patriots tree, they tend to be kind of low social skill having, just very, very arrogant. I mean, if you look at Charlie Weiss, Bill O'Brien, Matt Patricia, Josh McDaniels, who am I missing?
Ryan Flores.
Oh, well, yeah, Brian Flores. They have very much a lot of that same personality. I mean, Romeo's really the only one that comes off like an actual human being in the way he treats people and everything. And O'Brien, by far, the most successful of all those guys.
Yeah,
making multiple Super Bowl stabs.
Yeah, which is wild. Yeah, it's interesting to juxtapose Bill Belichick with Kyle Shanahan in this. And again, if you're just waking up, the news, the big news overnight, Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler, the head coach and GM, respectively, in Las Vegas, fired overnight. Antonio Pierce is the interim head coach there. Antonio Pierce.
Who's their Jeff Saturday?
Well, he had recruiting violations at Arizona State. What
was that? Yeah, what happened with that?
I forget. Someone was outlining it on the radio this morning. I was too busy cackling at the fact that Josh McDaniels got fired to actually hear it. But
at least Antonio Pierce has been an actual professional coach for a while.
Yeah, and he was
unlike Jeff Saturday.
Right, and played on some Super Bowl teams. I guess Saturday did too. But you bring up Shanahan. I think what's interesting, and Belichick is at the tail end of his career here, so probably doesn't matter in terms of if I were an assistant or prospective assistant, who would I want to go coach under? But I think it's telling that Belichick gets all these guys in, and it's worked. They've won a bunch of Super Bowls, obviously.
Right.
But he doesn't coach these guys up to become coaches. I think that's the admirable thing to me about Shanahan, is it almost feels like, in addition to being a really successful franchise, he's like the Harvard of places to go study to become a head coach. Like, he's put a lot of successful head coaches out there.
I'm just thinking about how, I was hearing all this stuff about how Bobby Slowick, probably he's going to hate having to be in front of the press every week and all this other stuff because he's just not, into that side of it. And, when he does his press conferences, he very much looks like a guy that could be a future head coach. Like, he's pretty polished by rookie offensive coordinator standards. Mm-hmm. I would say the same thing for Burke, and Burke's been a defensive coordinator before. But then you compare that to Tim Kelly back when he started doing interviews as the offensive coordinator. Yeah. Dude. We weren't even sure that English was his first language. He just kind of grunted and moaned and just kind of sneered his way through everything. He got better in the second year.
Well, the bar wasn't too high to clear. Yes, he did get better. There was a lot of room for improvement.
I feel like so many of these Patriots guys, they go out and it's almost like their entire existence. They remind me of kids that grew up in a privileged upbringing and maybe went to fancy schools and everything, and they start to believe the hype from those schools about, since I went to this fancy prep school and then I went to this college, I must be really smart, right? And then it's just a huge blow to their brains when they end up at an actual job and they're getting treated like the dullards that they are because they don't know how to. They basically couldn't figure out how to use a screwdriver if they had to. That's what a lot of these Patriots guys feel like.
It's true.
It's drilled into their head that no, we're smarter than everybody else. No, we just know we do things different here. Yeah. That's just people just don't get it on the outside world. Yep. Then they get in the outside world and they realize, oh my gosh, I am the emperor and I have no clothes.
That's right.
This is awful.
That's right.
I'm a naked emperor.
So cash your tickets. Josh McDaniels, first NFL head coach, fired in Las Vegas. All right, trade deadline was yesterday. Kind of a dud. A dud that we predicted. I said yesterday, I don't think it's going to be this fireworks display at trade deadline. There were some big deals, though.
I disagree. I thought that it was a big. I think it's you folks that are obsessed with your fantasy players. You love it when it's a bunch of wide receivers, but now it's pass rushers.
Maybe that's who I am. But there are certainly some things to dig into, and obviously, should the Texans have been in on any of these guys that got moved yesterday? Seth and I'll hash that out next.
Zadok Jewelers, always fireworks when you go to. rush for trading for Montez Sweat, edge rusher, whereas the 49ers have largely been lauded for taking Chase Young, edge rusher, both of whom are going to need new contracts. And the questioning with the Bears is, well, you have no leverage. How are you going to do this? You got to pay him all this money. The biggest difference is that the Bears obviously aren't contenders, and so they're trading a draft pick away on a team that's not going to be a contender this year. If anything, it might hurt your ability to get a higher pick, I suppose. Whereas, like, with the 49ers, man, everybody, they're not rushing the passer well at all. The defense has really fallen off a cliff in a lot of ways. Nick Bosa has kind of been left out there on an island. So for a team that's a contender, people feel like, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah, well, to go back to Sweat for a second, the Bears did the exact same thing last year for Chase Claypool. They traded a second-round pick for a guy who was still on his rookie deal because maybe he was a little bit of a depressed asset in Pittsburgh, but had some good games and some good seasons, and they probably, Ryan Poles probably had a great scouting report on Chase Claypool coming out of Notre Dame when Poles was in the building in Kansas City. So he makes the deal. Chase Claypool winds up flunking out spectacularly in Chicago. Like, not just was a bad player, but was like a malcontent in the locker room.
Yeah.
And the Steelers end up using that pick. The pick ends up being the first pick of the second round because the Bears are so bad last year, and they draft Joey Porter Jr., who looks to be a good young cornerback for them. This could wind up the same thing. Now, I don't think Montez Sweat is going to wind up being a Chase Claypool-level malcontent, but this is his last year of his contract. Like, they need to do something. They need to figure out a contract for Montez Sweat. Maybe it works out. The Chase Young thing with the Texans and with the Niners is interesting, Seth, because I wouldn't have made that deal either. Your reasons for the injuries are all very valid and good reasons. I think the other thing, too, is, and you kind of pointed this out yesterday, as far as, like, allocating assets and things like that, like, the Texans are still in a state where they've got holes in the roster. The 49ers really are not. I mean, they can strengthen some areas, but that's one of the best rosters in football. The Texans are not in a position to be trading first, second, really day one and day two picks to strengthen what is, relatively speaking, A, strength. Like, Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard are playing well right now. And B, something, as you pointed out, they've already invested a ton of draft capital in Will Anderson. So is that the right way to allocate your assets? I think that the way the Niners look at this, I don't think the Niners feel like they got to give Chase Young a contract. Quite honestly, they can't. They're way over the cap next year. I think they look at it, Seth, they trade a third-round pick for him, and he comes in, he gives them something this year, and then if he walks in free agency, he's probably going to get a good deal. They're probably not going to be active in free agency, the Niners, because they don't have money to spend, and they'll get a compensatory pick for him, probably a third-round compensatory pick. So it's almost like a rental for them. So it's two franchises at different ends of their building cycle right now. Did you have, in general, we can dig into some of the other deals in a second, but in general, did you see anything that happened on the trade wire yesterday where you're like, the Texans should have been in on that?
There's one. The only one that I've thought about more, which happened 2 or 3 days ago, was Leonard Williams, the interior defensive lineman, going from the Giants to the Seahawks. A second and a fifth feels pricey to me to get him, and then also, you got a price tag on top of that. But that would be an interior rusher. He's listed as a defensive end, but in a 3-4, he's an interior rusher for the Texans. And I think D'Amico would have used him effectively. It's a lot more draft capital and money spent on the defensive line when you've already spent all of that on Will Anderson. But they are, it's worth pointing out, they do need more defensive linemen.
Yeah.
They're going to have to. They got to, either in free agency or by hitting on somebody in the draft, they're going to have to get another impact defensive lineman somewhere along the way. Honestly, the biggest thing was if it were out there to get any kind of an interior offensive lineman, and Nick has already traded for linemen this year already. He's traded for traded for at least 3 linemen since Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason, Kendrick Green, Josh Jones. Am I leaving somebody else?
No, I mean, he plucked the Broker kid off of the waiver wire, but that wasn't a trade.
Broker was off the waiver wire, that's right, yeah. So, this offensive line and the tight ends room, they're really hard to watch in terms of just a complete and total lack of bloodlust. This is such a finesse group. There's no part of them that actually wants to hit somebody. When they pull and they've got the chances to get clean up hits on dudes, they just decide not to block them at all anyway. Dalton Schultz, I don't know if he has any passion for blocking whatsoever. He certainly doesn't have any ability for it. Guys sitting around leaving guys on block. I just wish they were nasty. I don't care if they even suck. Just show me a little nastiness. If they brought somebody in, I don't want fake nasty like Trevor Penning, like actual nasty, like actual get after it. But my God, these guys they act like they just don't care. They whiff at the second level. They whiff on linebackers and then just sit there and watch them tackle people as spectators. I don't know what's wrong. I feel like they need to. Maybe it's bad juju in the offensive line meeting room because it's been like this for a while. That they have these finesse guys who aren't all that good at being finesse either. I just want it to all end at some point.
That's a scary thing to hear if I'm a Texan fan because I'm a big believer, Seth, that if they suck because they're making mental mistakes, that's fixable. If they suck because they're making physical mistakes, that's fixable depending on what the talent level is of the guy we're talking about. When you start talking about how guys are wired, that's a tough thing to change. That's a tough thing to take a guy's mentality, which is what I'm hearing you say, and change it.
Watch those wide receivers block. Those guys relish blocking. They're getting after it. Then you watch a Texans block, and you're like, hey, look, he got in front of that guy this time. That's pretty cool, the way he got in front of that guy. Sometimes he doesn't get in front of a guy. Sometimes he just stands there looking around with both thumbs up his butt. But no, this time he actually got in front of somebody. Hey, look at that. A tight end sort of tried to block somebody. He whiffed and fell on his face, but he sort of tried to block him. Good job.
Texans.
I question toughness. I question their toughness.
Yeah. Texans' new depth chart has John Mechie listed at left guard. Robert Woods listed at right tackle.
You know, when you ask, when somebody asks, hey, if you had to pick three guys to go into a fight with you and to get into a barroom fight, I would take the entire wide receiver meeting room before I would take any of the offensive linemen.
Yeah.
I don't want to get a bar fight with any of those offensive linemen. I feel like they'd be philosophizing about how this wasn't a good look for the ladies. Hey, the ladies aren't going to like this if they see me fighting like this. They're gonna go, can I pay somebody to come in and take my spot?
You're stuck with these guys.
I would take Tank Dell in a bar fight before any of those offensive linemen. In a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
I challenge any of those offensive linemen to fight Tank Dell today. Do it. See if you're man enough. None of them will take me up on it, Sean. They're not man enough to fight their tiny teammate.
To fight their 5'8" wide receiver teammate with skinny little bird legs. Yes. So the depth chart, Texans put out their depth chart yesterday for this upcoming game this week. I got irrationally excited because Titus Howard was listed at right tackle, but I woke up this morning to two things. Amy telling me that Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler have been fired, and two, a text from Seth Payne saying, slow your roll. I'm paraphrasing. Titus Howard was listed as right tackle last week on the depth chart as well.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited yet, buddy boy. We got to see what this looks like in practice today.
I felt bad. I felt bad texting that when I did because I saw that you had. You had texted me last night about it, and I was like, it's time. I thought, I'm pretty sure they did that last week. So I feel like I was a buzzkill for you. I had to actually you, but it was with the best of intentions.
Now they did list Michael Dieter as the starting center, so they didn't just do a copy paste from last week. They actually did have to look at it and put some thought into it.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So
and they had Josh Jones at left guard.
Yep.
I got to think that they look at the tape and say, all right, Josh Jones can't possibly be any worse than Titus Howard pulling. I mean, Sean, I'm watching on Twitter and people are arguing about how these basic plays counter should be blocked, trying to make excuses for Titus Howard. We're like, no, it's very obvious here. It was Titus Howard is supposed to block this dude, and he just watched him and didn't know. Titus Howard cannot. He doesn't know what he's doing when he's pulling. It's not completely and totally his fault. He played quarterback up until college, so it's not like he didn't have the grounding in okay, this is pretty basic stuff when I'm pulling and I'm supposed to kick out a defensive end. I'm looking on Twitter and various people are acting like the Texans are facing this ornate blitz or something, and that's why Titus Howard couldn't pick it up. No, it's a 3-4 front. It's under. It's it's all these basic defensive fronts, and it's not rocket science. It's just Titus Howard is not a left guard. He's not, and he hasn't been for 2 years.
Dude, You're so right, though, like about the aftermath of these plays where the Texans' offensive line just completely butchers the blocking scheme.
Yeah.
They wander around after the play like they wander around like they had just found out that that's what they're supposed to do on that play. Like Titus Howard, when he whiffed on that block on Brian Burns, I know the play that you might be talking about. I know the play that people saw with Titus Howard because it was the play where Dameon Pierce got blistered in the backfield, spun out of it, and then had his longest gain of the season. And people were like, oh, look at Dameon Pierce go. It's like, yeah, but that play was blocked poorly. Titus Howard was supposed to pull over there and chip Brian Burns so that it was a much easier run than it actually was. And Titus Howard just misses it, and then he just kind of loafs around there for a few seconds. Like,
It's everything. Honestly, it's not. But it's more than just that, though, too, because everything about the operation just isn't crisp enough. Yeah. This is where one of our listeners who's a retired college and high school coach, he and I DM each other at times. But, like, one thing he brought up that I had brought up yesterday was the fact that Bobby Slowick was a pass game coordinator, and like how much of it right now is simply that there's neglect on the running side of things. Mm-hmm. There's people complain about lack of creativity. Like he tries a lot of creative stuff, and what happens, and this is why teams sometimes aren't as creative as you want them to be, is that they whiff really badly on a lot of the creative stuff. So, like, yeah, you had that one nice end around with Tank Dell early, but then you had another handoff to Tank Dell later where somebody just neglected to block the defensive end altogether because you're putting in a new and novel play that perhaps they haven't run in games before. And either Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil they both decide to block the same guy, and nobody blocks the defensive end.
Yeah,
it's just like this stuff all day long. Guys going unblocked completely. It's enough. I guess I reached my breaking point this week because I've seen it all season long, and I was trying to make excuses because the offensive line was getting shuffled around and it's new and everything. But it's just too often. It's too often that defensive players are completely and totally unblocked. That's an issue. That's an issue when you're trying to establish a running game.
We're at the stage now. You see this with underperforming units sometimes, that particularly on offense. But I remember on defense early in the Bill O'Brien era, that I think it was 2015 when they started out 2-5, and they were having all kinds of problems on defense. And then they hit a switch midway through that season. That was when they beat the undefeated Bengals midway through the season, and then they went on to make the playoffs, actually. And the big thing was they simplified the defense. You know what? We just kind of took all the complex stuff out, and we just simplified it. Yeah. I think that's the stage the Texans are at. If they run the football this Sunday against Tampa Bay, if they're successful running the football, I promise you that one of the things that will be talked about, what changes did you make this week? That we simplified things this week.
Yeah, we simplified, right. Yeah. Which is the same thing. And another thing that rookie offensive coordinators do is they just try to do too much. We saw that in week 1. They scaled it back. Oh, what happens with a bye week and extra time on Bobby Slowick's hands? Things got a little too, you got to delay a game penalty.
Yeah.
Like there's a little too many moving parts. The other thing is this, too. The Texans are... they're way too run heavy on early downs right now. They're like down there with the Cardinals and the Giants and the way they're operating. But meanwhile, they actually have a quarterback who's very non-Daniel Jones like. And you can get better at the running game simply by running less and being less predictable in those moments. Yeah. Just threaten more with C.J. Stroud. Yeah, the chances are on a pass on 1st and 10 that you're going to be. You've got a better chance of staying on schedule right now because you're not getting it done with a run game.
Absolutely.
Like, stop trying to run volume and just be good at the times you do run.
Yes. Amen. Amen. All right, let's get into headlines. We had an NFL head coach fired overnight. Trade deadline came and went. Big deals. World Series could end tonight. We'll get into all that. We got our first set of college football playoff rankings as well. Man, we got a lot of headlines to get to today, and we will do that next.
Let we go. Join the drive.
By Bayway Chevrolet. Their Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, big headline this morning, NFL. The Las Vegas Raiders, on the heels of a fairly embarrassing Monday Night Football loss to the Detroit Lions, they have punted on the Josh McDaniels era. They fired Josh McDaniels, their head coach. They fired Dave Ziegler, their general manager. Both of them, in case you didn't know, they are fruit off of the Bill Belichick tree. Both of them former Patriot
Juicy fruit.
employees. Juicy fruit that's all shriveled up now and sitting on the ground in Vegas somewhere, like so many pamphlets for a call girl or a hooker on the strip. Just crumpled up on the strip.
The withered old hag.
Yep.
Beat down Josh McDaniels, turning tricks for $7.
Yep. He's gonna pull,
negotiable.
That's it. He's gonna have a residency in Vegas at some dive bar where he just tells stories with a cigarette in his mouth the whole time.
I'll tell you, for $7, I'll teach you all the secrets that Bill Belichick taught me.
Hey.
It was when he lured me back from the Colts and he promised to give me the keys to the vault. I'll tell you everything.
I will say,
never before shared with the public.
I'll say this: total non-football take. If you're going to get fired with presumably a gigantic severance payment in any city in the United States, Vegas would be the city to get fired in. I would say
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun.
He's going to go all Johnny Football on this. What was Johnny Football's name? What was his...
Billy Manziel.
His pen name?
Yeah.
was it Billy Manziel?
Yeah.
That was one of the...
Oh, it might have been Billy. Yeah, it was Billy something.
No, it was Billy something.
Yes.
He didn't say man.
Johnny might have said Manziel and thought he could get away with it.
Whatever he is.
Oh, he wasn't? Okay.
Ron Mexico was Mike Vick's pseudonym, right?
Yep.
When he was...
Yeah. When he
had the can.
The Whizzinator.
He had the can with the... Did he have a Whizzinator? No, I thought he had a can with pot in it. Like with a false bottom or something.
Yeah, something.
Did he have a Whizzinator, too?
I don't know. I may be mixing up my former NFL players' clandestine.
So Josh McDaniels fired after being hired for the third time. He was never officially hired by the Colts before he left them in the lurch, as well as multiple assistants that had left their jobs to go coach for him with the Colts. This will be the third time that an NFL team has been burned by putting their faith in Josh McDaniels.
This is the 8th head coach that the Raiders have had since Mark Davis took over for his dad in 2011. So including interims.
Wow.
Including interims.
Oh, including interims.
Including
okay.
interims. But that's still a lot. You know, like the Steelers have had, I know I'm going to do that annoying thing where I bring up the thing that's way at the other end and act like it's the norm, but it is remarkable. The Steelers have had 3 basically in the history of their team.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't feel like it's fair to bring up the Steelers because they're such an exception.
Acknowledged.
Because people point to it like, well, why don't you just stick with one coach the way the Steelers did? Well, because each of those guys ended up going to Super Bowls within the first few years they were there.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the Steelers sat through like with their latest 2 coaches. It's not like with the last 2 coaches, they sat through years and years of misery.
Yeah.
They had immediate success.
They did. They've been successful pretty much the whole time. As far as that goes, 8 coaches, including the interims in what, 12 years now? And I know there's people that would say, well, Sean, don't look too far here for a team with a lot of coaching turnover with the Texans. And I acknowledge that. And look, Cal McNair inherited Bill O'Brien, fired him, which I think people were in favor of that. Romeo Crennel's the interim. It's the last 3 where you go Culley, Lovey, and now DeMeco Ryans. What I would say to that is I think they got it right with DeMeco Ryans. I think Culley and Lovey, I think we all kind of knew what those were. The difference to me with the Raiders is the last couple full-time head coaching hires they've had, Jack Del Rio, John Gruden, and now Josh McDaniels, those were all the guys they thought were going to be the big swing to get them back to being the Raiders of the 80s. You know, like those were, especially Gruden. I mean, they gave Gruden a 10-year contract, you know?
I wonder, the thing is, like, if you look at the Raiders and it's tempting to think, well, he just doesn't know what he's doing or he's always going to get it wrong. Like I would agree with Colin Cowherd when he just talked about nailing the head coach and the quarterback goes a long, long way, or just the head coach and the GM. I mean, you look at the 49ers from 2003 through 2010, Dennis Erickson, Mike Nolan, Mike Singletary, and then if you want to include Jim Tomsula. I feel like they actually probably considered keeping Jim Tomsula around for the next year. before they landed on Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
So like that was almost a full decade of misery in bad coach after bad coach hire. And when they ended up getting right, it changed things around, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Tom Sula was a two-time interim,
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he was an interim, and then he was full-time for a year.
Full-time in 2015, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and then even after Harbaugh, they went Tom Sula for a year, Chip Kelly for a year, and then landed on Kyle Shanahan, So it's look, the Raiders, this feels like this is them pushing the red button. My guess is the Raiders are probably perfectly content losing a bleep ton of games and being in the mix for one of these quarterbacks, and you start over again and maybe make a better hire than Josh McDaniels. As far as the Texans, as we continue with headlines, depth chart came out. Titus Howard listed at right tackle, Michael Dieter listed at center, Josh Jones listed as left guard. We'll see if that's how it plays out this weekend. I think that's what you and I are hoping for, Seth, is that Titus Howard gets moved back to right tackle. As far as moves the team made, Tegan Catoriano to IR. That is one injury-prone young player right there.
Yeah.
Groin injury. Groin injury, and Brevin Jordan is still out with a foot injury. I guess trade deadline-wise, maybe because of the injuries short-term here in the tight end room, maybe I'm a little surprised they didn't duke a 6th or a 7th-round pick to somebody for an experienced NFL tight end who enjoys blocking. That might have
defined.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess. So they throw a couple guys on the IR. Jarrett Patterson, I say throw a couple guys. Tegan Catoriano, Jarrett Patterson's the other one. He goes on IR. We'll see if either of them come back anytime soon.
Did we get any kind of clarification? I saw that Aaron Wilson yesterday was saying that it's a break in the ankle area.
Okay.
So I wonder if so for those of you that didn't catch on, a couple days ago, Aaron Wilson reported that Jarrett Patterson had a broken ankle. Jarrett Patterson responded on Instagram by saying, "I do?"
Yeah.
So yesterday I saw that Aaron Wilson was reporting it as a break in the ankle area. So I'm guessing it is some kind of break where the details were wrong initially. Either way, it doesn't sound good.
Yeah, well, he's out. He's on IR. Like, I don't really care what the injury is at this stage. Like, he's going to be out for a while.
I guess if it was IR, but, just because it was a bad sprain, but it was going to be 4 weeks, that's one thing.
Yeah.
Ankles seem to be tricky breaks. Doesn't seem like you ever have, like, a nice, simple ankle break.
No, not for a human being of that size either, for sure. Trade deadline is done in the NFL. Came yesterday afternoon. Biggest deals, I would say, Chase Young goes to the San Francisco 49ers from Washington for a 3rd-round pick. Montez Sweat, Washington's other edge rusher, gets traded to the Bears for a 2nd-round pick. The one trade we didn't really dig into, Seth, earlier in the show, Josh Dobbs goes to Minnesota. So they were in the quarterback market, I guess, because we had speculated Kirk Cousins now out for the year with a torn Achilles tendon. So there's been speculation, hey, maybe they're calling Nick Caserio about Davis Mills or Case Keenum, and maybe they did, and Nick held on to them, or the offer wasn't good enough. Joshua Dobbs, who is now he's now on his 4th team in less than a year. He started the game for Tennessee that was their make-or-break playoff game last year, went to Cleveland in the offseason. They trade him to Arizona during training camp, and then Arizona at the deadline trades him to Minnesota. I don't know. Trade him to Minnesota in one of those 6 for a 7 flipperoo kind of things,
Yeah, I guess the one there, it's 2 of the Minnesota Vikings trades grabbed my attention. One, Josh Dobbs, obviously, because they traded for a quarterback. But then they also had a trade. They traded their guard Ezra Cleveland, who had been playing, got injured, and then Dalton
Dalton Reisner.
Dalton Reisner, the guard that they had signed in the right at the beginning of the season, will take over at guard now. I'm intrigued by this Ezra Cleveland character just because it was a guard who was available. He's a 2024 6th round, he was. The Jaguars gave up a 2024 6th-round pick to get him. But, for whatever it's worth, he graded out well on PFF. The kid doesn't look to be a bum. I would have gladly given up a 6th-round pick. Or potentially maybe Case Keenum in return for this guard plus another pick from the Vikings or something.
Yeah.
So that might have been a missed opportunity depending on how this Ezra Cleveland does with the Jaguars.
Perhaps. quickly, the World Series is almost over. The Rangers are up 3-1 now after last night. They went 11-7 last night over the Arizona Diamondbacks. They got up big in this game. Diamondbacks scored a bunch of runs in the 8th and 9th inning. Big story coming out of this game, probably be a bigger story if it wasn't a 3-1 deficit for the Diamondbacks, but Max Scherzer is done for the World Series with back issues. The bigger story, Adolis Garcia, who is having arguably one of the greatest postseasons in the history of the game. Actually, It's inarguable. He was having it, arguably maybe the best postseason in the history of the game. He's done also. A little muscle strain in the oblique for old Adolis Garcia, so he is done for the play. It didn't really affect them last night. They put 11 runs on the board.
He's trying to hit a 580-foot home run every time he swings.
It'll happen, yeah.
Your obliques can only take so much, young man.
Yep.
You're just going to have to learn to pace yourself a little bit.
Yep.
I suggest you start next year.
Mm-hmm.
Just pace yourself, okay?
Yeah. Play like
this
95
is annoying
games.
this is annoying that the Rangers are as good as we thought they potentially could be.
Yeah, dude. Corey Seager's going to win World Series MVP. I've come around on I'm not rooting for the Rangers, but I've arrived at a place where I've gone from being like, God, if the Rangers win, I'm going to be so mad, and all these Ranger fans too. This does add some juice to the Rangers and the Astros next year.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, this year it was a weird year because they jumped out to such a lead, and then everybody was pathetic in September, and it was just it didn't feel like a heavyweight matchup, like a banner matchup that it could have been. Whereas this year you'll have a full off season to think about it and know that you got two heavyweights that'll be slugging it out.
Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State. That's your top four in the college football playoff rankings. First set of them, Washington and Oregon, who played each other a couple weeks ago. They are at 5 and 6. Highest ranked team from the Big 12 is the University of Texas, sitting at 7. All right, those are your headlines for the day. We'll get back to those a little later on in the show. Up next, C.J. Stroud. Seth touched on this a little earlier. Are the Texans putting C.J. Stroud right now in the best position to be successful? There's something the Texans can control themselves that can put C.J. Stroud in a better position. We'll tell you what it is next. There's something you can control that's going to put
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Drive safely out there today. Hope you had a great Halloween last night. Talk about that in just a little bit. CJ Stroud. Seth, you brought this to my attention yesterday, and I think you kind of touched on this a little bit earlier in the show, but it's worth it's worth digging into for a minute or two. There are certain things right now that with the Texans offensively, they've not been good offensively the last few weeks, and there's certain things about that you can control, and there's certain things you can't control. It's really tough to control caliber of opponent. You know, if you're making physical mistakes out there, you only have some degree of control over that. You just got to get better, or you're just not good enough. The one thing that you absolutely can control are decisions that you make as a coaching staff. Mm-hmm. You know, whether it's who to start, who to play, who's the snaps, or even something as simple as what type of play to call, run or a pass. Right? That's you can control that. To a large degree, unless the defense is dictating it. But you get to choose before every play what play we're going to run. Right now, while games are still hanging in the balance, while the win probability for either team is between 20 and 80%, so while these games are not a blowout, while they're still winnable games for either team, on the early downs, first and second down, the Texans pass the ball on first or second down the second least out of any team in the NFL. They are right there in between. I mean, and they are way down there compared to other teams. When you look at the bar graph for it that was making the rounds yesterday.
The bar graph's a little skewed, you know, like the scale is exaggerated to make it look like it's, you know, it's more than it is. But like
because the left axis starts at 40%, not 0%.
Right. It looks like they pass the ball about like 42% of the time when the game is in contest. When the game is still a competitive game, whereas like. Just by way of contrast, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the
Bengals, yep.
The Bengals are all like up over 65% on first or second down. Yeah. And honestly, yesterday I was saying, look, at the very least, what they need to do is just run the ball better. Like whether like frequency doesn't matter as much as they need to run the ball better. I like after thinking about it yesterday afternoon and thinking about this specifically, I was off on that. Like, they just flat out, they need to pass the ball more. They flat out, because they're not good at running the ball. So, like, they're just willingly, I know they're trying to get better at it. If they want to get better at it, one thing they can do is not run as often as they are. Yeah. So that at least it becomes somewhat more of a novelty when they do run, and they can scale back the playbook a little bit. Like, they're in a bad place right now where they're running the ball really horribly. They can't do the basic stuff well, so they're trying to make up for it by doing some of the extravagant stuff, which takes away from energy they might spend on learning how to do the basic stuff well. And meanwhile, they're running the ball more than anybody else on these either or downs. It's really bad. Like they've got to quit. They've got to stop it because, and I'll tell you another thing, you don't have the dudes for it.
Right.
Like, this offensive line, whatever Kyle Shanahan's old methodology is of, like, wanting to destroy the other team physically, these guys ain't it. Like, these are not these paid assassins that are going to go out and try to destroy people. They're not run blockers. Those wide receivers, they love run blocking. These offensive linemen, they don't. They're not. They're not those guys. So stop trying to pretend like they are.
Yeah. That's what I said earlier this week. You got to look in the mirror and see who you are. For whatever reason, Bobby Slowick is calling plays like he's looking at a completely different team than everybody else is looking at right now.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'll disagree with something that D'Amico has said before too, where D'Amico has said, "Hey, we're really close on a lot of these run plays." This is. They really need somebody from outside to grab them and shake them and say, no, when you have guys completely and totally unblocked multiple times to the point where with regularity guys are unblocked, that's not a simple, hey, we just got to clean a couple things up issue. That's a wholesale, what the hell are we doing? Why do we have so many guys unblocked? You're the worst. You're one of the worst rushing offenses in the league in terms of yards per carry. Total yardage, you're not because you run the ball so damn much. But like, it's not as simple as, hey, all we need, it's parlay thinking, you know? It's like, well, on these 20 plays, if we had just had the one egregiously unblocked guy blocked on each of them, we'd actually have a really good rushing attack. That's not the way it works.
No.
It's a sign of an issue on your offense and with your offensive coordinator and with your offensive lineman that so many guys are completely and totally unblocked every single game.
That's exactly right. And Seth, it would be... It's different when you go – it's different if there's one mistake being made on all these run plays. We're just so close, and it's the same guy or same two guys. But it's a different guy every time. You know what I mean? Like, how do you fix that? You know, how can you guarantee you're going to get 5, or if you include tight ends, 6 or 7 guys that aren't consistently doing the wrong thing that's blowing up these run plays? And the other thing, too, like, okay – you're right. We've been hearing this. We're so close. We're so close. All year we've been hearing this. Like, how many weeks do you go saying we're this close to breaking out as a run offense before you go, no, you're just not very good at this. You know? Right?
Yeah. It's the whole if some buts were candy and nuts, then every day would be Christmas. It's and that's just not the way it works. No matter how cheap food prices had gotten for a while, now they're back up.
I know. Bastards. The bar chart that we're talking about here, where it shows the teams that shows the mix of teams choosing to pass and run on early downs in games that are still close. To contextualize this, the Texans are 31st in the amount of times they pass, the percentage of times they pass on early downs, 31st. For some context, the two teams that they are snuggled in between there on the bar chart, 32nd is Arizona. They just traded their starting quarterback for this season in a 6th and 7th round flipperoo trade, okay?
Well, plus, and by the way, though, the Cardinals, at least, they run the ball like 5.1 yards per carry. Like, they actually do.
They have a reason to run.
Yeah.
It's a great point. The 30th team, the team the Texans are right behind in the amount of times they throw on early downs, that's the New York Giants. They throw less than the New York Giants on early downs, and the Giants have Daniel Jones as their quarterback.
Yeah.
It was terrible. When they don't have Tyrod Taylor as their quarterback, they have Daniel Jones as their quarterback. I mean, you look at these teams, Seth, that the Texans are behind in this decision-making matrix here, and it's all you have got to go way up the chart from where the Texans are before you start to get to teams that are either A, quarterback by a good quarterback, or B, just not very good at running the ball. Like, Detroit's kind of down near the Texans in that ranking, and Detroit's a good offense. Yeah, they have David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. If you watch Detroit on Monday, you saw. I can see where they run it on early downs. They're excellent at running the football, that kind of thing. But the one commonality is the teams that are all near the Texans in this chart, like on the bottom half of it, most of them have crappy quarterbacks. The ones that are up near the top, like the top 10 or 12, most of them, they have very good quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud, I think, is a very good quarterback. He deserves to have the length of the bar for the Texans on this chart look more like something that Kirk Cousins or Justin Herbert or Dak Prescott are getting, teams that are around 8th, 9th, 10th in this passing rate, than being down here at the bottom near Gardner Minshew, Desmond Ridder, Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, and Josh Dobbs. This is a conscious decision.
It's not. There's never an excuse, and certainly not now with the I was looking on the text line from yesterday because I wanted to see what they were saying about Halloween. But somebody during the afternoon show, and we see this a lot. Somebody had claimed that the Texans have neglected the offensive line forever. No, they haven't. It's not. They've got. Do you know how many first-round picks they have committed to the offensive line? They've got 4 first-round picks committed to the offensive line. 2 via Laramie Tunsil, 1 with Titus Howard, 1 with Green. And then you've got a second-round. Well, you've got a second-round pick at center, currently injured. You've got Shaq Mason, gave him a new contract you traded for. But they've put resources into it. And with the guys that are out there right now, there's zero excuse to be a bottom 3 running offense in terms of yards per carry. It's really, at this point, it's on Bobby Slowick. This is going to be his huge weakness moving forward, that he has to prove otherwise, that you can have some level of competence as a team that runs the football. And right now, one of the best options might be simply don't run so much.
Yes.
You've got other options. Like use the short passing game as your running game, but like your actual conventional running game is not getting it done right now.
Well, for the love of God, stop running on second and long, because that's where you're putting C.J. Stroud in bad third down situations.
That's where it's frustrating too, because you think, okay, we got this younger guy in here as offensive coordinator, like unconventional. He's worked on the defensive side of the ball. He worked at PFF, and yet at times he falls into the old psychological trap of, incomplete pass on first down. We better run to get back on schedule.
Dude.
Yeah, that's awesome if you can actually run the ball.
Right.
But running the ball to end up 2nd and 13 is not getting back on schedule.
No.
Get better at running the ball, and then you can start thinking that way.
Absolutely. What did you find out in your search for Halloween texts on the text page?
It seems that Ron has been burned maybe last Halloween on leaving a bowl of candy out and having somebody just take the whole. Yeah. I don't know, if that's exactly what happened. Our listeners can fill us in on it. Yeah. My advice to Ron would be, like, when you do anything like that, you just gotta write it off to the game. Like that's just a business expense. It's a cost of doing business. If you're going to be the guy that leaves the bowl of full candy out there, at some point that evening, a kid is going to take the whole bowl.
Yeah,
that's like opening up a huge retail establishment and expecting there to be zero shoplifting.
Right.
There's gonna be shoplifting.
Right.
Like you try to mitigate it as much as possible, but there will be shoplifting.
Now, granted,
so likewise, if you and that's in a place where there's security guards. If you leave a bowl of candy on your porch, somebody's going to... And a bunch of kids wearing masks come by through the entirety of the night, you're going to lose it at some point.
That's true. That's a good point about the masks, because not even modern technology can snag those ne'er-do-wells, right? Like,
I know.
Like the ring camera or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. They're masked.
I don't know how you get to adulthood and find yourself in a spot where you might be disillusioned by human nature in that situation. Or, hey, I'm going to give this awesome thing out for free as long as everybody just abides by the honor system. It's not going to happen.
Did you find anything else out about how our colleagues handle Halloween? I don't
know if this is just people making this claim or if Landry actually admitted it. We'll have to ask him. Landry, the people on the text line were claiming that Landry was the kid that would take the whole bowl, but I don't know if they were making accusations or if Landry actually confessed to it.
Okay, well, let's make a prediction. Do we think Landry was the kid that stole the whole bowl of candy at Halloween?
I have a hard time with that. I don't know. I think some people would assume, like, because sometimes Landry, just because he can be a little cynical at times. I think people assume that that's some kind of like not caring about humanity or something, which is false. I think that's an errant assumption to make about Landry. So I think people may have just accused him of it based on his sometimes surliness.
I don't think Landry's a thief.
No,
I don't think he's a thief. I would say that that's somebody making a broad accusation at Landry.
I would bet that like 75% of CEOs were the kid that stole the candy. That took the whole candy bowl.
Yeah.
The whole, the old stat of like percentage of CEOs that lie about their golf score and everything.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of CEOs are just there. They know how to walk the sociopath line just right.
Dude, yes, absolutely.
Head football coaches. I was
just gonna say the same thing. I'm like they look for every little thing and they steal signs and they deflate balls and
tell me that Bill Belichick never took the whole bowl of candy.
100% took the whole bowl of candy.
And the rest of us schlubs are out here just sitting there like, oh, yeah, sure. Oh, sure. I'll give until it hurts. I'll stuff that church envelope. Here you go. Meanwhile, the minister is buying his new car with that money.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I'm the guy who feels bad about taking time to sift through the bowl to find the exact one I want. Like, oh, God, this is taking – there it is, a Twix. Okay, that's the one that they told me to take. Yeah, take one with an arrow pointed down. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, hope everybody had a good Halloween.
That's the one lesson to learn, kids. For the most part in life, there's no comeuppance.
Yeah.
You can believe your little fairy tales about people getting their comeuppance and whatnot. Fact of the matter is there's a lot of people out there that take and take and take.
Yeah.
And it works out well for them in the long term. Can you be that person? Try it out. See if your conscience gets there or not. Maybe you are one of those blessed with no conscience or soul.
That's what Halloween is for, to find out if you got the makings of a CEO. That's exactly the spirit of the holiday. I wore my we went over to Amy's parents' house last night because they do like a huge not huge, but they an extravagant, I will say, like haunted house in their garage. Like they turn their whole garage into a haunted house, and like literally 1 out of every 3 kids in the neighborhood comes out. They've got like all this like this decoration like draped down over the open door of the garage, so you can't see in it from the street, but you can hear all the like the sound effects coming out of it. Like 2/3 of the kids come out like laughing and giggling with their candy bags. 1/3 of the kids come out like run out screaming and traumatized from going in there. Like you got my father-in-law. My father-in-law sits on a chair in there in an outfit, a big bad wolf outfit, like with a gigantic mask with the tongue hanging out. But he sits.
Oh my God!
But he sits there. Oh. He sits there inanimate. Like it looks like a gigantic doll of the big bad wolf. Oof. And he'll just randomly stand up at times. All he has to do is stand up.
Sean, just to remind you, according to various myths and legends I've heard, he's going to get stabbed someday.
Okay.
He's going to.
Dude, I was worried about this. No, Seth. These teenage, like every neighborhood, you get a bunch of teenage kids whose Halloween costume is teenage kid. And, and I'm like, I said to Amy, I'm like, dude, your dad's going to get punched in the face by one of these 16-year-olds that's going in there.
Not even out of malice.
No, like out of just reflex.
Out of a reaction. Yeah. Oh, that's scary. Good for him, though. That's scary. That's it's good. I feel like the best part of haunted houses is that you have to come to grips with your cowardice early in life.
Yes.
Like if you're I realized when I was young, like, man, I am B-made here. I'm a coward when it comes to so like I consciously like every Halloween I started like psyching myself up to go to these haunted houses and at least act like I wasn't scared.
Not worth it.
And I feel no, it was. I'm glad I did it. Okay. I learned that lesson of like fake it till you make it. Like pretend you're not scared, and all of a sudden over time you're not scared as long as you do that. So I went from a kid that was like running, screaming out of haunted houses when I was like 5 to by the time I was like 41, I could go through one without squealing, and it was, and I think it served me well.
Oh my God, Payne and Pendergast with you. I hope you guys had a great Halloween. We're with you here on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in about an hour. We'll get John's thoughts on the Raiders firing their head coach, Josh McDaniels. If you're just getting in your car, that's the big news today. Raiders fire their head coach and GM. Along those lines, who's next? Like, what is this job cycle going to look like in the NFL? Who are the next ones to go? Who could be the surprises to go? And how nice does it feel to know that the Texans are not part of this round of head coaching searches? We will dig into that next.
I'm leasing today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Josh McDaniels fired as Raiders head coach overnight. Who's next? We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. Travis Kelce is apparently catching all sorts of heat for attending the Diamondbacks Rangers game on Friday. That would have been a game in Arlington. So he's getting all kinds of heat because the Chiefs played on. He's at a game on Friday in Dallas, and then the Chiefs play on Sunday on the road in Denver, and they lost 24-9, and they were terrible, obviously terrible offensively. They scored 9 points.
Was he there with Taylor?
It didn't look like it.
Probably not. Then it would have been a huge commotion.
Yeah.
So he went to a game in Dallas and then got back up to Kansas City on Saturday morning.
In time for the team playing to Denver.
Walk through and all that.
Yeah.
But then had a lackluster performance on Sunday.
The whole team did. Yeah, they were not good on Sunday. So he's apparently catching heat. Nick Lowry, of all people, the former kicker for the Chiefs, they had a graphic on TV now about Nick Lowry taking Travis Kelce to task.
Well, as he should. This is Travis. Be careful. Travis doesn't want to backslide into his old habits where he was a little bit too much about the glitz and the glamour. He had his reality show, and he was as disappointing as a non-first round pick can be. But still, there were questions about Travis Kelce coming out of college. A lot of people thought he was a quote dumbass unquote. So. If you can imagine that. And but he got his act together, and he's been just fine, obviously. I worry. Have you noticed? It seems like he's got 15 endorsement deals now.
Yes, a ton.
It's like every time you look up, it's a different brand.
Yes. Yeah, he might be the most decorated endorser in the NFL right now. He's even getting in on Patrick Mahomes' State Farm stuff now.
Honestly, it feels like he just went for it this offseason, said, I'm going to capitalize on this, seize the day as much as possible. I'm going to go after Taylor Swift. And you wonder, it's like I know it's dumb to wring your hands over the Chiefs and their third best offense in the league right now. They're still very, very good, or first, top three in whichever metric you want to look at it and everything. But I would worry if I were a Chiefs fan about just that. Everybody's head's getting a little too big.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes isn't quite the same guy. It's just not the same. Apparently. Seemingly unbeatable team that they appear to be at some point.
They look mortal, no doubt.
There was a social media thing. This is what we were talking about during the break. Mm-hmm. There was a social media thing a month or two ago, Sean, when Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift were first getting into it, where it was women pranking their husbands by saying, "Hey, did you hear about this Travis Kelce guy that Taylor Swift put on the map?" And the guys would just get apoplectic with rage over this notion or suggestion that Taylor Swift put Travis Kelce on the map. I wasted about maybe 90 minutes to 120 minutes one day going through all of them. Mostly, with any of those, after a while, it just turns into a game of okay, is this real or is this fake?
Yeah.
And I would say about maybe 2/3 of them were fake and 1/3 were real. But it was also a pretty good gauge for whether or not they were going to make it as a couple or not.
Yeah.
So I was I would go through and be okay, these ones are definitely real. I'm going to see if these two are going to make it based on level of either gullibility of the husband or the ferocity with which he responds.
As has been well established, I'm willing to be entertained by those videos, whether they are real or fake.
Yeah, you just go for it and believe that they're all real.
Dude, I was entertained by the Joe Smith thing yesterday with him finding out his wife was on OnlyFans. That was – I don't care if it's real or fake. Guess I'm a wrestling fan. Guess what? Guess what I'm able to do that y'all can't? Suspend disbelief. It's a good world. It's a fun world to live in. You should try it sometime. All right, Josh McDaniels fired by the Raiders. They fired their GM, Dave Ziegler, also. 2 New England alum on the street getting their LinkedIn profiles dusted up to go get a new job. As far as the next job to open up, we probably got our tell yesterday, Seth. If not the next one to open up, a job that I would bet a lot of money is going to be open either during or after the season.
Yeah.
Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
You spend all this first round draft capital on a defensive line, and because it was Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne, and then they get Chase Young, and they had Montez Sweat in there. They put all this first round draft capital, and they ship off the 2 guys that play edge rusher for them for day 2 picks yesterday.
And then it's a classic situation, too, where the owner is buying the team, doesn't take possession of the team until right before training camp. Got all kinds of legal matters they're trying to clean up and everything as part of the exchange of ownership. So it's not time to hire a new coach, but there's certainly whatever the owner thought about Ron Rivera, like, he probably figures it's time to move on, and we'll see what happens. But they're very clearly in the sell mode right now, and that's an analytically minded owner who, as much as Riverboat Ron has the nickname Riverboat Ron, he's very un-Riverboat Ronish, actually.
Yeah.
When it comes to, like, doing some of the analytical risk-taking stuff, like, he's not all that forward-thinking. That owner's very analytical.
Very analytical. He owns the Sixers. He owned the Sixers when they went through their literally, like, proper noun, capital P process of ripping it down to the studs and then winding up with Joel Embiid on that team. So, yeah, I think Washington. And I think, too, Seth, Ron Rivera, look, anytime a new owner comes in and it's a head coach who was hired by the previous ownership, it's inherently a dicey situation for that head coach. I don't even think Ron Rivera was hired because he's a good head coach. I think he was hired like Dusty Baker was hired by the Astros. I think Ron Rivera was hired to put a likable face on the Washington Commanders more so than because, boy, this is a guy. He's a defensive coordinator from the 85. He played for the 85 Bears. This is not somebody off the Kyle Shanahan tree who's one of these new wave hires. I think he was hired more as a PR than. I'm not trying to diminish him. He's not a horrible head coach or anything like that. But they're through that phase now. They're through the phase where they need a head coach who's, forward facing. And being a PR hire, Ron Rivera's gonna get fired here, if not imminently, then after the season, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about, like, the actual motivation of hiring him or what have you, because Snyder was just so all over the map with all of those things. I don't know, he never. By the time Ron Rivera was hired, I don't think that at that point Snyder thought he was going to have to sell the team. I think he was still clinging on to the notion that he was going to own it. But for whatever it's worth, it's like Rivera's lost whatever gleam he had from the Super Bowl appearance, I think.
Yeah, with Carolina,
especially with the new owner.
Yeah. Chicago, I think, is a safe bet to be changing coaches. It ain't working with Matt Eberflus. They're probably going to go get a new quarterback. They are primed to be one of these draft a quarterback, hire an offensive head coach cases.
It is, and it's just so weird, though, too, that somehow Ryan Poles gets to do whatever the hell he wants. And you're 2 years in a row now, they're trading for a team that looks like they're in reset mode. They're trading away draft picks to bring in talent, like, when the season is already lost, and to give new contracts.
High second-round picks, like good picks.
Yeah. I don't, and and yes, totally 100% agree and admit that, the Texans have been in the same boat. We're not talking about the Texans and where they are right now or where they've been, but, like, you can look around and we recognize dysfunction because we've seen it up close and personal.
That's right.
Over these last few years. And you see some of these teams, and it's that really, really uncomfortable spot where you don't know who the quarterback is, you don't know who the head coach is, you don't know what the GM is doing. It's a bad place to be.
Yeah, it's a terrible place to be as a fan. Like, if you're a fan, although I will say this about the three teams we're talking about. Like, well, first of all, I don't know if there is like a big Vegas fan base, but there's a big Raiders fan base. They've been feeling this for 20 years now. Chicago, those are diehard fans. Like, they are. The bars, business is good in the bars in Chicago with the drinking going on right now because this is a desperate place they're in right now. The head coach is not the guy. The GM is being given all sorts of leeway and making weird trades, and Justin Fields is not the guy at quarterback, and they haven't had a quarterback in forever. Washington, I think they're just happy Daniel Snyder's out the door. Like, that they're like, we got to fire the coach, we need a quarterback. But God, like, I feel like Daniel Snyder not being there anymore gives whoever comes in afterwards here like 10 years to get the thing built back up.
Well, and they also got something which is, like, rare to find, is the new owner is kind of a professional owner in that he owns multiple professional sports teams. Doesn't mean he's going to be the best guy on earth or anything, but it's not – I mean, you get a guy like Dan Snyder who's hedge fund or whatever, tech billionaire, and at that time, young, brash, all full of himself, and like the classic case of a guy that thinks he's the smartest guy in the room no matter where he goes and how smart the people he's talking to are, that he was just going to come in and bull the NFL over with his brilliance. Like, they're just, I would imagine in Washington, they're just happy to have a guy that understands the way pro sports works.
Yeah, if I were looking at the Sixers, I know the Sixers haven't won a championship or anything, but just in terms of getting it turned around and being relevant again, I'd look at the Sixers and the Devils, or the other team he owns in the NHL, Josh Harris.
Especially, yeah.
And the Devils have turned it around with a young core. I would look at those two teams like, all right, I feel like at least the owner kind of knows what good looks like there. As far as the other jobs that to me are kind of coin flips and probably more after the season than in season, I've got 4 of them, Seth. Real quickly, Belichick in New England. You tell me which one of these 4 is most likely to get fired, if not in season, then right after.
Or like,
the season.
okay, with New England it would be, but yeah, okay.
Let go.
He's gone, yeah.
Yeah, semantics, but yeah. New England, Cleveland, the Chargers, Tampa Bay.
I want to say the Chargers or Tampa Bay because that makes the most sense. I mean, Cleveland, the big question is, all right, like, what would this team be with an actual quarterback? But I think that you have to – I don't blame Stefanski, and yet Stefanski might not be the solution for doing whatever it takes to get Deshaun Watson completely back on board. Boy, that's hard. I'll say the Chargers. I mean, Staley's just got to be. It's you're a defensive-minded coach whose defense has been atrocious, and you're looking like the same old Chargers in so many ways. I'm not a superstitious person, Sean, but the Chargers test me. They test me hard. They test me really, really hard because they seem to lose in the same ways all the time. Yeah. But I can't accept that. I got to go with the head coach.
Chargers, yeah. I'd go Tampa Bay. That feels like a safe pick to me. Like, if you're asking me, is Todd Bowles the coach in 2024 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I'd say, probably not.
I don't. The non-superstitious person, I don't want to jinx the Texans this week.
Yeah.
That's
man,
fine.
crap.
That's not, Sean. That's not superstition. That's just psychology. Okay. I don't want to take anything too lightly. After our pre-gloating over the victory over Bryce Young we did all last week. Okay.
Yep,
how many parades did we have last week over the imminent victory over Bryce Young?
6. One each day, 2 on Friday. Yep. Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to our top 8 stories of the day in a busy day at the top of the hour. John McClain joins us at 8:25 on the show. We played some Dabo Swinney yesterday right around this time from him taking a call from a caller on his coach's show. He readdressed this again in his press conference leading up to the Notre Dame game this weekend.
Very excited about this.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to any of these. I'm so excited.
Yes, the words Old Testament and Steal My Joy came out in the press conference yesterday with Dabo.
I can't wait for this. Okay.
Yes, all right, so stick around. We'll do that next. I want to tell you about Berkeley Eye Center. The Black Friday late.
Learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
College football playoff rankings got released yesterday, the first set of them. We'll get into them in a little bit of detail shortly. But one school, not real conspicuous by their absence because they haven't been good this year. They're 4-4, but usually a fixture among the top 4 or 5 teams in America over the last decade or so has been the Clemson Tigers, coached by Dabo Swinney. They are not in the top 25. They're 4-4. They've got Notre Dame on the schedule this Saturday at Clemson. Dabo Swinney, as we know, he is acting like the walls are closing in a little bit. Had a caller to his coach's show on Monday night by the name of Tyler in Spartanburg call in and essentially ask him, why are we paying you so much?
Why are we paying you $11.5 million to go 4-4? And it's not just this year. It's been, just the refusal to accept.
All right. What's this guy's name?
Tyler.
Hey, Tyler. I've listened to enough of you, Tyler. Listen, you can have all your opinions that you want. All right. I don't know how old you are. Don't really care. All right. But let me tell you something. We won 11 games last year. And you're part of the problem, to be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that all you do is the appreciation, the expectation is greater than the appreciation. And that's the problem. And so, we've won 12 10-plus win seasons in a row. That's happened 3 times in 150 years. So if you want to know why, Clemson ain't sniffed a national championship for 35 years. We've won 2 in 7 years. And there's only 2 other teams that can say that, Georgia and Alabama. Okay? Is this a bad year? Yeah. And it's my responsibility. Take 100% responsibility for it. But all this bull crap you're thinking and all these narratives you read, listen, man, you can have your opinion all you want. And you can apply for the job. And good luck to you. All right?
I thought about that again after the show yesterday, and really what it all boils down to is, and I know you said that Tyler was speaking for 5 minutes before all of that.
Yes.
When you start asking rhetorically, why are we paying you this money? That's just an insult. That's not a point you're making or anything. Otherwise, you're the dumbest Clemson fan who's ever lived. You don't understand the way the economics of college football works. You could have issues with the economics of college football, sure. But to ask him point blank, why are we paying you this money? You know why they're paying him that money. And everything that Dabo Swinney said about Clemson before himself. Dabo shouldn't have taken the bait theoretically, but there is also there's still room in this world where everything is all about never look like you're angry online.
Yeah.
It's okay to be insulted by an insult too.
Yeah.
You got to have some it's okay to have some pride about you.
Well, and let's be real. This is not a single, Tyler in Spartanburg is representative of probably a fairly vocal minority, I would guess. As Dabo pointed out, most of the Clemson fans are probably overall, they're disappointed in the season, happy about where the program has been the last 10 years, and they're not ready to fire Dabo Swinney. I'd be shocked if a majority of Clemson fans wanted Dabo Swinney fired. That would shock me. So, but this Tyler character is definitely representative of something that every big-time college football coach deals with, which is the lunatic fringe. So at his press conference yesterday, so that audio you just heard was from Monday, Dabo Swinney's coach's show. He did a press conference yesterday, normal Tuesday press conference leading up to next week's game, which is against Notre Dame at Clemson. I kind of did the fast watch of this press conference, Seth, just to find some of these cuts. It was about 45 minutes long. My just unscientific estimate, Dabo spent a good 30 to 35 of the 45 minutes doing stuff like we're about to hear.
Oh, really?
Yes,
okay.
Laying out how horrible it is that people can't appreciate things. And
I'll say in advance then that now, this is where, in response in the moment to the kid that was spouting off during the radio show, I totally 100% get that. For him to, I'll say in advance, and then I'll listen and hear, but my guess is that, he's got to let this go at some point, because otherwise it'll eat him alive.
There was maybe 8 minutes on Notre Dame out of 45 minutes. This is a fairly big game coming to Clemson this weekend. All right, so here was Dabo Swinney. Get ready. He said they basically went Old Testament on each other.
With that measured perspective, I think there are many people wondering what
triggered last night a great deal of emotion from you?
I mean, I had some idiot go Old Testament on me, and he got an Old Testament response.
Can you add what you just said?
What else is there to add? What else is there to add? I'm going to fight for this program.
Can I get some clarity?
That's why I know coaches take calls. That's why, right there, because people hijack the phone call. They get it, that's why they want to hear themselves talk. That's why most coaches around the country don't take calls. That reason right there. They go to their, that's probably what we'll start doing next year. They go to the thing and they go, okay, Kathleen from Clemson, she wants to know, what's your favorite ice cream?
He's got to do an AMA on Reddit or whatever.
Yeah,
they do. Yeah, where you got an intern like filtering the questions. I would, what I'm going to blame for this whole thing, Sean, is whoever the host is of his coach's show, because it sounds like Tyler. If Tyler was talking for 5 minutes, that's too long. Like he had a question or he had a point to make, and that's where things end up veering out of control. Is that like there are some callers that just flat out they don't know how to stop. So they're just going to keep talking. And like at some point there, even if it was pointed, there was probably a real question that the host could have said, okay, Tyler, thanks. So basically, Dabo, the question is like, why are we at this point? Is this acceptable in your mind? What have you?
It was wild. Yeah. And Dabo was the one who eventually had to jump in. Like, okay, what's this guy's name again? Right?
Tyler, I've listened to enough for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I blame the host. The host should have interceded and asked whittle it down to the actual question.
Yeah. If you remember very famously, Deshaun Watson one time said, they're not going to steal my joy. Now we know where he got that phrase from. He, of course, played for Dabo Swinney at Clemson. Here was Dabo basically saying towards the end of the press conference, this was his final salvo before walking off the dais at the press conference. He said, we got to get back to winning, and they're not going to steal his joy.
I got a long way to go in this profession, and, I'm going to fight like crap to if they want me back here, I'll fight like crap to get this place back to the standard. This is a bad year in the midst of an amazing journey that we've had, and I'm not going to let anything steal my joy of what I do. I have a lot of joy in my job. I have a lot of joy in what I do. It doesn't mean I'm happy, but I have a lot of joy in what I do. And I'm not going to let winning become a relief. I'm not going to allow that to happen. And so the fun should be in the winning. And if it gets to where it's not fun anymore, then hey, we'll go from there.
They're not going to steal your what?
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Oh, take my joy. Take my joy. Yeah.
That's John 16, Sean. I remember because I used to hear it. Clyde Simmons used to say that. I remember when I was a rookie, he used to say that about Tom Coughlin. Don't let him steal your joy, fellas. He used to stand at the line of scrimmage yelling. When Coughlin was yelling, Coughlin would yell, and then Clyde would say, "Don't let him steal your joy, fellas."
Just the type of veteran I'm sure Coughlin thought they were getting.
Clyde, where do you get that? John 16. So I don't remember. I never committed the verse to memory, but like it's a good one. Don't let anybody steal your joy.
Right.
And the problem is though, it's the same as when people claim that they're not mad online when they totally are mad online or that they don't care. Yeah, I would say 70% of the time when somebody says, I'm not going to let it steal my joy, their joy has already been thieved from them. Like Dabo is a victim of joy theft, and he won't admit it. Like, and that's the first step into not having your joy stolen again is to admit that your joy has in the moment been stolen.
Right.
His joy is out the window in this whole press conference here.
Tyler in Spartanburg is taking a gigantic dump on his joy right now. This big pile of joy, and Tyler in Spartanburg just whipped it out, and he's peeing all over Dabo Swinney's joy. You can take your joy, Dabo. So, but yeah, that was dude. It was wild, man. Dabo just he was reciting stats about the program like somebody handed him a press release. We get those little media things after a Texans game that lists all the awesome things that happened with the Texans and all the awesome things they did. Those were always very strange the last couple of years. They were. Hey, Kamu Grugier-Hill had 7 tackles in a game. That's the first time since 2017 that someone named Kamu has had 7 tackles in a game.
I wonder. He also had he had the numbers about how bad they were beforehand at the ready, the same way Bill O'Brien did in that first episode of Hard Knocks.
Yes.
When he just wanted to point out just how bad the Texans had been before he got there. He conveniently steamrolled over anything good Gary Kubiak did by rolling in all the expansion year stuff with the entire history of the franchise. Yeah, as opposed to like the greatness that he created. Or perhaps latched onto at New England. Yeah.
What a great, and that was to his staff, right? That was like a pep talk to his staff before practice one day.
It was a pep talk to his staff. He also talked about how he was sick of the disrespect they're showing those quarterbacks, all of whom were trash and awful.
Right.
But also just that and then he claimed afterwards that he didn't know the cameras were on. He basically claimed to be that dumb afterwards. That was his defense. I didn't realize the cameras were on because apparently he's like 97 years old or something.
Dude, you know what one of the funniest things about Josh McDaniels in Las Vegas, and we'll get to this, we'll get to the story in a little more detail in headlines at the top of the hour, but you know what one of the funniest things about McDaniels in Vegas is? As we sit here and talk about, he brought in Jimmy Garoppolo because he knows the New England system. You know who his backup was? Brian Hoyer. Brian Hoyer is the one who started a game like a week ago for the Raiders.
They're so in love with themselves over all of that. They just absolutely. There's so many of those guys that come out of New England that I think they really. They believe they have a handle on exactly why everything was so awesome, and that what they don't recognize, and this is the shame of it. What those guys, and a lot of the New England guys, like O'Brien was the exception in that he wasn't raised up in the New England system, where so many of those guys like Patricia and whomever else really have only spent time in the New England system. They don't understand that alongside all of the really good stuff the New England did, that a lot of it, just like any organization, was bad and dysfunctional. Like in any great organization, there's always things that are bad. So they would take some of like Belichick's negative attributes and think that must be part of an actually positive attribute, or that's part of the secret sauce or something, just because they'd never had like any grounding in reality elsewhere.
Do you think it makes people feel better about Nick Caserio that ultimately when it was time to decide the coach that was going to take this franchise into the next phase, the successful phase we hope, is that he hired and the team hired somebody off of the Shanahan tree as opposed to bringing somebody in off of New England? I think a lot of people expected when they hired Nick Caserio that at some point when they found their forever coach that it was going to be somebody that had some sort of tie to New England, and they went quite the opposite. They went over to the Shanahan tree.
Yeah, I guess the only part of that was that how much of that was a conscious decision versus like are pretty much who are the guys left from New England that would be the next hot coaching candidate? You know, who are the guys that are known as either little offensive whiz kids or coordinators or what have you? Everybody's kind of run through them already. Like that's in New England. Unfortunately, they've had a brain drain there over the course of the last decade as people have left the building.
Yeah, I guess the only one that might have been available, and he's on the defensive side, not the offensive side. That might have made sense would have been Flores, but he already got down to the finals the year before. And oh, by the way, I believe added the Texans to his lawsuit, so that would have made it tricky. That's a great point. That's a really good point. That once we arrived at coaching search 2023, that supply of Belichick tree guys may have been a little down at that point. All right. Hey, by the way, we'll save it. We'll get into the college football playoff rankings in the 8 o'clock. In fact, why don't we get to that a little bit early here? And then we got a little time. We got John McClain coming up at 8:23. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Easy segue. We just talked about Josh McDaniels getting fired. If you're just getting in your car, you're just waking up. The first firing of the NFL season is here. Halloween night, 2023. That is when the Grim Reaper came for Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler, the head coach and GM of the Las Vegas Raiders. McDaniels the first to go. They are 3-5 on the season, but it's not been a pretty. Well, 3-5 is never pretty, but that Monday night game was the final straw. If I were to guess, 26-14 was the final score. That thing could have been 50-7. Honestly, the Raiders needed a pick six and a bunch of turnovers from the Lions just to hang around in that game. They gave up almost 200 yards to Jahmyr Gibbs. This is a bad football team with a bad quarterback, and they're in a rough spot. and Mark Davis decided to eject midway through year 2. So Josh McDaniels, Seth, has the distinction of now getting fired during year 2 in 2 different spots.
Yeah, he's just he must interview like a maniac, like in a good way.
Yeah.
Because he got hired by the Colts too, remember? Mm-hmm. So he's convinced, well, let's see. Who are the owners that you respect as actual owners that he convinced? Really would have been the Broncos at the time.
Yeah, Pat that was in 2009, 2010. I mean, that was still when Pat Bowlen was, I think.
Still with it?
I think. I'm not sure.
It was John Elway also, so there's that. But then, he convinced Jim Irsay, which I feel like that's just a matter of catching him during the right pharmacological cycle. And then he convinced Mark Davis. He's convinced all those guys to hire him as a head coach at one point or another. I felt like after he did what he did with Indianapolis, where he accepted the job, got guys to quit their jobs to come to Indianapolis, and then bailed out to go back to his daddy.
Scumbag move.
I didn't think he was ever going to get another chance. I thought that was one of the most scumbag things I've ever seen out of an NFL coach. Like, for a guy that already had a reputation as not having the best people skills, I just thought, like, how the hell could you ever respect yourself so little to hire this guy as your head coach? And Mark Davis is the answer to that, apparently.
Yep. It's so you got McDaniels fired. It's crazy, man. Like, going into last season, 2022, I mean, you had the Chiefs, who were the best team in football for the last 5 years. Denver went and got Russell Wilson. They were supposed to be the next big thing. The Raiders had made the playoff. Like, the Raiders, they were, they had Derek Carr. You had the Chargers with Justin Herbert. Like, the AFC West was supposed to be, like, that was supposed to be the gold standard for the next handful of years, and it's just a mess. Like, it's the Broncos are a mess. The Raiders are a mess. You just said yourself, Seth, the Chargers, you said, you predicted Brandon Staley as a guy who might get fired at the end of the year. And the Chiefs aren't, I know the Chiefs are 6-2, but this is not your older brother's Chiefs. Even the Chiefs look mortal right now. Like,
I think Andy Reid's getting a little too full of himself. I think that's the issue. When are people going to hold Andy Reid accountable?
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Let's start a campaign against Andy Reid, lovable old man that he is. He is only. I think Andy Reid will probably coach at least another 5 years, right?
Yeah, he's healthy enough to. Yeah, for sure. Sure, yeah.
Okay. So the Chiefs are going to be. The Chiefs will be fine, and like Colin Cowherd said, if you have the coach and you have the quarterback, you're going to be fine. And I mean, the Chiefs very much are that. Like, whatever little blip on the radar they have right now, where they got rich folks problems of they're not firing on all cylinders. They've got a track record of figuring it out.
They're the new Patriots. The Patriots had spells like this where they're 5-2, and people are like, oh, is this it for Tom Brady and Bill Belichick? Like, that's who they are right now.
Speaking, just real quick, I forgot about this game in Germany. This weekend.
Dolphins Chiefs, right?
Yeah. Like, I'm excited for that environment too. Now, Germany, they've been messing around in London all these years. Those people don't care about football. No. Germany was like the hotbed of NFL Europe. They had like 4 teams.
That'll be fun.
Because they couldn't get enough American football in Germany.
It'll be a fun game to watch, too, for sure. All right, let's get to some Texans real quick here. They're back at practice today, getting ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming to town. News yesterday, not a ton. Tegan Catoriano, second-year tight end. Jared Patterson, rookie center. They both go to the injured reserve list. Patterson, not a surprise. He suffered a pretty debilitating leg injury in the loss to the Panthers on Sunday. Catoriano, I guess not a surprise because it feels like he spends all sorts of time on injured reserve and PUP lists. He's always banged up.
Yeah.
We'll get to the NFL trade deadline in the next bullet point, but as far as the Texans go, if I have a minor surprise, Seth, it's maybe they didn't try to bring in a veteran tight end, knowing because Brevin Jordan's out right now too with a foot injury. They got a depleted tight end room right now.
The only thing that I could hope is that however much they've deluded themselves into thinking that any of those tight ends can block, maybe they'll just abandon running a little bit more. Not altogether. I know that's not going to happen. But at least they can't fool themselves into thinking that Catoriano can block. They'll still fool themselves into thinking Dalton Schultz cares about blocking or tries to block all the time, but they can't. They can only do so much with one tight end out there.
Yep. 3. So let's get to the NFL trade deadline. The biggest names to move were defensive ends from the Washington Commanders. The Washington Commanders traded Montez Sweat to the Chicago Bears for a second-round pick, which, if it's the Bears' second-round pick, is going to wind up being probably a pretty damn good pick. They did this last year. The Bears did, trading for Chase Claypool, and it wound up being the 32nd pick in the draft.
They got a 50%. It's a 51% chance of being a top 5 pick in the second round, and like an 83% chance of being a top 10 pick in the second round.
Yeah,
right,
I mean, so they really like Montez Sweat. Now you got to pay him too, you know.
And yet another move in which at some point we're going to hear Ryan Poles crown himself as GM of the year, executive of the year over sucking this bad.
For sure.
So nobody gets more credit for being awful than Ryan Poles. Like, if they manage to be really, really bad again, boy, people are just going to be gushing with praise over him.
They'll name the award after him at that point, for sure. The other trade, and this is the one, Seth, that I saw some Texan fans wondering why the Texans were not in on this. Maybe they were. Who knows? And the price of poker just got too high. But Chase Young, former second overall pick from 2020, did not get his fifth-year option exercised by Washington, so he, too, is a free agent at the end of the year. He was traded from Washington to San Francisco for a third-round pick. So Chase Young, former number 2 overall pick, who's dealt with all sorts of injuries. At times, he's looked really, really good. But the San Francisco 49ers, I guess on paper, strengthening a strength, adding a good body to their front seven in Chase Young. Did you have an issue with the Texans not being in on this, Chase Young?
No, because of the injuries. Like the Texans can't be messing around with guys who are injury prone at any point now. Like Chase Young started off on a tear in his rookie year, and then since then, the last 2 years, he really hasn't done much at all. Will Anderson has more pressures so far this season than Chase Young had all of 2021 and 2022. But then, in his contract year, Chase Young is having a hell of a season. I've seen this too many times before, where a defensive lineman has an awesome contract year, gets a huge contract elsewhere, which he would if he came to the Texans. Presumably, the Texans would be would also be giving him a contract at some point alongside it. It makes more sense, I guess. It makes some more sense with San Francisco to take that risk, but I don't know. It feels like San Francisco, they just expect guys like McCaffrey, who's been injury prone in his career, to come in and be fine, or Chase Young, who's been injury prone in his career, to come in and be fine. It starts to feel like a whole lot of ifs after a while, and I know you're just trying to push it over the edge to where you can, just get that extra push to be a Super Bowl champion. It feels like a bit much of an outlay right now. If you're looking for a Texan tie to this trade, it's the pick that's going to Washington in this deal is going to be one of the compensatory picks that San Francisco got for D'Amico Ryans getting hired as a head coach and Rand Carthen getting hired as a GM. For those who don't know, they added a corollary to the Rooney Rule where teams that develop assistant coaches into getting promotions to head coaches and develop front office people into getting promotions elsewhere for GMs get compensatory picks. San Francisco's played that game pretty good. For a team that's gutted, they haven't had a first-round pick in forever because of the Trey Lance trade, and yet they're still able to kind of function in the draft because they played the compensatory pick game really well. There's a chance that one of those picks that Washington's getting is a pick that San Francisco got because D'Amico Ryans got hired by the Texans. So just a fun little fact.
4.
All right, World Series. The Rangers have taken a 3-1 lead in the World Series last night. They beat up on the Arizona Diamondbacks 11-7. They took a 10-1 lead in this game. The Rangers did. Big story. Would probably be a bigger story if this were a closer series. Rangers can close it out tonight in Arizona. But if this series were 2-2, or certainly if the Diamondbacks were winning this series, and by the way, it could very easily be 2-2. They blew game 1. The Diamondbacks did. But the big story is Adolis Garcia and Max Scherzer, but more so Garcia, both done for the World Series with different ailments. Max Scherzer had some back spasms. That's not as important as Adolis Garcia, who's having one of the best postseasons in the history of the sport. He's done with an oblique strain. Didn't matter last night. They've got plenty of guys who can hit the baseball in Texas.
Yeah, that's look. Texas almost definitely will win this World Series. I look forward to just absolutely despising them next year. I missed this year. I couldn't cultivate the genuine hatred that I wanted or needed to have for the Rangers, whereas by the time the season starts next year, it'll be there. I mean, Adolis Garcia, boom, I'm ready to go. As far as just Simeon and Seager and the rest of this bunch, it's impressive what they're doing. They are the first team in World Series history to score 5 or more runs in consecutive innings in the same game. Well, 2 other teams had scored 5 or more runs in multiple innings at any point in the same World Series game, but they're the ones first to do it in consecutive innings. Like, they just, when they're hitting and they're hitting well, they're a machine, you know?
I know that going back to the offseason where they signed Simeon to, I think, $140 million and Seager to, like, $320 million, they spent literally almost $500 million on 2 players, obviously spread out over several years, but a lot of money, high-end money on 2 players. I know my feeling was, okay, well, that never works out. It's worked out perfectly in Texas. I mean, they bat 1 and 2 in the order, and they both come up with huge hits, and Corey Seager is going to be the MVP of the World Series probably. So chalk one up for free agency in baseball.
5.
College football rankings are out, the playoff rankings. First set of them out last night. Here's how it looks. Ohio State, number 1 in the college football playoff rankings. A little surprised by that. Georgia, number 2. That's who I thought would be number 1. Michigan, number 3. So they're not getting punished for sign stealing yet.
Yeah.
Florida State, 4. So if the season were to end today, those would be your 4 playoff teams. It would be Ohio State versus Florida State, and then Georgia versus Michigan. Some of these, and then Washington, Oregon, 5, 6. Texas is 7. Slew of SEC teams after that. Slew of Pac-12 teams after that. A lot of these teams are going to play each other and cannibalize these rankings, but as of right now, Ohio State is the best team in the country, according to the committee.
This is the one I do respect the way the committee kind of just sets things up like a fight promoter, and that okay, Ohio State, they've got their big wins, they've been sloppy as hell, but they beat Notre Dame and PSU or Penn State, but the fact that Georgia's playing Missouri, number 10 Ole Miss, and number 17 Tennessee coming up in the next 3 weeks, it just sets up for okay, this is the be all end all over these next few weeks. We're going to sort things out a little bit.
Yeah, this is one of the smartest things that they've done with the college football playoff. Not just creating the playoff, but the fact that they put the fact that the committee generates these rankings every week, that really tells you okay, you know what the ramifications for these games are. You got at least sort of some insight as to what this particular committee views as important, because they're given very little direction. I mean, we asked Bill Hancock that a week ago when he was in here with us, and he's talked about it publicly. And Bill Hancock, who's the executive director of the playoff, he was in studio with us a couple weeks ago. They're given very little direction other than pick the best 4 teams. And they've got enough opinions in the room where they feel like diversity of opinions is going to yield the best result with all this.
The part that I hate, if I were a fan of either of these teams, or if you look at both Oklahoma and Texas, they could knock some of their quality games off the schedule with a victory. So Oklahoma needs to beat Oklahoma State, and yet by beating Oklahoma State might knock them out of the rankings. And likewise, like Texas, they need to beat K-State. But in beating K-State will likely fall from 23 to off the rankings.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do there other than maybe try to make it close or something. Kind of make K-State look really plucky.
Beat
at
them
the end
just
somehow.
enough to keep them ranked. Yeah, look at this ranked opponent that we beat. So there you go. Those are that's where we are with the college football playoff. Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State.
6.
Rockets back in action tonight, coming off a loss to the Warriors, where they battled, they fought. Draymond Green even said, we'd have beaten this team by 30 a couple years ago, but Ime's got them playing hard. They're still looking for their first win of the Ime Udoka era. They host the Charlotte Hornets tonight, Seth. So this is not the Golden State Warriors. This is another team that's in the lottery every year.
Sean, at this point, I'll take the pluckiness through 3 quarters. This is the old. It's really easy for Udoka to keep these guys motivated. Look what we did through three quarters. Yeah. Look at what we did in going to overtime. Look at these various instances where all we got to do is extend it out through 4 quarters, and you get these teachable moments. Yeah. So I'm cool with it. I had put in my book of promises that it would be 2 weeks from last Friday.
Yes.
That we would look back on the first 2 weeks and say, oh, okay. All right, yeah. He's got a theme here, and he's moving. Also, so far so good, Sean. So far so good.
Okay. All right. 0-3 so far.
I don't like Steph and his little like, oh my gosh, what did I just do? Hands to his face after he
just 4-3. Yeah, he's 4-3.
Yeah, over Dylan Brooks. Okay, I don't need to see that necessarily, but I appreciate that Dylan Brooks didn't try to make some grandiose statement and try to fight him over it.
Yeah, that's true. That might be progress.
7.
We just got done talking in the previous segment about Travis Kelce and the fact that he was at the World Series, one of the games in Arlington. I guess that would have been Game 1 of the World Series. People are making kind of a big deal out of that because they were playing in Denver on Sunday. You know, are you super focused? He wasn't even there with Taylor Swift. He was just there being Travis Kelce up in a suite somewhere at that game. According to TMZ, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's relationship, Seth, I know this is important, remains the apple of the media's eye. And after more than a month, though, of the spotlight, it's starting to take a toll on Travis Kelce's loved ones. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ.
Ooh, direct knowledge.
Direct knowledge, yes.
Yeah.
The frenzy in the press over Tay-Tay and Travis has become incredibly overwhelming for his immediate family members, including his mom, Donna, his dad, Ed, and even his fellow NFLer and older brother, Jason.
Ooh, that's the big one. Is this affecting the Eagles?
Yes.
Eagles aren't just you talk to Eagles fans right now. They're not all that happy about the state of their team. It feels like something's a little bit off.
Yeah.
Could Tay-Tay be sabotaging the Philadelphia Eagles?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Yeah.
She's a sneaky one.
Right.
She's a sneaky one.
Because they might face each other in the Super Bowl. Now, the article does say, by the same token, they're happy, Travis is happy. So they're dealing with the fallout of the fame of his new flame right now, Taylor Swift. You know, it's funny.
This feels a lot like Aaron Rodgers and his girlfriends, Sean.
Yes.
I think I predict within 2 months Travis won't be talking to anybody in his family, and it'll be
that's juicy.
Yeah. The podcast will be no more. Jason Kelce's going to bring on some new dude as his podcast host. It'll be Jason Kelce and J.J. Watt or something.
Yes. You brought up Philadelphia. So, James, I know we got one more, Ben. 8 will be John McClain because I gotta discuss this briefly with Seth. I listened in on some Philadelphia radio yesterday. I went back and listened to the first 2 segments of WIP's morning show yesterday because I want to hear what they're saying about the James Harden trade that came down overnight a couple days ago. And they were talking about Harden. The reaction was pretty predictable. Like, it's pretty much good riddance. Callers, good riddance. Hosts, good riddance. We can get back to being the Sixers again. We're not held hostage by James Harden, blah, blah, blah. But at one point during the opening segment, the tease into the second segment by the hosts was, hey, the Eagles are 7-1, but something seems a little bit off with this team. Let's see if we can dive into it and find out what's exactly wrong with this 7-1 football team. And at that moment, I realized how insufferable we must sound as Astro fans to anybody rooting for the Pirates or the Royals or the the Twins or some team. Like even a decent team.
Hey man, I'll tell you what though, like the Eagles. Remember Sirianni used to lash into Eagles fans and to Eagles media over how they weren't all that happy with Jonathan Gannon, his defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And you get to the Super Bowl, what ends up happening, Jalen Hurts really outplays Pat Mahomes in a lot of ways, but your defense is the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'll chalk it up to the Eagles. Eagles can tell there's something wrong.
Yeah, maybe. I just like, boy, y'all are so greedy, man. 7-1, and we're going to start taking phone calls about what's wrong with the team.
8.
All right, John McClain is going to join us here. That'll be 8. That's your top 8 at 8. The Ocho at 8 o'clock here on the show.
John McClain, just the announcement of John McClain is the
announcement, just the tease into John McClain for the purposes of staying on time.
I don't even know why he's called the General, and now we're actually giving him whole items to. Now he's the Ocho as well.
He's the Ocho and the General.
He's the
yes.
General and the Ocho.
He is indeed. He's an important guy. He joins us next. We'll ask him. We'll get his take on the firing of Josh McDaniels. Texans heading into this Bucs game this week. What do they need to do to get back on a winning track? John McClain joins us next.
Bayway Chevrolet. You should join them if you're looking.
Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. It's 8:24, and that means one thing here on Wednesdays on Payne and Pendergast. It means it's time to talk to our good friend, the Hall of Famer. He's our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com. John McClain joining us on the show. Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm great, guys. It's interesting. The news of James Harden broke about midnight to 1 a.m. last night. The Raiders announced they're firing their coach and GM at midnight. These things come in three. What's going to happen at midnight tonight?
Astros are going to hire their manager at midnight tonight. We need a baseball story here. So
I don't know if
well,
that'll
you
make
guys would have
national
it first since you're on so early.
Yeah. So what did you think, John? What was your reaction when you saw that Josh McDaniels got let go?
A lot of people around the team that cover the team and they're in the organization wanted them to keep Rich Bisaccia, the special teams coach, was elevated when John Gruden was fired because they went 10-7 and made the playoffs after Gruden started 3-2. But Mark Davis wanted to make a splash. I think this tells us Josh McDaniels is done as a head coach. He's failed in two organizations, and his reputation was built with Tom Brady and David Ziegler, who was a very highly rated personnel guy who came up like Nick Caserio did and worked under Nick and then was promoted. And I'm guessing he'll probably get another job at some point. But I was still surprised at the timing. They looked bad on Monday night, worse than the score indicated. But it's still a weird time. And I read one thing that said Mark Davis has been spoiled by his WNBA team, the Aces, who are the best in the WNBA and win championships. But I don't know what he's going to do and where he's going to go. I mean, considering what's happened to his most recent coaches, is that considered a good job?
Hey, John, hold on. Hey, who is saying this about the WNBA team spoiling Mark Davis? I read it.
I don't know. I read a story last night when I was going through everything.
What do you think, honestly? What happens in New England with this new twist of fate? If Belichick decides to step down at the end of the season, is it likely that McDaniels ends up as Bill O'Brien's offensive coordinator and Bill O'Brien will be head coach, or what? Like what happens there?
Please.
Well, everybody there now says he's not going anywhere since he signed that long-term extension in the off-season. But if he did, I can't imagine that Josh McDaniels or Bill O'Brien would be a candidate. Everybody says the only coach on the staff who would be a candidate is Gerard Mayo. They paid him a lot of money not to interview with the Panthers, which told people Bob Kraft's got big plans for Mayo. And he's been there as a player and he knows the system and everything. But maybe Belichick will bring him back next year, work with O'Brien. Who knows what's going on up there? It's not working any better there than it's worked with the Raiders, who actually have one more win.
You know, the crazy thing about the McDaniels firing is I'm looking at an article from October 30th with the first NFL coach to be fired odds, and McDaniels isn't even on the board. Wow. You know, like he's not on the board. Dennis Allen is the seventh or eighth most favored, and then it's the field after that at bookies.com. So that was a surprise. Now, a guy who is on the board and is second most likely to be fired as of 2 days ago was Todd Bowles for the Buccaneers. I get the feeling that Tampa is very much in they knew what they were getting into this year, and Bowles is going to have the job through the end of the season. Do you think there's any chance that if the Texans beat the Bucs on Sunday that's the trigger for Bowles getting fired?
I don't think he'll get fired during the season. I haven't even checked to see who else is on the staff. The Raiders are desperate. They're elevating Antonio Pierce, the linebackers coach, former linebacker, to head coach, like they named Bisaccia. But he had a lot of experience in the NFL, and they've got an assistant GM who's the interim GM. And it's weird. Ziegler and McDaniels were right there talking trades to teams at 3 o'clock Central. And before the deadline passed, they could have made all kinds of deals, not knowing that the owner was conspiring to fire them later in the day. And it's weird. Anytime you see somebody get fired late at night, you wonder, okay, well, what kind of frame of mind is that owner in? Usually Jim Irsay is the one who is putting things out at that late hour. And Mark Davis, who's known as a big partier, makes you wonder, but it's strange. Todd Bowles is he's one thing, and it was Eric Winston that first told me this when he played for, I think, Arizona when Bowles was defensive coordinator, about he was the most creative blitzer he'd ever seen. And so I'm wondering, with a rookie quarterback like C.J. Stroud, what kind of extravagant blitzes will he come up with that the Buccaneers not use? Most people figure he's gone after this season and they'll start over as well because they're going to need a quarterback and as well as a lot of other things. And, of course, Texans are favored, and they should win this game.
I'll tell you what, between those two, Mark Davis and Jim Irsay, if either one of those guys, if both those guys walk into your party at 2 a.m., and there's only room for one person more at the party, which one are you kicking out? Like which one do you want?
I want Mark Davis gone because Irsay's been a hoot at midnight and after throughout his tenure as an owner.
See, you've got actual intel. You've met these guys in person. I agree with the answer. Mine would be like 90% based on haircut. I'm like, I'm not letting this freak in the room. Look at him.
I see that haircut, and I'm kind of like, I need to talk to this guy.
You see, you and I are different that way. You're super curious. You're way more curious than I am.
Irsay, I would go full Bluto from Animal House on him and take his stupid guitar and smash it against the wall. Okay, I'm going to play some songs for the ladies. Like, no, you are not. You sick old twisted weirdo.
Gave my love a cherry.
You might be smashing that Paul McCartney guitar he paid a couple of mil for.
He's got a lot of guitars. Hey, John, you alluded to it, the Texans and the Bucks coming up this Sunday. Seth and I were talking earlier. We didn't realize this until somebody posted a graphic about it, that on early downs, first and second down, while the games are still hanging in the balance, it's not being a blowout either way, the Texans – percentage-wise, pass the ball on first and second down, the second least in the NFL, just ahead of Arizona and just behind the New York Giants. How big an adjustment do you feel the Texans need to make in terms of leaning on C.J. Stroud more?
Well, I think, number one of the reasons that Bobby Slowick does that is trying to protect Stroud, but I'd throw a 4-yard pass on first down because that's better. That's about a yard better than they're averaging running. And if they've done it that much, and I saw that graphic, opponents know it, and they can't block up front for the run. I saw one there, another one from Next Gen Stats. They get hit. When the backs get a ball, there's somebody in the backfield more than any team in the league.
Yeah.
So they're not blocking it, and so they somehow have to adjust. And the way to do it is by throwing more on first down, even if it's a 3 or 4 yard pass, because that's better than the usual 2-yard run.
Yeah, that's what was I kind of snapped this morning, John, because I was trying to be patient with the running game for the first few weeks of the season, but then in going over and just like watching some of the bad runs again at 4 a.m. this morning, I lost it. I lost it because it's too late in the year and there's too many of these preventable issues. I guess what's the fix? It's like multiple years now where the offensive line just doesn't seem to have a clue what's going on when it comes to running the ball. Is Bobby Slowick, as a guy who's a former passing game coordinator, is it just a matter of buckling down and spending more time and focusing more attention on the run game? Because they look haphazard right now.
I think it all starts up front. You think about Sunday, they had a 16-yard run, 9-yard run. Both those backs, Pierce and Singletary, were hit multiple times in the backfield and got away. Pierce is one of the best 16-yard runs we're ever going to see. And I think Titus Howard needs to go back to right tackle. I know George Fant, they want to get their best 5 out there, and they say having Titus on the field with George Fant on the field is their best 5. But Titus is not a guard. He's a tackle. And I don't know if they're going to make changes. I don't have any idea what they're going to do, but they can't be predictable. That's the worst thing you can be in the NFL. It's predictable, and on first down, they're predictable.
John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, the big stories coming out of the trade deadline yesterday, the Washington Commanders basically just saying, yeah, we're not going to rush off the edge anymore. They trade Montez Sweat and they trade Chase Young to the Bears and to the 49ers, respectively. They are left with a defensive end roster that reads as follows. Tell me if you've heard of any of these people. Casey Toohill, James Smith. Casey Toohill sounds like a mob name. Hey, Casey Toohill. James Smith Williams, F.A. Obata, Andre Jones Jr., and K.J. Henry. Those are the defensive ends on the Commanders now, John.
Never heard of any of them. They had invested more in their defensive line than any team. The scuttlebutt was that they were going to trade one of those guys because he didn't want to have to do new contracts. Chase Young only played 12 games the last 2 years because he was hurt. He stayed healthy this year. I thought he would be gone and they would keep Sweat because he's a good pass rusher and he's healthy. And Ron Rivera, who's going to be fired and knows it, when you trade two starting ends, guys who have been healthy and have rushed the passer, well, you know you're gone and they're going to start over. And they didn't get a first-round pick for these guys. Pass rushers, and you know they tried and couldn't. And because both teams are going to have to be re-signed, I can't imagine that the 49ers are going to be able to re-sign Chase Young after what they gave Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave. And this makes me think, when D'Amico's always talking about it's got to start up front. 49ers have no number one pick in their back seven, maybe not a number two. I can't remember. I did a story on that earlier about how they could be built in the offseason here with D'Amico having a second offseason. And I feel bad for Ron Rivera, but hey, he's not doing a good job there. New owners are starting over. Yeah, they got 5 picks in the first 100, but it doesn't mean they know what they're going to do with them.
John, Sean and I kind of yesterday were talking about we don't want to be whistling past the graveyard here and ignore the fact that C.J. Stroud seemed to have an issue with the play calling from this past Sunday. He said it very politely and yet still, suggested that they need to be more aggressive downfield. I guess two-part question. A, do you agree with him? And B, are you happy? Are you okay with that level of publicly expressed discontent?
He's had explosive plays, 20-plus yards. And the reason they're not calling him is because of the way the coverage is set up. I was watching a thing last night online about they're playing deep coverage to keep them from doing it, which means you got to throw screens, you got to throw crossing routes, you got to utilize the tight end. So they don't want him forcing the ball. So yeah, it sounds great if you do that, and you know that the Buccaneers see what other teams are doing, they're going to play that. But a lot of the times, Carolina didn't blitz a lot because they got 2 really good players up front. One of the things that bothered me about what happened is the way they had miscommunication and had Brian Burns unblocked 2 times. You know that was not on purpose. Another time, Luvu.
Yeah.
A couple times he was left unblocked. Well, those are problems up front. I don't think they would ever ask the back to take on those guys. And so they still have miscommunication. And you think, okay, these linemen have started now 3 games. They should have a little more stability and not be making as many mistakes. But they got to work around that coverage. And if they prove they can, then they'll start playing a 1 deep safety. Mainly, you got to run the ball and bring them up. And they're not running the ball to force the defense out of its scheme.
John, did you stay away from that Halloween candy last night that Carol was giving out?
Because the first thing, and my wife just loves Halloween. She's so excited when kids come to the door, and she made sure to give away what I like best first so I would not go get any. And she doesn't know I stole a couple things while she wasn't looking.
Yeah, you got to indulge a little bit. What's your favorite? What did she try to keep you away from?
Oh, she had all kinds of things I don't like, and the only thing she had I like are M&M's peanuts.
Oh, okay. All right, there you go. Peanuts. Yes, exactly. All right, John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, what do you got going on SportsRadio610.com?
I have a column that was posted this morning about Jonathan Grenard, who's in the last year of his contract, playing for millions, and Malik Collins had the best in tackle twosome game in team history, and I delved into everything that they did in this game, talked to D'Amico about it. Can they keep it up? Grenard and Brian Baldinger got a hold of the All-22 tape and just showed how he dominated Ike Ekwonu and how fast he got sacks. He had one taken away and still ended up with 2.5, already a career high. And then I'm doing one today about the Texans have gone from 32nd to 11th in run defense. And I talked to D'Amico, okay, you watched tape last year, you know they were terrible. What are you doing? You only have 4 new starters on defense to stop the run, so I'm working on that today.
All right, looking forward to it, John. And
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. We got a Utopia that dropped yesterday. There were mailbag episodes, so go grab that wherever you get your podcast. John and I do the Utopia Football Podcast. Thank you, John McClain, for joining us. Up next, my new favorite story going on in sports is the Michigan sign stealing scandal, and as if it couldn't get any weirder, it took
so many good wrinkles.
It took the weirdest turn yet yesterday.
He's going in my book of business ideas. This guy,
okay.
Yeah.
So we will tell you what it is next.
Another really good idea I have for you, a legitimate one. Mokaram Law. If you've been in an accident.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this Michigan sign stealing story, the Michigan football team, is my new favorite story going right now. Now, Michigan did not get in college football playoff rankings, it would appear, by the NCAA, or by the College Football Playoff Committee. In fact, I believe the head of the committee said that that's an NCAA issue, not a college football playoff issue. Michigan third in the first set of college football playoff rankings. They're undefeated, haven't really played anybody. But the bigger story with Michigan right now is that they're being investigated by the NCAA because of what is allegedly an elaborate scheme to steal signs from opposing teams that involves plunking staff members down at games all over the country and filming with an iPhone, filming the sideline for the entire game of upcoming opponents.
Which, remember, and this is where it's classic. In so many ways, it's a classic NCAA scandal because you're taking something that seems almost impossible to regulate, and yet it is very definitively against the rules. And I think right now, probably where the College Football Playoff Committee is you're just wonder, okay, realistically, like how many teams are doing this? It's like the budget for this actually doesn't sound all that grandiose. It's like a few $1,000s for tickets here or plane tickets there.
Hotel.
Like it's a few thousand a week for these massive programs that are paying their coaches $10 million a year. So, I'm kind of waiting to see exactly where it all shakes down to figure out how many teams are doing what is a really, really easy thing to do. Like taking iPhone cameras video of these huge, massive signs they hold up on the sideline.
Yeah, absolutely. Until now, that had been the story about how the team was executed, is that Michigan staff members go to games, they get good seats, at a good vantage point, somewhere between the two 40-yard lines somewhere, and then they film the opposing sideline. Pretty simple stuff. The latest story, though,
which is illegal, by the way. So some people are still confused about that. It is illegal by the rules.
Yeah. Staff members aren't supposed to go to upcoming opponents at all, as you pointed out, because of budget stuff. So, it's illegal. Central Michigan is investigating photos that show a man resembling Connor Stalions, who is the Michigan Wolverine staff member that is heads this whole thing up. He's got 3 or 4 people that work underneath him. They go to various games, film this stuff. But Connor Stalions is the name you need to know and that you've needed to know for this story. He is the Michigan staff member who is the front man for all this. And he, it looks like, could have been on the sideline for the September 1st opener between Central Michigan and Michigan State. Mm-hmm. Michigan State, annual opponent for the University of Michigan. The photo, if you haven't seen them yet, the photos, they do the whole thing where they hone in and they kind of shade out the rest of the picture except for the circle around this particular person's face. It does look like Connor Stalions from what I've seen. He is wearing shades at a night game.
On a night game, nobody else on the sideline is wearing shades.
And as has been pointed out both in this article and many times on TV this morning, anytime there would be something that could resemble sort of a wide shot where he would wind up on television, he turns his face away from what the camera would be. Like, so if a player comes running out of bounds and they show a shot of a player running out of bounds and coming near him, and he immediately just turns around and faces the wall. So that, I guess the thought process would be, Seth, because I don't think Michigan plays CMU, nor do I think they need to put a spy on CMU's sideline in order to beat CMU.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's just to get a closer vantage point of stuff Michigan State is doing in that game, I guess.
Do you know what? Or it could be. Now, one of the theories is, according to a University of Michigan blog that I'm reading, this proves that Stalions was a lone wolf. That he was just a gun for hire. That he was helping Michigan, he was helping Central Michigan, maybe feeding them signs or something. He would have. He's been scouting Michigan State forever, so he can help out with them. That's where the business idea comes in.
He's
Sean.
He's an independent contractor.
Yeah, he's out there with a little buzzer, telling the Central Michigan coaches what's going on.
Interesting.
He knew all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay. God,
who knows?
I'm so naive. I'm like, well, he's a Michigan guy, and he's just down there.
I do honestly. I've always thought about this. A friend of mine and I talked about this. My friend Don Davey, who is like genius, this would be just a hobby for him. But I've thought about because he was the defensive lineman that I played with, and he's owns a financial planning company now. In terms of doing it legally, as defensive lineman, he and I were pretty good at diagnosing what the offense was doing and getting tells and everything, doing all the legal cheating that you do. Just having a service where you go and you just scout offenses and find their tells, and you add AI to it and GPS tracking and everything. It would be pretty easy to do with the right amount of resources to where you could read a lot of offenses like a book and do it completely legally and sell those services too. But I wonder if I should focus my sights more on Michigan and big-time college programs than selling it to NFL teams.
Yeah.
NFL, NFL, college teams would have more, it seems like they've got more of a slush fund for stuff like this.
They do. They've got a lot of resources for it with rich alums who are much more irrational than, irrationally will do things, I think, more than NFL teams would.
True. I can go convince some alum that I've got for $1 million. I'll let all of his defensive linemen basically know what plays are coming every single time.
They'd be like, cool, man, let's do this. They DGAF, man. So here's what's going on with this now. So my first theory was why did he sneak onto the sidelines? Did somebody give him a pass or get the pass and then give it to him? Because he has a CMU hat on in all these shots. Connor Stallions does. Okay, so here's the administrative part of it. And by the way, the AD for CMU is looking into. She became aware of the photos on Monday, and she is looking into it right now. Her name is Amy Folan. The credential on Stallions reads VB, and that stands for visiting bench area, which is different than just a general pass on the sidelines. That gives a VB pass gives you access to the area between the 20s. So if this were a USC game, you're on the bench with USC. You're not standing over there with Snoop Dogg and LeBron James and everybody else down near the goal line. You're amongst the team there. That's what this pass was for. It's reserved for players, coaches, trainers, and equipment staff. And each school gets up to 50 VB passes that they can use on people. So that's where it stands right now. Jim McElwain, the head coach of Central Michigan, was asked about this after Tuesday night's win over Northern Illinois. He said, "We're obviously aware of a picture floating around with the sign stealer guy. Our people are doing everything they can to get to the bottom of it. We were totally unaware of it. I certainly don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. I do know that his name was on none of the passes that were given out. Now we just keep tracing it back and try to figure it out."
Now, the question is, I guess Connor Stallions is bald, whereas this guy at the CMU game is not, or at least doesn't appear to be bald. Maybe he's wearing a wig. How is it that nobody has come forward with who the guy actually is if it's not Connor Stallions?
Right. If you're that guy, step forward and say,
or somebody at CMU would have to know who this guy is at some point, presumably. If it's not Connor Stallions, then who the hell is it?
I don't know.
It looks a little bit like Ed Norton Jr. Almost,
it does.
Which I wouldn't put it past him doing some studying for a character role, or his character acting method or something.
Definitely wouldn't put it past his character in the movie Rounders. That guy was a slime ball. Worm. His freaking name was Worm.
It's a lot like Ed Norton Jr., actually.
Yeah, you're right. It does. Is
that a fake goatee? It might be a fake goatee and a wig. If it's Connor Stallions, he might have a fake drawn-in goatee and a wig.
Dude, this story is so weird,
I love this guy so much.
This story is so weird.
I feel like Connor Stallions is a guy that saw an opportunity, and he went for it. He just he's in the dark ops of college football.
Oh, my God. Yeah. It's funny because my first thought was, this is how naive I am. I'm like, okay, I was totally of mind he's doing this on behalf of Michigan. I'm like, so it would seem to me he's going to get a better vantage point of what Michigan State is doing by being up in the stands than down on the sidelines. It would be juicier if he had infiltrated the Michigan State sideline somehow. That would be the next progression of being solely working for Michigan, is that he's down on the sidelines, the actual sideline of a future opponent. Getting intel down there, standing near the huddles, near the position groups and things like that. That would be next level. Dude, that would be serious NCAA sanctions right there.
I wonder the whole thing about how much at this point, what are the chances that Jim Harbaugh knew nothing of it at all?
Zero chance.
Zero.
He has to know. Yeah. He has to have known something about this. Zero.
Yeah. There was something like I guess there was that point where it wasn't clear like whether Jeff Luhnow really knew about the sign stealing or not. Remember, like, there was did he have some kind of believable deniability built into it or something?
Dude.
We're past that point now with Jim Harbaugh.
These guys are maniacal control freaks, and all of a sudden they selectively don't know anything about this going with their team. No chance. He's just lying. He's just flat out lying, in my opinion. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, Ben, put that down on the list of business ideas. Seth and I are going to create an army of sideline infiltrators
or legal espionage.
Yeah,
like how can we go up to the line, right up against it? You know, like Belichick with his sign stealing shenanigans. I think he genuinely did believe he was in some kind of a gray area. He just needed somebody with either more knowledge or a conscience at all to just tell him, like, oh, wait a second, no, you're going a little too far here. Like, that's that we need to be that conscience for some of these people.
He needed a restrictor plate, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, hey, one thing that the Texans staff can consciously do, this has nothing to do with the opponent, they can control this. Something they can do to make life easier for themselves and C.J. Stroud. I'll tell you what it is next. One thing you can do to make life easier.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, one last piece on the latest on the Michigan sign stealing scandal, where Connor Stalions, the kingpin of the scheme.
I don't want to be genuinely informed, Sean. Don't burst any of my conspiracy theory bubbles.
No. It's just answering a text. It's just Lamont sent a text in, which I think is a valid point. A lot of people have asked this. Because in the NFL, they've got intercoms in the helmet, and I think at least at the highest levels of college football, that certainly doesn't seem to be an affordability issue to employ similar technology with college teams. Lamont says the real story is why are colleges still using big jumbo cards like Pop Warner to send in signals?
It is. I'm not going to explain it too thoroughly because I'll screw it up, but it has something to do with basically voiding the protections of the helmet as it's designed. That if by adding a speaker to it, that either the helmet companies won't allow it, or because there's no, like in the NFL you have a CBA that, you know, at this point has accounted for any potential risks after all the concussion stuff. They're like, the helmet companies aren't going to be held liable if a speaker somehow makes it less protective, where they haven't negotiated all that out in college with all the different leagues and everything. So it's to put it as murky as possible, it's got something to do with the liability of changing the structure of the helmet.
Okay. That's actually that's a very logical explanation.
Does that make sense if you don't think about it too hard?
It makes perfect sense. But let's dive deep into the legalities of all of it right now.
Let's do all that. Let's read every single text we get from an attorney on this.
Yes, exactly, because they're coming.
Lamont, all I can tell you is that I read enough about it to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's illegal. It's a liability thing to some degree.
No, it's true. You would think like by now that technology's been around for so long. They've obviously it's not like the leaders of college football, as incompetent as the leadership in college football can seem sometimes, it's not as though they'd have read Lamont's text and gone, aha, you know what, we should do that. That's a really good idea. But it's a really good question. It's a fair question why they don't do it that way. As far as C.J. Stroud and the Texans go, look, there's some things they're doing well. There's some things they're doing not so well. Some of the things that they're doing not so well on offense has to do with physical mistakes, mental mistakes, things that are, kind of in their control, but are affected by the opposition. One thing that they are doing, though, Seth, that is a conscious decision, like this is directly controllable. These are choices that Bobby Slowick is making before each and every play, is they are running the ball way too much on first and second down. And just to contextualize that, there's a chart that was making its way around the interwebs yesterday. Early down pass rate this season so far, in other words, the amount of times that a team, the percentage of time on first and second down that a team is passing while the game is still in the balance. It's not, the score isn't too skewed one way or the other. Win probabilities between 20% and 80%. So while the game is still a game, the Texans are passing the 31st most frequently on first and second down, ahead of only Arizona, who just traded their quarterback and a 7th-round pick for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, it's maddening, honestly, to see it laid out that way and to see just how intentionally the Texans are putting themselves there. Like, you're intentionally sandwiching yourself between the Arizona Cardinals and the New York Football Giants, which seems like a horrifically stupid thing to do intentionally. If you kind of stumble into something like that, you might say, like, oh, wow, gosh. Or maybe if you're really good at running the football, then maybe, because even the Cardinals are good at running the football, but you're not. You're bad at it. And there's a part of the Texans right now where it feels like they think they're going to get good at running the ball simply by doing it a bunch, when in fact it feels like they're getting worse at running the ball by trying to run 29 different run plays or types of run plays in any given game, and continually guys just flat out missing blocks wholesale, mental errors that are leading to guys being unblocked. And the part two, and this pains me to disagree with D'Amico, this might be our first disagreement, but, D'Amico a couple weeks ago had said that he, if you look at a lot of the run plays, they're very close to springing a lot of them. I can't abide by that reasoning or rationale anymore. That's that's like hoping that your a parlay comes through. Like oh, all I have to do is win these 9 bets all at once, and then it'll be awesome. Like, because continually play after play, guys are missing, like, completely leaving one person unblocked.
Yeah.
And, like, that's when it's not just one individual that's doing it. When multiple people are doing it, you've got an issue with your run game.
Yes.
I don't care how close it looks like you might be to breaking a run. Right now, the only position group that I actually feel good about blocking are the wide receivers. I would take those wide receivers. I love them. I love them so much. I love those guys. They're doing the least glorified thing there is as a wide receiver, especially is to run block, and they block their asses off. I love those guys. I wish the offensive line cared about run blocking as much as the wide receivers care about run blocking. I think, I wish the tight ends cared about run blocking as much as the wide receivers care about run blocking.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with this equation. Something's wrong where the wide receivers are your bell cow when it comes to those guys really like to get after it with run blocking.
You want to know the cruel irony on a day like today where Josh McDaniels gets fired by the Raiders? The coach of the wide receivers for the Houston Texans, Ben McDaniels, Josh McDaniels' brother, is the Texans wide receivers coach. It's no direct ties or anything. I just think it's kind of funny. Along those lines, about how infrequently, comparatively, the Texans pass the ball on first and second down. Which, if you're a Texan fan, you're feeling that, right? Like, you feel that. Like, you feel they throw incomplete on first down, and then they run on second down to set up 3rd and 8. Like, we feel this every game. Like, what are we doing? Why are we paddling upstream? Why are we making it so hard on our rookie quarterback? And the message to me is you got to just trust C.J. Stroud more. I feel like that was part of the message C.J. was sending with that cut that we played yesterday and the day before, where he was very politely saying we need to be more explosive. I felt like part of the message in that cut was lean on me a little bit more. He kind of mentioned the running game and passing. And I would say this, Seth, these are the 6 teams that are at the top of this metric, the ones that are passing the most on first and second down. Let's put CJ aside for a second. The quarterbacks of those teams are Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Sam Howell, Tua Tagovailoa, and Josh Allen. I mean, you got 3 or 4. It's working
out pretty well for those teams.
And you got 3 or 4 guys that are in the conversation for among the best quarterbacks in football. These are the quarterbacks. These are the 6 quarterbacks that are closest to CJ in this metric. Josh Dobbs, Daniel Jones, Deshaun Watson / P.J. Walker, Desmond Ridder, Gardner Minshew.
Right, yeah, okay, that's perfect. Well, Sean, that is the perfect way to lay it out. Those teams at the bottom are very decidedly trying to make up for an inadequate quarterback situation. So what on earth is it about the Texans that should put them in that same category? Yeah. Sean, that is the perfect way to put it. It doesn't mean they have to be up there with Kansas City or any of those teams yet, right? Like, those teams are obviously doing things well offensively, but you certainly can't intentionally lock yourselves down there at the bottom with those other haggard, haphazard, awful quarterbacks and whatever the hell's going on in Cleveland.
Maybe a better way to look at it, Seth, is here are teams 7 through 12 in this metric. Because if you do 1 through 6, and there's this implication that CJ he's amongst Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts as the best in the league. And that's not what I'm saying at all. The point is that the teams with good quarterbacks that are above a certain line pass the ball more on first and second down because they've got good quarterbacks. Here, tell me if CJ doesn't at least belong in the conversation with guys like this right now. In the conversation. I'm not saying he's better, but in the conversation, more so than the ones he's next to right now in this ranking. 7 through 12, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott, Matt Stafford, Justin Herbert, Kirk Cousins, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is this is what's frustrating about it. Teams aren't selling out to stop the run. Like, there's nothing you're doing in the run game right now that's yielding results downfield. It's not like teams are saying, oh, boy, what are we going to do? If we try to stop the pass, they're going to run all over us. Like, no. They're going to sit back, and they're going to take away the deep ball, and increasingly so. They'll do it more and more as long as this isn't working. Whereas, if you try to replace the run game for now, at least 10% of the time, with a short passing game, teams are going to start to jump those routes. Guys are going to start to get greedy. Linebackers, safeties, they're going to start to be hyper-aggressive. And that sets up your deep shot.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be the old playbook. It doesn't have to be 1973. And honestly, it doesn't even need to be whatever the 49ers are doing right now. Because I'll tell you the one thing the 49ers do have, they do have some offensive linemen that give a damn about run blocking.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they got Trent Williams, who the Texans could have had without trading away 2 first-round picks at any given point. Texans could have had Trent Williams. That dude likes to be – that is a ballroom brawler right there. Like, yes, you want him in a barroom brawl. You don't pick any of the Texans' offensive line for a barroom brawl. You take Tank Dell. You take – hey, we're about to go get in a fight in a bar. Do you want any of those offensive linemen, or you don't want Tank Dell? I want Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Give me Tank Dell,
Give
please.
me Mechie.
Tank Dell will fight to the death.
Yes.
I feel like any of the offensive linemen would be like, well, gosh, war, what is it good for? Let's go to a poetry reading instead.
Mechie beat
I'm more about the finesse and the technique, you see.
Mechie beat the snot out of 2 things, cancer and you, all right?
Yes.
Along those lines.
I love those wide receivers. I love them.
Okay, well, here's a question on the text page, Seth. Is that an indictment, the aspect of the toughness aspect you're talking about here, is that an indictment on Tunsil as a leader of his group versus Robert Woods as the leader of his group?
Okay, that's a good question. Or position coaching or whatever it might be. You know, John Madden used to say that when he was the coach of the Raiders, there'd be times where sometimes he tried to encourage these offensive linemen. They on the average, they tend to be these scholarly types, these gentle giants, whereas defensive linemen tend to be a little bit more psychotic. Like you don't have to teach the defensive linemen how to have a lust for violence, whereas sometimes the offensive linemen, they're like Ferdinand the Bull. So what John Madden would do is he would stick him in a room with a blocking dummy and say you're not coming out of this room until this blocking dummy is torn to shreds, and just get him to really enjoy and learn how much fun it could be to do it.
I love that tactic.
We used to have sometimes at college. We used to have fun by throwing beer bottles off the 4th floor of our building down onto the sidewalk below. And a lot of times people would look at us like, what a bunch of cretins. It was like, no. Come on up and try. Listen, you little nerd. Come on up here and throw some bottles with me. And Sean, you'd be amazed at what these little just soft spoken, not an aggressive bone in their body nerds would do when all of a sudden you gave them a little taste of it. A little taste of smashing
bottles,
some stuff.
Bottles.
Break some stuff. Yes. Just gonna break some stuff, man. Have some fun.
Did you ever?
That's what these Texans offensive linemen need to do. They need to break some stuff.
Were you making sure that you weren't throwing it in the direction of people? Did anybody ever nearly get hurt by the bottles that you were launching?
They knew to get out of the way.
I went to Cornell.
It was
ever heard of it?
It was honestly, it was basically like an aphrodisiac. A lot of women are reluctant to throw a beer bottle 4 stories down and break it on. But you give them a taste of it, and they're like, oh, this is all right. I guess you're pulling them over on the dark side a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's a bad boy. Throws bottles.
The police were really annoying about it, though.
Yeah.
They would have to, yeah.
We used to throw water balloons. We had a balcony on our dorm that kind of.
Did you have a winger?
Did we live on?
No, a winger. Like one of those 3-man slingshots?
No, we didn't.
We called ours the winger.
Okay. No, we didn't. And nor would we have really had room to operate at the balcony. We called it the veranda. It was just this tiny little balcony at the end of our hallway. And we used to, if you could, it faced the same way as the front door of the dorm, but it was way off to the right side. And we would wait for people to come in the front door of the dorm, and we would just launch from the veranda. And it was the dumbest thing ever because people knew it could only be coming from one spot in the entire dorm. We eventually got caught. I eventually got put on disciplinary probation for it, but it was fun while it lasted.
The wingers are messed up. I'm surprised that they're not more. In this age.
The winger,
Sean, you could have been a star on social media. I think when you've got a natural aptitude for it, obviously. But you're born too old. You're way too old now to do it. But back when you had no care or anything you wanted to stick it to the man, you would have been good at it.
I would have been because I was not going to much class. That would have been probably would. It would have ended my college career for sure. Just getting immersed in that. But the winger, huh?
The winger.
Is that what it's actually called, or you guys named?
No, that's what we called it. And I don't think I was the choir boy in my group of friends. I had a couple of the kids like a year older than me that were like they got a little too aggressive with the winger. They were psychopaths. They were psychopaths.
Did you put bottles in the winger or just
No. The winger was in high school.
Oh, okay.
The winger was in high school. The beer bottles was in college.
Okay.
And we always cleaned up the path. It was like the path like down below it. We would
you
clean
did?
it up.
Oh, okay.
Well, we freshman football players do it.
Yeah. So it got cleaned up.
It got cleaned up.
Right.
And we did. We made it a very inclusive thing. We tried to, we would get people to, oh, come on up. Sorry we scared you. Come on up. Let's throw some beer bottles. And they would come up, and they were there. I feel like I turned out like some actual human beings out of Cornell who might have otherwise just led a much too sheltered a life.
Mm-hmm.
Yet we taught them how to live.
Yeah, man.
It was like our own Dead Poet Society.
Life's short. Yes, carpe diem.
Say, get up here, engineer.
Seize the day.
You guys are going to be building bridges and stuff. You need to learn how to break some stuff first.
Right. Here's a bottle, a big bottle. Here you go. All right. 2 days later, this sports story is still the #1 trending story on the Houston Chronicle. People are still this worked up about it, huh?
Excited about this. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we'll tell you about it. We'll tell you about it next.
The Texans offense struggled again.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. My God, good to be with you. Still recovering.
Is that a slur?
No, Pender. I don't know why I almost said Penderbast. I don't know. I don't know.
Penderbag.
Tender ass. Yeah,
Sean McClain earlier, he did the thing I've learned about doing is that when you say peanuts, you have to really enunciate the legume peanuts.
Yeah.
Even when you say that, it almost sounds like you're trying to enunciate a different word.
Yeah, he was saying what his favorite Halloween candy was, and he said M&M
peanuts.
M&M peanuts. But I'm trying to stay away from how John pronounced it. John pronounced it like he's got a different kind of Halloween going on at his house.
I've heard of drinking pineapple juice, but I guess eating M&Ms might have the
same exact
effect.
thing. Yeah, I guess so. Are you surprised that 2 days later, the number one trending story on our local newspaper, air quotes, Houston Chronicle, is the story about the NFL telling the University of Houston to stop using unauthorized Love You Blue uniforms.
Oh, that's still the story.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not surprised. I do feel like this whole dynamic of Houstonians feeling slighted by the Adams family, I don't think that's ever going to go away and stop being a hot button item for a lot of people like our age and older. Because it is, I think I've enjoyed these Tennesseans trying to educate Houstonians on the history of the name and logo and everything, and about it was the Tennessee Oilers for 2 years before we became the Titans. You clowns! Nobody was going to those games.
No.
I went to those games. I played at the Liberty Bowl in front of 12,000 people when it was the Tennessee Oilers. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
You people weren't paying attention to that team then. I'll tell you one thing. The one thing I remember about that game. Aggressive Tennessee women. That was my first taste of the NFL. Women just flat out trying to slip you numbers during the game and stuff.
Really?
And like that.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Good job, Tennessee. It's the one thing you do well. Yeah.
They probably don't do it anymore because they've been an NFL team for a while and they got, they're on their best behavior. Back then, it's I don't know what to do.
Back then, it was... So this talking about a young woman from Memphis being like, I ain't never going to have this chance again.
Yeah, that's true. It's a one-year thing. We got to get...
but it's either this or hooking up with Elvis's third cousin. Whichever way, I don't know.
That's true.
I'm going to give me that fat white defensive lineman over there.
Oh, my God. You ever been to Graceland before in Memphis?
No, I haven't.
You would like it, I think. It's good. It's weird. It's in it's not sequestered up in the hills or something like that. It's literally a driveway right off of the main street, and you can see it from the street practically. It's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Did it used to be back in the day? Was it a suburb of Memphis, and now it's become more of
maybe?
It's it used to be more rural. Like in the movies I've seen about it, where they make it look like it's out in the country almost.
Yeah, I say you can see it from the street. You can see you can sort of see the the beginning of the property. It's not like a normal house that you were trick-or-treating at last night where it's 20 feet from the curb.
Is it, though, when you go into it, is it kind of I've noticed this, some of the, these grand old houses in River Oaks, you go inside and it still feels like, oh, yeah, this was the 1950s. And, it wasn't as, wide open and everything. It's, more boxy in some of these old houses in River Oaks. Yeah,
it is very boxy. It's not wide open at all. And I've said this before. Elvis's kitchen... I've lived in houses that I've owned myself that have had, I've lived in 3 houses that have had nicer kitchens than Elvis's kitchen in Graceland.
Yeah,
his kitchen is very Brady Bunch-ish. A lot of, I
don't think kitchens became a big status symbol or item or even all that. It wasn't. I think back in the day, rich people felt oh yeah, the kitchen is. When you get super rich, you don't see the kitchen.
Yeah,
that's just where that's where the servants make the food and everything.
Bingo. Yeah,
and we don't. We're out here. We actually use our living room.
Yeah. I think you'd like Graceland. He had a racquetball court that he put in. That was pretty cool. The jungle room.
Did they keep the aluminum foil on the windows in his bedroom and everything, to keep the sun blotted out or anything? Are there any little stashes for his? He was when he was. I mean, he had it rough. He was. Like, I'm not trying to make light of it, actually. Like he had it really, really rough.
Yeah.
So obviously I was making light of it with mentioning the aluminum foil on the windows.
Right.
But he was in a bad way, man.
Yep.
Like, obviously.
Yep. At the very end, for sure. So people still not happy that the University of Houston, presumably, they're moved one way or the other because the Chronicle is still getting clicks on it here. Got all the classic villains in it, man. You got Amy Adams Strunk involved in this whole thing, the NFL.
People kept asking on the text line a good question, which is like, okay, how come the NFL goes after University of Houston but not various youth leagues or other high schools that use NFL logos? And I wonder, I guess my first thought is, I'm guessing that when you buy like a Texans uniform to use with your youth league, it's probably a licensed jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm guessing the NFL's getting its taste off of those would be the only thing I would think. And so like it's not like they're donating all of those uniforms to all those teams to use for absolute free. They're getting a certain percentage if it's licensed apparel that you're buying.
True.
But I don't know.
How about the NFL exporting the Dolphins and Chiefs game to Germany this weekend?
I'm really excited about this. This will be during our pregame show, so you'll have to keep me. Oh, I won't be able to watch it because we'll be outside for the pregame show.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
that's right. Yep.
I mean, I could don't let me watch it on my computer during the show. I'm not going to hang you out to dry like that, like I sometimes do. But basically making you do the show completely by yourself.
You're good.
I'll actually participate this week.
Stop it. That's a pretty nice game. Like if I live in London, I know the Jags are better now than they used to be. You know, they're 6-2, so I don't want to disrespect the Jaguars. I don't like that kind of karma because the Texans play them in Week 12.
Certainly not.
Right, but if I'm in London, I'm like, man, they get Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
Tua Tagovailoa. Like
they might actually score more than 3 touchdowns combined in this game.
Yeah.
Those London games, I know the NFL wants so hard to push a team into Europe and figure out a way to make it work. And I know that, it's coming, Sean, I wonder if this might end up being, they're bringing back supersonic jets. So now that there's going to be more supersonic jets, maybe that's what ends up coming. Like once it becomes more affordable to fly at supersonic speeds over there and it's not as taxing on the entire schedule, maybe that ends up being the deal. I'd be all about, man, like any place in Europe can be fun, but Germany especially is just built for football. They love football over there. They are gung ho. Like you take the entire population. What's the population of Germany? I'm guessing like 50 million or something.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm usually pretty good.
83 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say 50 sounded high, but yeah.
The population of Germany is 83 million.
Oh, so it's 83. Okay, so 50 was low.
Million.
Okay, gotcha.
You put a team in Germany, and they become not just Germany's team, but basically all of Europe. If they want an American football team, or if they wanted, an American football team to root for, it would be that team. So then you've got the whole population of Europe, but just Germany alone, 83 million people. Like think about the. And obviously not as many people compared to Americans are going to be fans of the team.
Yeah.
But there's no city with 83 million people in the U.S. right now.
Right.
So that entire country starts pulling for the German, whatever you want to call them, something hopefully politically correct. And
you can walk a fine line, yes.
But they call them like the Huns or something like that, and then that would get struck down.
Yes.
So you. Like 83 million people, whichever percentage of those are football fans, that's going to be their team. That's a lot of eyeballs and money that I understand the NFL being wrapped up in that and still wanting.
No, I do. And anytime it gets brought up, Roger Goodell, I think, pays the appropriate amount of lip service to it. You know, where you don't want to say flat out no, because that would be a turnoff to the people over there. You want to keep titillating them with the thought that they may get a team permanently over there. This is what I always wonder, Seth, when the idea of a team. Usually it's in London that comes up because that's where they've played most of their overseas games is in London. But Germany, I'll ask you the same thing. If you were a veteran NFL player and you were a free agent, would you want to sign with one of those teams over in Europe?
If I were single, Yeah.
Okay.
Sign me up. And that's not even for like the dating life or anything, but just the excitement and fun of living over there. Yeah.
You think that would be a positive, not a negative, in getting free agents to come play for them?
I think it would be. I think they would have to. Now things would get dicey with the tax rates and all that, which they already deal with Canada to a certain degree in baseball.
Yeah.
So it's not like that's uncharted territory. Maybe they would compensate for that somehow, because I think the tax you're going to pay in Germany has got to be way higher than anywhere else in the United States.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I would love to just have that experience of playing in Germany. Because I don't think anywhere else, you try to put a team down in Paris or even in London where, those games do well, but it's not going to be as fervently followed and enjoyed as it will be in Germany. I would have a blast. Okay, so United Overture is the supersonic jet that they're going to roll out in 2029. It basically goes twice as fast as your typical passenger jet. It goes 1,122 miles per hour.
So are we going to be using these things all over the place, or just zipping over transatlantic and stuff like that?
I think just transatlantic, because the problem with doing it over land is the sonic boom creates issues. So probably just for
driving a rocket ship in the HOV lane on I-10 or something like that. It goes a whole lot faster, but
But I don't know. I guess but it's only when you hit maybe from East Coast to West Coast, if you go out over the ocean to get up to supersonic and then cut back. And then, because it's just when you cross the barrier, I think that it creates a sonic boom.
Yeah, they used to deal with that in Star Wars a lot with the Millennium Falcon. When they would go into hyperspace, it would make a lot of noise. So the people on Tatooine and Alderaan, they got really uptight about that.
Yeah, I heard Goodell talking about that with the challenges of going
to hyperspace.
Yeah,
it's the same exact thing.
The whole thing. I know way too much. I know way more about the Concorde than I should, but because. The reason the Concorde failed, one of the reasons the Concorde had to stop was they were the only company doing it. So there were only a few jets. So you lost the economies of scale to where, if one of the Concordes broke down, you didn't have 5,000 other jets to pull parts from, so it was very specialized and way more expensive than just the cost of the technology itself. It was all the logistics of it. So I guess United feels like they're going to be able to run it at scale enough and use interchangeable parts that they can do it.
Josh McDaniels fired last night overnight. Who will be the next head coach fired in the NFL? Could the Texans play a role? That is next.
The Texans offense struggled in a
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. So Josh McDaniels fired by the Las Vegas Raiders late last night. John McClain was funny earlier in the show. He kind of highlighted the fact that it's funny when these owners make decisions late at night to look who the owner is sometimes. Like sometimes news with the Colts you wake up to it a lot because Jim Irsay is I'll put it kindly, he's a night owl. He's up late quite a bit.
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
Well, he spent Sean. He spent a lifetime. Working his butt off to not completely lose his family fortune, and now he's enjoying the fruits of his not whittling away his fortune.
Did you know that Mark Davis was the carouser that John McClain painted him out to be? That he wasn't surprised that the decision by the Raiders came down as late as it did?
How can I put this delicately? Yeah. John McClain once described Sean Payton as a obsessed workout fiend.
Yes, he did.
So I don't know what John classifies, like how he basically said that Sean Payton was a workout nut. And as John said that, I was looking at Sean Payton's pear-shaped physique, a picture of it. I don't believe it. I'm not making fun of Sean Payton or anything. I just don't think he's a workout maniac.
Right.
Not one little bit do I think he's a workout maniac. He's your average middle-aged dude.
Yeah.
So when he says that Mark Davis is into partying, what's that mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if McClain is. I don't know if McClain has the same definition of it.
That's a really good. I'd forgotten about the Sean Payton. Basically painted out Sean Payton to be some sort of CrossFit guy.
Remember, a lot of these Baylor people, they look at hardcore partying as like you sip a little, you grab a sip of Malibu at a frat party or something.
Yeah, and it's on.
So
yeah.
I had 7 O'Douls. Nobody can stop me.
Somebody stop me.
The best thing about picking on the Baptists is that they can't argue back. You're living your dirty little secret.
That's
the ones that you're not going to tell me about the keg stands you did or anything.
So the Raiders position is open. I think there's 2 safe bets for jobs that'll be open, if not before the end of the season, after the season. I think the message is clear in Washington that they're moving on from a lot. It's a new owner who's he's torn better teams than the Washington Commanders to the studs before, I tell you, and rebuilt them. And then Chicago, this just feels like they're ready to move on from a quarterback. There's no reason to keep Matt Eberflus around. The GM seems to have been given carte blanche to do whatever the hell he wants to. So I think those are the 2 safest bets, Seth. If we were handicapping how many openings are there going to be at the end of the year, minimal. We know there's one, obviously, after last night. I feel almost 100% certain that there's going to be those 2, and then I feel pretty good that there's going to be more than last year. There were 5 last year. I think there's going to be more this year than there were last year.
There'll be, there's going to be competition for some of these guys. And the Texans, I've been laying off talking too much about Todd Bowles for a couple reasons. One is because the Texans face Todd Bowles and the Buccaneers this weekend. So I don't want to, after Sean spent all of last week telling all of you how conclusively the Texans were going to destroy Bryce Young, and I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't be stopped. He basically, you should have seen, he physically threatened me at one point, grabbed me and pushed me up against the wall.
I did.
Said, "Listen, you son of a, keep your mouth shut."
I did. You were so scared. You started peeing yourself.
I was terrified. Right. So I don't think Todd Bowles gets fired. I think the Bucs knew what this year was going to be, and they were kind of between a rock and a hard place. There was some of the ways. There was an inelegant ending to the Bruce Arians and Tom Brady era. They just couldn't seem to pinch it off, So it's and you just can't quite pinch it off,
dude.
And it ends up being a half roll of toilet paper to clean up the mess.
That's a tough sit downer right there.
They were they had to work through a half roll of toilet paper to clean this mess up. so I think Bowles is gone at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But he seems like a hell of a guy.
He does.
Nobody really wants there's no part of the Glazers, I think, that are flat out that's it, this guy's out of here. They wouldn't have the heart to do that.
So no chance of a knockout blow by the Texans this weekend on Todd Bowles, huh?
No, I don't think that. Yeah,
I don't think so either.
In terms of the Bucs versus the Texans, what I'm hoping for is that honestly, Bowles blitzes a lot. The Bucs blitz; they're in the top 5 in blitz rate in the league. And I think right now the thing that's giving the Texans offense the most trouble is when teams just sit back and play coverage. I think it's really hard for Todd Bowles. It's in his makeup to blitz. So it's really hard for him to sit back, even though they've done it. and they've done it very effectively at times, including when they won their Super Bowl. They sat back and they bided their time, but I don't think they will as much. So CJ will get some opportunities versus the Blitz this week.
John Crumpler had this stat about Carolina in the game this past weekend. He said they continue to use the blueprint that Atlanta put out there for the Texans. They rushed 4 on 11 third downs. They rushed just 4 on 9 of the 11 third downs the Texans had, and they played zone. They played zone on 89% of the passing snaps.
Yeah,
like
they just sat back, and and I think there were times where, like the one time when I got to go back and watch, but there were times where I think that like CJ might start looking perhaps to run more opportunistically if that's how teams are going to play. Because, like, when teams play two-man, if you're like a blended zone and man coverage, there's a lot of opportunities for quarterbacks to run in situations like that. And I think some of that easy money that can be had, like last week, CJ and Tank Dell may have been your most effective on a per-play basis rushers in that game. So maybe CJ has some more opportunities to run when they face teams that are more conservative. I don't know if it's going to be that, if that's what's going to be this week.
If he's going to run, I'll tell you this, he needs to learn how to slide. How about the one run that he had in the game against the Panthers this past weekend where he kind of, it wasn't a design run, he kind of rolled out and there was a chunk of yardage to take there. He takes it and instead of sliding, he dives down on his throwing shoulder, which, by the way, he's had issues with this year.
Yeah. That's you know what? We didn't talk about specific plays in the game that much versus the Panthers. When Bryce Young slid and the Texans player hit him, who was it that hit him? But the Texans defender was already had his shoulder lowered before Bryce Young started his slide.
Yeah.
I was actually honestly amazed that the refs got that call right on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was, I wonder if they had, that seemed like one where they may have had some help from the booth. There's more instances now where the booth is calling down to the referee while there's a flag on the field saying like no, that wasn't what it looked like or what have you. That might have been one of those situations because it was pretty clear that Bryce Young started his slide before the Texans defender, after the Texans defender already had his shoulder lowered, and then the Texans defender did everything he could to not make it any worse than it was.
Yeah, my fear after that play, because it was, I forget what down and dins was when he slid like that. It was later in the game. My fear was that, now all they got to do is just throw it up to any wide receiver and they're going to get a call here. That there would be a makeup call on the other end. That would be the opportune time after that play. The entire crowd's booing. The Panthers sideline's probably arguing. It is a pretty close bang-bang play that also involves player safety on a diminutive quarterback.
Yeah.
My feeling was, if they're smart here, they'll just run Jonathan Mingo down the sideline against Shaquille Griffin and just all Mingo or any wide receiver, Thielen, especially Thielen, all he'd have to do is fall down probably and they were going to get a flag. That was my concern after that. The makeup call, the dreaded makeup call.
I wish they would start using the eye upstairs more on some of these uncatchable balls. That one, Shaq Griffin got called for that interference, which was technically interference, but it was an extremely uncatchable ball.
Yeah.
It was one of those situations. I don't know why the NFL seems to have veered back towards this year, not ever making a decision on an uncatchable ball. It happened it was the Browns 49ers game where it was really bad. Remember, the ball was way out of bounds.
Oh, no. Browns-Colts.
Browns-Colts. Okay, it was Browns-Colts.
Yep.
Yeah. It was way out of bounds, and they ruled it. They called interference, but there's no way in hell the interference affected the play.
I'm looking at the Texans' schedule, Seth, and if you're right, we're not going to get Todd Bowles blown out this weekend from his job. But, there's the Texans have experienced so much misery the last couple years. Not only want to win games, I want them to be the last game before a head coach gets fired. I want the Texans to be able to hold the metaphorical severed head of a coach and say, we were the ones that finally chopped this guy's head off.
Yeah, that's a nice image to make.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I waited till the kids were in school. Their best chance at it, by my estimation, because they obviously play a lot of teams where they're not firing the coach, and they play some teams that are decent. I think their best chance is on Christmas Eve against the Cleveland Browns.
That means
Week 16.
Do you think Stefanski's going to get fired?
Yes, I think the Haslams are going to fire him on Christmas morning, and then D'Amico Ryans is going to be standing there to grab Kevin Stefanski's severed head and hold it up and scream, "A Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night." They're going to put a Santa hat on Kevin Stefanski's severed head and shake it and go, "We did this." And it would be appropriate to do it to Cleveland, too, because the cause of said firing would be 50% Texans and 50% Deshaun Watson sucking at American football.
I wonder if, that would be tough. I wonder how Browns fans, I would imagine Browns fans look at Stefanski right now as the ultimate, okay, this guy isn't the reason, but he's probably not the solution. And sometimes you just get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think Browns fans are going to I don't think they're going to feel like, oh yeah, we solved the issue now. We got rid of Stefanski.
I got to send you the video. I don't know if you saw this. There was a story about it on Barrett Sports Media yesterday. That's where it got my attention, but it had the tweet embedded. The morning show on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan, Ken Carman and Anthony Lima.
Yeah.
Apparently, that was a huge topic on their show earlier this week, was the future of Kevin Stefanski. And I couldn't tell from the footage, who was pro-Stefanski, who was anti-Stefanski. I just know the two of them, Seth, started yelling at each other and getting personal. Yeah, I was watching this. I'm like, God, I hope Seth and I never get like this. It was very stressful to watch.
It's stressful when you get in these situations where there's no clear answer and everyth's messy.
Dude,
it's awful. It's an awful spot to be in.
I almost sent it to you yesterday. I'm like, oh my God. First of all, it was escalating to the point where I thought it might get physical, and I don't ever want it to happen between you and I where it gets physical for understandable reasons.
I think you're safe there.
Yeah,
I haven't gotten I've pretty much had my anger under control.
Oh, you've been good. Yeah.
For a long time. I still have bursts where I feel bad about it later, but I'm always able to. I can rein it in super fast.
For sure. Sure.
It's been a long, long time since I've stayed angry about something.
Yeah.
I can generally kind of just let it pass through me like a wave, and be done with it, which is nice. I've done it without drugs for the most part.
For the most part.
Yeah,
for the most part. Hey, John Lopez.
I've actually bragged about Seth.
About what?
About his ability to whatever, say something, do something, throw a fit, no offense.
Yeah.
And then 2 minutes later, all good.
Yeah.
Be able to get over it.
You bragged about my lack of stick-to-itiveness. There's very little persistence in this fellow. It's amazing how disciplined he is.
Can't stay angry.
Why can't he just
lazy?
Please hold more grudges.
Awfully lazy at staying angry. How are you doing, my friend? How was Halloween in the Lopez house last night?
Spectacular.
You give out the full candy bars,
yes,
don't
sir.
you?
Darn right.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Ever since the kids got to college, I'm like, all right, we're going to be that family.
Yeah, you're going to get more traffic because you're new to this house. It's your second Halloween in the house, but really your first, you're settled in.
We moved in October 18th last year, so we really didn't. We weren't on the map. They have cool maps that you can get on now and stuff.
Word is going to get around quickly about you giving out full candy.
Word was getting around quickly.
Oh, was it?
They were going up the street running, hey, that house right there.
Oh, really? Sean's got adults coming back from pickleball.
Wait a minute, I want one.
Wait, now you say there's maps now. Okay. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by this, but you mean actual interactive maps?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
People can leave feedback. Yeah, okay,
yeah. They have a Facebook group page on my neighborhood, and you get on the map, and then all of a sudden people can just go to the pins.
Yeah, dude, Seth, John showed it to me during the break. It's almost like when you go to your map on your iPhone and you put in gas stations, and it says gas stations nearby, and you hit that, and all the dots pop up where all the gas stations are. Their neighborhood, all the dots pop up where the people have their candy.
It's a little ghost.
The next step, the next step is to have the detail as to what exactly the candy is that they have at that house.
Does it have layers on the map where you can add in the sex offenders too? Because that would be helpful if we could.
Wait a minute, he's 2 houses away from Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. There's an alarming number of full candy. Full-size candy bars that match up with
this is a single man with no kids that's giving out the huge family-size candy bars. Okay, all right. Hey, Landry just jumped in. Hey, real quick. Landry, have you ever walked up to a house that
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Do you know what we're talking about?
I think so.
The bowl where it says take one and you dump the whole thing.
100%.
We argued this morning that you wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, not the whole
I
thing.
had you
but
pegged as a
there's-
better person
There's
than that.
2 handfuls coming in. That's just kind of the risk you take, man. Like, it's not that serious. As long as you're not egging and stuff, the candy's the candy. It's going to someone.
But
so.
you don't dump the whole bowl in your bag.
I have, but I mean,
Sean, that was the key there, though, what Landry just said.
Yeah.
My thought was that anybody who has taken the full bowl generally justifies it probably by saying, look, somebody's going to do it anyway, so it might as well be me.
Right.
Sure.
And
No
then
doubt.
And then you become CEO.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like, we couldn't. I honestly, that's what I also told the kids. Like, keep trying to do the right thing, but generally there's no comeuppance for the people who buck the system.
That's right.
So, like, it just happens. It happens.
You do you, kids. All right, this was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you at 6.
Antibodies and type 2 diabetes to you.
It's coming. Yeah. I was disgusted by the number of empty wrappers I had.
Balls
after
on your head.
We're done.
Man.
We're out of time. In the Loop starts now.
all right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got a crazy start to Week 9 tomorrow, and I'm as excited for this game as I have been in a long time because there's implications all over. You have a team in Pittsburgh who is a game ahead of you in the loss column. They're taking on the Tennessee Titans. You also have the new flavor of the month, Will Levis. Like Pat McAfee's cheating on C.J. Stroud. Now Will Levis is getting all this love, and we get to see Will Levis in primetime. So tomorrow I'm really, really excited to see this. I think it's going to be a good start to the NFL season. And then last night we got the I think something that we feared the Texans would perhaps like a road that they would travel down. The Patriot Way, I think it's officially dead. I don't think we're going to see too many people copying the Patriot Way after yesterday. Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler fired in Las Vegas. So we've seen it. We saw it for a long time. We damn near put up with it for 10 years. Patriot South, I think it's dead. I think the Patriot Way is dead. It will not be copied anymore.
Hire a Patriots assistant or former assistant at your own peril. I mean, Bill O'Brien, congratulations. You're the winningest of the common coaches that have come from the Patriots coaching tree. But it's 52-48 is your record. Eric Mangini, Josh McDaniels, the whole 9 yards. They're all losers, and so you got to hire them at your own peril.
Why is it the whole 9 yards? Why can't it be 10?
I thought I've told you this.
Yeah, lay that out.
Let me lay it out for you again. World War II tanks, Sherman tanks. They had the 50 caliber bullets on top of.
You think any of these? You think that's?
Oh yeah, you did explain this before.
Well, just for those who weren't listening, so the 50 caliber bullet chain of bullets was 9 yards long. So sometimes you would pepper somebody with a few shots or whatever, but when you unleash the whole 9 yards, that means you were having at it.
I don't know why I thought that was a sports term.
Yeah,
and they say the whole 9 yards.
It sounds like a sports term.
I don't know. I think we might need to replace that.
Well, that's what I say.
I think that might need to.
But they're all losers, Landry.
Well, and the Bill O'Brien thing I think is interesting because I think on one hand you hear people say, well, Bill O'Brien's been the most successful. I look at that as more disappointing because that tells me that had you gone in a different direction, then you were probably a little bit closer than a lot of these guys. That's kind of how I look at it. Yes. I know some will look at it as well. The Texans had the one guy.
Well, he was 52-48.
Yeah, and I mean he inherited a team that had a lot of talent. They crumbled and they ended up getting the number 1 pick. They topped off. Then they got Deshaun Watson. So I actually look at it as, man, if they would have actually hired someone other than Bill O'Brien, then they would be better off.
That's also judging on a small scale too to say he was the best.
Right. Well, I've got the records here. I'm going to go through these real quick. This is the Patriots way. Joe Judge, 10-23. Matt Patricia, 13-29-1. Romeo Cornell, 32-63. Josh McDaniels, 20-33. Eric Mangini, 33-47. Bill O'Brien, 52-48. They stink. They stink. It's a good day, isn't it?
I mean, I don't. Why?
Well, I mean, I think the
I want everyone copying Patriot
Well,
Way. Why is
okay,
it a good day based on what?
There is. I'm saying like the charade has been revealed, has been uncovered.
I think it was uncovered. I think you kind of uncovered it a long time ago. That was why Cal McNair started his statement with Nick Caseria saying that we do not consider ourselves Patriot South.
Yeah.
I think we uncovered that a long time ago. The Raiders, I guess they just now.
So it's just the Patriots way. The coaching part is dead, or the GM part too?
Well, I also think the Patriots adopted just basic stuff. Do your job, okay? Thanks, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean,
a lot of people was trying to get their assistant GMs too.
Yeah, yeah, we got it.
And we still got we got one.
But he seems like he's kind of adjusted. I want to play a little game of how does it make you feel here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, 713-572-4610. How does it feel? How does it feel that the Rangers are one win away from the World Series? Yesterday, they got off to a 10-0 lead. All 10 of those runs were with 2 outs. They ended up winning 11-7, 6 runs late by the Diamondbacks, make it look a little bit interesting. But the Rangers, they got an opportunity tonight to win the World Series. 713-572-4610. How does that make you feel?
On that one, I'm kind of indifferent. I'm not going to be thrilled if the Rangers win the World Series, but it's not going to break my heart either. That one, I'm just like, okay, Rangers are going to win the World Series. Not a big feeling one way or the other.
Well,
How about you?
You don't think that kind of hurts the Astros a little bit?
Really? I really don't. Do
I
you?
do. Yeah, I do. I don't. I think a team in your division winning a World Series is never a good thing, especially when you're as polarizing of a team as the Astros. It does not. I do not like it, and the way in which they've done it too has been really impressive. They just lost their hottest player, Corey Seager, now carrying him. I think it sucks that the Rangers will now have. I mean, they're going to be able to come into Minute Maid Park and say the champs are here. I mean that's kind of wild.
World Series.
Well, there is that.
And to see them celebrate like that, we got to go a whole year of them being the champs.
What do you mean there is that? You said you didn't even care either way if they won it. Why do you care if they're in it?
No, I'm saying there is that. Just the way them celebrating. It's
just
not,
imagine
it's
next.
Not going to be pleasant.
Just imagine
next. Change my feeling.
But just imagine next season, Texas Rangers World Series champs.
Yeah.
All throughout.
But they had it over you anyway.
Years,
is my
man.
point.
Yeah.
They had it over you anyway.
No, going to a World Series and losing,
that would have been
nothing.
That would have been.
That's y'all didn't finish the job.
Yeah, that would have been corny bragging rights.
Y'all didn't finish the job.
We beat y'all.
Yeah,
well, we
deal.
beat y'all.
Yeah,
oh well.
You don't think that would have happened?
I don't
That
care if it
would
would
have
have happened or
happened.
not. It wouldn't have mattered.
But it would have happened.
That would happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But who want to brag about that? Well, we beat y'all, but y'all ain't win the World Series.
Will Levis, most intriguing rookie quarterback in the division. How does that make you feel?
Now, that one bothers me. It makes me feel a number of ways. First, there's the competitive aspect. What if this guy is legit? Secondly, I feel dumb because I kept saying, what an arm. But once we got a better grip of things and better, I guess, scouting reports or, analysis of him, I was like, yeah, this guy ain't going to do it. Then the whole Mayo thing. Yeah, I feel a little worried because of what he might be and kind of dumb.
You're worried about him now?
I said a little. A little. I mean, I don't see how you can't be a little.
I'm not worried. I'm intrigued. I'm not worried. I think it was a hell of a debut, but I'm not worried yet. I cannot wait to watch that game tomorrow. By the way, Kenny Pickett says he's going to play. The crazy thing is, from a Texans POV, it's probably better for the Titans to win this game, and then you would be sitting pretty where you're a game behind Pittsburgh. Right now, you would be tied with them in the loss column if they lost. And then there's some other stuff this week that could happen that would make it real interesting. If Buffalo beats Cincinnati, then you have a chance to tie them in the loss column, a team that you're looking up at in the standings. So there's a lot of intriguing opportunity for the Texans this week. It starts tomorrow with Will Levis. How you feeling about Will Levis and all the love he's getting, Figgy?
I'm a little worried too, man. I'm a little worried because I thought the Titans was going to tank. I didn't think he was that good. I thought they'd be probably looking for a quarterback next year again, but they might got something.
Yeah,
and that's a little scary.
Let's stand by on that. Tomorrow, though, we mentioned this. This is what really kind of, I don't know if it's like that big of a deal, but right off the top, Will Levis, he starts his first game. It goes about as good as you can possibly hope for it to go. and he gets a primetime game.
Yeah.
Will Levis will have more primetime games this year than C.J. Stroud. All that love, all that national love. Will Levis, straight from the debut to primetime. How does that make you feel?
That one just makes me feel a little weird because I get it. I mean, you know, he's made a big splash, but man, where's C.J. Stroud's been here? He's been here. He's been doing it for several weeks, so just kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I do wonder what the buzz is going to be, how he's going to be talked about. I know Herb Street's kind of a college guy, so he's actually the ideal guy to have in these situations where you have a small sample size. Al Michaels, though, might be able to kill the buzz a little bit.
You think?
I think Al Michaels can try his best. Did you see what he said the other day about the why he didn't mention Taylor Swift that much when they played the Chiefs? This was a quote with TMZ.
What did he say?
He said, "I don't work for entertainment tonight."
Oh, brother. This guy. Look at this effing guy. He's just grumpy and surly now. And bored.
He's washed.
Yeah.
How does it make you feel that today is the first day of November?
Man, I woke up and I was like, already we're looking at 2024? November is when you're like, damn, the year's almost over, just about over. It's like, how does it make me feel? Old? Old. It makes everybody feel old. It's going fast, man. Doesn't it make you feel a little old? Like, dang, it's going to be 2024.
It does feel like the time's going by pretty quick. I will say that. I don't know. 2 months does seem like kind
it's
of
nothing, man.
Kind of a little bit of a long thing.
Also makes me a little bit excited because then you get into Thanksgiving and Christmas and all that, so that's always cool. But I always, refer to that old saying: the days are long, but the years are fast, and that is true.
All right, so Will Kunkel, Mark Berman's replacement at Fox, he just quote tweeted a picture of people grabbing all the candy in the pot in a neighborhood. Someone decided to put the pot out, and family took all the candy. How do we feel about this approach?
This is sorry, man. I don't care what.
To record them or to grab the candy?
To grab the candy. I don't care who you are. I don't care if your parents aren't around. I don't care. That's like one of the most selfish things you can do. In any context, and these are not little kids that he tweeted.
No, those were adults. That makes it a little bit different.
Yeah.
The kids, though, kids can make their decisions. Like that's kind of part of the Halloween experience.
Look at the lesson you're teaching them.
The lesson you're teaching them.
Everything.
It depends how you look at the lesson. Lesson could be take advantage of the opportunities you get.
That's not an opportunity. That's stealing.
It's not stealing. There's no price.
You're stealing from someone else.
It's not a crime.
It is not a crime. It's right there. They left the candy. They're being lazy. They probably. Sad thing is, the person that left the candy in there, their fat ass is probably sitting in there watching TV, eating ice cream. They just don't want to go to the door.
No, man.
That's their fault.
This is sorry. This is sorry.
I mean, I'm not trying to take the other side, but why did they just put the candy out there?
Well,
like that?
I mean, you shouldn't, but it's still sorry on the people who take it.
You better off not even participating.
Look at this. You're out there trick-or-treating. You see kids everywhere, and you dump an entire, looks like a cauldron of candy into your bags. That's sorry. I don't care what you say.
Well, I mean, the 35-year-olds,
that's even worse.
A little bit issue on itself.
Yeah, that's even worse.
Yeah, it kind of is.
The slime ball ought to be in the joint and let the big boys take care of it.
I was kind of offended yesterday. I only had one group of trick-or-treaters. Now our neighborhood is being built, so there's a little new. There's a lot of construction going on across and to the right, but
your baby's pretty young. She did not go, or did
only
she go?
one? Hell no.
Yeah,
she wouldn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
There was one group, man. Pretty kind of got my feelings hurt a little bit.
I had like
there.
25, man.
Kinda
it was
got my
awesome.
Feelings hurt.
It was awesome.
And everybody got a full-size bar?
Yeah, man. Oh, I brought the extras for you guys.
No, don't be that guy.
Look, these are full size.
No, I'm good.
You could bring them here. You bring them bad boys in
These
here.
are the only ones left. There's mostly Butterfingers. I guess people don't like Butterfingers.
Nah, they suck.
No, I appreciate John doing that because you got a lot of people here that bring in the nasty ass, sorry ass candy that nobody wanted.
Lopez is bring candy guy, man.
You want $100,000, baby?
I appreciate that.
Or Butterfinger?
Damn, where'd you? No wonder those were left, man.
They didn't like Butterfingers, I guess.
Nah.
I'll take the Butterfinger.
Okay. When did Butterfinger change their colors? I thought it was I thought it was orange and.
I know.
Yeah.
I noticed that too.
Yeah.
I'll just bring the whole bag in there, Figgy.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring my Halloween
candy.
But
look, we had like 60 big bars. There's 3, 6, 9 left. How about that?
Can't get down with that.
That's pretty good.
Can't get down with the Butterfinger.
It's tough, man. Get stuck all in your teeth.
Yeah.
It's messy.
Maybe that's why people don't like them.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about Sean Pendergast having nuts on his forehead yesterday.
I know. I mean, I told everybody.
I showed my wife. She lost it.
I don't think he thought it was as funny as we did, though.
You don't?
No.
Maybe not.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of one of the I think it's kind of one of the under radar, like Sean didn't love things. I tweeted it out at Landry Locker. There was no acknowledgement. And if Sean ain't acknowledging it on Twitter, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think
he might be above that.
Yeah, I don't think he thought the nuts on the forehead was as funny as we did.
Make no mistake, there were nuts on the forehead.
No, because he didn't even do the circle. All he had to do was like the circle in between.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were nuts on the forehead. I wonder, like, should we have not brought? I mean, he's on camera though.
It was everywhere. If you didn't do it, someone else would have.
Yeah.
Sean does have that little characteristic every once in a while because he'll play along with anything. But every once in a while, you can tell he's just a little.
Yeah, I don't
just
think.
a little.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
I don't think he appreciated the nuts on the forehead.
Yeah.
Tweet.
Well, I don't think anybody would really appreciate nuts on the forehead.
I wouldn't have done it if it weren't on YouTube.
Yes. And they were talking about it, like on their show. I mean, so.
Yeah, the nuts on the forehead. Not a good time for old Shawnee.
We had some. So what were they dressed? Because we had some okay
I don't even
ones.
remember.
We had a couple that were like outstanding costumes for little kids. They were both about 8 years old too, so that was cool.
Yeah, I don't even remember. There were 4 kids, and then there were 2 dogs.
We had a Ken and a Barbie, which there's a lot of Barbies out there, but they were both in the package, like they were in the little box, dressed as in their role.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet, right? Yeah, that was like next level stuff.
Coming up, Taylor Swift has 1989. John Lopez has 2025.
Yes,
a
sir.
new obsession for John Lopez next.
The Texans offense struggled in a 15-13 loss.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
We've seen playoff teams that are just playoff teams.
I don't understand how a D'Amico Ryans playoff run with C.J. Stroud as a rookie, with D'Amico as a first-year head coach, I don't see how you look at that as like Bill O'Brien getting to the playoffs. So I think there's a lot more value in that than, oh, yeah, we've seen that. That's the whole thing. That seems way too simplistic based on where the Texans are right now and what that would mean. I think it would be the start of something. I don't look at it as, oh, well, you know, division titles. Like, I don't feel like you're on like a mediocre treadmill like BOB like.
Like, I think you're you know, the value of building a team for 2025 is really the goal right now. It's cool that you're a playoff contender.
2025?
That's year after next. You know, if they're a Super Bowl contender, or
damn.
Is that wrong?
Damn. Oh, okay. 2025. Of course, this was about the trade deadline. Texans were very, very conservative. Matter of fact, they didn't do anything, so there was that. But with where they are in the process, the year 2025, it came up yesterday, and it came up today in show prep. John Lopez, explain the new 2025. I don't know if it's a rally cry. I'll let you explain the 2025 notion.
Yeah, I just think it's a way of building a team that can be sustainable and great, not good. Like you referenced Bill O'Brien. What I'm talking about there is, like, if you traded for, let's say, Saquon Barkley, and I think that's how this conversation started, for this year, yeah, you're going to be better this year. But my point is not so much Bill O'Brien, but we've had that team in this city before. You know, forget the coaches.
That team?
A team that gets to the playoffs.
With a rookie quarterback and a rookie coach?
No, a team that gets to the playoffs and really isn't that good. Whereas maybe if you don't make any moves and you continue to build and you build it deliberately and smartly, then by 2025, the third year of the head coach and the third year of the starting quarterback, then you're a lot more than that. You know what I mean? You are a lot more than that. And so I started thinking, and I'm like, I don't think this is that outrageous. I know you weren't a fan of me saying that, and that's fine. But I started looking at some of the teams that are on the top of the board right now, and some of the teams that have the best odds to get to the Super Bowl. And I'll lay out a few, and I know you're going to have your thoughts on this, but like the Eagles, Nick Sirianni was hired in 2021. So this is his third season, and the third with Jalen Hurts as the starter. They're a Super Bowl contender. The Dolphins. Mike McDaniels was hired in 2021, so this is his second season, and this is the third season with Tua as the starter. The Bills. Sean McDermott was hired in 2017. They went to the conference championship in 2020. That was Josh Allen's third season as a starter. Jaguars are making some noise. Doug Peterson was hired in 2022. They're 6-2 in Trevor Lawrence's third season. The Lions. Dan Campbell was hired in 2021. They're 6-2 with Jared Goff, who was obviously somewhere else, but with Jared Goff, his third year as Lions starter. So what I'm saying is, it's not. I really look at 2025 and there's other examples that maybe we'll get to in a minute, but just to illustrate that. As 2025, if you build it right, if you're not, it's hard to be patient.
How do you build it right? Like, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's all the normal things. Use your salary cap wisely, draft wisely. When you get close, add acquisitions around C.J. Stroud that will, maybe be the McCaffrey kind of move that the Niners made. All the usual suspects there. So all I'm saying is, yes, I'm excited. I'm excited about this team. All of a sudden, we can talk playoffs. I think 5 is when we can go, you know what? That's a squad right there.
The examples you used, my pushback on these examples are, do you think C.J. Stroud is playing good right now? Like, do you think he's having a good start? So he's having a good rookie year?
Absolutely.
Jalen Hurts did not. They did not even know about Jalen Hurts. Tua was rotating with Ryan Fitzpatrick. Right. Josh Allen was awful.
Right.
and Trevor Lawrence was with Urban Meyer. And he had, they were talking about Davis Mills having a better rookie year. So if we're going to look at those guys and talk about a 3-year plan, and that's not even mentioning that Jacksonville was extremely aggressive in free agency in year 2, comparing the path of C.J. Stroud to the path of where Jalen Hurts to, and again, this can change. There's a lot of game left, so maybe we get to that point. But comparing like a 3-year plan of C.J. Stroud with what we've seen from him early, compared to what Jalen Hurts, Tua, Josh Allen, and Trevor Lawrence look like in year 1, I think you're kind of setting back what we've seen from C.J. up to this point with a small sample size.
Well, here's where my pushback is to your pushback. In all those situations, you're right in terms of what they were doing early on. But those squads knew what they had. They thought they knew what they had with those quarterbacks.
No, they didn't.
And we know that.
No, they did not.
Hold on.
No, they did not. Trevor, they did. But Hurts, Tua, and Josh Allen, they had no idea what they had.
Let me tell you why they did. They stayed with him for 3 years.
They stayed with them for 2, and they proved themselves in year 2. That's what they
stayed with them.
Yeah, but they stayed with them because in year 2 they found out about them. If they would have known what they had with those guys, they probably, like, if those guys had looked like C.J. Stroud early on, they probably wouldn't have been talking about 2025. And I don't even necessarily think that this was like a plan. Like, the other thing is, you're talking about an orchestrated plan to get to 2025, which is a 3-year plan. Do we know that this was like orchestrated plan? Like, did they say, okay, because Jacksonville, they paid damn near, I don't know how many millions on receivers for Trevor Lawrence, and they spent a lot of money in free agency. Like, I don't know that these were like orchestrated 3-year plans, and these teams did not know about their quarterback. They stayed with them because they played good in year 2. They didn't stay with them through 3 years. They had to see what they did in year 2.
Well, first of all, every organization has a plan. Every single one. All 32 have a plan. And
yeah, but sometimes the result is not because of the plan. Sometimes it just works out that way. Like, their plan might have been, let's be good very, very soon, and then in year 3 they reap the benefits of it. Not, hey, let's wait till 2025.
Well, nobody's waiting. I mean, you're making moves constantly to get to build around the squad. What I'm saying is, realistically, to get great, you get there. And I'll just say this again. I mean, you can disagree, and that's fine. I get it. But they stayed with these quarterbacks, whether they thought this or that of them. They thought enough of them to stay with all these quarterbacks. This is Jalen Hurts' 3rd year as a starter. Tua's 3rd year as a starter. Josh Allen in his 3rd year went to the AFC Championship game. Trevor Lawrence is his 3rd year as a starter. Jared Goff is his 3rd year as a starter. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, doesn't your mindset change if you already feel like the guy is the guy? Because they didn't feel like the guys were the guys after 1 year. That's all I'm at. That's all I'm saying. I feel like C.J. Stroud at this point, it's early. Hell, he might have a rough 2 months, and all of a sudden
he might have a rough second year.
Yeah, he might have a rough back into the season. I don't doesn't the C.J. Stroud mindset, doesn't it kind of change based on what they thought about these guys in year 1? Like, I guess I'm just confused by it. I don't know. I don't get it.
You don't get it?
I really don't. I don't. I'm confused. I think Jalen Hurts after 1 year, Tua, Josh Allen, and obviously Trevor Lawrence, they were committed. I'm just a little confused by the 2025 thing. That's just me, though. Figgy?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like C.J. Stroud is on a historical run right now where he's playing his ass off. I think you got to take advantage of that, man. I feel like if you could get somebody right now that can help the team get to the playoffs, I think that's a plus.
I think, well, they didn't get anybody, and I think they can still get to the playoffs. I'm saying is when this team gets great, it's not going to be this year, and it probably won't be next year. And there's examples right there I just laid out.
Yeah,
for
but
you.
The core of your 2025 thing was you don't want the Texans to be aggressive. And I get that. Like, I get you don't want them to be aggressive. I was just talking about Saquon Barkley for a day 2 pick. I do think the Texans' mindset, if they feel good about CJ, would be different than how Miami felt after year 1 of Tua and Jalen Hurts. That's all I'm saying. I don't know that there was like a 3-year mindset with these squads I think the Texans should be extremely aggressive this offseason, is what I'm saying. I don't think they should be looking to 2025. I think they should be looking to put the best team possible on the field immediately, and whatever happens, happens.
But see, if they were 0-6, then I would understand the argument saying, hey, let's wait till next year to kind of build it up. But they're not 0-6. They're in the playoff hunt.
Well, maybe it can accelerate it some, but you still have a plan. And I think that the truth is, like, they don't want to be too hasty, and the proof has been proven because they didn't do much in the trade deadline, at least in the short term. Now, maybe they're going to be real aggressive in the offseason and try to accelerate it. But it's hard to think in those terms. But over and over again, as I showed you there,
those are bad examples to me.
Those are great examples.
Those just don't seem like the same situation as the Texans, though. That's what's confusing to me.
Those are great examples because they had the same starting quarterback, the same coach for 2 or 3 years, same starting quarterback for 3 years. They built a team around them after they realized what they had, and now they're all contenders.
Let's talk to Basketball Spo, Adam Spillane. Let's get the latest on the Astros managerial search and what's going on with the other team in town. Adam Spillane next.
All right, guys, a lot of people talking about testosterone. I'm encouraging you to do your homework. Actually, let me do it for you. Just go to
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo.
All right, Baseball Spo. Dusty Baker's replacement will be?
I don't know. I really don't. It's been a week, and there really has been no movement on this at all. I don't think they've interviewed anyone, or at least that hasn't gotten out publicly at this point. You've heard names. You've heard, obviously, Joe Espada. You've heard Brad Ausmus. Craig Counsell's name was floated yesterday. You've heard Ron Washington is interested. Well, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are interested at this point, but I really don't know what direction that they're going to go in. It kind of felt like, to me, we talked about this last week, I thought Espada is the easy one. Like, that's just the continuity move. He knows the organization. He knows the entire organization. He knows everybody on the roster. Like, that's the one where everything just basically stays as much the same as possible. But the fact that they have not moved on that by now is a little surprising, and it makes you think that he might not get it. And then the question that keeps coming back to me, that's been posed by multiple people. Okay, Espada has interviewed for all these jobs the last few years. Why hasn't he gotten one?
Yeah.
And I can't really answer that. So I don't know.
How do you feel about Ron Washington? Because we were talking during the break, and I'm like, maybe because he's older, he can be kind of the next Dusty Baker, a bridge guy as they get into what is clearly maybe the downside of this run versus Espada.
I don't see the Ron Washington thing at all. I get that he's interested. Again, a lot of people. Of course. A lot of people are going to be. I'll take it. I'll take the job up there. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it for half the price. So I don't see that as anything real. I mean, he's 71. He hasn't managed in a decade. Again, he's got no background with the organization. So he's coming at I don't see it. I don't see that at all. I don't see it as any sort of possibility.
Yeah, and I don't. Do they want the next Dusty Baker? Like, do they want?
No,
I want to do the same type of thing.
No, I think that they are probably looking to go younger in that position and go with a little bit different thinking in that position, and that's what they probably should be looking to do. So no, the Ron Washington thing, I understand. Like I said, I understand his interest. I don't see the team's interest though.
What's the future like for the Rangers? Because I know this baseball has kind of become like a regional sport. Obviously, we got very familiar with the Rangers this year. Like, what's the future? Like, is their future brighter than the Astros? Like, what are we looking at there?
I mean, part of it depends on if they're willing to spend money the way that they have. Like, they have gone out and they have opened up the wallet, and you go and you get Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, and John Gray finally was able to contribute this postseason. They went out and got him. They went out and they got DeGrom. They got Evaldi. They went out and traded for Scherzer and added a bunch to their payroll. But they also have some young guys on that team that are really good. I mean, we've seen Evan Carter, who just came up this month, and he's 21. And he looks like he's going to be an all-star. Josh Young has been really good as a rookie. So it seems like that team is here to stay. They've got some holes. Like, they've got to fix that bullpen a little bit and make sure that it's not quite as leaky as it was during the regular season. And they've got to keep some of their arms healthy. But if they're willing to spend the way that they have at the level that they have the last couple of off seasons, there's no reason to think that they won't be here for a long time. And Seager's not old either. I mean, Seager is young. Adolis Garcia, those guys have plenty of good years left. So that team's here to stay.
And that obviously mirrors what the Astros are doing. What do the Astros have to do this offseason now that we're here and you know the free agents, et cetera, stay there to stay where they've been?
I think the Astros have to decide where they're at as an organization. Like, do they think that they are a team that is going to contend for a long time? If so, then I think they've got to start signing guys to extensions, and they've got to get those guys taken care of. If they don't, then I think they have to start thinking about, hey, maybe we need to start trading some of these guys. Like, if you're not going to keep Kyle Tucker long term, then I think you've got to think about trading him and then trying to fill that hole in the roster in other ways and get creative with it. They have lost all of these guys the last few years, and they have been content with just taking back the comp pick, and that doesn't work. Like, that's not a good way to sustain winning. And fortunately for them, they had Jeremy Pena to replace Carlos Correa. They had all these pitchers that came out of nowhere to replace the Garrett Coles and the Dallas Keuchels of the world. But it seems like that's drying up. Like, are they going? If they lose Kyle Tucker in 2 years, are they going to have anybody in the organization to replace him? Drew Gilbert was kind of supposed to be the guy, and now he's gone. So there really isn't, there isn't that guy in the minor league system right now that you can point to say, okay, this is the guy that we can really rely on for the next half decade.
Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I take it you're going to make your way, Basketball Spo, to the Toyota Center tonight.
Yes.
I take it you're expecting the Rockets, who are 0-3 right now, and a 2-point favorite tonight. I take it you are going to be betting the house on the Rockets to beat the Hornets tonight.
I will not be doing that because I've watched the first 3 games. And the Hornets are not bad. I think there's a little bit of a misconception with them because they were so bad last year. But they've got some talent, and all those guys are, when they're healthy, the Hornets are actually okay, and they're healthy right now. No, I will not be taking the Rockets. I think they have shown some good things over the first. I mean, we'll take out the Orlando game, but the last 2 games they've shown some good things. But you look at just offensive rating, defensive rating, they're basically right where they were last year. They're not rebounding at all, and I think one of the most, disappointing aspects for them is that they are playing at the league's 3rd slowest pace. And when we started the season, they always, and every team says this.
Yeah, we're going to run.
Yeah, we're going to run. We're going to play fast, blah, 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 blah. And so far, they're not doing it. Part of that is that they're not defending. So they're stuck playing in the half court. They're not rebounding. So when they are playing good defense, they aren't finishing possessions. And that's the sort of stuff that has to change. And then you look individually, Fred VanVleet has not shot the ball well. Dylan Brooks has, I think, probably exceeded expectations so far. And then they're just kind of the little things they aren't doing on the court right now, especially when the game matters. Like they blew that game in San Antonio the other night. They had a chance.
Jabari Smith.
They had a chance against Golden State, and they let Curry get going because they have one kind of, they botch a switch basically. And so you can't do little things like that. And that's how you lose games, and that's how you're 0-3.
They just don't have a franchise guy, right? I mean, we've come to the conclusion Jalen Green's not a franchise guy, right? Is it too early to say that?
I think it's probably still a little too early to say that, but it is year 3. And you'd like to see some steps forward for him. And so far through the first 3 games of this season, it hasn't quite been there. Do I think he's a franchise guy? No, I don't. But I think that he can certainly, there's a lot of talent there.
He can improve.
Yeah, and he can do things on the floor.
He can give you 20 a night.
And that's fine. But is that a franchise guy? No. I think that when you look at this season, not having Kevin Porter Jr. has hurt them. And I think that they went into this season planning to have Kevin Porter Jr. come off their bench and really provide them some offense off that bench. They don't have that now, and they don't have anybody on the roster who can replace that production.
Well, the other thing is, and I've talked to Landry about this, Landry and Figgy, like you get into a timeout with 1 minute left and you got to get the ball to somebody. Who's that somebody?
And right now, I guess it's kind of Şengün, but it's hard to run an offense that way in 2023. Like teams are more than willing to just let him go to work in the post because it's just not an efficient offense, really. It's like, okay, we'll let you take this contested shot out of the post, but it's only 2 points, and then we'll come down and we'll just abuse you defensively, and we'll get that right back. So I think it's a tough way to live. And again, if you want to play fast, dumping the ball into the post isn't a good way to play fast. And when they went on a big run against Golden State on Sunday, they did that by playing fast, and that's when they're at their best.
I just don't like. It just seems like there's a lot of times where they just pass up the right shot, like in the actual rhythm of the game. Like the other day against San Antonio, like Wemby was missing shots, but they were in the rhythm of the offense. And when you shoot in the rhythm of the offense, if you miss or not, that's how you're supposed to play. There's just too many times where there's perfect ball movement, and Jabari either pump fakes or dribbles out, or Jalen Green has those 3 extra dribbles that just throw out the whole rhythm. It doesn't seem like they understand I don't want to be condescending, but basketball rhythm. Like they pass up. It seems like the right shot is passed up
or offense
more times than it should be.
Well, I think that's a confidence thing. I think that when you have a ton of confidence and you have that open look, you're going to take it every single time. And these guys, just because they haven't shot the ball well, I think sometimes that's a confidence thing. And that was I think Mike D'Antoni's biggest strength is just the way that he empowered players. Like, hey, if you miss, who cares? Don't pass up shots. Like that's the things that would make Mike D'Antoni the angriest in his 4 years. There were 2 things that would really, aside from officials, there were 2 things that would set him off. If you botched a switch, that would set him off. And if you passed up an open look, that would set him off. And so it's same thing with Şengün. Like Şengün has plenty of open looks from 3. Take it. Like that's a shot that he can make, and he can be a good 3-point shooter. He just isn't willing to take it. And for the rest of those guys, who cares if you've missed the last 5? It doesn't matter. Take the shot if it's there, because you probably aren't going to get a better shot that possession.
Well, Landry said rhythm, but to me that's also just the flow of the offense. And what you just said, passing up, like making extra passes, being a part of the offense as opposed to, what they're doing right now. I mean, that's got to be driving Udoka nuts.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that all these guys are basically playing together for the first time. I mean, you have two starters who just joined the team a few months ago, and so you don't have a lot. Like Golden State has been together for a decade at this point. So now you have this group that's been together for 3 months, and so it takes some time for everybody to figure each other out.
Basketball Spo, appreciate you, my man.
Of course,
it's the man, Adam Spillane. Every Wednesday, 10:40 here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Nightmare Avoided, and copying the Patriot Way dead. Let's remember the 5 biggest blowhard moments from the attempt to copy the Patriot Way next. McNair when he hired Nick Caserio. This was one of the first things that he said. He wanted to get this point across. This was Cal McNair back in the day.
With respect to their organization, we do not consider ourselves the Patriot South. We are here to lead this team the Texans way.
All right, well, a lot of people were skeptical about that, but so far I would say that that's happened. I don't think Nick Caserio has. I mean, there's been some small things, but in the big scheme of things, we haven't seen a Patriots coaching hire. We've seen some familiar faces, but it seems like he's kind of adjusted to the D'Amico way, and those guys are working together. Yesterday, Josh McDaniels, really the final example of trying to copy the Patriot way. Depending on how you look at Brian Dable, he was let go. And the Raiders, they're now announcing that Aiden O'Connell is going to start their game on Sunday. They fired their GM, who also came from New England. And it appears the attempt to copy that Patriot way is perhaps dead. It's a dying thing. And I guess nightmare avoided around here. Nightmare avoided. We lived it with B.O.B., and we're not necessarily living it now. Las Vegas tried to live it, and they're not living it anymore either. So there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Nightmare avoided for sure. The best thing the Texans have done is be able to combine various philosophies with D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. And a lot of credit for this really needs to go to Nick Caserio because a lot of these Patriots way guys, as you well know, they are stuck in their ways. You know, it's the right way. It's how we did it in New England. You've got to give Nick Caserio some credit for some flexibility here, you know, from the very start to be able to work with Cal and Hannah, and then D'Amico comes in and he seems to be, getting along with him great. He really deserves a lot of credit on that.
Yeah, he's done a good job of adjusting to it, and he's done a good job of surviving in the league. I think he's got a really good thing going. In the spirit of the death of the Patriot way, though, and Nick, you're not off the hook here, I present 5 of the most entertaining moments of Patriot South blowhardedness. Let's start with number 5.
Number 5.
Joe Judge, New York Giants. Lasted a couple years. Matter of fact, he actually got to oversee Bill Belichick's offense last year with Matt Patricia, who we'll hear from here as well. Here was Joe Judge's rant on teaching players.
We talk internally, you look at a lot of things moving in the right direction, and you know the targets of what you have to improve going forward. All right, but when you know the direct targets of exactly what you've got to hit, when we look at overall what we're doing, there's a number of things going in the right direction that we know they're foundational things, the things you have to put in place for the team to have success, on and off the field, okay? The important thing is when you have those direct targets, you got to find a way to minimize the things, okay, that you struggle with. And you work your hardest to go ahead and make sure you give yourself and your team a chance for success by trying to take certain aspects away from the game so it can't expose you as a weakness. All right, if you're in the damn building, you walk on through our locker room, you ain't seen that crap you saw before, okay? Okay? I know we're a whole lot closer to where we're going than we are further away. I can tell you that right now. I can tell you we got more players here who are going to be free agents next year, all right, who are in my office every day begging to come back. I know that, okay? I know that. Or players that we coached last year that still call me twice a week talking about, how much they wish they were still here and they're getting paid more somewhere else, okay? I know we got the right culture in terms of teaching the players, okay? That's it. Whatever bull gets fired, better get fired for me. You got that? It's got to go through me to get to them. And that's the way it is.
Good Lord.
Was that real?
I mean, my gosh.
It's as if they get programmed because they all kind of sound the same.
Like, was that boot camp?
Unbelievable.
Man.
Reliving the 5 of the most entertaining blowhard moments in the copying the Patriot way. Number 4, man.
Número 4.
Best of B.O.B. Bill O'Brien. My goodness, here is perhaps they say the most successful. Count Nick Saban. I know people don't want to count Nick Saban. I count Nick Saban. I know it's college and not pro, but I do count Nick Saban.
That's the Patriots guy?
Well, I mean, it's a Belichick guy.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I think he's taken a lot of that philosophy to Alabama and done well with it. But I get what we're saying, NFL. Here is the best or worst, however you look at it, of B.O.B.
I think you guys are unbelievable to me, though. Like, do you have any idea how hard it is to win an NFL football game? I mean, it is the most difficult thing to do, I think, in professional sports. I mean, really, like.
Bill, you've talked about your guys' inconsistency this season, but you've also had some really strong, impressive wins. Do you feel like going into?
I mean, I know we've been inconsistent, but we were 10-6. It wasn't very good today.
Right. I just said you've had some really strong wins.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
But I said that about inconsistency, and I was right. And I just think that, we've had some pretty good wins here, and we've won the division 2 years in a row, so 4 out of 5. So I think that's okay. We ran the ball for over 100 yards. I mean, it was a horrible game, but, like, the offensive line, again, we had some issues with penalties, like has been pointed out 50 times between the last 2 press conferences, rightfully so. I mean, there were some things on offense that were pretty good. I'm not sure if you guys watched the film, but look, I know it was a terrible game, but just throw that out there. It wasn't horse on offense.
The arrogance.
They all sound the same.
That's what I'm saying. It's like they pull a string and they all spit out like what was programmed in their brains or whatever, and then they all have this arrogance. I got guys calling me all the time want to come back. That's not too bad. 4 out of 5. The hell out of here.
Number 3, Nick Caserio.
Oh man.
Número 3.
Gotta put you on here, Nick. This was Nick Caserio. This was with Albert Breer, and this was talking about bringing the Patriot Way. One of the more polarizing topics here. Perhaps bringing the Patriot Way to H-Town.
We're all a product of our experiences, right? In our upbringing, right? Whether it's how we were raised as a child, what professional environment that we worked in. There's so many things that I've learned being in Foxborough and learned from a lot of different people. And it's one of the most successful franchises in the history of sports for a long period of time. And the sustainability for a long period of time is what's made it successful. But each situation that you walk into is a little bit different. So like Silicon Valley, like you can't reduplicate what Google does from with some other tech company or tech startup. You may have some people that worked at Google, they take over a new corporation and they take some attributes and elements of Google that were successful and try to apply them in their environment. I think it's no different. We're going to be the Houston Texans. We're going to do what we feel is best for our organization. And you just try to take some of the core attributes and some of the things that you feel are transferable, understanding that everybody has to be themselves. You can't airlift. It's like trying to buy a new house, right, in Houston. I can't airlift my house in Massachusetts and bring it in here to Houston. It's just not going to happen, right?
All right.
I mean, yeah, that was not one of his better moments, but at least he did say we're going to try to take some attributes.
That was before. Yeah. That was also before the D'Amico thing. They were kind of in an interesting spot. Number 2.
Número 2.
Matt Patricia. Apparently, he wants you to have posture when you ask him a question. Here is Matt Patricia. Number 2, most entertaining blowhard Patriot Way display.
How do you think this makes your franchise better?
Well, do me a favor, just kind of sit up and just have a little respect for the process. Every day you come in and ask me questions and you just kind of give me this. But I mean, just be a little respectful. I'm asking just to be a little respectful in this whole process, okay? So ask me a question professionally and I'll answer it for you.
Did I say arrogance? Have I mentioned arrogance? That's the thing that's just like their stuff don't stink.
Sit up straight.
Yeah.
Sit up straight.
Get your stuff together.
Número 1.
All right, this was, I don't know why this annoyed me so much. Danny Amendola, I think he played 7 or 8 games for the Texans, okay? Product of the Woodlands, hell of a career. Hats off to Danny Amendola. I think he's actually an assistant with the Raiders. Josh McDaniels brought him there. But when he retired and Nick Caserio said this, I nearly drove my damn car off the road. This was on the way to training camp. This was Nick Caserio's opening statement after Danny Amendola retired.
Just a quick note to Danny Amendola, just on his retirement. Had an immense effect on our program last year, even though he's only here 1 year. You can't say enough good things about him. I mean, what he's done, his toughness. I mean, there's 1,000 examples of that I had the good fortune of firsthand to seeing. But great career, great person, will always be a Houston Texan.
Always be a Houston Texan. How many games did he play?
I think 8.
I'm telling you, for a long time there. And again, credit to Caserio for changing. But for a long time there, and with a lot of these guys, if you just drove past Foxborough, you were a stud. And you knew how to do it.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, death to the Patriot Way. Pour one out. We kind of knew you. I would say we barely knew you, and we knew you a little too damn well, to say the least. Speaking of old things, Oilers, Texans, pardon my take. They saw the Oilers wearing the uniforms. They had this to say, made the rounds, went viral. If I had a penny for every person who sent me this, I would probably be able to buy a candy bar.
Payday?
Preferably a Milky Way. Here is, pardon my take, talking about the Oilers versus Houston drama.
Favorite uniform in the NFL. One of them. Tennessee Titans should not be allowed
It's
to wear.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
They gave up the rights to that.
Correct.
When the team moved and they decided to rebrand, they're like, you know what? Oilers doesn't make sense in Tennessee. We're going to be the Titans for some reason.
Right.
I don't know why. And then they just get to go back and use another city's uniform.
You took the team from a city. You are the Titans now. The Texans should get to wear the Oilers throwbacks. That's how it should work.
Yeah, the franchise, I understand, can move around. It sucks, but it can. But the colors stay.
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
And it's going to be very weird.
And they're sick colors.
When the Oilers play against the Texans.
Yeah.
They are going to wear their throwbacks.
That's up.
You know what? Whoever wins between Tennessee and Houston, they get the uniform.
That's what it really should be.
How about that?
That would be that should be the Monday night game, everything at stake.
And both teams wear the Oilers outfits for that. Just one wears blue, one wears white.
No, they both wear the Oilers uniforms, but it says, like, one says Titans, one says Texans.
Yeah.
I know you say you're over this, but and maybe it'll fade away at some point.
I feel like they're making fun of us too. I do
Really?
think, yeah, I do. I feel like they are, in some ways, they're adding to your notion that Amy Adams looks like a complete idiot, and she does. She looks stupid.
Yeah.
Like, this is the most popular podcast there is, right in the center of the demo. They think she's a loser for wearing Oilers uniforms. Like, there is no mistaking it. She looks like an absolute idiot. And I think this adds to your theory, but I also think they're kind of making fun of people really caring about these uniforms too. A grudge match? Come on. What do they want to? Do they want to put a ladder there with the Oilers uniform up there where you got to climb up there and grab it too? Like, what are we doing?
No,
here?
no, that part for sure. They know that's just impossible. They're just kind of having fun or whatever.
But you are right. She looks like she might, like, it might be cool uniforms and they might sell some merchandise and all that, but make no mistake about it. It was a very, very, very known thing here for a long time that Amy Adams is a weasel.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks she's a weasel now. Like, there's nobody that doesn't think she's a weasel, except John McClain. John McClain is the only person in the world defending Amy Adams.
She's doing great
and that
things
was my
for those
frustrating
guys.
thing
She's
with the
doing
whole
great
thing.
things for those guys.
Yeah, that was my frustrating thing, is that he's defending just the corniness.
She can do whatever she wants.
Could have stayed
She
Oilers.
loves Houston. That you want to know what?
That's the best point that I've heard. They were literally the Oilers for a little bit. They could have stayed the Oilers.
Absolutely.
And that would have been fine.
They were the Tennessee Oilers.
Because there have been teams that have moved cities and they stayed the team. Like, you could do that.
Yeah.
But they could have stayed the Oilers. They didn't.
The Colts did it.
No, the Colts did it. Jazz. Yeah, just go through the list. Lakers, all that stuff. There ain't that many lakes in Los Angeles. Come on. It's Minnesota. And a lot of Jazz in Utah, but they kept the name. Think about that.
Yeah. If you cared so much about it, you could have kept it.
There's not a lot of oil, in Tennessee. Maybe there is. I don't know. But I know the Lakers and the Jazz, that's like the most confusing thing ever. What got me the most, and still gets me, and man, John was mad at me at that he was standing there with a frustrated look on his face.
He looked like he wanted to fight you.
And I didn't care. You know me. I was just like at the whiskey talk that we had with Sean back last week. But anyway, what gets me the most is when he says, or anyone says, like, she really loves Houston.
Come on.
She doesn't. She probably has very fond memories. But if she loved Houston, she would know and listen.
Well, my thing is this, and this is what I said from the very beginning, because it's not an all either or thing. I don't blame her for hating Houston and wanting to stick it to Houston.
Sure.
Her dad, regardless of what you think of him, if you're Bud Adams' daughter, I can't imagine all the stuff she heard said to him. I can't imagine all the stuff she,
and what she
the letters
believes
and stuff
from him.
So I have no problem with her being a weasel, but it's one of the worst kept secrets now that she's a weasel.
Yeah.
And to say that she's not a weasel and a slime ball,
she loves Houston.
That's the problem.
Loves it.
This has nothing to do with Houston. And she doesn't even really love the Oilers.
Well, at least, I mean, I will
She's
say.
just making it personal.
I mean, she loved
That's
it.
all.
She might have loved it back in the day, but they could have stayed the Oilers.
She has fond memories, but now she's using the Oilers.
Yeah, she's making it personal because she heard about what Houston was going to do with the colors and all that stuff, and she's doing it personally.
And the whole thing, the other thing John said yesterday, and I never followed up with it because we moved on, but he says that was NFL properties, that sent the thing to to the Cougars.
Okay.
I'm like, sure it was.
Yeah, they was just digging into the NCAA.
Does NFL
and
properties
ran across that uniform?
Do you think Amy Adams has NFL properties email? Like, hey, did you notice this, NFL properties? Come on, man. She's spiteful. She's spiteful. She should have dressed up as herself for Halloween.
Do you think Amy Adams gives out candy bars?
I don't know.
Or I think she just puts the gate up. She probably puts the gate up, right?
I don't know. That's a good question.
She probably just puts the gate up.
She probably just puts the gate up, if we're being honest. It would fit with her character.
Maybe have someone hand out candy bars out front, though, at least?
No. I think she's just going to have her little get-together.
Is there any worse feeling than waking up the morning after Halloween when you eat just a crap ton of candy? Your whole mouth just feels...
Man.
It's like a pre-chocolate taste, yeah.
I'm such a weak person when it comes to sweets.
How many candy bars did you eat
No,
yesterday?
here's the thing. I was so proud of myself. We had a bunch of kids out there. I was sitting on the front porch, had a nice glass of wine, had the heater going, so I was nice and cozy. Kids coming up, all that. Didn't have a single candy bar. Came in for dinner, had dinner. My daughter and son-in-law came over, had dinner. They were passing it. It was awesome, and I was so disciplined. And then after dinner, I'm putting up the candy. Like I said, there was 9 left. Then there was 11, if you see where I'm going with this. so there were 11 candy bars left in the basket, and we had like 50-something. And I'm going to put them up. I'm going to put them in this bag, take them to mess with them. And I said, well, one Baby Ruth won't hurt.
Coming up, is it time to channel expectations when it comes to C.J. Stroud? Should we be channeling the expectations when it comes to C.J. Stroud's rookie season? Plus, C.J. Stroud's getting cheated on. He's gotten something stolen from him. We'll tell you. CJ Stroud, he's being cheated on. He's being stolen from. Pat McAfee, Aaron Rodgers, they were loving up on CJ a couple weeks ago. We played the audio for you right here. Yesterday, kind of changed. Kind of feel like DeAndre Hopkins got some backhanded compliments, too, along the way. But this was Aaron Rodgers with Pat McAfee on ESPN talking about the new rookie quarterback, AFC South rookie quarterback, flavor of the month, the Mayo Eater, Will Levis.
I mean, you couldn't script it any better. You go out, your first start ever, after picked later than you wanted to go, got to deal with that embarrassment, and you go out and throw 4 touchdowns when no one's expecting anything from you, probably. I mean, good for Will. Happy for him. And, DeAndre's an incredible player. He is just one of those gamers. I've never heard of a guy, and I'm not sure what his practice habits are now, but there'd be a lot of weeks where he just would never practice. And I've talked to Fitzy about this in Arizona, and he said this dude is incredible. I mean, the fact that he could not practice and go out and ball out every single week, just really happy for Will because, you can't script your first starts. I don't think go any better than that. So he's got to be feeling great, happy for him, and also excited for Bryce Young. Bryce is an awesome kid. And,
taking it there, too.
It sucks when you go through stretches where you're really struggling as a team, and for them to get their first win, really awesome. So big congrats to Bryce, congrats to Will this weekend.
Oh, wow. So that's where we're at right now. At noon, I'm going to give you 5 reasons why last week was the worst week of CJ Stroud's career. Not a great week. There's going to be ups and downs, but now you have a situation where there's a quarterback in the AFC South in this week-to-week league that for the time being, and tomorrow for sure, he is getting all the love. He is the flavor of the month. He is the guy that people are talking about, and he is going to get something that CJ Stroud's not going to get this year. Primetime game. He gets it tomorrow against Pittsburgh. You'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 610.
He's the new girl in class, and everybody turning heads, and that's almost, maybe I'm reaching here, but it's almost as if like they're already taking C.J. Stroud for granted. I mean, they're talking about Bryce Young. Hey, good for him. Will Levis. Well, that's great. You couldn't have scripted it any better, et cetera. But maybe I'm reaching, but I think people know what C.J. Stroud is, and they're kind of impressed with the new guys.
Are we sure? Now, it's been great with C.J. Stroud. Is there going to be some leveling out? I talked about this with the offense. The offense, to me, it's flawed. I saw Texans Cap just put out that the Texans, we hear all this stuff about, running backs getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. They lead the league in missed run blocks. The Texans lead the league in missed run blocks. Their wide receivers, kind of MIA last game. No Robert Woods. You should not be that dependent on Robert Woods to where your wide receivers just disappear. The tight ends, Tegan Quitriano just put on injured reserve. Dalton Schultz up and down. Tight ends, maybe question marks there. Running backs kind of speaks for itself. The start of C.J. Stroud has been great, and I'm not sitting here saying, tap the brakes, but do we need to at least be cognizant of the possibility of this kind of leveling out a little bit when it comes to C.J. Stroud in the offense?
Yes, because as good as he is and has been, like, he's not exclusive to what happens to everyone. Like, it happens to every quarterback, every player, where there's certainly a some sort of setback, some sort of regression, and then you can gather yourself and get back to what you are. Not exempt from that. We've talked about it when he was on top of the world after 3 or 4 weeks. Like, it's gonna happen, et cetera. Now you got to try to abbreviate it as much as you can, and you got to try to adjust as much as you can. And that's where I am with it. I mean, it's an easy adjustment. Throw the damn ball. I mean,
throw the ball?
Throw the damn ball.
To who?
Someone. I mean, like, it's not like they don't have anyone out there that can make plays. I mean, Tank Dell's back, get him in the routes more. Noah Brown. I mean, we know the cast of characters here. But throw the damn ball. You talk about, the advanced stats there. I was looking at one this morning. Actually, Cody Stutes retweeted it, and I clicked on it. Like, the Texans, they're dead second last. They're 31st in the NFL in early down passing rating. And how long have I been saying it now? Throw the ball early, set up the run. Throw the ball early, set up the run. They are second worst in the NFL in throwing the ball early. Throw the damn
Is that a problem,
ball.
though? Like, I mean, I know
it's been a problem.
Has it? I mean, before Carolina, we weren't saying anything bad about this offense. Like, I get that, but I mean, like, I feel like we were pretty pleased with the offense before Carolina. I mean, we were talking about Bobby Slowick being the savant and stuff. So I don't know. Like, I see that stat, and I wanna remain level-headed here. Like, I think they need to run the ball. Like, now, can they? That's a question. Do they need to get a little bit more creative? Do they need to figure something out? Do they maybe need to use my spoon? But I think you need to run the ball in this offense. Like, I do think you need to run the ball. But like, when I see a season-long stat, I don't look at that as like some sort of problem that they need to completely change the way they've done things. Because before that Carolina game, when they were heading into that game at 3-3, I didn't hear too many people saying, well, the Texans are predictable and this offense is bad and all that. Is it really? Can it be as simple as just block better? Like, can it be as simple as just block better instead of like completely changing what you've done, which we were okay with before Carolina?
No. They absolutely have to block better. And while we were okay with Bobby Slowick and we were obviously okay with C.J. Stroud, we've been saying for a long time, wondering about this running game. You know, I mean, that's the one part of it. What we've been. You know, we've seen that for a while now. And so what I'm saying is, I'll give you an example. Like, I talked about that touchdown drive against the Panthers and how much they threw on first down. They had 18 other first downs outside of that drive, first down plays. 14 of them were runs. All I'm saying is I don't want to abandon the run. I've never said that. I never want them to abandon the run. I want them to run the ball. But you got to be able to help it any way you can. Now, that might be blocking, but it might be also, you know, doing what other teams do, using your quarterback to help the run, you know?
Like, as far as like just throwing it or
throwing it
early, getting guys, you know, moving the chains, like, you know, 4 or 5 yard completions if need be, but that can help set up the run. Like the top 6 teams in early down pass rating are Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Tua Tagovailoa. Those are good quarterbacks that can help their run game. They run on those teams. I think there's another thing that doesn't get talked about enough, and I think it at least needs to be brought up. Like, I'm not pounding the table saying this is like the 100% end-all be-all, but I think it needs to be brought up. I don't know why it gets ignored as much as it does.
Nobody's talking about Guy.
Like, we talk about, you know, system fit and all that, and Dameon Pierce gets a lot of the brunt of our discussion when it comes to system fit. And fair or not, that's I think it's a valid thing to ask. Mm-hmm. But I think in this offense, you need to be able to run. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, in this system, you need to be able to run. This Kubiak-Shanahan system, you need to be able to run. Why is it that we always talk about Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, and we talk about, these high-paid tackles, and it just seems like just common acceptance and common knowledge that, well, you know, they're not really good run blockers.
Yeah.
They're really good pass blockers, but they're not good run blockers. Does that mean that they aren't system fits? Because I saw the Texans win 2 games without Laramie Tunsil. I saw them win 2 games without Titus Howard. And since those guys have been back, they've kind of struggled to run the ball. They ran the ball okay against the Saints, but we're kind of grading them on a curve. So if we're going to sit here and we're going to say, Dameon Pierce, okay, he's not a system fit, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I think he is an asset now, but as far as a guy getting the ball 20, 25 times, I don't think this is the system that fits him. But if we're going to acknowledge that the Texans have missed the most run blocks in the league, which is what Texans Cap just put out there, and we're going to just accept, well, you know, Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil might not be very good run blockers, worth at least maybe addressing that maybe those are the guys that aren't the system fits?
Yes, but how do you address it?
You can't.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you paid them. Like, you can't. No, they're here.
Mm-hmm.
They're here. But that's kind of what I'm looking at. Like, it'd be one thing, like, if you and I are sitting here and we're saying, man, these running backs, they're not very good.
You can fix that.
You can fix it, and you haven't invested in it.
Yeah.
So you haven't invested in it. You took Devin Singletary from the Bills. They didn't want him. You got Dameon Pierce in the 4th round. These wide receivers, this isn't the best wide receiver. Okay, you took Nico Collins in the 2nd round. You took Tank Dell in the 3rd. Noah Brown, the Cowboys didn't want him. John Mechie, 2nd round pick. He's been through what he's been through. So you can kind of understand that. Tight ends, you got Dalton Schultz on a 1-year deal. You got guys that you did invest in. It's hard to accept that the offensive line is performing as bad as they are when you have three guys who are the highest paid at their position. So we talk about all this system fit. Like, it's great to pass block, and I love that you're keeping CJ upright in the pass blocking, but if it's just accepted that these guys are not good run blockers in this system, maybe they're the ones that don't fit.
Yes, I think that's absolutely a possibility, and your hands are tied. And that might be kind of like the one thing the Texans, as they're building and trying to get better, whether it's this year, next year, the year after, that they really want to make a run, whatever. That's a different discussion. Is those guys, they either have to get better or you're going to have this experience year after year after year.
John, we've gotten to the point where we're like, Jared Patterson's hurt and Juice Scruggs might come back, man. Right. And now that's going to fix it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're the ones that aren't the system fits.
Maybe, just maybe, that ties into what I've been, somewhat pounding the table on, of throwing the ball early. Use your assets, including your tackles, to get yardage. Nobody wants this team to not run and throw the ball 50 times a game, but help it out. Do you realize that 4 years in a row, do you know who the leading rusher was in Buffalo?
Singletary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it wasn't much.
But it wasn't much, but he was the leading rusher.
Yeah. And they weren't running the ball as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, that also goes to like the investment in the running back. I don't know. It's just interesting that we just say, like McClain says, well, Tunsil's not a good run blocker.
How do you like?
Okay.
Yeah. That's relatively important. That can be important.
And that's the highest paid offensive lineman.
Yeah. Why would you want to make somebody the highest paid offensive lineman if they can't run
just
block?
Accepted that he can't run block. Okay. Cool. What am I paying for?
Give me somebody that could do both.
Yeah.
Yes, like even just decent. Like give me a above average run blocker and an average pass blocker. I'll take that over an elite pass blocker and a guy who doesn't want to run block.
Yeah.
And I guarantee it's a hell of a lot cheaper than the two-time highest paid player. Like, that's just me though. I don't know. I just, the fact that is just so accepted, and maybe Laramie Tunsil turns it up a notch, but the fact that is just something that's just said in passing, as if it's like, oh yeah, that highest paid guy right there, yeah, run block.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, why am I yelling at Damian Pierce?
Yeah. No, I mean, look, they're it's both. The line absolutely has to block better. I don't know what you do about it. But it's also, game planning, and it's also the running back fit. And that's why I mentioned Singletary, and that's why I think Singletary needs to get more touches.
The hits are lit, and tonight you might be saying, oh, bleep, next.
The Texans. presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits. They are lit, and you might be saying, oh, bleep.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Biggest nightmare potentially coming true in 6 minutes here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The hits are lit. Texans have placed center Jared Patterson and tight end Tegan Quinturiano on the injured reserve. Don't know what exactly this means for Jared Patterson in the future. I would love for him to just be a depth guy next year where he's kind of maybe competing with Juice Scruggs, although I don't know what the hell Juice Scruggs is. I know he's a friend of the show. I know he's a great young man. I know they've said some good things about him. I know they traded up for him, but when we talk about, is Juice going to be back? I don't know what that means. I haven't seen Juice Scruggs in a real NFL football game, so I have no idea what that means. And I don't know when the hell that's going to happen because it doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon.
I don't know what the situation is on that because you would have thought. I mean, I get these soft tissues can be kind of squirrely, but the other part of it is, as you mentioned in the last segment, you're kind of relying on it, and that's a problem when a guy hasn't played a single game.
I guess we're relying on it. I just don't know that we can rely on Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil to run block at this point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now you're having to rely on those interior guys to maybe be the answer. Let me ask you this, and I'm not Mr. Know-It-All by any stretch. I had to look it up.
You stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. You and Figgy, can you give me the tight end depth chart today? No cheating.
It's Dalton Schultz, Andrew Beck, although he's not going to be listed on it, but it's Andrew Beck. He's your second tight end. What is that guy's name? Keene, the guy that was in preseason, like that they like at fullback thing, is it right? Yeah, it's Keene, right?
Dalton Keene.
Yeah, Dalton Keene, and then that guy that they signed that was wearing like a Broncos uniform when homeboy from above the cap or whatever put up the graphic.
Figgy, you're missing one. This is bad. It's obviously Dalton Schultz, obviously Brevin Jordan.
Oh, I forgot about him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's back?
No, is he back?
He's on the active roster.
Okay.
How'd all these guys get hurt during the bye?
Yeah. Eric Saubert. Eric Saubert has been signed to the roster.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be one of these guys that hears that Eric Saubert signed. No,
they just signed him yesterday.
You notice the people online that always have to feel like they have to give you like the generic scouting report on the guy. Oh, Eric Saubert. Oh, 4 years at Air Force. Blah blah. That's like okay.
He went to Drake. Air Force. That's all I know because I
went
just
to what?
Drake.
The concert.
Maybe.
They got a football team?
They got him off the Cowboys practice squad, which means you have to sign him to the roster.
Yeah, the tight end position is rough, man. It's rough. And this goes back to, and look, I'm not going to pile on Will Anderson. I like Will Anderson, but you traded your 12th pick and you traded your second round pick. Mm-hmm. That second round pick was in the money spot for tight end.
Yeah.
And running back. We're talking about running back and tight end. That was kind of the money spot. So
Eric Saubert.
No idea who the hell that is.
He's on the
not even going to pretend. Maybe he'll be our special guest tomorrow straight off the practice field. Maybe we'll get some Eric Saubert action.
I'll start the interview. Eric, who are you?
By the way,
what do you do?
I'm a little bit disappointed in the Texans last week because they pushed practice time back on Thursday. Yeah. That's something nobody's talking about.
Yeah.
Should have had the same practice time as we had the first 6 weeks, Coach.
They're meticulous about doing things at the same time. That was weird.
Hey, I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Eric Saubert. Unbelievable.
Where is Drake?
Is that in Oklahoma?
He just moved to Houston. Ranch.
Hold on.
Got a ranch, man.
Why do I think I'm probably wrong?
No, I don't know where Drake is.
Iowa.
What's their
I
mascot?
would have never guessed that.
I'll tell you in a second.
Owl.
Oh, Bulldogs.
Oh, creative.
Yeah.
The Drake Bulldogs.
That's sick.
But I was like, wait a minute, who's on the depth chart? Oh, Eric Saubert. Wait a minute. Who's Eric Saubert?
I'm really pumped for this.
All the flagship of the team, y'all should know that.
I know.
No, I should not. And I will not pretend to know who the hell Eric Saubert is. You have my
You guys covered the team. You should know that.
No idea who the hell that is. And I probably won't after this week either.
We're
if we're
probably
being honest.
insulting him, but I mean,
forget him.
I didn't know.
Get our attention, buddy. Practice squad. Come on, Saubert. Titans at Steelers tomorrow. I'm pumped for this game. This is the most excited I've been for a Thursday night football game in a long time. We get to see Will Levis. We get to see the Steelers, and it's a win-win for Texans fan from a localized perspective. I actually think the Titans winning would be what's best, although I know that's difficult for people to cheer for. But Pittsburgh right now, they're a game up on you in that loss column. If they lose and then you win, you creep up the playoff standings. Oh, by the way, Buffalo's going to Cincinnati. If Buffalo, who's only like a 2.5-point dog, if they can beat Cincinnati, you tie them in that loss column. And oh, by the way, you face Cincinnati next week. You do got to beat Tampa Bay, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of a decent thing. But I like it, man. Sign me up for it.
I'm interested in this game for the reasons you mentioned. But also, if you really believe that was a fluke last week with Will Levis, and I don't know. Like I said,
I don't know what it was or wasn't. I just know that it was interesting.
It's a little bit scary, as Figgy and I agreed earlier. But if you do believe, okay, come on, that was a week. That was a fluke. It's Will Levis.
It's the best debut that I can remember a rookie having.
Yes. Will Levis now on a short week on the road in Pittsburgh. If you buy into, I don't know about this guy, you got to lay the 2.5. You got to lay the 2.5
with Pickett.
You got to. If you think Will Levis on the short week,
I think they're getting 2.5.
They're getting 2.5.
Yeah, they're getting. Yeah. So take the 2.5.
I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, they're.
You want to hear a crazy stat?
No, I'm saying on Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Bet on Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm saying bet on Pittsburgh. If you think it's a fluke,
so lay it there. Okay.
Yeah. If you think it's a fluke and it's a short week on the road,
am I talking about?
On the road, in Pittsburgh, take the Steelers.
You want to hear a crazy stat?
Yes.
So Treylon Burks of the Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers, Treylon Burks, first-round pick out of Arkansas. You know how many he has? He has one touchdown reception in his career now, 1+ season, about a season and a half, which is tied on the all-time list with the Tennessee Titans with Taylor Lewan, Dennis Kelly, and David Quessenberry.
Dennis Kelly.
Yeah, 3 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Have as many touchdown receptions as Treylon Burks. NFL news, the Raiders have fired Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. They are done with the Patriot Way. They're also going to start Aiden O'Connell at quarterback. The Falcons, Arthur Smith has become like one of the bigger blowhards in the NFL. I don't know when this happened. He was like Mr. Grind, and now all of a sudden, like he said he didn't bench Desmond Ridder for performance reasons.
Okay.
And then he named Taylor Heineke the starter today.
Yeah, okay. What are the reasons then?
Rangers are 1 win away from winning the World Series. They had a 10-0 lead yesterday after 3. All 10 of those runs came with 2 outs. They end up winning 11-7. Adolis Garcia and Max Scherzer, they're done for the series. And there's a chance for the Rangers to become world champs tonight.
Yeah, and I know you think it's awful. I don't care. I don't think it changes.
It doesn't impact you at all.
No, I'm saying in terms of like the Astros and them having it over.
I don't know, man.
I don't care.
The Rangers having a World Series. Ugh. That's tough, man.
Yeah, it ain't great.
I mean, it takes away your, hey, are we going to move the goalposts now and say, well, we got 2. And then they'll say, yeah, you cheated.
One of
them
is fake. Yeah, they're going to say one of them is fake.
That's what they'll say.
The fans go at it. The teams hate each other. They beat the Astros this year. The Astros have been to 7 straight. It's going to be awesome to watch this rivalry develop. It doesn't really bother me one way or the other if they win a World Series. I mean, I get it, but not me. It doesn't to me anyway. Yeah.
Kind of grosses me out, man. Kind of grosses me out. Speaking of gross, Rockets back in action tonight. They're hosting the Hornets.
Man.
2-point favorite, the Rockets tonight against the Hornets. Hornets have won 1 ball game. Rockets have won none. but the Rockets open as a 2-point favorite. How does that make you feel?
Look, the Rockets are a long, long way from being what everybody wants them to be, and I know I sound like a broken record. I just don't think they have a scorer, and that's going to be a go-to scorer, and that's going to be a problem all year long. What was their over/under? 31.5, 33.5, something like that.
Yeah, 33.5.
That sounds about right, man, and maybe slightly under.
You know what hurts me as much as anything? Watching Victor sucks. That speaks for itself. There's nothing they could have done about that. As a matter of fact, I think they kind of deserve credit for, regardless of whether it was the original plan or not, putting themselves in position to at least have a puncher's chance at that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that dude is it.
Yeah, he is.
Victor, this is where I really Victor won me over. And I know that's, the number one prospect won you over. Oh, congratulations. The first game of this season, when the Spurs lost to the Mavericks, the dude was sitting with his head down at his locker like they just lost the championship. It was the first game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is a winner. And you know what else sucks that I've had to watch now?
What's that?
Chet Holmgren, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Got to watch Chet
How about
Holmgren.
that?
Meanwhile, I got to watch Jabari Smith trip over himself and not even know how to shoot in the rhythm of the game. And I got to watch Jalen Green sit there with his nails painted, throwing up the H after shooting 20% from the field.
Hey, you're right about Chet Holmgren, because we didn't know. I think we were both kind of uncertain about him. You were a little more down on him than I was.
That dude is work, man.
He's too skinny. He's too skinny.
Yeah, I mean, he might be getting hurt all the time, but I'll take a guy that gets hurt all the time that can hoop versus a guy who's there every day that's fumbling and stumbling and rumbling. I'll take that all day.
The other thing about Wemby that I like is, pop is pop. We know that. He's really limiting his minutes. He's bringing them along. So he's getting 28, 29 minutes, but he closes
and
games.
He shoots a lot, but it's always in the rhythm. I don't like if
he look like a point guard,
if Jabari Smith and Jalen Green want to miss 8 more shots instead of passing them up, it's almost like they're looking out for their field goal percentage. Take the shot in the rhythm of the game. Don't dribble 4 times and then throw it out. You're throwing everything off.
No.
Come on, fellas. I believe in you, Udoka. It's all right. You might not have much to work with. I love you. I say all that to say this. I love you, Udoka. Alfie Şengün, you're looking good. Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, do what y'all do. But my God, Jabari and Jalen. Whew. Lord.
Yeah.
They might be a poor man's version of the 3 J's the Mavs had back in the day before Jason Kidd became something. Jamal Mashburn and Jimmy Jackson. Man, those 2 J's.
Poor Jimmy Jackson. I thought he was going to be
no, he got what's the girl's name? Braxton. That's the R&B singer.
Tony or Tamar.
Tony Braxton got stolen from Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd stole her.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It was a big drama, man. That was what broke him up. Look it up. Tony Braxton, Jason Kidd, Jim Jackson. Coming up, 5 reasons C.J. Stroud is coming off the worst week of his young, promising career. It's not time to panic, but we got to accept it wasn't a good week for our franchise quarterback. Next. C.J. Stroud has had a good start to his rookie season. However, last week was the worst week of his young career. I come with 5 reasons why C.J. Stroud had not the worst week ever, but the worst week. Come on. Of his rookie
Fold the franchise.
season. Panic. Reason number 1.
Número 1.
He lost his go-to guy, man. Robert Woods. Robert Woods, the guy he throws to the most. A guy that they say he leans on quite often, too, as far as the system and stuff. He lost Robert Woods. That was how the week started off. We thought it was just a Veterans Day off, just like it's been all year long. However, a little more to it. Might have to go without Robert Woods for a little bit longer as well. Reason number 1, C.J. Stroud had the worst week of his rookie season. He lost old Bobby Trees.
Yeah.
Does Robert Woods like that nickname, by the way?
Didn't we ask him about that?
I don't know. I know you asked him about his pops, which there might be more to that story than
I might not have been wrong after all.
There's a little drama going on.
I might not have been wrong. Maybe I was. Maybe I wasn't.
No, you might have been wrong and right.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that he's wrong.
Yeah.
But you weren't wrong either.
Yeah. We'll have to explain that someday. I didn't think this would be that big a deal, but apparently it was. I mean, I thought, because they have weapons, maybe not like the announcers were talking about on the broadcast earlier on. They're like, he's got weapons everywhere. I was like, what? They're okay. They're playing
Robert
well.
Smith don't know.
Yeah, it was Robert Smith. I couldn't remember. I didn't think it would affect him as much as it did, but apparently it did, because what did he have? 140 yards passing? Something like that?
Yeah, wasn't great. Wasn't great.
Mm-hmm.
It's reason number 1. Do you have any issue with that reason?
No.
Reason number 2.
Número 2.
He lost and got outplayed by Bryce Young, who got the first win of his NFL career. It's okay to admit there's a lot of things, there's a lot of variables, and we address those variables throughout the week. But you lost to the guy that you're going to be connected to forever. He was the better quarterback on that Sunday than you were. That doesn't change anything or any way we feel about C.J. Stroud, but you also lost to a guy that hadn't won a game. So that is reason number 2. That's perhaps the biggest reason why it wasn't a great week for C.J. Stroud.
And that's just credit to Bryce Young. He did outplay him, did make the drive at the end, and there's no arguing that. I mean, it's as obvious as the scoreboard.
Número 3.
Reason number 3. He didn't play well based on the standards that he has set. Now, was he awful? Was he the reason they lost? No. But I don't think C.J. Stroud, he missed Nico Collins on that deep ball, ran into a sack, had a bunch of passes batted down at the line of scrimmage. Now, I don't know if that's tomato, chicken, egg. Some of those, maybe they're the quarterback's fault at times. Sometimes they're the offensive line's fault. But based on the standards that he has set, I don't feel like C.J. Stroud played well against Carolina.
Yeah, like you and I have disagreed on, was he bad, was he fine, was he great, that whole thing. I'm not talking about that. The batted balls were there for a reason. Like, it was either scouting from the Panthers' defensive side, maybe it was C.J. Stroud, maybe it was the offensive line buckling, too much. But those were big negative plays, every one of them.
Número 4.
Will Levis had a magical debut, and he did so in an Oilers uniform. C.J. Stroud, I mean, let's just look at all the love C.J. Stroud's gotten. He's been on every national show. His teammates are finding him for TV appearances now.
Yeah.
This was on Bussin' with the Boys. He's getting loved up on. Bussin' with the Boys, loving up on him. College Game Day, loving up on him. C.J. Stroud, the overwhelming favorite to be Offensive Rookie of the Year. While he's not playing his best game, Will Levis is putting on those Houston Oiler baby blues, whatever the hell y'all want to call it.
I don't know what they call it. I forget, but H-Town blue, basically.
Is it Colombian blue?
Columbia blue.
Columbia?
Yeah, Columbia blue.
He's throwing 4 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
And now Will Levis is the guy who's getting all the attention as a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, he's done something that certainly C.J. Stroud has never done. And to be able to to be able to be that good that soon, as soon as he starts, pretty dang impressive.
Reason number 5.
Number 5.
Now Will Levis gets to take his act somewhere where C.J. Stroud will not be able to take his act. Primetime game, Thursday night, right here on Sports Radio 610. Tennessee Titans versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bryce Young doesn't get one. C.J. Stroud doesn't get one. Will Levis, who wasn't even selected in the first round, was actually selected with what was going to originally be the Texans' second-round pick. Will Levis gets that primetime game. That is reason number 5 why C.J. Stroud, despite an awesome rookie season that we feel good about, had a rough week.
Yeah, and I would probably feel worse about this if it wasn't for Al Michaels, because he's still going to be bored. I don't know how much he's going to hype up. Everyone else will, pregame show and such, but I don't know how much he's going to buy in and sell this Will Levis hype or whatever. He has a Monday Night Football game later in the year, too, I think. The Titans.
Oh, Levis. I thought you were saying Al Michaels.
No, Levis against the Dolphins.
You sound aggressive there. You said, who?
Against the Dolphins on Monday Night Football in December. So there's another one.
You're not on this Levis train now, are you?
I told you it's a little bit worrisome, but I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it's it's a little bit worrisome. I mean, you can't deny what he did.
The Levis train. That would be the biggest nightmare possible, right?
Yeah, because what did he go, 33rd?
Yeah, he went 33rd, so you could have taken him at 12 or 33, like if we're doing the hindsight thing. Mm-hmm. Like the Bryce thing is one thing.
Also, they didn't give up anything for that like that.
No, yeah. The biggest,
they dropped to him.
Like a bigger nightmare, like just from, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, admittedly so. Text line, shut up. 713-572-4610, okay?
It was one game.
Come on, I know.
No, yeah, it was one game.
But as far as like and y'all don't have to shut up. I'm just kidding. Let me have it. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch as well. But of like all the nightmares, like it would be much less of like a hindsight. I'm admitting this would be hindsight. It would be much less of a nightmare for Bryce Young to go just be phenomenal and great and the best quarterback in this class than Will Levis, right?
Oh, yeah.
100%, right?
Because it's in your division, too.
Well, and it was your draft pick. It was a second-round pick. Like, you could have done whatever you wanted to do there. You could have taken Will Anderson, then you could have taken Jackson Smith. Like, you could have done a lot of things.
Oh, can you imagine that?
And then you got Will Levis at 33. Like, if the Titans luck into this, and I don't think they will. I think Will Levis sucks. I'll put it that way. I think he sucks. I think I don't think we ever see him play like he did this last week. Mark that. Mm-hmm. I don't think he ever plays like that again. But if that does happen, that's the nightmare.
No, for sure.
And it's complete hindsight. I 100% admit it's complete hindsight.
Is that more of a nightmare than the Colts having Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, to me, nobody here is worried about C.J. Stroud or wants to trade him in, for Will Levis or anyone. But the other thing it does, think about what it does for your division. Big if.
A little more competition.
Yeah, Will Levis, Trevor Lawrence. Who knows about Anthony Richardson and C.J. Stroud?
We do.
Well, we do.
He ain't staying on the field.
Yeah, no, we do. But the consensus being who knows about Anthony Richardson. But if Will Levis, Trevor Lawrence, and C.J. Stroud all of a sudden are in this division?
Someone brings this up on the text line, the 832. Will Levis, 4 touchdowns are the exact same as Marcus Mariota's first game. How is he doing? So there you go.
Well, it's only happened 3 times.
It's only one game.
No, look.
The Marcus Mariota comparison. That was against Jameis Winston, too. That was week 1.
It's only
Who was the other quarterback that?
That's what I was about to say, Figgy. It's happened 3 times. First of all, that's impressive.
Yeah.
If you're in that, you're one of 3 that have ever done that.
Yeah.
Yes, one of them was Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
The other was Fran Tarkenton, who's in the Hall of Fame.
Come on.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Come on.
He was Roger the Dodger before Star. I guess during Starbucks.
What year was that?
It was the 70s, wasn't it?
Come on.
Yeah.
They were in high top cleats. Come on.
Nevertheless, 4. Okay, that maybe even makes his performance even more impressive, Fran Tarkenton. But yeah, Marcus Mariota's one. Tap the brakes, guys. Well, the other's in the Hall of Fame. So
I know that it's a week-to-week league, and a lot of there's you're gonna have an opinion. Like you should have an opinion whether you're a listener or a radio guy But that's the beauty of it, is that sports make fools of us all. Quarterbacks make even bigger fools of us all. But my favorite thing about this is drunk on CJ, and then all of a sudden, like, as you're in the moment, you're enjoying it. You have this bad week, which we just summarized with CJ. You have the Will Levis thing, and all of a sudden it's like, damn, that was only 7 games.
Yeah.
I felt like I was like watching CJ play for like 2 years, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh damn. Well, we got 10 games left this year. Mm-hmm. We're not even halfway home, so maybe I need to sober up. Maybe I need to get me like a peanut butter sandwich or something like that and get off the CJ drunkenness. Because Bryce Young kind of smacked me, and so did Will Levis.
Yeah, but I'm not getting off of that. I think he's the real deal. But
no, I think he's the real deal, and I want to ride and die with him. I'm making this very clear. I was a Bryce Young guy before the draft.
But it's on the table.
Well, and I do think I think I'll put it this way. No matter what happens with C.J. Stroud, I'm glad the Texans got him. I'm glad we get to ride and die with him. I'm glad we get to hear his voice. I think he's a great face of the franchise, okay? So I'm not going to be one of these guys that's going to say, oh, see what Bryce did?
Yeah.
No, I'm done with that, okay? Yeah. I've moved on. I've moved on from the Bryce C.J. thing, okay? You know what I thought before. Right now, I've accepted C.J. Stroud. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I do think, though, and I don't want to say some people, but I will say that if I were one of these people who was saying, Lovie Smith deserves a parade because he won that game and they got C.J. Stroud. Thank God they got C.J. Stroud. That's where I would kind of tap the brakes. Yeah. That's where I would at least tap the brakes. I'm okay with C.J., but this, hey, you guys wanted Bryce Young, Lovie Smith knew it. Hey, let's step back a little bit there.
Lovie Smith knew what he was doing by trying to win that game.
Let's step back a little bit there.
My answer to that has been consistent to anyone.
No, you've never changed that. We've never changed that. I don't think we've ever said that they've got like.
No. But it's this. Whenever somebody says what you just said, how do you know the Texans didn't want Bryce Young?
Well, they did.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
Yeah. But how do you know they wouldn't have drafted him?
Yeah. And how do you know that Bryce Young wouldn't be doing his thing here? Like, we don't know that.
Or C.J. Stroud would be doing his thing somewhere else, and we'd be going, damn.
Yeah, I think these are very good quarterbacks. These are very good quarterbacks, but you do find yourself getting really, really. I think the term has been quarterback horny.
Yeah,
like you feel like you have the right guy, you still feel like you have the right guy, but you're often reminded, hey, in this week-to-week league, you can have bad weeks, and in this wild NFL season, doesn't it feel like we've had CJ for a while now?
Yeah, he's the franchise.
There's 10 games left this year.
As I said earlier, I think we and a lot of people already are kind of taking him for granted. Like, what else? Rubbing your hands together. What else do we need to do? Because CJ's not the problem. It's going to regress a little bit at some point. We've been consistently saying that, but yeah, it does seem like he's been here forever.
You got a Fran Tarkington fan on the text line. 832 said, I watched Fran Tarkington. If you can run circles around any of these guys. Man, Fran Tarkington it looked like he was just running around. He would have been sacked these days, probably in like 2 seconds.
No, he was incredibly fast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What was it, 5'3" back then?
Figgy, did you know that was coming as much as I did?
Of course. Of course.
I'm going to look up his 40 time.
Well,
did they run 40s back then?
I don't know.
Anything from 1980 and beyond.
Brother, this is a quote from Fran Tarkington. Mm-hmm. This is a quote.
Okay.
I only ran a 4.9. I wasn't fast. And you just said he was incredibly fast.
He was incredibly fast. Like shifty fast.
It's an offensive lineman at Yates.
Like he would do little loop-de-loops and spins and then throw the ball.
Yeah, because the guys he was going against were running 6 flats.
I'm not doing this again.
Come on.
I'm not doing this again.
He was 4.9?
So in the 1970s, there was nobody fast. Like, Walter Payton or Gale Sayers or,
Payton was a lot of 80s, though.
He was, I know he played in the 70s.
He at least got in the 8s, though.
What do you mean? Oh, he
at least got in the 80s. 86
I think Fran Tarkington did, too.
Yeah. 4.9, though.
Hall of Fame, baby.
Oh, that's the answer?
Yes, that's a good answer.
Bob Cousy's in the Hall of Fame.
That's a really good answer.
Bob Cousy's in the Hall of Fame.
I'm talking about Fran Tarkington in the NFL in the 70s and 80s.
You think Bob Cousy had handles?
Yes, big time. Big time.
What's up? Why you bashing all these older players, man? All these legends.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
You really think Bob Cousy had handles, though? Be serious.
Yes. Yes.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Shout out to Fran Tarkin. He's still alive?
Yeah, he's 83. He played 18 years in the NFL.
Good for Fran, man.
Damn.
Did a good job. Vikings coach didn't like him, right? Wasn't he mad at him?
How could he not?
But wasn't he mad at him for something?
He played with the Vikings for 12 of those years.
Yeah, I watched
13.
I watched the documentary. The Viking coach got mad at him.
Bud Grant?
Yeah, he got pissed at him for something.
I'm sure he got mad at him occasionally.
They butted heads a lot.
Mm-hmm.
832, Tarkington wasn't named Fran the Scram for nothing. What the hell does that mean? Fran the Scram?
As in scramble.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fran the Scram.
Mm-hmm.
Who came up with that one?
I have no idea. I never even heard of it, to be honest.
Oh, come on. 281 says he was just like Steve Young. Give me a break. He wasn't Steve Young. Give me a break. He can hold Steve Young's jock. Get out of here.
I'll give you credit for one thing. You never leave the brand.
Get out of here with that Steve Young. Don't compare Fran Tarkington and Steve Young.
You're consistent with
Give
the brand.
Give me a break. Come on. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I got my feelings hurt yesterday. I really did.
Really?
Next. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I only watched one inning of the World Series last night. I was here the other day talking about, I love the World Series. It's kind of a touchstone to my youth. It's just cool watching the World Series. Well, between passing out candy and then...
I watched the first 3 innings.
I watched one.
And you know why I watched it? I'll confess this right now. Let's make this a 2-piece confession. My wife turned it on.
Well, that's part of our deal, too. My wife likes to watch the World Series.
I ain't watched none of it, man.
Dude. So I was passing out candy. It was cool, whatever. I came in. I was like, "Ooh, World Series! I think it's already started." Turned it on. Second inning.
Yeah. So what was it then? 6-zip?
It was 5-0. It was 5-0 when I was like, "Well, I think let's just have dinner." And then we watched The Offer on Netflix. Is it Netflix? I think it's Netflix.
What's that?
It's a really good 10-part documentary. Movie series. About how they made and all the things they had to go through in making The Godfather. It's excellent. It's excellent.
The Godfather, the movie?
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
No, it's excellent.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Every time I hear that Bill O'Brien is the best example of a Bill Belichick assistant, I actually get more frustrated with the Texans than less, because to me that means that making a better hire than B.O.B. would have had you even closer to reaching your goals than you would have, because there was a ceiling on Bill O'Brien, his in-game coaching, his inability to maximize what he had on offense, never top 10 in scoring, never top 10 in DVOA, never top 10 in points per game. When I hear that, some people look at it as, well, at least they didn't get the worst one. I look at it as maybe Josh McDaniels would have been able to do as much as B.O.B. here, but B.O.B. had more talent. So I actually look at it a different way. That's my confession.
I think that's a really astute point there. I think that's the first time I've ever...
That is a first.
I think that's the first time I've said any of your opinions that were astute.
That's a first.
Because Gary Kubiak, all hell broke loose in terms of injuries when he got fired. So that you come back and you inherit Andre Johnson, you inherit Arian Foster, you inherit... J.J. Watt. Of course you're going to be good. Of course you're going to be good. I think that's a good way to look at it. How it was a wasted, career, so to speak.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Every year, I tell myself I don't care about the college football rankings until like December.
You're not going to do this, are you?
Sucks me in every year. That's a confession. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Oh God!
I started looking at it and I started like balancing. Okay, well maybe Washington and Georgia. By the way, it's Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, top 4.
Well, that is a weak top 4.
It is, and one of them may well be disqualified. Michigan. Then Washington, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma, Ole Miss. And I'm like, oh, okay. Every year I say it doesn't matter until late December, and every year it sucks me.
It always shapes itself up.
Yeah.
But Georgia is much better than Ohio State. Like, let's stop.
Yes.
Like, let's be.
I think
real.
Washington's better than Florida State.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. There is a lot of gettable teams up there.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm finding myself fascinated by what they're talking about up 45. You got a ball game that's about you got a ball club that's 1 win away. They got to win 1 of their next 3 games to be world champs. And I'm looking at our sister station 105.3 The Fan, and they just put out a post 30 minutes ago that talks about John Smoltz. I click on it and I see links to 1, 2, 3, 4 segments, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tweets complaining about John Smoltz.
What in the world is with the obsession of John Smoltz up 45, and why are they focusing on that as they're in a position to where they are very close to winning their first ever World Series?
I actually had this as one of my confessions yesterday, and we never got to it. I'm amazed. Like, John Smoltz is awesome.
What do they want? Do they want them to act like the Rangers are like some sort of awesome story? Like, big deal.
Yeah, I mean,
what do they want?
I have no idea.
What are we looking for here? Like, it's cool.
Hello, Texans. Mark Vandermeer with you with John Harris.
This is weird. Like, this is really weird. John Smoltz, like, you're mad at
What
John
did he
Smoltz?
do to anyone?
I don't know.
What does he have against the Rangers? Astros fans were saying the same thing, but not as much. The Rangers are just, like, incredibly sensitive.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I might be a curmudgeon, and I'm fully admitting that, because I love Christmas. We do Christmas big time, as you well know. But this stuff with Mariah Carey.
What'd she do?
Did you see this, Figgy?
I see it all the time, man.
It's November 1st.
Yeah.
All I Want for Christmas and Mariah Carey are trending nationally right now.
Mm-hmm.
And as of this morning, it might be higher now, but as of this morning, I'd say about 6:37 a.m., it's already in the Billboard Top 100. All I Want for Christmas.
It's a good song, dude.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
It's November 1st.
I kind of feel like it'd be good to hear right now. Like, you get me to about December 15th. I'm tired of it. I kind of feel like it'd be good to hear.
It's November 1st. We haven't even bought our turkeys yet.
Yeah.
We haven't even taken down the Halloween decorations.
But at this point, I would be okay with it.
November 1st?
It's fine.
It's an awesome Christmas song. But
you know who left a Christmas tree up in his house 365 days a year? Your boy.
My boy?
Your boy.
One of my sons?
No,
I know exactly who
your
it
boy.
is.
Your homie.
Who?
R. Kelly. I guess his mom liked Christmas, so it's like his memory.
Yeah.
Your guy?
You ever go to the College World Series?
Yeah.
Did you ever go to that real famous restaurant there? I'm trying to remember the name.
No. We were eating like fast food, I think.
It was like barbecue or no, steaks. It was steaks.
I went when Houston Street in Texas lost to Suzuki and Cal State Fullerton.
They've had Christmas
Crappy-ass
decorations.
drive.
They've had Christmas decorations. Kind of heartrending. Up since 1968 at their restaurant. Never taken them down because they told their son that they'd leave their Christmas decorations up until they got back from Vietnam.
But did they write the remix to Ignition?
They did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they write I Believe I Can Fly?
They did not.
Okay.
But come on, man. You can't have Mariah Carey on November 1st in the top 100. Who are these people, by the way? Who are these people that are
basic chicks?
Yeah. That are downloading
basic chicks.
Are we talking about my wife like that, man?
She already downloaded or played it?
She ready to put the tree up now.
Well,
she didn't switch the Christmas
we
music.
Have a rule.
What's that?
Our neighborhood has a rule, man, like a real, very set in stone rule.
You can't do them until after Thanksgiving?
6 weeks.
6
weeks out of the holiday.
Oh, that would be driving her crazy.
Yeah, 6 weeks out of the holiday, you can't put out the thing. And then they have like some wording where it can't be annoying, which is subjective.
It can't be loud.
Yeah, like they use the word basically annoying, like it can't be like.
Well, what's annoying to you might not be annoying to me.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like I was kind of annoyed by the spider web down the hall. I didn't see that. Like,
yeah, or those talking animals. I mean, those talking skeletons and stuff.
Man,
I'm glad the hallway was sick though.
It was
that
sick.
big one was sick.
The spider over here was kind of dumb. It scared me every time. But like I want to know if you've downloaded already, played on Spotify or iTunes or whatever. All I Want for Christmas because you have a.
How much you think she makes off that song a year?
I actually looked it up. I looked it up.
It's actually not that much.
But November and December.
How much?
I didn't look up. It didn't have a number, but it said it's like the biggest portion of her annual. What do you call them? Residuals.
So she just gets to check off the stream of that.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
For November and December is good to her.
Does Macaulay Culkin still get money for Home Alone?
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you this.
He better.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but like Christmas movies, I can watch back to back to back.
Oh yeah.
Like when Christmas Story comes on
in December.
Yeah. But when Christmas Story comes on like 24/7 on TNT or whatever,
it's always on.
I can watch it. Like it doesn't get old. Home Alone, I can watch the Home Alones. I can watch National Lampoon Christmas Vacation. I can watch that Arnold Schwarzenegger Sinbad movie, which, by the way, I think is underrated.
I don't watch that one.
I think that one's good.
Yeah.
You don't like that?
I don't watch it, no.
You're more R. Kelly than Arnold Schwarzenegger. I got you.
What's going on here?
Is Sinbad still with us?
Yes, but he was really sick though. He had some serious health problems.
But he's still here.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. Yes, he is. 66. Shout out to Sinbad.
Didn't he go to jail or something?
I don't think so.
Nah, he might have been the safest comedian
I don't know.
of all time,
I
man.
thought he had something anyway.
Yeah,
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Maybe-
I think
maybe
your mind's still on your boy R.
maybe
Kelly.
that was R. Kelly.
Yeah, I think your mind's still on your boy R. Kelly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Feelings were really hurt yesterday, man.
Yours?
Very,
or
man.
like mine right now?
Mine.
Okay.
So, I live in a subdivision. There's still houses being built. There's a couple being built across the street. There's like 8 being built on the right. You guys have been there. Right at 6 o'clock. Ding dong.
Oh, that's awesome.
4 kids in costumes. Trick or treat. Hey, grab a handful, kids. Grab a handful, kids.
Don't take the whole bucket.
Yeah, take whatever you want, kids. Nothing after that, man.
That's sad, man.
Maybe it's because I'm in the corner, like on the far
It's a
edge.
new neighborhood.
On the far edge, there were people with like outside. I gotta say, man, I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't have more trick or treaters yesterday.
It was disappointing for me last year. We had like 3 or 4, but we had just moved to the house.
Yeah, they wasn't familiar with your house.
And then you put like a Halloween decoration up that said "Come on over, kids."
No, I got on the map on my neighborhood map, which is awesome. They put little pins.
Yeah,
everywhere.
I'm on the map too.
Well, you should have gotten more then.
But see, they probably wasn't familiar with how y'all give out candy.
Well, right across the street, there's 2 houses being built.
Yeah.
Like literally just getting built.
They don't want to step on a nail or
The
anything.
dog ran off too and went with the other dogs. Like she doesn't even know us anymore.
By the way, Mariah Carey, 89 on the Billboard Hot 100 today.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, she's going to jump up to 1 too.
Come on, man.
Shout out to my wife. She probably responsible for it.
A big chunk of that.
Yeah.
She's going to jump up to 1, man. It's going to happen.
I mean, it's awesome. It's too soon.
Sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just be like that. Coming up, where has the time gone? Next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner. Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Houston Texans got some news off the practice field. No sign of Juice Scruggs. Don't know where he's at. He's chilling. I think he exists, but yeah, trying to figure that out. Laramie Tunsil not practicing. Laramie Tunsil is
doing Laramie Tunsil things.
Laramie Tunsil's, I don't know if it's a Veterans Day off or what, but Laramie Tunsil, he's dealing with that knee injury. Laramie Tunsil not practicing. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on that. They won 2 games, by the way, without Laramie Tunsil, so they have found ways to win without the 2-time highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history. I imagine the conversation after Laramie Tunsil's run blocking on Sunday, imagine it sounded maybe a little bit something like this.
I had to talk to you about something, and I didn't want to do it in front of the rest of the team.
Yeah, sure. What is it? Yeah, have a seat. You want a beer?
Oh, no, thank you.
You have financial problems? I could put you onto a great investment guy.
No, I don't have much of a portfolio right now, but you know what I was concerned about was why you didn't come up with that grounder that Riker hit in the 9th.
It was out of my reach. What do you want me to do, dive for it?
By the way, some more big news.
I feel like you're leading up to something here.
There's some more big news.
Yeah?
Someone else isn't practicing.
Yeah, I can sense that. I'm going to guess.
Is it Twitter fingers?
Not Titus.
Oh, okay.
Not Titus.
Well, it can't be anybody that, like, really hugely important, right?
Depends who you ask. Kind of depends who you
cheated,
ask.
for those who don't know.
Kind of depends who you ask.
Yeah.
No Dameon Pierce.
No Dameon Pierce.
No Dameon Pierce at practice today for the Houston Texans.
How should we feel about that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Does that mean we get more Mike Boone?
It's a cruel world, and we're doing
we get more Mike Boone and more Devin Singletary? Do we maybe be careful what we wish for?
Right.
Which is, maybe a little bit more of those other guys.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to get a look at this backfield without Dameon Pierce? And what happens if Dameon Pierce doesn't play and the Texans just rush for like 150?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
How do we feel about that? Not that we wish any harm on anyone here, and hopefully Dameon Pierce is healthy and it's just a day off and he'll be back Thursday and Friday and all things good. He's good to go. But if we're talking football terms, I've been consistently, kind of hyping up Devin Singletary to get more touches. Maybe in a weird way, this is gonna lead to that, and we'll see how that happens. I mean, what happens? Nothing against Dameon Pierce. It's never been.
No, I would
never
keep
been.
doing it.
I would like to see it. I would like to at least see what it looks like.
Yes,
because
keep doing it.
The thing that I think that happens too often, and I'm not saying this isn't always the right mindset, but I think this has happened, and I think, quite frankly, we've just been losing our minds the last few years talking about this dog-butted football team that we've had to talk about.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that happens is sometimes, like, we get to where it has to be one or the other. Like, if you say...
Exactly, the extremes.
Like, if you say Davis Mills played like crap or C.J. Stroud didn't play well, it goes to Pep Hamilton and Bobby Slowick didn't call good game plans. It's not... Okay, well, you can have bad game plans and you can play bad. Or like the run game. The blocking's not good. Dameon Pierce is not doing well. Like, it can be a combination of all of them. Like, when you see those stats, those advanced stats of he's getting hit in the backfield, it's like, no running back would be able to do anything that Dameon Pierce does. I kind of feel like we've driven ourselves nuts with that. Like that. It's happened.
It's never been anything about liking, disliking, wishing ill, or anything on Dameon Pierce. Never. Great dude. Been on the show several times. Seems to be a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun.
And we might miss him.
And we might miss him.
We might miss him.
And we might miss him. What it is about is this team and how it's running the ball. Maybe it's the offensive line. Maybe it's a combination. But it's definitely involving the running backs. Dameon Pierce, we talked about it earlier this week. It's 3 yards a carry for the season. 3.0. That is problematic, no matter where you think the blame lies. And when I said, how does it make us feel? It's because clearly in the back of my mind, like clearly in the back of yours, I was thinking, well, maybe Devin Singletary will get 18, 19 touches. And let's see what that does.
The other thing that I've always
said,
Mike
Boone.
Maybe. And the other thing I've always said about Dameon Pierce, and I like Dameon Pierce, I think there's a role for him in the NFL, but Roseanne looks good when you get out of jail. Like we haven't seen a lot of good running backs.
Keep doing it.
So Andre, I'm just saying, man.
Keep doing it.
Come on, Andre.
Keep doing it.
Figgy likes this way too much.
Well, keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
Like, really, what was he?
He was good. No, he was good.
No, I mean, he was okay, but it wasn't.
I thought he was good for a 4th-round pick.
No, he was good for a 4th-round pick, but I mean, damn, like it wasn't like something that was just. I mean, there was a stretch where he was still in that 2.9 type of range. Like it wasn't like it wasn't. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, Dameon Pierce last year averaged 4.3. He averaged 4.3 a pop, 939 yards, 13 games. Good for him. I mean, I'm not. But I do want to see. I kind of, part of me just wants to see what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
With Singletary and Boone. Singletary and Boone, I kind of just want to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Forgive me for that.
No, like I said, I'm right there with you. It's the first thing I thought. Well, maybe in a roundabout way, we'll kind of see what happens.
What if Laramie Tunsil's out again and they win their 3rd game without Tunsil?
And Singletary getting 19 carries.
Yeah, what if that happens?
I think it would be a sign. It would be an indicator of what that it's maybe not just the blocking and just the running back.
I want to see Titus Howard play left tackle.
I want to see Titus Howard play right tackle. Like, he's really good at right tackle. Okay, why is he at left guard and not knowing where to go on when he's pulling?
They say they want to put their best 5 out there.
Why is he at left guard and not knowing where he's going on run plays?
Lamont, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I want to structure this right because I know that Landry does not like people generalizing all of the media. But what I'm saying with Dameon Pierce now, from the time I've been a Texan or an Oiler fan, when the running game sucks, our eyes are definitely on the running backs. What I'm hearing a lot of people do right now is talk about the O-line and the blocking scheme, and it may be all of that. I'm not saying it's not. But it's like a lot of people are tiptoeing around the fact that this guy is just not the lick right now, man. This guy is just not the lick right now. He was a shining star on the bad football team last year. And that's what I think that everybody is all goo-goo gaga about. But, and then you know something, too? Let me calm it down. It may also be the point now that we are back in, we're into this analytics stuff where everybody is going hard with every little detail and stuff, and everybody's pointing the fingers all over the running game except Dameon Pierce. He's crap, man. He's absolute crap. He gives people jive talk, and he's a country boy, and that's all good and nice, but that dude ain't doing it. They didn't do this for Ryan Moats. They didn't do this for Duke Johnson. They didn't even do this for Alpha Blue. Those guys got to be looking over there and saying, well, yeah, man, the freaking O-line didn't block for us either. It's crazy to me now that we doing everything hopscotching all over the moon for Dameon Pierce. That's all I have, fellas.
Yeah, I
keep doing it.
I like Dameon Pierce, but it is kind of funny, and I don't want to be like the analytic guy, but it is funny. Like, you watch the game and you can tell he's leaving some meat on the bone, and then all of a sudden someone will tweet out some stats. Well, here's the percentage of times that they got hit behind the line of scrimmage, and here's the run block and all that. Look, this next offseason, there's going to be let me list these free agent running backs, because I think the running back can make the offensive line better. I do believe that. Do
Absolutely.
You? And by the way, last game, they faced 7 or fewer, I think 56, 57% of the time per Texans
That's a
count.
sign. That's a tell.
Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler are free agents next year. Mm-hmm. Running backs are cheap. Go get one of them. And draft a young guy.
Keep doing it.
Find the running backs. I am kind of with him in that there does seem to be like a attempt to justify what we should be seeing.
Well, look, I agree with that as well, but he did have a good year last year. Not great. He had a good year in limited action. So that's why it's so confusing to me, because I think it's scheme, man.
But see, at the end of the day, he's a 4th-round pick, man. It's not like you picked him in the 1st round and you got to see what you got in him. Draft somebody else too, man.
Well,
Put them all together.
No, you're going to have to draft.
Might be onto something.
Yeah,
you think if he didn't sound country, he'd get as much?
I
keep doing it.
All I know.
No, he's a good guy too.
I love Dameon
I think
Pierce.
that's why.
I think there's a place for Dameon Pierce.
Yeah,
I think there's. But it started at the draft where you really could kind of see how people were overvaluing Dameon Pierce. It started at the draft, and this is not a straw man. There was a large percentage of mofos doing this.
Yeah.
Where we were talking about the Texans having the 2-12, and people saying with a straight face, if Bijan Robinson's at 12, you don't take him. You have Dameon Pierce. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, see,
right,
that's
we're way.
That's where you lost me, man.
We are way taking this way too far.
Well, my thing with Dameon Pierce is, and it's been for a while now, as you well know, I can't be definitive on this because I'm not in.
Well, that's why I kind of want to see it without him.
But I don't know if he's a scheme fit.
Well,
he is a bull.
Yeah,
he
but
is a
but
finisher.
I think you can have a bull in the scheme. He's just not the guy that's going to get 15,
in the fourth
20
quarter
carries.
when you have a lead.
But I just kind of want to see it.
Yeah.
For better or worse, I kind of just want to see it.
And as far as they get hit in the backfield, that's called the NFL. Some of the greatest of the great. How many highlights do you see somebody dodging somebody in the backfield? Of the greatest running backs ever, and then making a big run. That's called the NFL. So that's kind of a weak excuse. It does happen everywhere. And the Devin Singletary thing, how many times have you seen he might extend a play a little bit to one side or the other, and then boom, go up the field? That's the zone blocking scheme. One cut and run. I don't know if this is so bad, and this is an extreme. Have you ever seen Dameon Pierce go one way or the other in one cut and go?
Yeah, we saw it with that 16-yard run, kind of.
Well, nobody kind of dodged it.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well.
He's going to go in on you, man.
Me? You're agreeing with everything I'm saying.
Nah, this is all at Lopez on Sports. Come at him. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. We got some big news at the most important position. We got a funeral, and we got perhaps someone who's trying to give the Patriot Way an ongoing vibe. I'll explain next.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Texans have placed Jarrett Patterson and Tegan Quinteriano on injured reserve. Practice report today. No Dameon Pierce, no Laramie Tunsil. Can I interest you in some stats about that? Because when the highest paid offensive lineman, 2 times, my bad. The 2-time high. What are you laughing at, Figgy? He wants to make that clear. I'm going to make it clear for him. And Laramie's very proud of that. He likes to walk around bragging about that. 2-time highest paid offensive lineman of all time, Laramie Tunsil. He's out. When that happens, you got to freak out, right?
Not for Laramie.
Well, Texans are 2-1 without Laramie Tunsil.
You mean when he's out?
Yeah, when he's out.
Yeah.
2-1 without Laramie Tunsil. The 2 teams that they beat the Jags, who are in first place. They beat Pittsburgh, who's in the playoff picture. So they beat 2 playoff teams without Laramie Tunsil at this point. The combined record of the opponents was 13-10.
Mm-hmm.
With Laramie Tunsil, they're 1-3. Combined record is 15-16. So, yeah, it sucks if Laramie's out, but they've won 2 out of 3 ball games without him, and 2 very good teams.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, they've beaten without Laramie Tunsil. So it's not the end of the world.
But he is the highest paid.
2 times.
Yeah, 2 times.
Yeah, 2 times. Got to make that clear. By the way, Titus Howard working out at left guard. So I know you love that.
Yeah, I hate that. Does it make any sense at all? We're going to get the best 5 out there. Who was one of the most glaring...
How bad is the backup guard if he's one of the best?
Who was one of the most glaring weak spots?
Titus Howard.
Okay.
Yeah,
where is he best?
I think right tackle.
Yeah, I mean, they're paying him like it.
Yeah, I thought right tackle. I don't know, though.
Yeah.
I think.
So right tackle.
Do you know?
Yeah, he has to be better at tackle. They're paying him. I mean, I'm taking their word for it. You know? And they're paying him as a right tackle. Put him at right tackle. Find someone who can block even a little bit better than what he did because he was lost at left guard. And the tight end thing really is kind of interesting to me, too. I'm not going to say it's worrisome. Depending on their mood, they use the tight end. It's like a mood. Sometimes Dalton Schultz looks, hey, man, he's on to something. And sometimes he looks like, I think they forgot Dalton Schultz. But if anything happens to Dalton Schultz, anything.
I mean, why are you even talking about this?
Because it's worth, it's worth talking about. Because what I'm getting to is the depth behind Dalton Schultz is like practically nothing.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about someone who can't block.
Brevin?
No, Dalton Schultz.
Oh, that, yeah. But Brevin's backing him up.
God.
Yeah. And then there's Eric
He's
Saubert.
a Walmart greeter.
Yeah.
Well, hey, welcome to our quarterback.
Yeah.
He's right here.
Excuse me. Here you go.
Welcome to our quarterback.
Oh, sorry about that.
After the sack, he says, "You got your receipt?"
Would you like some coupons?
Does a little marker. Does a little marker thing on the receipt after he gives up a sack.
Yeah, man.
You might do the little dance around. You know how you walk in front of somebody, you kind of do a little.
Yeah.
Sorry,
my bad.
And he's just not a blocker, but man. Whew.
But he's it.
By the way, you know how many routes Tegan Quinteriano ran against? And he's on IR now, but you know how many routes he ran?
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning this, but go ahead.
Against Carolina, how many routes?
I'm going to have to say 0.
That's right.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah. And you miss him.
0 routes he ran. John Mechie ran 1.
Yeah. Tight end. Dang, there's not anybody out
About
there.
Running back.
Well, yeah, but at least you got warm bodies.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where we're at? Warm bodies?
Yes.
The skill position thing.
Yeah.
Josh McDaniels got fired last night. My theory is that Mark Davis went out to drink in Las Vegas, got hammered, and decided he wanted to fire Josh McDaniels. Why else would you do it at 2 a.m.?
I mean, the wild things happen.
He just woke up and decided to fire Josh McDaniels and Ziegler. Did you see who the coach is?
Yeah,
The interim
it's
coach?
Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, from the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
God, I hated
I was
him.
like, is that the same Antonio Pierce?
I hated Antonio Pierce so much.
Really?
Why?
God, that whole Giants team bothered me.
And the new interim is Champ Kelly?
I think it was part of like the Eli Manning type of thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think that whole joint just bothered me. By the way, Aiden O'Connell is going to start at quarterback for them, so Jimmy G got benched.
I mean, why not, right? I mean, they seem to like him.
Is Josh McDaniels like he's going to New England, right? Like that's just.
Well, there's somebody who's the offensive coordinator right now.
Yeah, but you know who's better. Like,
so BOB's going to get shoved aside?
I mean, he's going to bring him in as like an assistant? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I
this year he's going to chill.
Yeah.
But I'm Josh McDaniels. I understand now that I am not going to be an NFL head coach anymore. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to go.
You got to branch off somewhere else, man. Branch off of that tree.
Well, see, no.
Where the hell else are they going to take him?
Yeah.
Oh, he can't be a quarterback coach nowhere else, or start from the bottom.
He wants to be a quarterback coach.
I'm getting away from Bill Belichick.
Why don't some of these coaches like what like this lifetime money? Like you're a millionaire. Like why do you want to coach so bad? Like what is Bill O'Brien doing? Why are you coaching? You suck.
It's money, man.
Like, what are you doing? He's already got money. Go chill.
Everybody likes a little more money.
Go relax, man.
And it's ambition.
You got an awesome wife. She's nice. She's like the salty earth. You got a couple of kids. Like, go chill, man. You suck.
You could. Here's where it gets interesting with Bill O'Brien, though.
But I don't know that he likes anything else. I will say this about B.O.B. He likes football.
He loves football, and coach is coach. You know that old thing. In which,
oh God,
no, it is.
Damn Bell.
They have to be coaching, and that's just part of it as well. But the other interesting thing with me and B.O.B. is the only place he can become a head coach again in the NFL.
No way.
Is New England.
They will not do that.
And they just extended Belichick, so he's going to be a coordinator too, unless he wants to go to college. Is there any NFL team that would take well, he was 52-48. By the way, that's 52-48. That ain't great. Is anyone else? And another thing is they're not going to have success. So it's not like you're going to say, "Oh, wow, they went to the Super Bowl. Let's pluck their OC." No, they're going to be 500 or below. No, he can't get a job in the NFL. B.O.B. The only job
they're not going to hire him though.
Nobody is.
No,
nobody is.
No, they got to figure something out.
Yeah,
I feel like Belichick might fool us all. Like he just might become like the most innovative. They might start running the wishbone. They're gonna do like the most opposite thing of New England. I think Bill Belichick comes next year and brings the wishbone to the NFL. He's gonna run the Army Navy offense in the NFL.
I bet he knows a lot about it. He probably had some experience.
He's gonna make it happen.
Yeah,
he's gonna just completely change the script. Man. That's the next that level of innovation with them.
These guys are just.
They're nuts.
They're awful. All the since I became head coach.
And Arthur Smith's starting to become it too. Taylor Heineke is the quarterback in Atlanta. This was after Desmond Ridder got benched. How the hell did I know the Texans secondary was depleted, but damn. Did we really have to make Desmond Ridder look like that?
Yeah.
This is Arthur Smith, though. He's insistent that it was not a performance thing. Here's old Arthur Smith. I don't know what the hell's happened to this guy, but here he is.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables, and then really just, like I said, consider the last 72 hours and just kind of where we're at right now, going into this week in Minnesota, getting ready to play the Vikings. Obviously, a really good team coming in here is going with Taylor, and that's why he's here right now. Right now, it's just we're focused on Minnesota, and obviously Taylor. Like I said, there's a lot of variables.
So is this a medical decision then with this, or is this a
just because when I answered about a lot of variables, my answer's not going to change. And there's a lot of variables that go into it. There's a lot of variables. My answer's not going to change, Mike. Appreciate the question. I kind of answered that. There's a lot of variables.
You didn't answer anything.
I understand it, but my answer's not going to change. My answer's not going to change. I know. I'm not. I appreciate the questions. I really do. I'm being serious.
No, he does not. He does not.
My answer's not changing.
Taylor's the starter for this week, and Desmond's the number 2. And what about next week later?
Those are your words.
Okay.
If Taylor as well on Sunday, does that make whatever you're going to do in the future harder?
We're not going to get into hypotheticals right now. Good question, too. Not getting into hypotheticals right now.
Is there a chance that after Sunday you can sit there and say Taylor's the starter the rest of the year?
Not getting into hypotheticals.
What happened to this guy?
I remember the week of the game. I was in here.
He was Mr. Grinder. Yeah, my dad founded FedEx, but I've always grinded. I worked my way up from the bottom, and now all of a sudden he's like in Atlanta. He's become like the most blowhard coach in the NFL. What happened?
I don't know, but I noticed.
When did this happen?
The week of the Texans, I was like, have you seen this offense and this guy? I don't know if he's still the.
I guess that's what happened when you lose.
The chosen one.
You look rough.
They're in first place, aren't they?
Is it? They're 4-3, right?
Oh, they're second place. They're right behind the Saints, right?
I think so.
Yeah. What's going on with this guy?
The
hell's his deal? He's feeling himself?
No, they're tied with the Saints, 4-4.
Yeah. He's right up there.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to this grinder? Hey, I didn't want anything handed to. Now he's keeping the Patriot.
It's
Patriot
weird.
thing alive.
The bloom is off the rose there. There's no question.
The what?
The bloom is off the rose.
That means it's not.
It's not what it was.
Sprouted.
Yeah, it's not as pretty as Arthur Smith is not as pretty as he once was.
The
bloom is off.
The rose.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Bloom rose?
Nah.
You've never heard that?
I guess I heard of it.
I never heard that.
I never thought
I
of
never
it.
heard
though.
that.
You've never heard the bloom is off the rose?
I heard
No, I haven't.
Ever?
No. The bloom is off the rose. Okay.
Though. It tells you the
You
story.
and these sayings, man.
Yeah. Landry, the things that...
Me?
Yes. The things that you don't know is amazing.
No, I mean, it's just, I don't, it's not that I don't, the sayings don't make sense. Sometimes they just don't make sense. Like some of these sayings, they just say it and it's like, I don't.
But you know exactly what I meant when I said the bloom is off the rose.
Yeah, but I don't want to do a radio show with Maria Antoinette. I want you to at least respect the demo. Like you're bringing, you sound like you're like Shakespeare or something like that.
No. Marie Antoinette, first of all.
All right, whatever the hell her name is.
And the bloom is off the rose is a saying that's commonplace everywhere. All demos.
When was the last time you heard that, Fig?
A couple seconds ago. That's not in my vocab.
The bloom is off the rose.
If that's making you roll your eyes, you're gonna really roll your eyes when I tell you what I was telling Figgy last segment on the talkback button.
Okay, what'd you say?
I said, "Is that Mozart? Is that a Mozart riff?"
Oh yeah.
Because on the last song,
it was a little music bed playing in the background.
There was a music bed playing, and it sounded like, I believe it's Mozart's. Boy, you're gonna hate me.
Do you think Mozart's really that good?
Yes.
Or do you just think that you grew up to where you had to think Mozart was good?
No, he was
if you would have just heard that yourself, you would say
yes.
Wow, that guy's phenomenal.
Yes. Me personally.
Pull up Mozart's best song.
This is a good test. This is a good test because the little bed that you were playing. Let's see how big of a Mozart nerd I am. I believe, Figgy, it was Symphony Number 40 in G minor. Pull up Mozart Symphony Number 40 in G minor. I think I got that right.
You think Mozart's just the man?
He's the bleep.
He's great.
He was the bleep.
Okay.
Symphony Number 40 in G minor. If I nail this, I'm going to be so proud
Some
of
of
myself.
these artists, though, that they say are good, those paintings suck. I see better paintings that
nailed it. That's it, right, Figgy?
You think this is good?
You don't realize what just happened in front of you. You're not appreciating it. I nailed a Mozart song.
So you think this is cool?
This is awesome.
In what situation is this appropriate? This music?
How about dinner?
Where the hell are you eating?
I'm just saying, a little background.
Where the hell are you eating?
You don't want to get into all the crazy.
They ain't
songs?
playing this at Chili's.
No, they're not playing it at Chili's.
They're not playing this at Pluckers.
How about at home? Let's put on some Mozart. Have dinner. Nice dinner.
This kind of remind me of that. Remember the first ever Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode?
Yeah. This kind of reminds me of Coming to America.
I feel like I'm not getting my flowers.
Not Coming to America, Trading Places.
I feel like I'm not getting my flowers for nailing the title and song of Mozart.
Brother, I don't have the appreciation of it. I admit
not.
it. But I just don't think that if you were blinded, you would turn this on and say this is great.
And this is the other one, right?
This is what you heard.
This is what's playing behind us.
So it's a guy named Walter, I want to say Walter Murphy.
Yeah.
Who kind of put a little funk to it.
So,
yeah.
Do you ever think there are some things where you grow up or you're just forced to believe that this is good?
Yes.
Like the Beatles, yes. All these kids walking around in Beatles shirts. It's yeah, your dad made you like that.
You know what I realized too with kids walking around with stuff like that?
They don't even know who the bands are.
Right.
Some like you know how many kids are wearing Led Zeppelin shirts and they don't know who the F that is?
Yes.
Why?
It was a preschooler that came to school
Why?
as TLC.
Oh, come on.
They had no idea who that was on the shirt. They had no idea. A preschooler in a TLC shirt.
I totally agree with your premise. And I think look, this was playing in the background, and I talked to Figgy. I said, "Is that Mozart?" I'm so proud of myself. This made my day.
Are we still sure it is?
Yes. This
Just a little remix version.
Yeah, it's a remix of Symphony No. 40 in G minor.
Okay.
A little funk to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk home with my chest out, man.
Which one you like better, Landry? This one or the other one?
Oh, this one. I mean, come on. That other one was terrible. I mean, what is that?
Well, he hadn't gotten to the hook yet.
Would you like some Grey Poupon?
He hadn't gotten to the hook yet. Let's hear the.
The hook is what was playing on the other song. I'm trying to culture you a little bit here, man. I am. I'm trying to help you.
Like Shakespeare did his thing. Mozart did not.
Mozart was like legit. Like, I agree with what you're saying, that some people feel compelled to like a certain something because, it's Mozart or it's the Beatles or whatever. I totally agree that they just feel they don't even know. See,
he's got nothing on Mr. Holland. And Mr. Holland had to deal with a deaf son.
He's got nothing on School of Rock.
Mr. Holland, not only was Mr. Holland better, Mr. Holland had to have a love for music where people didn't appreciate it. He had to deal with a deaf son. And that's got to be hard because your passion, he couldn't even get his son to appreciate his passion.
Yeah.
Because he was deaf. And he tried his damnedest.
Look, listen.
Tried his damnedest. And then his son called him an a-hole in sign language. That's the hook?
That's the hook.
All right, that's enough.
Here we go. He's
that's
going
enough.
hard now.
That's enough.
I think that's what they said back then.
That's enough. That's enough of this.
Old Wolfgang's going hard right now.
That's enough of this.
Yeah.
Trade deadline moves in the NFL. The Bears traded for Montez Sweat. The 49ers traded for Chase Young. The Vikings, they traded for Josh Dobbs. I'm intrigued to see what the hell they were thinking there. Lions traded for Donovan Peoples-Jones. Jags traded for Ezra Cleveland. Bills traded for Rasul Douglas. And the Seahawks traded for Leonard Williams. So I guess that's an active NFL trade deadline. It's not quite as active as
Which one are most impactful to you? I guess not counting because it's clear.
I would say Chase Young being added, and maybe the Jags trying to solidify their O-line.
That was the other one for me.
Seahawks, Leonard Williams too, though. I mean, who knows? I don't know how much of a threat they are.
The Jags was the one for me.
Of the 7 NFC teams currently in the playoffs, the Cowboys were the only team that didn't trade for a player within the last week. So Jerry Jones standing pat. Other NFL news, flex. How about no? The Jets and Raiders was not flexed out before the trade deadline. I'm actually okay. I like watching Max Crosby get his flowers, and I like watching Zach Wilson struggle. This doesn't bother me as much as the Giants. Giants is just like, what am I watching? Brian Dable sitting there, looks like he's about to have a heart attack on the sidelines. They're skipping rocks. Like, that bothers me. Jets, hey. I like Robert Saleh. I like the
intrigue with the Jets.
Don't you think there's a little bit of like
Raiders
tip of the cap for the scrappiness?
Raiders do nothing for me.
Shots fired at Max Crosby.
No, I love Max Crosby. I said yesterday I feel bad for him.
Darius Slay said he's the best player in the in the NFL.
I feel bad for him. Doesn't mean I want to watch him.
Coming up, Amy Adams is getting made fun of by the most popular sports podcast in the country. A grudge match is proposed, plus people are losing their minds in Cleveland. And a Texas dessert is getting no love. Internet goes nuts next.
Let we go. Join
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Pardon my take. They're making fun of Amy Adams. Here's what they had to say about the Oilers uniforms and a proposal for when the Texans take on the Tennessee Titans.
Favorite uniform in the NFL. One of them. Tennessee Titans should not be allowed
It's
to wear.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
They gave up the rights to that.
Correct.
When the team moved and they decided to rebrand, they're like, you know what? Oilers doesn't make sense in Tennessee. We're going to be the Titans for some reason.
Right.
I don't know why. And then they just get to go back and use another city's uniform.
You took the team from a city. You are the Titans now. The Texans should get to wear the Oilers throwbacks. That's how it should work.
Yeah, the franchise, I understand, can move around. It sucks, but it can. But the colors stay.
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
And it's going to be very weird.
And they're colors
when the Oilers play against the Texans.
Yeah.
They are going to wear the throwbacks.
That's tough.
You know what? Whoever wins between Tennessee and Houston, they get the uniform.
That's what it really should be.
How about that?
That would be that should be Monday night game, everything at stake.
And both teams wear the Oilers outfits for that. Just one wears blue, one wears white.
No, they both wear the Oilers uniforms, but it says, like, one says Titans, one says Texans.
Yeah.
They're
Cool.
making fun of everybody.
They are. I think they legitimately are bothered by Amy Adams drunk. There's no question about that. But they're also like, yeah,
She's a joke
for
right
it.
now for everybody.
She is. She absolutely is. I mean, what she thought was going to kind of go under the radar and just be an NFL, sort of memo or email type thing, like, hey, man, I don't want the Texans to use this color, which is by itself bizarre, that she thinks she owns a color. But okay, the uniforms or the scheme or whatever, she thought it was just going to kind of be like, I'll stick it to the Texans. I don't want them to have these things. Has turned into a lot of people seeing through all that crap.
Serious question. Why didn't they just stay the Oilers? Why didn't Bud Adams just stay the Oilers?
Yeah.
That might be a Bud question, but why, if you liked it so much, why didn't you just stay that?
They were in Nashville for 2 years, I believe, while the stadium was being built, and they said, we're going to keep the Tennessee Oilers here. And it was actually pretty cool. I mean, it's not like the fans didn't show up or anything. They were thrilled, and they still had, some player like Bruce Matthews was still playing, and Eddie George and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden decided to go with the Titans. If you loved Houston that much,
yeah, why not?
But what's the name? What's the name kind of silly though? Be in Tennessee.
Okay, the Los Angeles Lakers.
No, I get
kept
it.
The name.
No, I get it.
There's no lakes.
I was wondering
not that many lakes.
How much jazz is in Utah?
There's no jazz.
I know.
In Utah.
I get it.
There's only 3.1.
I'm just trying to think why they might have changed it.
Do they still have 3.1 beer in Utah?
I had to drink about 27 of those one night just to.
Is that still the case? Because they used to have it in Oklahoma.
I think you still get memberships. You have to buy a membership to get the real stuff, like in a restaurant or a club or something. I think that's still the case.
Did you know the boys from Oklahoma roll their joints all wrong?
Is there a punchline coming?
No, I'm asking. Did you know that?
I did not. Go ahead.
Too damn skinny, way too long.
Is that a lyric? It's not Mozart.
Cross Canadian rap.
I know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean they're not in that class. They're above Mozart. Let's be serious.
I got the internet going nuts.
Connor Stallions.
Thought you were about to say Conor McGregor.
Connor Stallions. Still going.
Who's that? Who's Connor Stallions?
He's the guy that is spying on everybody for the Michigan Wolverines, allegedly. But the latest thing, if this is true, it's almost like at this point, where did Connor Stallions not go to allegedly try to steal signs? He was at Central Michigan wearing sunglasses, dressed like a coach, and holding a play sheet.
Is this real?
Yes, it looks like it's real anyway. And the coach...
Might be a Photoshop.
There's other pictures, too, of him on the sideline. And the head coach actually addressed it. It wasn't really worth listening to.
Yeah, Jim McElwain.
Yeah, it really wasn't worth listening to.
He said he didn't have a pass with his name on it and all that.
Yeah. So it was Central Michigan playing against Michigan State, which would lead to, why he was there.
Jim McElwain, though, he knows about pictures being questioned. Remember when they thought his fat body was all over that shark?
Was he the shark guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ended up being the founder of Jimmy John's.
Yeah.
Who's a slime ball. Like in a good way.
Oh,
like,
there it is. They're playing it right now.
I mean, he's like a party dude. Not like in a bad slime ball way, but like the Jimmy John's founder is hilarious.
Yeah. But I know this isn't like your favorite topic, but this is enormous, man.
I do find it interesting how some people who kind of minimize the Astros cheating scandal are talking about this as if it's like the worst thing ever.
Right. That's just, their allegiance.
But you didn't. I mean, we've always said the Astros deserve what they get. I don't really. This story doesn't do anything for me.
I know it doesn't, but the reason I'm just like fascinated by it is because they took a lot of planning. It took plane trips and buying coaching clothes and trying to decipher signals and signs and that's where it's different from everybody does it. No, man, no, not everybody does this. And I'll say this again, if it is determined, if the punishment is determined this year, I don't think Michigan should nor will be in the postseason playoff. So it's huge.
Come on.
Okay.
Put them in the damn playoff. It's good for business.
I'm just saying what's
Put
going to
them
happen.
in the damn playoff.
I don't know. I'm not talking about what's good for business.
Get them in there.
I'm saying what I think is going to happen.
I got the internet going nuts.
Deshaun Watson is practicing for the Cleveland Browns today. Now, what does this mean? Who knows? They got the Arizona Cardinals. Does this mean he will or won't play? Don't know. Does this mean that there's some sanity brought to Cleveland? Who knows? But, man, they're losing their mind up there. Good buddies, former coworkers of mine, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. God, I used to love these arguments, just sitting there, rubbing my hands together, watching them. This is how they started their show. This is the start to their show on Monday.
6:01 a.m.
92.3 The Fan. This is 6:01 a.m. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima.
I'm angry right now, but I'm not going to be stupid, Anthony, and demand for him to be fired in this position. Hold on. Listen to me.
You're having a conversation, Ken. That's how it works. You go, I go. It's not monologue radio. We have conversations
okay, I get that.
That's what we do. I know.
Please teach me more.
I know the video cameras are on and you're trying to make a moment.
Okay,
let's have a damn conversation. Because you interrupted me 7 times in the first 2 minutes. We have a conversation. That's all.
Interrupted me because you don't listen to me and you jump to the absolute empty
You're giving platitudes. I'm trying to get an understanding.
There's no platitudes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to explain the game to you.
Go ahead.
Please explain more about radio to me.
Thank you, football guy.
I would like you to explain radio to me.
Thank you, football guy.
Please explain it.
Go ahead.
Please explain radio. Now tell me how this
works.
works.
I'm asking for nuance, Ken, because
I'm giving you nuance. You refuse to listen.
Of all the seasons to go after Stefanski the strongest, this is not the one with the third-string quarterback. That's all I'm trying to get from you. Yeah. But the football guy is telling me you're looking at one play. My God, that's what average football fans say around the league every day, and I just don't. I'm surprised to hear from you.
Don't you ever accuse me of that ever again on this show.
My God,
because you're not listening. You just want to start some argument over Kevin Stefanski.
Well, that's the whole show today.
I know what you're doing.
Give me something more than that.
I'm giving you everything I can. I've tried to explain to you over and over and over again. You go, no, I'm giving you the macro level answer on all this. Machinations and all the different reasons why he would keep his job. And I go, is it an entertainment business? Yep. Do they have to sell tickets? Yep. Do they have to sell merchandise? Oh, yeah. Are they going to be happy if they bring that guy back if they don't make the playoffs? Absolutely not. Well, off we go.
Lima is so good at getting under Ken's skin.
And how does he not realize that?
It's like, I'm disappointed in you.
He do that with everybody too, man.
I'm disappointed in you. I didn't understand. Dude, these are my favorite. These are my. I mean, I was just in heaven listening to these guys argue.
How does he not recognize?
Well, honestly, Ken sometimes will say stuff, and Lima's like, "What are you saying? Like, come on, just give it to me. Give me something there." He's talking in circles. What are we doing? Platitudes.
I got the internet going nuts.
Ron Washington. I honestly don't know how I feel about this. I hear what Adam Spillane said this morning, and you can listen to it on the Odyssey app. When I brought Ron Washington's name, he said he has expressed interest in the job, or has interest in the job. First of all, there's that part of it. Okay, he's interested in the job. Who's not? That's in baseball. So there's that part of it. But let's say he's interested in the job and he's somewhat in the mix. I honestly don't know how I feel about this. On the one hand, this is a formula that has worked very, very recently with Dusty Baker. Old hand, old guard.
It's kind of controversial the way he left Texas, though.
I do vaguely remember.
They never really knew what happened. There were a lot of whispers, and it was controversial for sure.
But he
had a lot of success though.
Yeah, he did. 2 World Series, I believe. So I get it. Hey, it worked with Dusty.
He's an OG.
Ron Washington's 71. An OG. He's what? That's how old Dusty was. No, Dusty was 70.
Do they want another Dusty?
That's my question. That's why I'm kind of torn on this. Do they want another Dusty? Well, Dusty worked. Dusty connected. The old guard stuff worked. They want a World Series. On the other hand, I'm like, well, the guy who knows this team the best is already in the clubhouse.
I'm kind of over the Espada thing. I would actually rather see whether it's Jeff Bannister, whether it's anyone but Brad Ausmus. I'm over the Espada thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Spillane brings up an interesting point. He's interviewed for all these gigs and didn't take it.
Yeah,
and naturally
nobody hired him.
Yeah, some people say, well, you turned him down. No, he didn't turn down anything.
Yeah,
he came right back.
Yeah, so going to be interesting. And of course, he also mentioned Brad Ausmus.
If you're going to go with Espada, why even open the search? Or maybe they want to. Maybe they'll get to Espada. I don't know. Why do people want Espada so much? What's so good about
continuity.
Espada? What's so good about him?
I think continuity. He's known in the
You
clubhouse.
think they need continuity, or you think they need to
Well, they need something to keep it going.
I mean, because you say is there? I don't know that there's a guarantee that if you do what you did this year, you get back.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yes.
I don't know if it did or not.
Well, I was with you. I get Espada. I get Washington. What I don't understand is the Brad Ausmus thing. I think Craig Counsell would be okay. I don't know.
What's so good about him?
I don't know.
Everybody seems to like Craig Counsell. What's so great about him?
All I know is he's highly regarded.
I hate him. You know why I hate him?
that batting stance?
I hate him because of his batting stance alone.
I used to like his batting stance.
Man, come on, bro. That bat sticking straight up, I hated that. Now, what's Julio Franco doing? If we want to go by batting stance, what's Julio Franco doing? I saw him hitting baseballs the other day.
Julio Franco?
Yeah, in the batting cage. Man, he was like 55 when he stopped playing baseball.
Yeah. I don't know. All I know is about Craig Counsell, I was just about to say that.
God, I hated that stance.
I know he's highly regarded. That's it.
Why?
Don't know. I just told you. That's all
Probably
I know.
the batting stance.
That's all I know.
See a little Tony Fernandez with
Yeah.
like the two fingers. Give me something like that.
I got the internet going nuts.
90s baseball players are damn managers now. I mean, my goodness. Charles Barkley. They were talking to Victor Wembanyama yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They just won a game. By the way, Victor, man, I can see why Tillman was praying.
Yeah.
Here is Barkley asking Victor about a famous dessert in San Antonio. And listen to Victor. Doesn't really know what he's talking about.
Victor, I got one final question. How do you say churro in French?
Churro? What is that?
Churro. You know what churro is. You've been in San Antonio long enough.
It's a dessert.
It's a dessert.
Just ask what it is.
The long donut.
What? I've never heard that. San Antonio people put me on that. We apologize for the way that ended.
He said, San Antonio people put me on that. Are churros good?
They're all right. They're not my number one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I thought you would like churros for sure.
I like them. I said they're all right.
I thought you liked every Mexican pastry.
I do. I like churros included. But
what about pralines?
No.
When's the last time you went to a Mexican restaurant and said, you know what, that $1.49 praline right there that looks like it's been sitting out for 8 months is really something that would really hit the spot. I just stuffed my face with chips and salsa. By the way, the other thing about this, and I this is a take that I strongly believe in.
Mm-hmm.
Do I believe in that? Yeah, okay, I'll say it. If you're ordering dessert at a Mexican food spot, you're a fat ass.
Tres leches, though.
That's ridiculous.
That's pretty damn good.
No, John.
It's pretty damn good.
And this is someone that's probably taking like 3,000 calories per sitting because I'm getting chips and salsa. You're getting chips and queso. They're bringing you the beans rice. They're bringing you the enchiladas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's one thing to go out to eat and get a steak or something and say, you know what, I could use some ice cream or I could use something like that. If you're still eating dessert after you ate Mexican food, that's fat.
Well, you can say the same thing about Italian food. Because both Mexican food and Italian food.
I don't order dessert ever.
I never order dessert.
Unless it's free in the Pluckers Club. Unless Pluckers Club has the fried Oreos or something for free.
I'll take it home.
Man.
Yeah.
I don't even do
When's
that.
the last time you ordered dessert at a Mexican spot?
Like I said, I
When's
don't.
the last time you ordered dessert?
I'm sure we have like at a birthday or something, but just for that reason.
Like ordered it like after you
Like
eat.
for me,
Yeah.
I don't really do that. Occasionally I'll take it home.
But man, you're eating all the chips and salsa.
Mexican food
in
just,
on that.
just
Filling up.
expands in your stomach.
You're just filling up on all that.
It just expands. Same thing with Italian, man.
But you know what? Like at Mexican restaurants, they don't even ask you if you save room for dessert. Like that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, I mean, they might have it, but they'll ask you at every restaurant, like every American
Any room
restaurant.
for dessert?
Any room for dessert or anywhere, they'll ask you. They ain't even asking you at Mexican food.
Yeah.
There's one thing that they consistently say at Mexican food places, and that's it.
Yeah.
Hot plate.
And what do you do every time they put it down?
I touch it.
Me too.
Every damn time I touch it. Do you mix your rice and beans?
No, I don't like doing that. Some people do. It's just not my thing. I like them separate.
I could see Figgy being like double rice or something. Are you double rice?
At a Japanese spot, yeah.
But what about at a Mexican spot? Are you getting rice and beans?
Sure.
He goes to Mexican restaurants and orders wings. He doesn't even order Mexican spot.
I'm not a Mexican spot guy, man.
Yeah, he doesn't even. Yeah, he said sure.
Man.
Yeah,
I'll leave that to y'all.
yeah, he's not even a Mexican
We
food
have
dude.
got to fix that.
Yeah, he ain't even on it.
Yeah.
It's a damn shame
That's
right there.
damn near blasphemous in this.
Would
town.
you like dessert? Yeah, let me get that nasty ass cake y'all got sitting
The candy's
there.
up there on the counter? Try the softer ones.
Bro,
those are pretty good.
Those look terrible.
They're pretty good. The softer ones.
But you know how you're at a real Mexican spot though.
There's several ways. But
There's
what
two
are
ways.
yours?
There's two ways.
Salsa?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's gonna vary.
What's
you mean, like
what's the fake
atmosphere?
one?
Huh?
What's a fake Mexican spot then?
The fake Mexican spot is good. Like that's like an Americanized spot that might be like a
Tex-Mex?
chain. No, there's like some real Tex-Mex, but like gringos. I like gringos, but like that's like not like real. But if you go to a real Mexican spot, there's 3 checks that will really tell you you're in a real Mexican spot.
Workers eat there.
Number 1, your white ass gets like looked at sideways.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Mexican workers eat there.
Yeah, they look at you. They look at you like you're crazy.
Yeah.
Number 2, you pay at the table. You don't hand it to the waiter and they bring it back.
No, you pay at
on
the counter.
Yeah, you pay at the counter.
Yeah.
And number 3, they just got random ass boxes of candy at the checkout,
Yep,
like some
all that.
suckers or something like that, like
All
at the
that.
checkout. Usually Tootsie Pops.
Yeah.
They got the Tootsie Pops or the
little box.
Yeah, they got the Tootsie Pops or the what are the gum ones? Blow Pops.
Yeah, in the box.
They got the Blow Pops up there just on the box, and then sometimes they treat the damn candy like it's jewelry at a pawn shop or something like
Yeah.
that because they put like the M&Ms and Skittles in the boxes below
Yeah.
like the clear
Yeah.
stuff.
And they have the ice cream soft serve.
Man, the soft serve ice cream.
Yeah.
Can you eat that after you eat Mexican?
I have. I'm not saying I should have, but I have.
I cannot. That reminds me of Jason's Deli. What do you know about Jason's Deli?
Oh, I love Jason's Deli.
You do?
Yeah. That's one of our weekend lunch spots. There's one right up there in the Heights.
Man.
Enchilada.
Jason's Deli goes in.
Enchilada's really good.
Salada? Yeah, salada's a little bit different though, man.
Yeah, but you can
Salada's like-
you can pile that.
salada's
You got to
like
go in
salad
there and know
Subway.
what you're doing.
Yeah, you got to. I
If
pile
If you
the
don't know what
seafood.
you're doing, man.
Seafood mix.
No, you have to. If the first time you go to Salada, if you don't want to make a scene, if it's crowded, you're basically just winging it.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, you just start saying
you're
That's
basically-
exactly
you're
what I
basically
did.
You're basically just winging it, and you don't know what you're doing.
I came out with a $30 salad and didn't like it.
And unless you're just a jerk and you just want to ask all the questions,
Yeah.
but that ain't me.
Salada and Jason's a good weekend spot for lunch. Hell yes.
All right, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, my goodness, tomorrow is going to be a big day. You might not know it, but it's going to be a huge day. We'll talk about it next.
All right, Low T Center.
Iggy, thank you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I'm very excited, intrigued, anxious by the next, I guess we'll say 34-ish hours. Next 34-ish hours are going to be very intriguing for me. And all you can do is watch. And I don't know how this is going to hit for the loopholes, the sports fans. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. But tonight we're going to watch the Rangers. 27 outs away potentially from a World Series. They probably hate you more than the Yankees do, I would say. I would say that right now.
Oh, that's a good question.
The Rangers and their fan base, their players, etc., I think they might hate the Astros as much as anyone else. I think that's where we're at. They're close to winning a World Series. You also have the Tennessee Titans tomorrow, and their rookie quarterback, Will Levis, coming off his debut, taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, oh, by the way, if Tennessee wins, that actually helps you maybe more so than Pittsburgh winning, because you're chasing Pittsburgh in the playoff standings right now, and you still get to play Tennessee twice. Pittsburgh's sitting there at 4-3. If they fall to 4-4, and then the Texans win and they go to 4-4, they hop over Pittsburgh. And by the way, the Bengals and Jets have losable games as well. There's a chance that after this weekend, we're talking about the Texans being in the playoff picture, depending on what they do with Tampa Bay. So I'm very intrigued by the next 30 or so hours of sports viewing. I was intrigued by you when we started the show saying the Rangers winning a World Series would not hit you as hard as maybe it would some people.
The Rangers winning
you
a World
think they're a non-factor?
No. I don't think anything would be different whether they won the World Series, other than the way that they talk trash or the way that they hate you is the only thing that is different if they win the World Series or don't win the World Series, because they already have, like it or not, beaten you in the ALCS. There's already the tension and fights and everything else between the squads. There's already a real rivalry brewing. They're going to do it differently if they win the World Series. Ha ha, we got one, and it's certainly.
I don't know how the hell they did it either.
I mean, a bullpen game, and they're up 10-0. And so
10 2-out runs to start the game.
Yeah. And so just the manner in which they're going to talk trash and hate you is going to be different to me. Now, you and Figgy feel differently.
I just look at it as it's a team in your division. I think they have I don't want to say better long-term pieces because I think Tuck and Alvarez and in baseball I'm saying a few.
Well, Alvarez already signed.
You still got a couple years with Tuck.
Yeah.
So I mean, it almost seems like they're kind of ahead of schedule, and winning the World Series would just kind of suck.
Well, see, that's the other part of it that is interesting to me. They were going to be a threat in this division, no matter if they won a World Series for the foreseeable future. So that didn't change. I mean, I know we talked about it when the ALCS was going on. They're going to be there no matter what. They win the World Series. They don't win the World Series. Doesn't really matter to me.
Is there any if you were a fan of let's say the Astros were in the same situation? Does any part of you just want to get it over with, right? You don't want to say, well, I want to finish it here.
Oh God, no! I hate that.
I hear people saying it though, and I'm like, man, hell no! I don't want to play with fire in that. Just finish it.
Now it's cool when you finish it here.
Yeah, the bars are still open though, man.
Yeah.
Like I don't need it. I don't need it here. Just get it done. I can't really play with fire there.
Hell no!
Especially with that.
2017 there, 2021 here, 2022 here. It was more fun here, but it was a lot of fun either way.
Hey,
yeah.
I don't know, but yeah. I do think there's going to be. I think it would be somewhat of a kick to the junk for the Astros. And then tomorrow you got the Steelers and Titans, which is a huge game. And I find myself wanting the Titans to pull it out. I'm looking at the wild card, and you got Tennessee twice. But it will be interesting to see how Will Levis, by the way, getting a primetime game. CJ's not getting one of those. It'll be interesting to see how he looks in that situation. I'm very intrigued by the start of Week 9 tomorrow. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in the building. Gents, how many trick-or-treaters did y'all get? You probably got a lot, didn't you?
No. I didn't have any. I don't live in a neighborhood, so and it's pretty dark out there, so it'd be pretty. You got to really want to do some trick or treating.
Now, what if someone had knocked? Would you have had the candy?
No. I didn't turn. There's a gate out front. I didn't even.
Oh, wow, look at Amy Adams Strunk and Clinton.
No, not at all. There's a little old gate out there out front, man. Just
throw him a silver bullet.
Yeah. Now my neighbor may have come through looking for a 6-pack or two.
Yeah.
But no, we didn't do it. We took the baby, or my wife took the baby over to my in-laws' house. They live in they live in one of them one street neighborhoods where it's just down and back.
Yeah.
What'd they do for Halloween? Did they cook something up or something? They'd be cooking like crazy.
You know they do. It's ridiculous. Actually, it's why I attribute my 20+ pounds that I've gained since the wedding on that. But I don't think they did much last night. Just put the baby in the buggy and walked her, drug her around the street and collected a little candy that she can't eat.
Ron?
Yeah, we had to make the decision for these kids to go to hell due to a couple of bad apples, like Landry Locker, as I heard him yesterday did as a youngster. We 2 years in a row watched them on the we got
Ring camera.
We got a Ring camera last year.
They stole
Third kid, 2 of them just poured the whole thing in.
Dude,
the year before we had our candy out, and it was in my wife Courtney's she put it in her trick or treat.
Yeah.
Pumpkin jack-o'-lantern basket.
Yeah.
She had it in that. She carried that one when she was a kid. So we had always put it out.
No.
So don't tell me they took the bucket.
They stole the whole thing.
Oh, man.
Oh, she was hot. Sentimental value. She wanted to give it to our youngest.
Okay.
She wanted to pass it down. So we made the decision after the last 2 years that we shut our light on off. We ain't getting candy.
Well, the story is here, those are horrible kids. Yes. Like horrible. I don't care what anybody says. But the secondary part of that is, why can't you sit out there with it, man?
Well, I'm going with my kids.
Why can't she sit out there?
It's a 3-piece. This is a 2-man job.
She go too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got a 3-year-old. We got a 6-year-old. We got a.
See, I always used to take the kids, and she would stay back when they were little.
No, I really love the idea Clint came up with, and I might graduate to
dispenser.
this. I feel like I'm about maybe Nicholas about 3 years away from being able to just go without him. That I'll just sit it out there and I'll just sit right there.
Yeah.
I mean inside.
Yeah.
Watch it.
I want to put you on the spot. What if you found out that Little Show had done that and he had taken someone's bucket? What's happening right there?
He would have his trick or treating
privileges
suspended for years. What did Will Smith get? 10 years. He'd probably get 10 years.
Wow, dude!
And I wouldn't throw his candy away. I would have me and the rest of us all eat it in his face.
Oh heck yeah!
Okay. All right. You're listening to KILT.
That's good parenting right there.
All in his face.
KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You know I learned from the best. At that time, Teresa told me, make sure you cut that grass. You got a game tomorrow. If you want to play in the game, cut the grass. Oh, time got away from me, and I started cutting the grass about 6:30, and it was dark half the time I was cutting it. She got up in the morning, and it was patches all over that yard, and she went ahead and let me get my uniform on, got dressed, had my bag and everything. We got out there. She said, "Oh, you're not playing.
Hold on, so.
But you are going to sit here and support your team, and if you don't, you're not going to play the rest of the year."
Come on, do as you're told, young fella.
Yep.
You didn't get it done, did you? Remember that?
That's the last time.
Hey, Ron, how come you ain't playing today? I got old patch. I left my yard pretty patchy this morning, y'all.
Yeah, I was third base, bad cleanup. Coaches try to go over there now, and I say this, this is 6th grade. Coaches tried to go over there and reason with Teresa.
No luck.
Try to hit him with that. Hey, this is hurting, the rest of the team too, and she said, well, he should have thought about that, but he will support. I'm in full ass uniform, not in the dugout. She's not letting me in the dugout. I'm
in the stands.
I'm
in the
stands.
Oh,
and you better cheer him. You better cheer him.
I want to hear you cheer every time the ball hits a bat, son. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, man. It was it's good night. Yeah.
How was your first Halloween not giving out candy, Ron?
It didn't hurt. Didn't hurt one bit. Just came on in, went out. So, and I did. I saw listen, we got out there fairly early. A lot of people have the basket out. There were we ran into a lot of empty baskets, like too quick empty baskets. I'm talking like
So
7.
you think the bucket bandit was back out there again,
yeah,
huh?
Man. There was a gentleman in some Nike shorts and just a regular T-shirt with a pillowcase that looked like he was around 13, 14 years old. That I'd wonder, was he a culprit? Like, is it like? Do you have to at least make the attempt and effort?
Yes.
To put on a costume.
Absolutely.
Do you think so? Like you? Think,
absolutely.
Like I'm just like even in middle school, like you can't just go put on.
No,
your
if you're
basketball
too old,
shorts.
No. If you're too old to be wearing a costume, you're too old to be getting candy.
I feel that way.
Yes.
Courtney got on to me about that yesterday.
No,
I said, look
not.
at these kids out here, man. They just got on their clothes they wore to school today.
Absolutely not. The name of the game is not just walk around and collect everybody's free candy. That ain't the name of the game here. I did have
713-572-4610. When are the age? Do you feel like you have to have a costume on?
Hell
You're supposed to have a costume. I don't think I'll let my kids go if they're not wearing a costume.
You know, they don't know things. If Trey walked up to you and said on Halloween night, walking out of the house, Dad, I'm going trick or treating in his school clothes, you'd be like, the hell you are.
I think you
better
gotta
go
have
put a mask on or something.
You better come up with something.
Come on, man. I mean, that's
is there an age
just
cutoff?
wanting a handout, man.
Is there an age cutoff?
I don't think so. I mean, if it's something they enjoy doing and they do respectfully, do as long as you want.
That's coming from a 40-year-old, damn near 40-year-old that went trick-or-treating last night.
Yeah, but he took kids. He took kids. Like, you weren't going up there. Like, there's an 8. Is it high school? Because I don't remember having a basket and going trick-or-treating in high school.
I don't either.
No,
I don't
like,
either.
that's at, like, 8th grade's got to be the finisher, right? What's that age, 8th grade? What's that, 13?
Yeah, 12,
14?
13, 14, somewhere in there.
I think that's got to be. Like, I think I'm going to take that from him. Yeah, man. Yeah, 9th grade, man.
I'm gonna have to ask.
You need to go to a party or something.
I'm gonna have to ask my little cousins if they went, see where they drew the line of age. Now they still dress up. Some of the older ones still dress up and
Yeah, you dress up, but like
party and all that kind of stuff. But going trick or treating, yeah, I'm not.
Gotta be a special situation.
I mean, you can still be in junior. You gotta still be in junior high, and in junior high, I mean 8th grade too. I know some of these campuses around here, 9th grade is still junior high or still not high school. However you want to couch it, we ain't doing none of that.
Yeah.
I did have a buddy of mine lives over in New Orleans. Same thing happened to him, very similar to you. The guy a year before they caught the guy on the Ring camera. It was an older gentleman, older being late teens, early 20s maybe, and he had stole every bit of it, dumped every bit of it in a pillowcase and bailed out. Right. So they put up signs this year, candies for the kids. Only one trip, all that kind. They put up signs and everything. Same old boy comes walking up there on the Ring camera this year. In like just a half-ass costume, just a mask and a white T-shirt and stuff, and he does what the sign says, takes one handful. He comes back about an hour later with him and his girlfriend. Now they're in different costumes, and they try the whole thing. And my man opened the door up, said, "Hey man, y'all can't read these signs, man. Leave that candy for them kids, man. Get the hell on out of here."
Yeah.
He was a little more professional than I'd have been. I'd have put a foot right in his ass.
Get on now,
porch. Number one, you stealing all my candy. Number two, you was stepping on my damn skeleton that I paid $80 for to sit in that damn rocking chair.
Yeah.
He'd have had old Nike. He had to go Jordan 1 print right in the middle of his black costume.
Right in his ass.
Yep.
A little
right
powder on it just to make sure he has.
Right in his ass.
Text line, 9th grade. Old Ron is going to start carding these kids. I'm not. I just...
Well,
you got to give me a
candy
costume.
out.
8th grade max. Someone said, we encourage our 9th graders to go with friends. Let them be kids, homie. I mean, I just feels like for me, I'd be like, hey, I think I would do that at night. I'd be like, hey, you're a freshman in high school. We can throw a Halloween party. Have it here. Have your friends come over.
Yeah.
Like,
how
about we do that?
I think context matters now. Like when let's say Trey is 13 or 14, he's kind of over it. If Nicholas is what's the age difference? 6, 7 years? 6 years?
Yeah, 6.
If Nicholas is still in the middle of it and he wants to go to protect his brothers and little brother and all that, okay, cool, I can get down with that. But no, four 9th graders walk up, my size wanting candy. I'm not. I can't get down with it. Sorry. I mean, now you're just wanting free stuff.
Someone said, "Hey, Ron, leave those kids alone." I'm not bothering them. I just, for me, it's like, man, you coming up here in basketball shorts. And by the way, I'm not the only one up here saying it. Somehow,
I'm agreeing wholeheartedly.
Tyler, too. You just come up, you roll up here. I just see the kid in the basketball shorts on.
Yeah.
And
I ain't got a problem with. I don't think there necessarily needs to be a cutoff age, but you got to put a costume
I'm just
on,
like,
man.
damn, man, you ain't even give in effort. Like, who you come in as? Bobby today?
No.
Keegan? That kid looked like a Keegan.
Get off my porch, Kyle.
Look like Kyle? Yeah, up in here.
I think we ought to do that next year. I think one of us ought to have a party, just a show party, a drive party, and we should sit inside and take turns walking outside. How old are you?
Yep, let's see it.
What grade are you in? 10th grade? Get your ass on out of here.
Come on, let me see that school ID, son.
Are you driving? Did you just pull up? In a Tahoe in front of the house and get out and come? No, take your ass on.
You think you tricking me with that height? No, man, I need to see something. Come on.
You have a mustache, son. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, at some point,
what math class you in?
At some point, right? Because here's the deal. Here's my problem with it. Is like Nicholas. You're a little. How old is Nicholas again?
6 or 3.
Nicholas is 3. You get a 3, 4, 5. From walking age to about 6. Man, they're gonna get tired. They're gonna get tired in about 10, 12 houses. Like, hey, I'm distracted now. Let's take it to the house. You get a damn junior high kid or a high school kid.
It's a big.
They'll hit 5 neighborhoods.
I'm telling you, and drive over to a couple of them.
That's not what Halloween's about.
Drive over to a couple of them.
Halloween's look. If you don't live within about a quarter mile of my house, don't come there.
We're in the area, like we're in that neighborhood. Maybe your neighborhood's not like this because you don't live in a neighborhood.
Right.
Tyler's might be. We got these cats, these young ones like middle school to high school that are on the carts. On the golf carts, I
they ain't even walking.
I saw some golf carts parked like in like at the top of like cul-de-sacs or neighborhoods. They walk in and then they come in. All right, then I'm gonna go in and drive to the next. Yeah,
we have a lot of golf carts. Yep.
I refuse to do that, by the way, unless somebody gives me one. All right, it is.
It's not the action; it's the purchase, right?
It is, man.
Until you start doing live reads for many cars of Texas.
I'm telling you, and then I will do it, baby. No, all right, it is the drive, man. Happy Halloween to all of those, and even those kids who refuse to put on.
It sounded like a real
costumes right there. Little news here from the injury front, as today is it is Wednesday, which means the first full padded practice, Clint, and I think some of the news that's coming out, and we'll get the official injury report when it comes out, is Laramie Tunsil is present but not dressed out. This coming from our guy, Sean Bajani, who was out there. And he also said still no eyes on Juice Scruggs or Brevin Jordan, and obviously no Robert Woods. We heard reports he'll be out for another game. Once again, by the way, no one says anything about Derek Stingley Jr. Sheldon Rankins did dress and was practicing, but Laramie Tunsil was out. And then Clint, this is what Sean also said. First team offensive line today. Josh Jones at left tackle. Titus Howard at left guard. Michael Dieter at center. Shaq Mason at right guard. And then George Fant at right tackle. I just say this, Clint. I hope that this is like a rest day. And with the knee issue, you never know with Laramie Tunsil. He has missed some time with that knee. Clint, if Laramie Tunsil is unable to go and Titus Howard is not playing one of those tackle positions, like I'm just like I don't understand that. Now I know I have gone off and fought from the jump about him playing right tackle. All right, you want to say George Fant, that's fine. But if both tackles positions are up and he's not in one of them, which I hope that is not the case. I hope Laramie Tunsil plays. It's just a rest day. But that can't be the case, right? They're not going to keep him at guard with it.
Yeah, I would not think so. And as you're saying it, I'm racking my brain thinking, why would that ever happen? And you have lost 4 interior offensive linemen this season. And so they are on thin ice interior wise. But for that to make sense, I don't care what's going on inside. Josh Jones would have to line up and play left tackle at an unbelievable level.
Right?
I mean, he would have to be an absolute beast at left tackle.
Because if everybody's healthy, Clint, and there's no Laramie Tunsil, who would you feel most comfortable?
Titus Howard, no question.
At left tackle.
Titus Howard, no question. Yeah, I would have a very difficult time.
Hell, I would even understand George. George has played over there.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have a very difficult time justifying Titus Howard staying inside if Laramie Tunsil were indeed not going to play. I mean, both tackles out. You've got to have one shutdown tackle to at least exist, and I think Titus Howard does have that in his bag. But Ron, this is for me, man. This is just how a problem compounds, right? You've got a problem in the run game. You've got a problem in the run game that everybody on this offense is accountable for. And you've got communication issues. You've got physicality issues. You've got, I call it strain, but you can call it fight. You can call it want to. You can call it hanging on for dear life. You can call it just fighting for your life to get the job done. You got all kind of problems up front. And it does not, those issues don't exclude Laramie Tunsil. And no. I just don't know how you get any better. I don't know how you get any better up front. And if we're just talking about simple communication, if we're just talking about simply working your double teams and your combo blocks and getting better at the basic, I don't know how you do it with guys that don't practice. I don't know how you do it. I mean, they are right now. They are so far from being the offense that Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans want them to be.
Yeah,
I just simply don't know how you get any better with guys that don't practice.
It almost makes you wonder: is it a rest day or is it really a legit injury thing?
I'm not questioning the legitimacy of the issue, but. You know, at some point we got to fight through stuff in order to overcome problems and correct issues. And if practicing with a little bit of pain or practicing when all the boxes aren't checked is part of it, that's part of it. I mean, this team is – I mean, you're 3-4, and you got Tampa Bay coming in town. And if you don't run the football well against Tampa Bay, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a hard time outscoring that offense. It's not going to be like Carolina. They got the potential to put up some points. They may not, but they got some potential to put up some points. And we've talked about how weak this schedule is all year long. It ain't going to get any easier. I mean, it's not going to – if you can't run the football, it doesn't matter how your strength of schedule, right? And if you don't practice and you're not going to get any better, it doesn't matter your strength of schedule. You know, I don't know how Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans going to get it done. I mean, defensively, you can say, hey, man, we're playing physical. We got dudes running to the football. We got dudes. Now, we may have some guys that are injured and don't play, but we got dudes flat ass getting after it, son. I mean, we got guys that, hey, did Jalen Petrie, did he get the sack last week on the long throw down the field to Thielen?
He ran somebody over.
He was, it wasn't because he wasn't fighting and wasn't straining and wasn't making it happen. I mean, offensively, you got problems offensively that the only thing that's going to fix it is more practice.
Yeah, that to the point, because you've said that before, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if this is a rest day for Laramie Tunsil, which I don't know. I mean, he's had a knee issue for the whole season. And like I said, missed some time. So it could be like it is something they're concerned about. But it also could be a rest day. We've seen some rest days. And to your point of, like, maybe this group, as you said, how do you get to that physicality? How do you get to the level of what they're looking for if we're not having guys practicing on the days we hit, on the days that we're trying to get physical? So if this is a rest day for Laramie Tunsil, like, that's one that you're like, boy, you don't look forward to Sunday thinking we'll see a big change in physicality, right? Because they're just
it's not just physicality. It's the inability to execute basic techniques and basic run concept. It appears that there's a lack of communication in a big way, and I think that's evident between Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard at left guard as it is everybody along the line. There's just, to me, the only way you can sit here and say, well, man, they're just young, let them come along and let them work, let them get better, let them develop. Well, you ain't gonna develop if you ain't practicing. And that's the scary thing here, brother. That is really, at some point, guys are going to practice, including Laramie Tunsil. And it's got to be frustrating for the guys that are making the decisions.
Yeah, from the text line, check the depth chart. Howard is listed as a right tackle and Jones as a right guard. Howard's been listed as a right tackle for a couple of weeks. And I don't care what you say, it's Wednesday prior to the game, and he is walking out.
This is who trotted out there.
At left guard, and he is trotting out there at left tackle. Again, to me, if they're trying to do a fake to say he's actually going to play right tackle, and on Wednesday we're not going to have him play right tackle, I don't think they're doing that. Like, being that he hasn't played right tackle in weeks since he's been back. I mean, to me, it looks just like it was the last time, right? The last time we were like, oh, he's going to come out and play left guard. He practiced at left guard, and he's played left guard since he's returned. So I think he is going to play left guard at this point. What I'm just hoping, Clint, is that they're lining this up because they feel that Laramie Tunsil is going to play, and let's not shift Titus out of the left guard spot because he's – I'm hoping that is the case, because it shouldn't be we feel like Josh Jones will be better at left tackle than he would be at left guard, so we're going to put him at left tackle and not put the best person at the most important position on the offensive line, which I hope that is not the case.
Well, look, here's the other way to look at this thing, Ron. And again, I'm just spitballing because when I hear that, the only thing I can think is Laramie Tunsil is this is an off day and they know he's coming back tomorrow. Whatever's bothering him, he'll be back tomorrow, right? He'll play this week. But the other way to look at that is I firmly believe they got to spread this thing out. I firmly believe offensively they got to spread this thing out. And if that's the case, you cannot afford to put Michael Dieter at center and then somebody that's not used to playing guard or somebody that can't pass protect at the guard position next to him on the left side. You know Shaq Mason's got that right side locked down. That left side, if you're going to come out and you're going to do things a little bit differently, then maybe that makes sense. I'm just spitballing here to try to figure out, why that would make sense. I think number one, it just tells me Laramie Tunsil is going to be practicing tomorrow and is going to play. But number two, if you are going to end up in a little bit more spread formation, spread personnel, then maybe keeping that inside solidified as much as you possibly can at the two guard positions is a good idea with Michael Dieter at center. We'll see.
Tomorrow will be big to see, because if Laramie Tunsil doesn't practice tomorrow, then now you're looking at a thought of, well, maybe he may not play.
Yeah.
And then at that point, if Laramie Tunsil doesn't play and Titus Howard doesn't play a tackle position, well, Titus Howard is a very expensive guard. that's where we're, because now I don't know what would get him to tackle if that didn't. All right, coming up, just a simple question, because I think this is what Clint has been saying about the Texas Rangers. The Rangers are a win away from capturing their first world championship. Do you think if they win a championship, stop looking at me like that, Tyler. Do you think if they win a championship, this will increase the value of the rivalry to Astro fans? We'll discuss that next.
It's Texans Game. Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Hey, however you are consuming us, we appreciate you, whether you're listening to the great Sports Radio 610, if you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, as well as we're available on YouTube and Twitch. Hi.
Hey, how y'all doing?
That was for the YouTube and Twitch people. There's the Milner curse waving at you right now.
Two of the three of us got some real silly waves going on.
Yeah.
That's cute, you two.
Yeah. All right. And the other one is, well, it's Clint. So we appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. We'll let you hear. Today is Wednesday. We'll let you hear from the quarterback in the 3 o'clock hour, C.J. Stroud. I cannot wait to hear.
I ain't heard C.J. yet,
C.J.,
man.
yeah, he's speaking. We'll carry it right here. I want to hear him because he was spicy the last time we heard him.
Are we going to have the whole thing?
He was a little spicy. Yeah,
Are we going to have the whole thing, T?
Yeah, in the 3 o'clock hour.
Of course. Damn, T, I see you, baby.
He was a little spicy last time. Let's see where he was. That nice guy role kind of wore off a little bit from CJ. So I want to hear what he's.
I agree with you, Ron, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm here for it, man. I'm Sean Pendergast and I have talked about this multiple times, man. It feels good. It feels good to see and hear guys frustrated, mad.
Not just Jerry Hughes kicking over the Gatorade bucket.
Yeah, I mean Jerry Hughes kicking over the Gatorade bucket. Other than that, boy, everybody you talk to, yeah, we're just gonna stay together as a team, man. We just gotta keep trying. I mean, come on, man. I like to see somebody a tad bit frustrated. I like to hear a tone change, and CJ's tone changed after the game. D'Amico's tone has changed recently over the last week or so. I mean, I like that, man. If losing doesn't piss you off, if losing doesn't frustrate the hell out of you, if losing doesn't push you to a point of, man, you know what, I can't always put on this perfect face for the media. If it doesn't push you beyond, always saying the right thing and doing the right thing and looking the right way and having the right tone, then damn it, I don't want nothing to do with you.
I'm just pissed off.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where maybe he's calmed himself down on Wednesday. He's turned the page. We'll see. So we'll carry that for you. You hear from the quarterback who is still undefeated when it comes to press conferences. Has never lost a press conference. By the way, I'm trick-or-treating with the kids. We took the kids out yesterday, and we roll in the house, Clint. And, hey, let's pop on the game. Had it on Ready to go on Fox? It's 10-0.
Yeah.
The fourth inning. It's 10-0. I said, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll go on over to the Knicks and Cavs then. All right, let's slide over there. 10-0. I mean, listen. This thing feels like it's over. It is 3-1. As the Rangers are 1 win away. 1 win away from capturing their first championship. They're 10-0 on the road in this postseason, which is insane. They have not lost a road game in the postseason. And Corey Seager's going off. They lost Garcia. They lost Scherzer for the rest of the playoffs. They took them off the roster. Didn't matter. It was still 10-0.
Before you could blink.
Before you could blink. And I'm looking at this, and it's going to happen. Okay? I'm sorry. I know Tyler's probably still holding out hope. I just don't think the Arizona Diamondbacks are about to sweep this thing the rest of the way. Could be wrong. They did go and win games 6 and 7 against the Phillies on the road in that atmosphere. It just as I said this during the Astros series in that game 7, ass kicking the Rangers gave them. It just feels like it may be their time. And is this making the rivalry real? They win this thing and they finish this off, which I think odds are they will. Does this make the Texas Rangers, Houston Astros rivalry more serious, more real out there to Astros fans?
I'm glad you put the word more on it, Ron, because I think it's always going to exist in being in the same state. Again, we don't have to go any further from being in the same state. Dallas, Houston, in the same state, same sport. It's going to be some level of rivalry. When you talk about making this thing more of a rivalry, taking it to the next level, okay, put them in the same division in baseball. Okay, make the Rangers relevant. Okay, make the Rangers the team that pushed the Astros out of their, being able to go to another World Series. And then on top of that, they go out to Arizona and they end up winning the World Series. And the fashion in which they're doing it right now, Ron, is they rolled a dude out there last night and said, "Hey man, give me 2 or 3." I remember me and you doing that. Remember that? Yeah. I remember me and you rolling pitchers out there going, "Hey man, just get me through the third, man."
Yeah, they could have pulled somebody out of the stands.
That's it. Hey man,
they did nothing but that.
That's it. These bats will take care of you. They're doing it in a very similar way that the Astros have. No, look, I'm not saying the Astros didn't. I mean, they had horses obviously on the bump, but there's been times where the Astros have won a World Series and played in a World Series.
You with their offense.
Yes, and they piecemeal it together on the bump, so I mean, look, I don't know what more could happen with the Rangers
text line
to make this thing more real.
There is no rivalry with South Oklahoma.
Yeah, I disagree.
I think by saying
the fact
South
that you
Oklahoma.
Yes, Tyler, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There you go, Tyler.
He is spot on.
Go ahead. Yeah, South. You know it is.
I think if you call it South Oklahoma, friend, there might be a bit of a rivalry there for you.
Yes, agreed.
Someone said that. Yes, it makes the rivalry more intense.
Hell yes, it does, man. Think about that.
I'm ready for this. This could be. Listen, people say the Yankees, Red Sox, but where those teams are, like how it ended, they slayed the Giant, which I called them their boogeyman. They slayed them at home, Game 7, and then go on and win it. Right now, these are the last 2 teams to win championships in the same division. They're going to play a bunch of times next year. Like, I'm here for this.
You damn right.
Like, this might be the best rivalry in baseball right now, just on the field currently where the 2 teams are. And Clinton Tyler, it's not like, hey, man, they just played and shook hands afterwards and they were all cool with each other. No, man, somebody's going to get hit next year. I'm certain of it.
Yep.
Like somebody's going, like they ain't forgot about, baseball have the memories like elephants. Baseball players, somebody got hit. Oh, yeah, Chaz got drilled in the back of the thigh.
Picked on white boy Chaz after passing on the 2 OGs.
After Brian Abreu took somebody else out after he avoided that suspension, which I'm sure.
God, he hit that guy right in flush in the ribs.
Yeah, he did. He just went to his knees. So
this thing is. I mean, and for the folks that are they enjoy, which I enjoyed it while it happened, but I wouldn't prefer it. I mean, the Astros essentially just having a cakewalk through the regular season because the division has been so bad of late. And look, we can sit here every year and talk about, the Rangers might be a little bit better. The Mariners may be a little bit better. And every year it's, the Angels. No, come on, man. I mean, it's been a cakewalk until this year. And I think those days are over. I think the fight to win the division is going to be much more real moving forward, which makes those games bigger as well. So, yeah, this is exactly what I'm here for.
I'm
Ron.
proud of you, Tyler. He took that South Oklahoma. You know, he pulled it out. He jumped on that before either one of us could. I am proud of you.
Thanks, man.
Cover that. You know it. It's real, isn't it?
I have my moments.
It's real, isn't it?
It's very real.
You hate them.
Yes, hate them with everything in me.
Have they taken over the Yankees as your most hated team right now?
I got to think about that. I don't know. I mean, it would be easy to say yes, but the Yankees were just so damn awful this year, and I think that's why. I need to stew on that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. They may have jumped on this thing. I'm telling you, man. I can't wait now.
I mean, think about it. What
they should open the season again. I know they've already made the schedule. I don't think.
What's next year's games with the Rangers going to look like? I mean, they're going to be magnified times 10.
Yeah.
From a television broadcast perspective, in our minds, they're going to be. I mean, in the past, when was the last time you gave a rip about the Lone Star Series?
I mean,
Silver Boot. When was the last time you gave a damn about it? In fact, I remember this year talking about it and Tyler just rolling his eyes.
Yeah.
Before
this playoff series, Tyler.
Yeah.
And many others. Like it's the Rangers.
Yeah, man. It all means more now, man. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Not now. All right, coming up. Sometimes we have to have serious and real conversations, right? This isn't the end-all, be-all, but we're going to have a real serious conversation. Now, it might piss you off a little bit, and that's fine, but that's what we're here to do. We got to have a real conversation about a Houston Texan. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans all.
Call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. CJ Stroud coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll let you hear from the quarterback. Before I do get to this conversation, I think it needs to be had. The Texans wanted us to pass this along to people like Ian, our guy Ian from Katy, who won those front row tickets yesterday.
Come on,
he'll be in the house at NRG for a really, really big game to try to get back to 500 against the Bucs on Sunday. The Texans are wanting people to understand it is very, very important for fans to try to get out to the game early, because there are 3 major factors playing into issues in terms of time that it will take to get in the game. There are 2 major construction situations, those coming in on 610 and 288 and on West Ridge. These can affect the blue and green lots primarily, but anybody that exits Kirby or uses 288 north and south could have problems, and you might want to get out early because of those factors with construction as well. And if they're recommending for parking, for those who don't have parking, they're recommending the Know Before You Go email from the Texans, and you can buy parking online through that. So if you're going to be going out to the game on Sunday, there is construction on 610, 288, and on West Ridge that can affect your time getting to the game. So they're saying you might want to get out early to get out to the game on Sunday against the Bucs. Not saying don't go, just saying you might want to adjust the time that you're getting out there. So we'll keep you updated on that, but you might want to move a little early. I feel like I may have to start moving a little early. That looks like I'm affected by that.
You got to either move a little earlier or you got to take another route. One of the two.
Yeah.
288, 610. That thing's been backed up for about 2 years now. Huh? I mean, be honest with you, that thing's been a rough stretch now.
It's about 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, every bit of 2 years,
the
man.
Pandemic, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the pandemic, I'd have been stuck in traffic getting to work.
Yeah. So keep that in mind. Get started early. 288, 610, construction there that could cause people to have delays to try to get to the game and get to NRG on Sunday. So Texans wanted us to pass that along to you. All right, Clint, Tyler, the Drive family, you can jump in with your thoughts on this 713-572-4610. All right, I'm really starting to get concerned about Will Anderson. And Will Anderson, from the standpoint, Clint, is what you did to go get him. The thought is you need this guy to be a special player. Like a special player when you go and make the moves up to get – because what they did was they said, we got to have this dude. We want this dude. This dude is somebody we see that is a program, franchise-changing defensive player, and we got to go have him, and we're going to give up multiple assets to go up and get him. And when you get that guy, you expect to see special. Now, I'm not saying it is over. I'm not saying it is done. I'm just saying I am starting to get concerned that, yes, he is a special person, it appears, and yes, he is a special potential leader, a tone setter in the locker room overall, but I'm nervous, Clinton Tyler, that he isn't special in the place you really need him to be, and that is as a special playmaker. I think he looks to be a good player, but you didn't do what you did to go get him for good. And, like, I start thinking in my head of the players that play his position. They flash by now, man. Not every week. Not every week did Myles Garrett do something as an outside and defensive end, but you saw stuff early. Not every week did damn near close as a rookie. Did Micah Parsons flash? But you saw it a lot. You saw it. Well, damn, that's something you can't teach. Not every week did Joey Bosa and Nick Bosa flash as rookies, but you didn't thought, said, damn, boy, that's something right there. You can. Aiden Hutchinson, the same, right? There are others around the league that play on the outside. He feels much more like Trayvon Walker right now, the number 1 pick for the Jags last year, than he does feel like those guys that we're talking about. And I'm getting concerned that this is a player that isn't a game changer on the field, and that's what you expect him to be when you make the move to go get him.
I think that is a fair concern. I think that is a very fair concern. I just got through this morning watching the All-22 again on the defensive side of the football, and that is an extremely fair concern. And the timing of your concern is spot on as well. I mean, there are guys on this defense that just flat jump off the tape now. One of them plays opposite number 51. One of them plays opposite Will Anderson. It's Jonathan Grenard. And one of them is Blake Cashman. One of them is Jalen Petrie. And this has been happening all year long. It didn't just start. Those guys jump. They play harder. They're more explosive. There's more playmaking ability, game-changing playmaking ability there. And Will Anderson to date just hasn't shown the ability to do that. And I'm talking about even when those guys aren't literally making a play on the ball, making a sack, they are disruptive as hell. Very, very, very rarely are they just neutralized, if you will. And it's happening pretty often with Will Anderson as you watch a complete game. And there's, for me personally, there's just a lack of like a twitch and explosiveness there with him that concerns me.
Yeah, like all those guys, like we talked about, like there's some you can't teach. See, people, as I said, it's not over, right? I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying I'm concerned when you watch him every week. Like there's not like, damn, boy, he does that. Like people are texting him, well, JJ wasn't special his first year. No, but JJ did. There were some things you're like, damn, that dude is a freak of an athlete. You can't teach that, right? Like there's some like, you know, but there was some, damn, you just can't. Will does not show that for me. Up to this point, as I said, man, dude is not going to be a bust. He is an excellent, I don't mean good, an excellent run stopper. He sets the edge. He does that great, and he is relentless and has probably the best motor on the team. And I take that serious. I think motor, consistently being relentless, is a skill. But that ain't the skill. That's not Myles Garrett's best skill. That's not Joey Bosa's best skill. That's not Nick Bosa's best skill. That's not Michael Parsons' best skill. And he has a motor.
Yeah. Look, I don't doubt, you know, that he is going to outwork everybody in the offseason and he's going to be bigger, faster, stronger. I just my concern with Will Anderson is I don't know that there is I don't know that there's an offseason routine that's going to all of a sudden give you that twitch that some of these guys that play the same position that are elite in this league have.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Von Miller early or whenever. I know Tyler knows these A&M guys. I'm saying you look at Von Miller. God, that bend that he does to get around the corner, like you can't. I mean, you can't do that. He doesn't do anything like that.
Yeah, no, we hadn't seen it. I mean,
right, to this point,
that's the scary thing is I don't doubt that he will J.J. Watt his way to bigger, faster, stronger, and being a better player. But it's the like right now, Jonathan Grenard.
Oh, clearly
is when it comes to twitch, explosion, like punch. All of those things, the even the relentless in terms of relentlessly beating the tackle, not just a high motor, go, but know what you're doing and be relentless. Like Jonathan Grenard is through the roof. And look, I know one's a fourth-year player, one's a rookie. I get it, but it's just.
Well, I mean, like people are texting in, like the win rate thing, the pass rush win rate thing. He hasn't had a sack since week 1. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who conducts these stats or what causes a win rate. Like, I don't notice him on pass rushes. Like, often like that. Jonathan Grenard, can't miss him. He bull rushes every time. I watched Jonathan Grenard bull rush Ike Ekwonu, threw him into the turf.
Yeah.
Right off the snap into a sack. I'm not saying Will's not good. I'm just saying you need Will to be Micah Parsons. That's what you paid to go get him. And I ask you this, and I said this before the show. I know we got to go to break. I ask you this right now. You willing to put money right now that Will Anderson, at some point in his career, what you've seen, will make an All-Pro? And I want you to really think about the guys that play on the outside. Will make an All-Pro team from what you've seen right now? I don't know that that's a bet that I'd be willing to make.
I am not making that bet.
Joey Bosa didn't make none of them. First or second.
Yeah, no. It's just not, when it comes to the edge, it's just not it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely.
Like from what we're seeing right now, unless it just completely turns into something else. All right, Texans injury report. There are some injuries, and including another starter that may have some issues playing on Sunday. We'll let you hear from D'Amico himself. That coming up next.
Join the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Texas Tailgate on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bucs. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
This is a Texans timeout.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, let's take a look at the Texans' injury situation as they head into a big game Sunday against the Tampa Bay Bucks. As we look at it here, Laramie Tunsil, we'll get you the full injury report as it officially comes out. Laramie Tunsil, he was at practice but was not dressed and was out today. Also, this is according to our guy who was out there, Sean Bajani, said there was still no visual of Drew Scruggs or Brevin Jordan and no Robert Woods. But the good news is Sheldon Rankins is dressed and practiced today. So the big one that jumps out there, obviously, Clint, is Laramie Tunsil. He has played the last couple of weeks, but we do know he has missed time with that knee issue.
Yeah.
And listen, we've been talking about the offensive line and their struggles in the run game, and their struggles overall, and how rough that performance was on Sunday against the Panthers. However you say it, and I think he is part of the problem and part of the issues. But, boy, this takes on a different look. If you lose Jarrett Patterson and then lose your best offensive lineman after that, and they've got to reshuffle things there. So Laramie Tunsil, hopefully it's just a rest day, but he is somebody to watch because that really, I think, puts him in a tough spot.
Definitely somebody to watch. No doubt about it. You're a better offensive line with the highest paid offensive lineman in the game in the starting lineup. No question about it. The one thing for me is you mentioned all the struggles. A lot of the struggles are rep related. The only way to fix the struggles up front is to have these guys at practice communicating and executing the basic run game that is the Texans offense. And it's the only way they're going to get better, man. And that's the tough part here is how does Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, how do they get this run game going? A run game that, again, has shown everything from the inability to execute basic run game schemes and run blocking techniques to communication issues to, there's sometimes where the assignment is the players are just not capable of making that block, and some of them it's impossible to ask players to make that block. And all of the above have been problems, and I just don't know how you clean that up and get better with guys that aren't at practice. So I don't know. I'm not questioning at all the legitimacy of Laramie Tunsil's absent from practice or to what extent, what level he was absent from practice. I just know that the only cure for what we've watched in terms of this run game struggling is for these guys to be on the practice field together as often as they possibly can. And Laramie Tunsil missing a day, missing a Wednesday, one of the full days of practice is going to make that more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see people rolling in. Well, hell, they had their best games without Tunsil and Titus Howard. Yep. Yeah, I mean they've done it. I don't know that you want to make a practice of it. Right? I don't know if you want to go to the Austin Deculus well that many more times.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, Ron, is that there's some truth to that, but I'll argue that with Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard in the ballgame, I believe the Texans have solved their sack issue that was there the first couple of weeks of the season. Now they've done it with a combination of getting guys back in the lineup as well as Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud playing a little different brand of football. And now, again, I'll lean into – I just personally believe they're going to have to open this thing up a little bit more. And if that is the case, then you're going to lean into more of what Laramie Tunsil is the best in the league at, which is pass protecting. So it's big to have him out there.
Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully today is just a rest day for Laramie Tunsil, and that he is back at practice tomorrow. But that is definitely something that we will keep an eye on tomorrow to see if Laramie Tunsil is there. Also, I didn't mention this one player. This player also did not practice today. A starter, and that is Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce did not practice today. This is D'Amico Ryans as he spoke to the media earlier today. This was him speaking about his starting running back.
We'll see where Dameon is as the week goes on. We'll see where that ends up.
All right, so they're going to keep evaluating him as the week goes on, and that was D'Amico speaking about Dameon Pierce. And Dameon Pierce, yes, he has not had the year that I thought he would have, or the year that I think the Texans thought he would have. But boy, you take him out, you got Singletary, and then Mike Boone, and then you have that situation. So he is something. He's something to watch too. And as you said, man, you got to get that cat going. You got to kind of get him going, especially if you're going to run the ball, and if you're going to run it. Maybe even if you run it lesser, you want to get him going. So he is going to be one to watch.
Well, whatever your run game is going to be, it needs to consist of Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary. Obviously, Dameon Pierce not being there, I think, is a step back. We will get to see if he doesn't play. I don't know if that holds up, but if he doesn't play, then you get a chance to see the Mike Boone kid, and he's been impressive in a very, very small sample size. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I know this, again, back to getting this run game better. Dameon Pierce being at practice, you talk about it of the running backs, the younger one that needs to develop a little bit, that needs to figure out who he is and kind of establish himself as a back that can work in this system. The only way to do that is to get reps. The only way to do that is to be on the field with your guys and execute and see what those blocking schemes look like consistently throughout the week, and then hopefully one day they start looking like that on Sunday afternoons. And him not being there, once again, it's hard to fix the problems that Bobby Slowick has with that being the case.
Interesting thought, because I think there are a certain amount of people in the Texans universe who I think believe this. You think they're a better team Sunday without Dameon Pierce?
No, I do not.
I think there are people who would truly believe if Dameon Pierce didn't play and it was him and Mike Boone, Singletary and Mike Boone, that actually they may not be losing anything.
Well, look, I understand that was a popular opinion after the New Orleans game. Was it the New Orleans game where Dameon struggled and Devin Singletary? Before the bye. Where Devin Singletary looked better and I think Larry called in and to the post game and said it's obvious that Devin Singletary is the better back. Well, he went out there this week. He got 10 touches and averaged 3 yards a carry. So I think my point in saying all that is at some point it's going to happen, and somebody's going to be right. At some point, the Texans are going to go out there, and they're going to rush for 150 yards. And whoever's in the game at that point in time, we're going to be like, oh, that's the guy. It was Dameon Pierce, or, man, it was Devin Singletary, or now, boy, Mike Boone's back. At some point, they're going to pop, and they're going to have a better game rushing the football, and whoever's in the ball game is going to be made right. All I can do is I can tell you that we're 8 ball games into this thing, and every back they've put back there. Now, Damien's popped a couple runs. Dameon last week popped a 16, 18-yard run, so he ended up averaging a little bit better than Devin Singletary did the week before. He should
have been tackled for a loss on that play.
Right. And in the New Orleans game, Devin Singletary, he popped the 19-yarder where he bounced it outside and ran up the side. Like, there is
and in that game, Dameon was hurt because a couple of short yardage goal line plays where they were stacked and they get stopped.
Yeah, so it's very difficult. There's no doubt about it. Like, there's no – the only guy that I would say that you can watch the film and there hasn't been times, a handful of times where they've left. I heard Landry said earlier, a little meat on the bone on that run. Yeah, that's out there. There's no, and Dameon Pierce leads the group in leaving meat on the bone. I see Dameon Pierce's flaws. I also see those flaws in times when he carries guys 3 yards over the goal line for a touchdown against New Orleans. I also see those flaws when he hits a guy 8 yards deep and carries a linebacker and ends up being a 14 or 15-yard game. We saw a bunch of that last year. We've seen a handful of them this year. So it's I don't know. I really hesitate getting off into, with what I'm seeing up front, I have a hard time holding the fact that Devin Singletary had 10 carries and only ran for 3 yards per carry, or holding the same thing against Dameon Pierce. I mean, these guys, I feel like for the most part, are making the most of what they have available to them.
Yeah,
they've got to clean things up front and with the tight ends. And until that happens, I just if you put Christian McCaffrey back there, sure the run game would be better, but it's still not going to be consistent.
And that's the best back in the game.
Yep.
And probably the best back in the system.
It's just not going to be consistent. I mean, the key is can you get to a point where you're consistently able to get push and create opportunities for your backs running the football. And right now, the Texans are the worst in the league in terms of getting their running back hit in the backfield.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the first college football playoff rankings have been released yesterday. And Clint, we talked about the top 4 and what ours would be, and a little bit of a surprise. Ohio State. I didn't think Ohio State would be number 1. I felt like they should have been because of their resume. They open up number 1, Georgia behind them, Michigan 3, Florida State 4, and then you get Washington and Oregon out of the Pac-12 with Texas and Alabama and Oklahoma and Ole Miss finishing out the top 10. Your thoughts on the first poll coming out?
The conspiracy theorist in me, Ron. You got an undefeated Michigan. You got an undefeated Ohio State. Push them as high as you can to a top. When one of them loses a ball game, they don't have to fall out of the top 4.
You think so?
I don't know how you put a team above Georgia right now. And I understand you talked about it yesterday where you don't necessarily – I know they do. I know the playoff committee typically, man, you win 2 straight national titles and you're undefeated year 3. Hell yeah. Let me tell you what, if Ohio State would have won the last 2 national titles and they're undefeated right now, you think they'd be second to Georgia? You think they'd be sitting in a 2-hole? Hell no.
I'm surprised they didn't put Georgia 1.
I'm shocked. They didn't put Georgia 1. But again, the conspiracy theorist in me is boy, that maize and blue at Michigan and that Buckeye of Ohio State, those are big brands, brother.
Yeah, I think Michigan, I think they hope Michigan doesn't make it.
Oh, with what's going on with
I think they want Michigan far. Like Michigan, they got to run the table. Yeah. They got to go undefeated. They're not going to be a one-loss team. I don't think they should deserve it with their resume if they go up against like a one-loss Texas. If they have one loss and Texas has one loss and they have one, like I don't think they deserve it. But I definitely think if they lose a game, they will push their asses out. They'd like them as far away from this playoff because everything that's going to be talked about all the time is the Stallions fella and the cheating and who knows what's going to come out, Clint, between now and then. on this thing. I would like to note that this is shocking to me that all 3 of us have schools that we root for. And somehow I am shocked.
The only one in the rankings?
The only one that has made these rankings of our teams is mine.
I'm not shocked. You watch the Razorbacks play?
I
can't believe Tyler's team let us down this way.
Obviously this year, but if you'd have told me, all right, man, here we go, man. We're gonna have college football playoff rankings are gonna come out, and only one school's gonna be in. I sure hell didn't think it'd be Kansas, comfortably in at 20.
Well, congratulations to you guys, man. Enjoy it, bask in it.
I am.
I hope we work together for another 20 years and it never happens again.
Damn, you sound like you meant that.
from my gut. Hell yeah, I meant it.
Man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
God, go Hawks. That's beautiful. You guys will get back in there next year.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
No, Tyler. Maybe if they beat Ole Miss this week, you guys crack it at 25 where Air Force is. Maybe you'll see. No chance for Arkansas though.
0.
All right,
they got to win out to be bowl eligible.
Do they really?
Hell yeah.
Oh, wow. All right, the Raiders, they fire Josh McDaniels and the GM and the OC. So they fire them. Mark Davis decides right now after that Monday Night Football game, they were embarrassed. They said to hell with it. They're done. They're firing everything right then and there. They're going to move on. My first thing is, by the way, Antonio Pierce, he takes over, former linebacker. You remember him with the Giants, has been coaching. He takes over as the interim coach. Clint, are you surprised that Mark Davis has done this with Josh McDaniels just as in the middle of his second season that he has just said, nah, man, it's over now. We're done. They're not awful. like record-wise, check that.
I think, I read an article this morning on it, and it kind of outlined Davis has had a couple of pretty intense meetings with Josh McDaniels. One of them even after they won a ball game. After they won a ball game, he had a heated meeting with Josh McDaniels, and then Josh McDaniels holds his players-only meeting where everybody that backfired on him. I don't think that went as according to plan for Josh. And of course, the owner was meeting with players the whole time. The players were keeping him abreast of what was going on. Sorry for using that word, Tyler. I know it distracts you, but
I'm into it.
And then it comes to a head with half of the organization feels like Aiden O'Connell should have started the football game instead of Jimmy and
real quick,
even Brian Hoyer.
It's just been announced that Aiden is going to be the starter the rest of the year.
There you go. Aiden Hutchinson is going to be the starter.
Or Aiden O'Connell.
Who did I say? Hutchinson. Yeah,
he'll
if
start
Hutchinson plays quarterback, boy, that'd be a hell of a deal.
He will start for the rest of the season for the
we'd start calling him Shohei. But yeah, like it's an absolute mess. I actually tip my cap to Mark Davis on this deal. I know it's a cluster, but you might as well when you start having meetings where the head coach, not players only meetings, because I think a players only meeting followed the following day. But I'm talking about a meeting where the head coach stands up there and says, "All right, anybody can say anything they want to say. Anybody got any problems? You want to stand up and say it," and it turns into a cluster. You have lost all control of what's going on. Now they got this quarterback carousel going on with Aiden O'Connell and Brian Hoyer and Jimmy G back and forth.
Well, they just signed a 3-year deal to Jimmy G.
Yeah, man. It's.
I know. Listen, I don't think Mark Davis really cared for how they handled Derek Carr. Right? You remember at the end of last year, and I think Derek Carr is somebody that the owner likes.
Just to sleep at night.
I mean, he's a Raider. Right, like Derek Carr was there for a long time. He is and the way they handled him and treated him. However you feel about Derek Carr, Derek Carr's a good dude, and helped you get, Devontae Adams there, and they just told him, "Hey man, get the hell on, man."
Well, I'm sure Mark took the high road on that and said, "Okay, hey, you're the coach, you do what you got to do," and really wishes he'd have dealt with that.
But he was on alert then.
And now all of a sudden he's got Devontae Adams in a very similar situation where he don't know what the hell to say. He can't control his frustrations, and he actually should have demanded a trade. Probably did. That may have been what led to this.
Just to sleep at night.
Yeah, I commend Mark Davis for doing what he did, man. I mean, there ain't no sense in drawing this thing out and letting it get worse, man. There's nothing worse than just wallering in it.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing worse than wallering in it.
This will be, I know it. This will be his 8th coach that he's hired in 12 years.
Yeah, okay. I mean, hell, hey, we're at a number now where you just got to keep firing them till you get right. I mean, hell,
like the Browns quarterbacks, just keep going.
The man hasn't changed his barber in 3 decades, but he's gone through 8 head coach.
I mean, think about it, Tyler. If you go, hey man, that damn Mark Davis, he's an awful owner, man. It took him 8 times to hire a head coach. Or you say, man, Mark Davis was a terrible owner. It took him 10 times. Who gives a rip? 8 or 10.
8 or 10.
Hey, keep trying until you get it right, man.
Can't be the Steelers.
Yeah.
Trying, Lloyd Christmas.
The Steelers have like 3 coaches in 40 years.
Yeah. I think it's more than that. I think it's more than 40.
Yeah, Noel was there for. They've just had Noel and
Cowher and Tomlin.
Yeah, I guess
Tomlin's
been there
almost 15, 20 years. Yeah,
good Lord.
Hell, I bet it's more than 50. But yeah, hey, look, just do yourself a favor, Mark Davis. Just stay your ass out of that New England Patriots tree if you don't mind.
All right,
with the quarterback, the general manager, and how about that? The GM, the head coach, and the quarterback, all out of that Patriot way.
Yep, and Jimmy G's going to be next. All right. Seriously, they took the job for him.
He ain't next. He's already been next.
He just take the job, but he might hit the streets soon. The Vikings might be looking at him. All right, coming up. Is there a Texans angle to this firing to Josh McDaniels? I think there is. We'll discuss that next. But before we do that, guys out there, hope you are very serious about your health. You should be. Sometimes it's hard for us to do that. And I think the best
Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
C.J. Stroud, you'll hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, coming up, as I said, coming up next segment. We'll have CJ as his presser. He speaks every single Wednesday. We'll carry that and have that for you right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Like I said, Clint, I can't wait to hear him. I want to see him, man. He's a little spicy. He's a little spicy after the game about, hey, cut me loose. That's what it felt like. I want to see where he is right now. As you said, yeah, a little ticked off. Not even ticked off, but just a little frustrated, annoyed about not having it go the way he wanted to. Even after the Atlanta loss, this one felt different. This one felt different of how he was.
This one felt like he knew what was going wrong and didn't have answers. Right, he
felt like the answers are there.
The Atlanta game was, if you remember, that's the game where he came out and he said Bobby Slowick told me this was the first time that a defense game plan for me as a real NFL quarterback. Mm-hmm. And so I think at that point in time it was probably all new to him. You fast forward, really 3 weeks if you count the week before the New Orleans game, the bye week, and the one game leading up to the Carolina game. And now you've got a little bit different quarterback. I mean, mentally he's developed and matured, and he saw the same thing, and in his mind he knew, hey, here's what we need to be doing and what we could do to counter this, and we're not getting it done. And so that usually is where the frustration stems from.
I want to get to this thought with Josh McDaniels, what this means for the Texans, but just listening to you talk about that. I know you watched the film of this game.
Yeah.
Right? Like you said there, CJ said, yeah, they were the first time they were doing stuff. Did you get a sense that the Panthers – because I felt like the frustration from CJ is, man, we came out this bye week potentially like that's not what I thought we were going to see. Like, I don't know. Did you sense that the Panthers were doing things different to the Texans that maybe other teams have been doing?
When it comes to the batted passes at the line of scrimmage, keeping two safeties on the roof, knowing that they would throw the ball underneath and get it out quick over the middle of the field, so their linebackers were sitting heavy. Their safeties were lining up deep but really sitting heavy. Their defensive line was obviously aware of the ball coming out quick, which is where the batted passes come from. And I don't recall seeing a defensive line play C.J. Stroud that way, keep him in the pocket and try to bat some passes down. And then I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, there was probably that middle linebacker that tipped a couple of different balls. I mean, he saved a monster play to Dalton Schultz that would have been a 20-plus yard completion and would have got him into field goal range and would have changed the entire game. And then C.J. missed a couple of shot throws that were called, that were dialed up, that were at the right time, and CJ just missed them, and that ended up being the difference in the ball game. There were so many balls.
They were. It seemed like in the middle that they just said, we're not even going to rush.
Yeah,
we're just going to get up to knock balls down.
What it looks like to me is that there's a lot of the backs over the middle of the field, the tight end over the middle of the field, the out routes to the sideline, the slant to Nico Collins. There was never really an effort beyond the go route to Nico Collins and then the big over route which both of them were open, and I say CJ missed both of them. Other than that, I never saw an attempt to really get Tank Dell in a crease or deep. The screen game was somewhat non-existent, really, the wide receiver screen game. And so, but when balls are getting batted down and you're in 3rd and long and drives are shortened, then, I mean, you get less opportunity. So, bottom line is after watching the All-22, I think Bobby did a better job. I think Bobby Slowick did a better job than I expected. I think CJ missed a couple of big-time throws that would have changed the game significantly. The offensive line was as bad as I thought they were, and that includes the tight ends, by the way. Probably worse than I thought they were.
Yeah. Dalton Schultz, boy, when he only catches 1 for 5,
yeah.
And then when you include his blocking, like that he's got to offset that.
Yeah. Well, when you're just keying Dalton Schultz and Beck so often, it's hard when everything's got to be ball control, everything's got to be underneath. They're squeezing everything. Makes it tough, man, and it makes it frustrating for the quarterback. But other than Bobby Slowick sticking with the run and not being able to, ultimately he's responsible for that product. He's responsible for the coaching, the inability to communicate it and execute it. So I mean, he's responsible for that. I mean, outside of sticking with the run longer than he probably should have, I thought Bobby called a good game. The Tank Dell runs, I'm actually a big fan of. And the reason I say that is I thought he did I love seeing the method to the madness, Ron. When I'm looking at it, you know, Tank Dell is obviously a weapon that you want to use creatively. And then the method to the madness is you better have play actions off of it. And the miss to Dalton Schultz that got tipped and the big ball over the top to Nico Collins, not the go route, but the over route that CJ missed. Those were both off of some kind of Tank Dell in the backfield play action. And so I love where Bobby's mind is at with all of that stuff. So, yeah, man, it was just very frustrating is the right word for that damn game. That's for sure on the offensive side.
Well, let's hear from CJ. CJ Stroud, he'll be here. You'll hear from him as he spoke to the media. We'll have that for you coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, fellas, if you got a full head of hair, man, congratulations. You're looking good, no question about it. And all the studies show that that's one of the most attractive features a man can have. And unfortunately, there's some of y'all out there running around dealing with the least attractive and most aging feature that a man could deal with, and that's hair loss. And the harsh reality is that there's no amount of success, no amount of car, house, or success that can make up for the thinning, balding, or receding hairline that you've been dealing with. The good news is Advanced Hair has a quick one-day solution to hair loss, and they can make you look 10 to 20 years younger. You got to call them, though. You got to be proactive. We're not talking about pills, potions, lotions, or topicals here. No, sir, not with Advanced Hair. With Advanced Hair, we're talking about your very own natural hair, guaranteed to grow, and it begins to regrow the very next day. They've improved thousands of lives across our country. The good thing is they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston, available to you. Ball's in your court. You got to give them a call right now. Get you a free consultation, 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
Let me go. Join the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Texas Tailgate Packers Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bucs.
really have every blitz scheme, have they do a lot of different things. So just they ought to be in our game and do what we do best and focus on what we got going on and try to handle what they do as best as we can. But he does a great job of getting his players in the right position to make plays and making those pivotal points in the game hard on quarterbacks and things like that. So got to meet him actually in the offseason. I know his son was thinking about going to Ohio State. Got to meet him there, and he's a real smart, good guy. So a lot of respect for what they do over there.
CJ, from the beginning of the season to now, what do you think is the one area where you've improved the most?
That's a great question. I mean, honestly, there's so many things. I don't know if I can just boil it down to one. I mean, it's been a battle every week of just not only trying to get the footwork down and trying to get this offense better, like in tune with my mind, just trying to get it down pat to where I can just remember and go play fast. Honestly, I would just say just being more of a pro as a quarterback, just being smarter with the ball, smarter not taking hits, just getting down, getting the ball out, taking the completions, and I would say that was probably the biggest step I've taken from college to OTAs to training camp to now, just being a better pro when it comes to just quarterback play and just trying to be veteran-minded of getting my guys in the right position to make plays and things like that. So.
Talked about last week and how he felt like center was like the second most difficult position behind quarterback, but you also have to have a relationship with the center. What's probably the most difficult adjustment or the thing that y'all have to work on most to be on the same page? Like, what can you explain to us the difficulties of the new center and on everything that you have to kind of get right?
Yeah, I mean, we start off with Scott, and Scott did a great job of being a veteran up there. He helped me out a lot with a lot of different things and gave me a lot of confidence. And then, sadly, he went down, and then Juice stepped up and did a great job too. Juice wasn't at first really a vocal guy, so I tried to help him with stuff like that, along with Shaq and Josh, and at the time Ken. And then, sadly, he had went down against the Saints, and then J-Pat stepped in and has been doing amazing and was really good vocalizing the IDs and the type of blocks. And sadly, I feel bad for my guy, man, but praying for him like always. But it's unfortunate. It's a game of football, but I know it'll pay off in the long run. Just the stuff that he already started in his career, he'll pick that back up right when he gets back out there. But now then we have Mike, and I think he'll do a good job. I mean, he's really smart. Blocks his tail is a really good high effort, like point A to point B type of guy, whistle to whistle. So I mean, me and him just have to get down our snaps, and we've been doing a good job of that. And that relationship is just it's how every play starts, which is half of what's most important in a football play. So with him just have to get the communication with the tackles, with the guards, communication with the IDs in the pass game and things like that. So I know he's played in this type of offense before he was even with the Texans. So I mean, I don't really see us having any issues. I think that he'll do a great job, and I'm excited to see him step in.
You guys have talked about playing with swag, maintaining your confidence. How do you do that when things maybe aren't going exactly the way you want them to go? And then what have you learned, not just here, but in your college career, about how important that is to carry that confidence from game?
I don't really feel like, for me at least, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. It has to go anywhere. I think I am who I am. It's just it's in me. It's not something that I wear. It's not something that I can buy. It's just kind of how God prepared me and God wired me as a man. So I don't really see it going anywhere anytime soon, God willing. So I think I'll just have that edge and that swag, or whatever you want to call it, kind of just how I am. And I'm not trying to sound like I'm just a cool guy or anything, but nah, it's just kind of just how God made me. So I mean, as this year goes on, I mean, I feel like it gets a little harder, but I mean, if it was easy, everybody would do it. And that's something I just keep reminding myself, man. Like the trials, the tribulations, the hard losses, whatever you want to name it, it prepares you for things that come on in the long run. Like God doesn't just give you stuff right away. You have to be prepared and you have to build those calluses, and that's something that I think this team we're getting. Of course, it's not lovely and you don't love it, but like it's kind of like what you need. You get what you need, and I hope that we learn our lessons, because that's the only time you won't get what you need if you don't learn your lesson from things like that. So, I mean, my job is to keep the mojo and the team up, and I feel like I'm trying to do my best with that, and we're taking steps in that direction. So, yeah, I don't think it really would go anywhere.
CJ, this is a copycat league. This is a copycat league. This is your, I think, the fourth NFC South team that you're going to face. And so when Tampa Bay goes back and look at the tape, they're not only looking at, Atlanta, and now looking at, scouting Carolina, but also you, their next opponent. You're one of those quarterbacks who never unlearns and always makes sure that you make mental notes of, what you've been through. How much do you expect to see of what Atlanta and Carolina did as far as defense is concerned this week in Tampa Bay?
Yeah, they're all really different type of styles of defense. Atlanta and New Orleans have a similar type of style. That's like I'm forgetting the head coach of the Saints. Dennis Allen, excuse me. No disrespect to him. He's a great coordinator. I told you how I feel about him before, but that's like that tree. Atlanta's tree, Atlanta's DC came from Dennis Allen's tree, and then Carolina was Vic Fangio, and like the Dolphins type of defense. This defense is more like, well, Todd Bowles is kind of like the king of it and started it, but theirs is like the Jaguars. So do a lot of different stuff, like make it really confusing, make it like the coverage is like the safety is be like, it look like cover 0, then he'll run, they'll play cover 3, like there's like some tricky Tampa 2 looks, like so as I'm learning in the league, like a lot of guys do a lot of different things. It's about like what you can really focus on, because if you try to focus on what they're doing, like the defense, it's the NFL. Like you just gonna confuse yourself. So I try my best to have an idea what's going on and what they're trying to accomplish, and know where I'm hot. Like what I'm saying, do different things like that. But they do a good job of knowing that too, and then countering something off of that. So and I know that the Jaguars DC came from Todd Bowles and his tree. I have a little bit of idea, but I don't want to wrap my hand around anything and then act like I have an idea, and then they go and do something totally different. So I'm just trying to play the game honest. But yeah, it's some of the things like you see defenses kind of match up together with different schemes on where they have been prior and things like that.
So CJ, what goes are this question? You mentioned they're going to throw a bunch of stuff at you, but when teams, you haven't been blitzed that much this year, so teams sometimes they'll try to put people on the line and do some sim pressure looks. When teams are doing that, how difficult can it be to decipher through all that traffic, who's coming, who's not coming, but still get the ball to where it needs to go?
Yeah, you gotta just focus on what you got going on and like the plan if they do come. But you don't want to that's what defense, especially I feel like since me being a rookie, they want me to do is be up there focusing on like the IDs and things like that. And there's a little bit of part to that, but you have to go and play football and play quarterback and try to depict the back end more than the front end, and half of that is just trusting with your own line and your center doing the right thing. So for me, I mean, I try not to focus on it too much, but have an idea of what's going on. So.
CJ, how frustrating are the bad passes at the line of scrimmage? Is there something that you guys can do schematically to avoid those popping up?
No, I mean, it's football. Those guys, some guys know that their rushing isn't very great, and they just sit around and just jump around and play volleyball. So, and really, I mean, for me, I mean, it's going to be hard for me to kind of see that because I'm looking down the field. So our linemen, and they know this, they're going to do a better job of just getting hands on guys and trying to get to them because if you watch the film, they're literally retreating and running back. So as an O-lineman, you don't want to be caught going downfield. It's just like an easy area. But that's football. It's going to happen. So.
A couple more guys.
C.J. Stroud, you're listening to the quarterback as he is talking to the media.
Chemistry and continuity with a new center. I know you mentioned Juice, Scott, and Jared earlier, but it seemed like you had more time to work with them in practice. Unlike with Michael coming in, it's like you only have a week and then boom, you got to take on the Bucs.
That's the NFL. I mean, that's what I'm paid to do. That's what I have to figure out. And I've done it in other areas in our O-line before. I mean, I didn't get a week to practice with a couple guys. But, I mean, that's the beauty of the game, man. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So I'm not worried about it. I know Mike's a professional just like I am, and we'll figure it out.
CJ, you were adamant
talking about, look, we need to push the ball downfield. We need to, push it, throw long passes. And talking to Nico and the guys are like, yeah, that's our guy, man. Yeah, we need to. But what would the coaching staff react to that? What did Bobby and Kamika say? Were they happy that you were saying that, or how did they react to that?
They are right on board, and I think Bobby has done a great job of doing things like that, and half of that we got to get our running game together. Like, you can't do it without running the ball. So we got to be able to run the ball better, but at the same time, we're really special in a lot of areas too. And Bobby and D'Amico are the first people to stand up and say that. So, and I know that's the thing about this league, man. You can't let one game define who people think we are. Y'all might have an idea, but we're the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're the coaches. We're gonna figure out as the Texans. I don't really think it was taken to heart from anybody, and they know how much I want this. And as a team, they know how bad we want to be successful. So I mean, this is a accountability-based business, and I think everybody is looking in the mirror how can we fix these issues and do things the right way, and we're excited to get that done. So D'Amico and Bobby have been really the forefront of that, and for me, I'm just I'm the coach on the field doing the same thing. So
last two questions, DJ and Sarge.
How special was it to get out and visit those young kids on yesterday, you and your rookie class?
Finally, a great question. I'm just kidding. Nah, man, it was amazing. It really gives you a perspective of life and the small issues that I have, and the blessings that I'm able to do every day to be able to play this game, and it made me thinking man, it's just a game. These kids are here fighting for their lives. So I'm praying for every single one of those kids that I got to meet and didn't meet. Everyone in the hospital, from the youngest age to the oldest. It's sad, man, and I'm glad I got to spend time with them and other rookies. It's really humbling. At the same time, man, it's to give them hope. It's not just supposed to be I'm not trying to make it sound like a pity party, but we want to give them hope and give them faith, because they can, God willing, do whatever they want to do in their lives if they work hard at it. And I know that there's some really strong kids in there, and I'm praying for them each and every day, hoping that their sickness gets healed, and they have some faith and some hope, looking forward to hopefully going back soon. It was really good to step away from just the busy life of football and get with those kids.
DJ.
The first 4 weeks, you guys were prolific, pushing you going over the middle of the field, top tier in a bunch of categories. The past few games, teams have done more, put up more concentrated efforts to try to take away the middle of the field, put you on third downs. What kind of goes into, what's the balance from wanting to still do what you guys do very well versus trying to counter it so you can still be effective on third downs?
I mean, honestly, I don't think people have been just taking it away. I think a lot of teams, of course, they watch film, they're aware of what's going on, but it's up to us to, even when that happens, have to just be good in our second, third, fourth progressions, and that's somewhere I can grow and be better at, and as an offense we can take the next step. But I feel like every defense is out there trying to stop everything. So I don't just focus on in-breakers, out-breakers, deep balls, short passes. You have to be great in everything and every progression. You have to be elite. So that's just where we have to take the next step, is just getting better at going through reads for myself, getting to that third, fourth progression, and being better at that. So, it's just the next step we have to take.
That was Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud on the drive on Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And no better way to lead into that 4 o'clock, Ron, than reacting to the Houston Texans quarterback's comments on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Before we get there, though, baby, Texans Nation, football fans out there, I know you've been enjoying this football season. Man, we're already at week 8 at this point here, but Crown Royal wants to let you know they're giving back to the generous hosts that love to make game day royal, to all those fans that open up their doors every Sunday, every Monday, every Thursday to other friends and family, and have all their different spreads across their kitchen table. We want to raise a glass to all of those hosts. For those who kick things off with Crown, because Crown Royal believes If you live generously, life will treat you royally. Visit crownroyal.com to find out how. Crown is living generously all season long. And remember, please drink responsibly.
The Texans offense struggled again in Carolina, and Seth was not happy with the performance.
You got to can it with the cute stuff and just learn how to block guys in front of you and run the football. What the hell are you doing? I don't care what the run-pass ratio is. Stop being so atrocious and horrendous on these running plays because they're killing your passing plays.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Coushatta Casino Resort. On 69, the Southwest Freeway, northbound at Fannin, it's a stall that has the left shoulder blocked. It's the $135,000 Camping with Coushatta giveaway Saturday, November 4th at Coushatta Casino Resort. With hourly cash drawings and a grand prize winner of a brand new Chevy truck, a Flagstaff camper, and cash at Coushatta, Louisiana's best bet. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Las Vegas Raiders finally made a logical decision and fired Josh McDaniels. With that being said, there's no reason to believe that Mark Davis will get his next hire right.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, we just heard C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans quarterback, in full. 3:41 is when that started. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you're not listening, that's how you spell it. That's how you find it. Download the app and take us everywhere you go. If you do listen on the app, there's a rewind feature. You can go back and listen to C.J. Stroud in full. He just wrapped up. It was a 3:41 segment. We encourage you to do that about 6 o'clock, really about 7 o'clock after the Texans All Access ends. We'd appreciate you using that rewind feature and knocking that out. It was awfully good. We'd encourage you to do that. Ron, we got to react a little bit, my man. We got to react a little bit. Look, I think my biggest takeaway from C.J. Stroud is the tone is totally different. The tone is totally different.
You mean from Sunday or from overall?
No, from before Sunday. When it's very similar to the tone that he had in the post game after losing to the Carolina Panthers, as it is today. But those 2 days, Sunday and here we are Wednesday, hearing from him again. The quarterback's tone is to me, it's significantly different. It's always been kind of jovial, kind of joking, kind of ha-ha, kind of
more serious.
You know, this seems to be a little bit more serious. Now, I don't know if it is CJ's makeup, and that's just how he is. It strikes me as that. In fact, I think he's an authentic dude, and whatever you see and hear is what you get. But it could very well be a response to his head coach, DeMeco Ryans, who said his team needs to learn how to handle success better. And prepare the same way with that same edge after a win as you do after a loss. Either way, it seems like the leader of this football team, C.J. Stroud's got a little different tune to his voice right now.
I'll be intrigued when we have Brandon Scott on with this Texans report.
Yep.
In the building, in there with them. I'll be intrigued to see if it came across that way too, visually, if it came across as well that way.
I hope it did, and I hope it's multiple players. I'm telling you, man, that the whole thought of you see it a lot around the league nowadays, man, of once that game's over, you wash your hands of it, and you smile and you laugh and you signing jerseys, you hanging it. You know, man, I need it to hurt when you lose, man. And I think it does with this crew, and I think it starts with C.J. Stroud. The part of C.J. Stroud, what he said, other than his just tone overall, what he said that really struck me, and this is a football horny clip. If you think about it, it really, really does it for me, guys. After the game, C.J. Stroud went to the podium, and C.J. Stroud, you can shape it one of two ways. One ear's going to hear it one way, another ear's going to hear it differently. All I can tell you is I perked up. C.J. Stroud said that this team's got to be more explosive. You got to call those more explosive plays, and we got to execute those more explosive plays. And some people may hear that of him calling out the offensive coordinator, calling out the play calling, calling out the what they just did. I think he even said Dinkin and Duncan. I think he messed it up and said Dinkle, but I think he was going to say Dinkin and Duncan.
Just like that.
It was pretty critical. I for one, I love it. I think C.J. Stroud is in a position of where he can do those kind of things, and that's what makes him such a find for the Houston Texans. But you never know how people are going to react. You never know how people are going to react. Like I said, one person hears it and it's no big deal. I hear it, my ears perk up. The next person may hear it and go, damn, he's calling the coaches out. You never know. I mean, we don't know what his intentions were, and all we can say is this is the way I heard it. Well, C.J. Stroud was asked specifically by Matt Musil, I believe, who married a woman from Baytown, so he clearly got great taste. But he was asked specifically about his comments and how did those comments go over with DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowik.
They are right on board, and I think Bobby has done a great job of doing things like that. And half of that, we got to get our running game together. You can't do it without running the ball. So we got to be able to run the ball better. But at the same time, we're really special in a lot of areas too. And Bobby and DeMeco are the first people to stand up and say that. So, and I know that's the thing about like this league, man. You can't let one game define like who people think we are. Like y'all might have an idea, but we're the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're the coaches. We're gonna figure out as the Texans. So I don't really think like it was taken to heart from anybody, and they know how much I want this. Like, and as a team, they know how bad we want to be successful. So I mean, this is a accountability-based business, and I think everybody is looking in the mirror like, how can we fix these issues and do things the right way, and we're excited to get that done. So D'Amico and Bobby have been really the forefront of that, and for me, I'm just I'm the coach on the field doing the same thing. So,
Ron, football horny.
And done it for you, huh?
Look, what he said did it for me. One, yes, absolutely. But it's more about, we got a quarterback for the Houston Texans that has the guts, and I'm going to say that because I'm on radio, has the cojones, maybe, clean it up a little bit.
Huevos.
Yeah, might as well just say it by now. Hell, we're dancing all around it. But he has the guts.
The nuts.
And the ability, not because he's some guy that walks around beating his chest, but because he has, quote-unquote, earned the stripes. He's earned the respect of the locker room. He's earned the respect of the coaching staff. He's earned the respect of the head coach. I remember not too long ago, it's probably been a month and a half ago, we heard him talking about how he meets with D'Amico Ryans and discusses things, building the foundation, the culture, yada, yada, yada. All the things that you wouldn't expect a rookie quarterback who's already got enough on his plate to be meeting with the head coach. He is the face of and the voice of this organization, and he's earned the right and has the ability to be critical of what just happened in a ball game, a game plan, not having a run game, not calling explosive plays, him not making plays, turning the football over. It's just a beautiful, beautiful thing because it's rare. It's even rare with some of these guys, obviously not the guys that have won Super Bowls, but it's just rare to have a quarterback that can do those things, and it's received by his teammates and the coaching staff and the head coach the way he just said it. He said, hell, they're on board. What are you talking about? I mean, it starts with them. Like he's almost like it turns from a potential like, man, you're calling the OC out to like, hell no, they're on board. They agree with.
That's what we're saying. I'm just echoing what everybody's saying.
That's it. It's almost like when the game was over, we went and had a real quick meeting before I showered, and we all came to the conclusion, damn it, we got to call and execute more explosive plays. And then I just came out here and told you about it. It's just it's beautiful to hear, and to me, most importantly, as a Texans fan, it just gives me more confidence and trust that he's the right dude and that this thing's going to be adjusted and corrected, and ultimately the team and the organization is in great hands with C.J. Stroud once again.
Yeah, the reason why I like it, and a couple of points and reasons why is one, as you said, man, hey, he's comfortable doing it, and when he's doing it, it is authentic and real. It's not like I'm trying to cover myself, make myself look better. No, it just feels like dudes just having a conversation and, hey, look, this is what's happening. This is what we need to do. And second, for me, more important is, like, CJ's no fool. He knows when he comes out and says these things, now the pressure and onus jumps to him. Because you can't miss the Nico Collins throws. You can't miss the over route that you talked about. If you want to be aggressive, now he knows, now this puts pressure on me that I got to make the plays and I got to take advantage of the aggressive plays, and he wants it.
Yeah.
Like he wants that, right? Like when you come out and say, hey, we got to pound the table. We got to be more aggressive. We got to pick it up. We got to go down the field. Well, that means I know I'm putting myself in the line of fire. That means I got to come out and I got to make plays, and I love that he's putting that and not afraid to have that on him. So I love it in both those ways.
Well, I'll add one thing to it, Ron. We're over here stroking the hell out of it, and CJ, I hope it feels good. But here's the deal.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, we both did. But tip the cap to D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick as well. You know, I mean, to have that relationship,
to not have an ego, to just
right, and to not feel the need to minimize your players below you, and nobody's on equal ground. Not that they're on equal ground, but you get the point of in terms of we're all on one accord here, and we're all preaching the same thing, and we all understand, and we're all on board, kind of deal. That's big, man. I just, as a Texans fan, I just love that is the dynamic that is in our building right now, is the head coach, the play caller, and the quarterback appear to be bulletproof. I mean, those three guys are all on the same page. Those three guys are cool with being open, talking about whatever the hell you want to talk about, calling a spade, and moving on. I just think that is a very, very powerful dynamic that is the Texans locker room right now, the Texans offensive, I guess, structure right now. Blue 80, easy, white 90. Ron, I watched a little football. I watched a little football before I came in today. Watched a little All-22 on the Texans. And I got 4 bullets here, just real quick. I got 4 bullets here from my notes on the Texans team. Offensively, these are the 4 offensive bullets. The run game lacks strain and physicality. Guys look like they're trying to get a hand on the guy that they're responsible for. You've seen that before, right? You know how, like, walkthroughs happen, right, guys? Like, the coach is back here watching, and it's like, just put a hand on the guy you're responsible for. Said, hut! Everybody goes, and you just kind of put a hand on their chest, and I'm responsible. I got this guy. It looks like that's a lot of times that's what guys are doing up front, is like, to hell with this guy. I know he's the most dangerous guy, but I'm just going to get up here to the second level where I belong and where I'm my responsibility. It's almost like they're just – the guys are just going to tag the guy that I'm responsible for, right? There's a lot of thinking and hoping, and there's not much punishing and finishing and punishing folks, right? And that's just until they get that fixed up front, they're gonna continue to struggle. I don't care who says what, how they slice it, how they couch it. Up front right now, it is they're asking guys, Ron, to do the impossible. You see that on film? They're asking guys that don't have the ability to make tough blocks consistently. They don't have the ability to do it. They've shown they don't have the ability to do it, and you keep asking them to do it. It's not going to happen. They have guys that are struggling to execute the very basic fundamental run concepts and run blocking techniques from time to time. Even some of the better guys, the highest paid guy in the league is not void of this blame, if you will. And then fourth, communication is a real problem. And then, like I said, fifth, there's no, you know what I mean when I say strain? Like, I've heard this through some of the college programs, and it's typically discussed, either on a big scale with the team or in the offensive line room. And, you continue to strain even though it's hard. You continue to strain even though you may not have the perfect position on a player. You continue to strain that, in this case, that block. I may not be in perfect position, but I'm going to stay on you, and if you even think about changing course, I'm going to drive my helmet through your chin kind of deal. Like, there's none of that. There's none of just straining until the whistle blows. It's almost like tag, and that's got to change. Number 2 on the offensive side of the football, we had a long conversation with Landry and Lopez the other day in the crossover about the Tank Dell runs, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm okay with the Tank Dell runs. I said it then. I think the Tank Dell runs are okay. You can't take away from him using them in your pass game or using them in the run game, but I'm okay with the Tank Dell runs. 1, because they were productive, but 2, I thought Bobby Slowick had a great plan off of all of those different motions and actions. I thought Bobby Slowick had a great plan off of them, Ron. The throw that got batted down that would have been a chunk play to Dalton Schultz, and then the big throw over the top to Nico Collins on the big over route were both off of that action. I thought it was, if you mirror those runs and those play actions up, I thought it was actually a pretty good plan.
Yeah, and I think it comes to a lot of what the hell you just said in your previous point is, like, look, man, this is the National Football League. Like, I get to a point of, hey, you gotta kind of do what your players can do, but some of this stuff is simple execution that you are expected to be able to execute if you're an offensive lineman in the National Football League, or if you're a tight end in the National Football League, or if you're a fullback in the National Football League. Some of these, and you tell me if I'm wrong, because you said a lot there, because I do think we look at the Tank Dell stuff, because if Tank Dell was getting 12, 15 yards a pop. If he was getting 10 yards on these jet sweeps and these handoffs, nobody would be saying nothing. Be saying, boy, how creative this is. You don't know where this thing is coming from. And I see a lot of teams who are successful doing that and using those same plays. But a lot of those teams just don't have, as soon as the guy hands the ball off, an unblocked guy that he's running right to drill him and hit him. And I'm just wondering, you watch the tape, are you seeing things, especially specifically on the Tank Dell stuff, are you seeing things that, hey, man, this is something that Bobby's drawing up that's just really impossible for these offensive linemen to execute? That's my thing is, you're in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, you should be able to, hey, man, 52's right here on the line. Somebody got to touch him.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's just my thing is, I'm not saying, let's not just scrap the Tank Dell plays out of the backfield. How about these cats up front execute things?
Yeah. I just like the way that it showed me that Bobby Slowick is setting things up. Like, we're not just running Tank Dell just to run him because he's a good player and he's explosive, like D'Amico said. No, we're doing that, and then we've got counter punches off of it. I love that about Bobby Slowick. The third thing, Ron, all things considered, C.J. Stroud missed 2 big shots that would have changed the game. The go route to Nico Collins and the big over route to Nico Collins. Both of those were there, and C.J. missed them. Now, they're low percentage throws, but he's one of the top. You want to dance with the big boys? You want to talk about being a top 10 quarterback? We've all seen it. We've seen RG3. We've seen Dan Orlovsky. We've seen everybody talk about C.J. in those top 10 quarterbacks out there. Well, top 10 quarterbacks hit one of those throws, right? CJ's got to hit one of those throws. I think he would probably tell you, he'd probably tell you he's got to hit both of them.
Yeah, he was upset.
But if he hits either one of those throws, this is a different ball game. And here's the last thing for me offensively. I am 100% sure, 110% sure, Ron, the adjustment the Texans need to make is spread them out. Spread them out. Dalton Schultz need to be in a 2-point stance. It needs to be in the slot, 3 wide receivers, 1 running back. I've seen enough of Andrew Beck outside of short yardage and goal line situations. I've seen enough of 21 personnel with Andrew Beck. Clearly, Tegan Cotoriano's out because he's been injured. We don't need some other fella in there that we don't know of that couldn't upseat those guys for reps. They gotta spread this thing out. C.J. Stroud will be comfortable in that. It's a lot of what he's done for. And now you still run the football, create some space inside for these running backs, and see what can happen. After watching the film again, I'm 100% sure that is precisely what Bobby Slowick needs to do. I'm going to tell you, Dalton Schultz is a non-factor in the run game. It is. There's no sense in even having him connected to the tackle and blocking a down defender.
No, with Tegan Cotoriano out, that makes that even more difficult. All right, you're 110% sure.
110%, Chief.
Well, I'm 110% sure about this. A debate is now done. It is closed. One of the debates in Houston sports. It is dead. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all know chronic joint pain sucks, man. Whether it's in your knees, your hips, or your back, the key is you can't let it sideline you any longer. And don't let the folks that are other professionals that you met with, don't let them tell you that surgery is your only option, man. Call QC Kinetics right now. And when you do, know this. You're checking out the future in pain relief, man. QC Kinetics are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, restoring and repairing damaged.
it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up, he's already sent me his notes, and I think you'll like it. As we do our Texans report, Brandon Scott, who was live.
Is Skeezy in the building today?
And in color. It better be. Live and in color at NRG. Watched practice. We'll ask him about this first-team offensive line he saw today and what he saw from, or what he heard from C.J. D'Amico. The Texans report coming up with Brandon Scott.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
That guy right there.
That fella right there. A little bit more, well, hell, I don't know. He may not be a little bit more professional today. Who knows where Brandon is.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
Yeah, you might get that, Brandon. You might get the more measured guy who writes things for Sports Radio 610, but Tyler's hell-bent on giving you that guy. By the way,
that's skeezy.
I told you, I do too. I told you I was 110% positive about this. This debate is dead. If you were like a fighting Tyler clinging to, maybe the Mills curse doesn't exist. Maybe the not Mills, sorry, Davis, I don't mean to drag you in this, but maybe the Milner curse doesn't exist. By the way, Tyler jumped all over the Mills bandwagon, and we see what's happened there. But I won't put that on you. He's just not very good. But the Milner curse is alive, and this is the nail in the coffin. Like, there's no debate or argument anymore. Tyler Milner has attempted to kill the Texas Rangers on multiple occasions. I mean, he's looked you square in your eyes, laughed at you when you said, the Rangers are the team that makes me the most nervous. You've said this the better part of the entire second half, and even when it looked bleak, even when I told you, man, they're their boogeyman. Tyler looked you dead in the eyes and the Rangers are dead. Seriously, how many times have you killed the Rangers? You killed the Rangers at least 3 times in the regular season.
Well, in my mind, I killed them once and they just remained dead, and then became kind of like this zombie type.
They set up from the mat multiple times on you. You killed them multiple times in the ALCS. You killed them up 2. You said they were dead when they were up 2-0 on the Astros. Yeah. I mean, you killed them. And here we are, as they're sitting there up 11-1 in the 8th inning yesterday. By the way, 10-0 in the 4th. Whew. 1 win away from their first championship. This is
still got to win.
Like, stop. See, now you're doing it. They're dead now?
No. I'm just saying they do. We've seen them be 1 out away from a World Series championship before. They got to win one more.
It's over. You laughed at Jacob.
Go ahead and crown them then.
I will. I'm going to crown them. They're going to win the championship.
Nah.
You laughed at Jacob deGrom. And if the team rose,
I didn't laugh at Jacob DeGrom.
Did.
I didn't laugh at him.
You did.
You made fun of him.
You made fun of him.
No.
You laughed at Max Scherzer when you thought he was out for the year. Max Scherzer, who pitched in Game 7. Listen, it's over now. Whoever was clinging, there are people out here in the Milner fan base that were clinging. It is over. And it's like every time you've tried to kill the Rangers, they keep coming back harder. Like they know you. Like it's bulletin board material. You took out Bobby Belt. Whoever works down there for 105.7.
Well, he was acting like an idiot.
I mean, you took it.
Where was I when that happened?
You're out.
No, this fool came at the whole city of Houston, said Houston was a trash city and stuff like that, so I had to let him know stay in his lane.
Oh, he did.
And I'm pretty sure you guys will choke and fall apart like you always do.
There's still time for that. Not against the Astros, obviously.
Well, this would be the ultimate choke if that happened.
Yeah, this is we're talking Yankees Red Sox. Tyler, you don't think this is over, do you?
Well, no, because it's not over.
You're not giving up on the Diamondbacks.
The Diamondbacks, man, this is a team of destiny in Arizona. Come on, boys.
Come on, man. The Rangers are going to win this thing, and it's going to make the division, it's going to make the regular season games next year even that much better.
No, they're going to
have to do that. He just called the Diamondbacks a team of destiny.
Yeah. They are.
The Rangers, who are 10-0 on the road.
Yeah.
Like this is this is like that's what you said though. That to me, I wonder, because Tyler is as arrogant as it comes as an Astros fan, and I want to say this as somebody who is a fan of teams that have had success like this.
7 times.
I live in the arrogance. I know what it feels like. I do it.
Warm.
I put my feet up and just smile at people.
It's nice.
You know where we'll be at the end of the year. I know it. I feel it. I love the arrogance. But I wonder, are you ready to admit, like, this thing got serious? Like, this rivalry got serious. Like, this thing, the Rangers and the Astros, this is serious. This isn't just, they're the team from Oklahoma up north, South Oklahoma up north, they're Arlington. No, this thing is for real. This
turned up a notch.
Oh, a notch. This might be the best rivalry in baseball right now. Like going into next year, where there is legit. I thought
about it like that, but and when you said it, I was like, easy. But yeah, I mean,
no, I'm just saying this. Cubs,
like,
Cardinals, historically, currently, right now. Yeah,
both in the state, same division, both won a World Series in the last 2 years. Astros have had crazy amounts of success, obviously. Rangers are trying to steal that success. Come on, man. I'm here for it. The Lone Star Series.
I wonder if people are able to.
Tyler, the Silver Boot?
Silver Boot. I wonder if people are serious about that.
Everybody around here like dismisses that Silver Boot, that Lone Star Series. Whew.
Well, it's just been in Houston for so many years in a row now.
Fair, 100%. Those games next year are going to mean a little bit more. There'll be a little bit more trash talked around those games.
How about we do this? I'll stop it. I'll kill the Milner curse.
Oh, okay.
If the Diamondbacks come back and win this series.
I'm in. Let's go, D-backs. It's your time, man. Team of destiny.
I love the
Tyler, you ain't got a chance.
No, the Rangers got to start looking around. Their butt's going to start puckering whenever they really realize they don't got a Dolis there anymore. Weird Eye Scherzer, he gone.
Corey Seager's still there.
Both of those guys.
Corey Seager's still there.
The Dolis was out last night.
Yeah, he was.
He's out for the remainder of the series, isn't he?
He was out last night and had 10 by the third inning.
They did.
Well, yeah, but that's someone gave a good speech or something. They were a little hyped up. But
that kid who stepped in the lineup for him had a big 2-out double there, right there.
Yeah, it won't do that again.
When I got bored and flipped the channel, he was 2 for 2.
That's my favorite.
Damn.
I love people here. Show doesn't want any team in Houston to win anything. I'm with you, Tyler. F the Rangers. Go to hell, Ron. You know what I would say to you, person? I'd like for you to actually go to heaven. Personally, that's what I'd like for you to go.
Oh, praise be.
I would. Of course. I've rooted for the. It don't matter. Hell, you won't believe
his livelihood is banking on it.
I need it.
I'm just saying, we have seen the Rangers be 1 out away from a trophy twice.
Yeah, till you stepped into it. I bet you in 2012 you didn't have the Milner curse that you flew right on. I bet you didn't. You've killed them 8 times, and it's like right when you start doing. And the level of confidence you have when you kill them is something like I've never seen. And just like someone just texted in, Tyler, will you please stop? No, he can't, man.
Yeah. Everyone stop texting. I'm not going to be at the Texans game Sunday, okay? I'm staying my ass at home. I'm tired of reading the text line and it just being littered with, stay home, Tyler. Stop it, Tyler. I'm staying home. Relax.
I want you to go. Just make sure you take a little security.
I want you to go to the tailgate.
You can sit in the Sports Radio 610 box, and that way, if you just get there safe, you'll be okay.
Texans report with Brandon Scott. We'll see what he got. He was up close and personal, face-to-face with C.J. Stroud. We'll see what his thoughts were after listening to the quarterback. That's coming up next.
Hey, let me get you ears one time. I got to tell you about Mokaram Law Firm. They're one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms, and they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston, y'all. If you've been injured in an accident, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall accident,
Visit SkyRizzy to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive, and it is Wednesday, so we are always happy to be joined by Brandon Scott, who brings us the Texans report, as Wednesday's a big day, the first day of Sunday games, the first day of padded practices, and also the day that we hear from the head coach DeMeco Ryans and the quarterback C.J. Stroud. And I do want to get to C.J. Stroud because we were feeling like we were hearing it come across a certain way. You were there, you could see him, and I wonder your thoughts on that. But before we get to that, the injury stuff. All right, there is no Laramie Tunsil didn't practice today. I was a little thrown aback when I saw Sean Pajani let us know what the offensive line was from left to right, and Titus Howard is still playing guard. And then the Dameon Pierce news. So what's the latest from what you saw out there today and what you heard?
Those Sean Pajani offensive line videos are always stressful, right? Because we've been dealing with it all year, not knowing what is the offensive line going to look like.
Yeah. Brandon and Clint, I was sitting there thinking, 71, go outside.
Yeah.
They were watching the video. They were in a huddle. They were in a huddle, and they were turning around, and you didn't really know if they were like standing in the position that they were going to be in. And I'm like, no, go outside. Go outside. Go outside. No, he didn't. He lined up right next to the center.
And that's the thing, too. It's frustrating because they got this surplus of tackles when what they actually need is a guard, right? They need something on the interior. Now a center as well. And obviously Michael Dieter is going to step up and be their center. But the thing that they have a lot of is the thing that they need the least of, right? Because they have their bookend tackles that they just paid all this doggone money to, right? So it's like, it sure would be nice if George Fant could play guard, or if Josh Jones was better at guard. He does play guard, but if he was better at it, right? And so, yeah, that's stressful. But my thing wasn't even Laramie Tunsil not being out there, because we've seen that before. We've seen him not practice on a Wednesday.
You think it was a rest day? It felt like a rest day?
I think that it could have.
You got caught up last time.
My bigger takeaway about it, though, with Laramie Tunsil and the knee is just that, man, he's dealing with something with that knee. Like, you remember a couple of weeks ago when DeMeco Ryans was really, I would say, vague about whatever he got cleaned up or fixed. Something happened with that knee earlier on, and we see that it's still lingering. And you might even be able to make the argument, Clint, I know you watched the film, might even be able to make the argument that it's hampering him a little bit, that he doesn't quite necessarily look like the same guy out there. Like, that knee is actually a factor in how he's playing right now. So you figure veteran, paid, he's Laramie Tunsil. So if you got to rest him, then you got to rest him. I will put a pin in it, but also be a little bit concerned about, A, whether he's going to play or not, and I think that he will. But then, B, also, how much is it affecting him to begin with? My biggest thing, though, is Dameon Pierce, right? Because that wasn't a thing that I had on my radar until practice happened, and he wasn't out there. And what coincides with that for me, that to me is just hard for it to be a coincidence. And then you hear DeMeco Ryans, y'all played the sound earlier, of him saying, yeah, we'll see how he progresses or how that works out throughout the week. What coincides with that is them signing a running back onto the practice squad. Now you say, oh, practice squad. But keep in mind, this is a team, we've heard Nick Caserio talk about this. This is a team that looks at its roster way beyond just the 53, or way just beyond the active roster.
Sure.
Okay? They sign somebody to the practice squad. That's somebody that you might see play. So that to me was an even bigger concern. What exactly does that running back look? What exactly does that running back room look like if Dameon Pierce can't go? So that's the biggest part of the injury report that I'm monitoring.
Well, what you do, the move that's made, right, B. Scott, is you sign a guy to the practice squad. If Dameon Pierce can't go, you bump him up, and what happens is Devin Singletary goes to your one back, Mike Boone goes to your two back, and then all of those special teams reps. There's either going to be a linebacker or that running back is going to fill that role, Boone's role on special teams. So it's not like that running back is going to get run. It's just that running back has to fill the void in the special teams units that Mike Boone once carried, because now he's going to have to carry the load of the offense along with Devin Singletary. So you're right, man. The Dameon Pierce thing is interesting. Do you like, where did that come from? I didn't see him.
What is the ankle?
Yeah, it's an ankle on the injury list here.
Yeah, and so mind you, the last play, and I didn't realize this until, well, obviously we didn't see him at practice, so I didn't think about this from just my takeaways from the game. But the last play that he was out there was that same play that the center that Jared Patterson got hurt on. So keep that in mind too. Like that. And I haven't gone to review that play. That's something to check out on the film. Or you can just go back
he
and look
wasn't
on the play.
in a lot late.
Yeah. No,
yeah, that was his last play. Yeah, now you say that.
His last play was the play that Jared Patterson got hurt on, which clearly was an ugly and brutal play to a certain extent. It's got Jared Patterson out for likely for the season, whatever exactly it is with his lower leg or ankle injury. So yeah, man. I mean, it is something to keep an eye out. And now this is the part that I find interesting though about it. I wouldn't even call this the cat and mouse game, but what is the adjustment? Does Dameon Pierce's health or a question in his availability impact, coupled with the fact that they haven't run the ball well with Dameon Pierce? You got C.J. Stroud, your quarterback, who you believe in, out here talking about how the offense needs to be more explosive. And then Seth Payne has talked about this part on the morning show, and the nerds on the internet talk about this too. How they are next to the Cardinals, they run the ball the most on first and second down. That's part of the reason why this is not an explosive offense. You're treating the offense like your quarterback by Josh Dobbs or whatever combination of quarterbacks that they've been running out there in Arizona. Like you're not treating it like an explosive offense, and therefore it is not one. And so does not having Dameon Pierce force your hand a little bit, coupled with these other things that we just talked about, in becoming a more explosive offense? What is the adjustment to the adjustment?
Well, I'm just to the point now to where I don't, what we've seen in the past, running the ball on first down more than anybody not named the Cardinals. All of the stats that I see Texans cap throwing out there where their running backs are getting hit deeper in the backfield more often than other teams, yada, yada, yada. Like, I just think now where we're at is we got to watch this and go, okay, now there's no more excuses. I understand to this point why it's been that way. I really do. You're trying to create an identity. You're trying to figure out what your guys do well. But now we've got a big enough sample size to where it's not going to change, right? That Tiger's not going to change their stripes. B. Scott, we were talking about this a little earlier because I'm looking at this injury report before we move on from that. Yeah, Laramie Tunsil didn't practice today, but guess what? Guess who was limited, Ron?
Yeah, I saw it.
Titus Howard and George Fant. 3 of your 5 offensive linemen and your starting running back were either out or limited, and you've got a group up front that's got to get significantly better and needs reps at practice together. That's the scary part of this injury report for me.
Well, Josh Jones was full, if it makes you feel better.
If that makes you feel better.
The one that won't play? One that in an ideal situation ain't going to play much?
Hey, but
I get your point.
But let's bring it home, Clint, on why this is important. It's not just health for the sake of health, right? Let's talk about this exact opponent that they're about to go up against, right? Because I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are really easy to kind of not necessarily overlook. But
got that big monster in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously got Vita Vea, but defensively, like overall, like D'Amico Ryans today was talking about, obviously he's a linebacker, but he's out there talking about Levante David. And White and what these different guys bring to the table, and the fact that they turn guys over, they blitz a lot. This is a Todd Bowles defense. C.J. Stroud went into detail about Todd Bowles and the different defenses that he's looked at and seen and become familiar with just in his time in the NFL so far, and the similarities between this one and say
Jacksonville,
the Jacksonville defense that he faced earlier in the season and that they beat, by the way, but that is the reason why it's most concerning. You've got Michael Dieter, who has some experience, but Michael Dieter is stepping in at center without the reps that obviously Jared Patterson has had after starting 7 games, right? Rookie or not. He started 7 games. So there's a concern. Then you got all of these guys that are on the injury report. Laramie Tunsil not practicing, lingering knee injury that we've talked about. And then George Fant and Titus Howard. Titus Howard, who, by the way, is playing out of position. I don't want to hear about how, he's a tackle who can play guard. He's playing out of position, and then on top of that, has got a health issue, was coming back from a broken hand on top of that. Like, this is a little bit tenuous for me, what this offensive line looks like and what the Bucs defense likes to do in terms of blitzing and then just the talent that they have up front.
Brandon Scott with us, his Texans report. He was there today, and after the game, CJ didn't sound like the same CJ we've heard. It was a little testy after the game, and I was wondering how he sounded. And, I mean, he wasn't quite, after they just lost a tough game. But as Clint said earlier, it felt a little different than the CJ we've been hearing. What was it like being in front of him? What jumped out to you at CJ?
I think that there is something to be said there is something to be said for him responding to what has been his worst game. I think that's part of it. They lost the game, and I think you could objectively say that this is the worst game that he's played. But then on the bright side, and I'm not saying that this is the way he's looking at it, but this is just the way that I'm looking at it. If that's his worst game, you're doing okay. Like you've got the issue of missing Nico Collins downfield. You got to hit that, right? Clint pointed out in the previous segment 2 shots that he missed to Nico Collins that he's got to hit, right? That sack that he rolled out of or rolled into, you could say, was just cannot happen. The delay of game is an issue. The batted passes, he was dismissive of that today a little bit. Kind of just joked around and said that that's what defensive linemen do when they don't rush well. They just get their arms up and start jumping around, which I thought was funny. But also, like, this is to me the first time, because it's been sort of a honeymoon phase and hey, let's give him his flowers for having this sort of historic run as a rookie. But this is the first, like, response to, hey, you yourself weren't good enough. Not just Bobby Slowick, not just the offense, but you yourself were not good enough for being held on the stand. Like, you're held on a different standard now, right? I think that's the better way to put it. Yeah. Earlier, when we first saw him sort of break out, it was held on a rookie standard. We don't know exactly what this guy is. Now that we've seen a little bit of it and we feel like we do maybe know who he is, he's held on that standard. So he's held on the standard of, hey, if your defense holds the team to, 12 points for the most part and then 15 at the end, but for the most part, they're kicking field goals and they're not doing a lot. At you. Then yeah. I mean, you talk about the offense needs to be more explosive. The one guy that touches the ball every time is you. So I think that he sensed that. There's a lot of talk about him calling out the coaches earlier, on Sunday and all of that. I think this is more just to talk about accountability for CJ about being better, and accountability for Bobby Slowick about how he said we got to call it and we got to execute it, right? Yep. So that means that that's an exact quote, okay, from Sunday. We got to call it and we got to execute it. That means that the coaches got to be better and the players got to be better, point blank.
Yeah. So CJ becoming that dude as they get ready to take. I know you do.
I love it.
Yeah, there is a keen leadership quality about CJ Stroud, whether it's going good, whether it's going bad. And make no mistake about it, this was bad. So Sunday is about how do you respond.
Yeah. All right, B. Scott, we'll talk to you next week as hopefully they're coming off a W against the Bucs as they face them Sunday. Coming up, Dana Brown, he's out here talking about the manager search. We'll let you know the latest of what he had to say and catch you up on the injury concerns. Dameon Pierce, there is a real concern about his availability coming up on Sunday. We will discuss that next in a little 5 o'clock fire on the drive. But some more fire you need to know. If you're looking at selling your car, your truck, your vehicle of any kind, listen, man, you need to go and take a look at GiveMeTheVin.com. Give Me the VIN.
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest for you is Dana Brown spoke out. Shout out to Chandler Rome of The Athletic. Astros GM Dana Brown said that the team has yet to begin interviewing managers. Brown said that the Astros don't really have a time frame right now for a hire. We're not going to rush through this. He later went on to say they are looking for somebody who has leadership and that can run a clubhouse, is what Dana Brown had to say. Well, I am really intrigued on where the direction they're going. I just, we'll never probably know, but I just really wonder how much input Dana Brown's going to actually have on this thing. That's the part that gets me, because I heard somebody say this before, if Jim Crane, who I think has the ultimate vote, and he's getting things from different people, I wonder how high up the recommendation is Dana's. If Dana says, hey man, I got a guy from the Braves that used to do this, or Jeff Bagwell says
Eric Young was a high school teammate.
Yeah, Eric Young, or Jeff Bagwell's. I've got Brad Osmus. I like Brad. I wonder who gets who wins that voting process. Who Jim Crane leads towards. This process is going to be interesting.
I think, to me, if I'm Jim Crane, it's going to be an open book, right? We're going to open this thing up, and you bring, I'm not going to turn anybody away. With obviously. They got to be serious candidates here. But if Dana Brown brings Eric Young to the table and they sit down and Eric Young is clearly in over his head, then I would imagine Jim Crane would be like, Dana? What are we looking at here? So I think I would imagine that it's kind of an open book and from jump, and then as they make suggestions, as they bring their candidates in, I'd imagine Jim Crane's got veto power, and at any point in time could lose confidence in any of these guys.
That's the thing is, this isn't going to be like a situation like Cal McNair, where there are different people, Nick's bringing something. Hell, I think Jim's got candidates that he's bringing to the table.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We've heard a connection with Craig Counsell, who is, I guess, the current manager of the Brewers, but he's interviewing everywhere.
Right.
Seen him connected to the Guardians, seen him connect to a few teams. Right now, I'm going to ask both of you, the people you can jump into as well, 713-572-4610. Gun to your head, heart, or scrotums, just assuming those are areas you don't want to get shot. Joe Espada, the next manager.
I would not have a problem with it at all. Actually,
you think that is going to happen? You think he?
Well, short of them walking in here and giving me a list of 3 guys and letting me go home and study everybody, Joe Espada would be my pick.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you give me a guy that look. I'm going to assume a lot of things, like I did with Bobby Slowick when he got hired over here. I'm going to assume that D'Amico Ryans is hiring a guy that he knows can do the job, because Joe Espada we've never seen manage. But I'm going to assume the fact that Dana Brown's got a year under his belt with Joe Espada, and Jeff Bagwell and Jim Crane got several years. I don't know how long Espada's been there, but he's got several years under his belt with these guys. They know exactly who he is and whether or not he's capable of managing this clubhouse and being what the Astros ultimately need. I am 100% the number one priority for me in this manager is it better be a guy that, one, recognizes the culture and the chemistry that's in this clubhouse now, and number 2, makes it a priority of his not to disrupt that chemistry and culture that's in his clubhouse. To me, those are the most important things in this hire.
Yeah. Tyler, Joe Espada, get gun to head, heart, or scrotum?
Yeah,
the next manager?
I'd be perfectly fine with that. I like his name a hell of a lot better than some of the other names I've seen floated out, like Joe Girardi or something. But it wouldn't be an overwhelming hire. Wouldn't be, ultimately super exciting. But no, I'd be fine with Espada stepping in.
Yeah. When I look at this and I see what he says, looking for somebody, someone with leadership abilities, someone who can run a clubhouse, someone with a great feel for players and managing players. That's what I'm looking for. That's what Dana said he's looking for. I'd assume that's what Jim's looking for. I think Joe may be the perfect guy. He might be the guy. And I don't think it's light to look at, as I know you do, continuity and guys that have been here and them knowing the exact culture and system. Because the Astros don't have a culture problem, right? From what it was built with AJ Hinch to what Dusty was able to build with, even through they don't have a culture problem. I think that is important. But, man, when you think about who you are, it's like Texas. It's like, Oklahoma. It's like USC. You can get anybody.
Anybody you want.
You can get the absolute best, because this is a job that I bet Craig was like, oh, he's interviewing with the Mets. Hold on, this Astros thing is open? Whoa, hold on to my agent. Get me a look there.
Me in front of Jim,
you have the opportunity, and Joe might be it.
Yeah.
But you have the opportunity because of who you are and what your team is to get the best, the absolute. You get Nick Saban. That's where you are. And that's the only thing is if Joe the guy, and he might be, but you have the you don't have to settle for Joe Espada like some other teams do.
Yeah. I tell you one thing that I think will bother me a little bit about it, if it does end up being Joe Espada but go through all the interview and all these other guys, and then you hire Joe Espada, that tells me that you weren't 100%. Like if it is Joe Espada, then I want it to be like, hey, man, there's no need for us to look anywhere else. This dude right here, we know him better than anybody that could possibly be interviewed. We know him 100%. I don't need to trust anybody. I know exactly what I'm getting. To hell with the process. I'm going with Joe Espada. Now, that's what I would like to see out of the Astros is if Joe Espada is that dude, then show it to us in the way in which you hire the guy. If you go through this whole 10, 12 different managers and kind of going back and forth and, well, is Joe our guy or should we go with – then that tells me that you didn't have the confidence in Joe from the jump.
Yeah. That's the latest. This will be something we'll clearly be following with the Astros, and once this season potentially ends and it has a chance to end tonight, we'll hear more about that. I think the Rangers have some guys that have been connected with them. The Diamondbacks have some guys that have been connected to potential manager searches. So this will pick up more when the season ends.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we just talked to our guy, Brandon Scott, a little bit about the injury thing. But if you're just getting off work and you're jumping in your cars, welcome. Welcome into the drive. We appreciate you jumping on with us and hanging out with us however you're listening and following us, if you're listening or watching us. Second, there has been some news here, and that is the big one that jumps out is Dameon Pierce. He jumped on the injury report and was not even at practice, didn't practice with an ankle issue. And that's one to watch as another starter potentially could be missing. Laramie Tunsil also did not practice today and wasn't there with the knee issue. Now, this knee issue has been something that's been bothering him. I will get this out the way right now. And listen, I know Laramie had that weird finger situation during the David Culley. That was David Culley, right? Yeah, during the David Culley year.
Yeah, because Lovey was his contract year.
I'm sorry, there's been so many coaches. During the Culley years where he just kind of just pieced it for the last 8 weeks of the season with a thumb. I think I see a lot of people, which I understand with that, the concern of if he's really hurt. No, I think there is something really wrong with his knee. Like, I don't think he's 100% with his knee. He's played, so I don't think it's a situation where Laramie Tunsil doesn't want to play. Hell, he's been playing on the knee. I think there is something there. So I don't think it's a situation of want to with him. But I do think it does jump out to the thing that you talked about is 3 of your guys up front, 2 your highest paid guys, 2 guys, and 3 guys we've seen who have struggled on film aren't able to go 100% on a padded practice today because Laramie didn't practice. George Fant is limited with the foot and shoulder. Titus is limited with the knee. So 3 of your starting offensive linemen that you hope are out there that had an issue with physicality, that had an issue with not just physicality, but seemed to have an issue with confusion.
Communication,
confusion of what they're supposed to do, weren't able to work together and go full bore today. And I think you've pointed that out, and I think that is a big deal when three of the guys aren't able to go.
I mean, think about it.
With a new center.
Two of your starting offensive linemen were limited. One of them wasn't there did not practice. Your starting running back did not practice. Your starting inline tight end is injured, Tegan Quatoriano. He's done for the year. So really from an interior standpoint, Michael Dieter, your fourth center that you've been on, he practiced. Shaq Mason, who is Iron Man, he practices all the damn time. He practiced. I mean, those are the two guys that went full, and Dalton Schultz and Devin Singletary. Those are your guys that are involved. Those four guys that are involved in the run game that went today, down in, down out, are the guys that practice today. It's hard to get better on days like that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, and I don't know to what extent Titus Howard and George Fant are actually, I don't know, like the limited. I don't know exactly what that means, but you're just in a position where you need to make every second of every day count before next Sunday to get this run game right.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do, and that's with this injury report looking the way it is.
Yeah, Kadar Holman, he didn't practice with an ankle. You know, normally you look at that. I mean, they're getting short out there.
Yeah.
And he played big moments last week. So if he isn't able to play, you know, that's one to look at as well. So the guys that didn't go today, Robert Woods, who we're expected to miss next week's game again. As I said, Tunzel, Damian Pierce, Brevin Jordan, who didn't play last week, he has a foot issue as well. And then, as I said, Kadar Holman, he has an injury to the ankle as well. So those guys tomorrow is going to be very, very important to see their designation, if they're limited, if they practice. Because if you don't practice Wednesday and Thursday, only one player has been able to has returned, and that's Malik Collins from missing Wednesday and Thursday. He's the only one to play on Sunday again. So we'll be watching that tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Game 5 tonight. This could be the final day of the baseball season. Tyler is shaking it off. Tyler, the Milner curse we've just put. If you missed it, this is the nail in the coffin. He has tried to kill the Rangers on many occasions, and they keep just not dying to the tune of they're not just going to die. It looks like they're going to win it all. And I told Tyler, I'll stop with the Milner curse. It'll be exercised if the Diamondbacks come back and win this series. Well, tonight they have their ace on the mound, the Texas Rangers and Nathan Eovaldi, who we watched give the Astros problems, and that's coming off of getting out to a 10-0 lead yesterday. Your thoughts? You think this thing goes past tonight?
I think it's over. Them bats from Rangers are on fire.
Even without the guy who's been
without Garcia.
I don't know if he's been better than Seager. I mean, they've
been off quiet because of what Garcia was doing, right? But I mean, they're both as potent as the next. I mean, I just don't see them slowing down, Ron. And I don't see. While I like Arizona, I just don't believe Arizona's going to be able to keep up with them.
No, it doesn't seem like.
I think it ends tonight, boss.
It doesn't seem like I'd be surprised if it goes back to Arlington.
And with Eovaldi on the mound?
Yeah. He's a guy that smelled blood. Listen, I was surprised that the Astros weren't able to get to him. He danced out of trouble in both of his starts in the ALCS against the Astros. I think they smelled blood. And it looks like, to me, I think the Rangers will probably win their first championship, which I think this will potentially work great for the Astros. I think this is something that will piss off Jim Crane. Jim Crane seems to be one of the real competitive cats, like one of those competitive owners, and I think he's going to be like, hey, if it's let's go look at a Michael Brantley to go play left field DH as opposed to a bigger, more reliable force. I don't think they're going to go cheaper. I think this is a type of thing where I think Jim Crane says, "Hey, no, we need to win.
Yeah,
we need to beat the damn Rangers." So I think this will be annoying and piss all of you off, which you should, as the Rangers are your rivals. But I think this will be something that pushes the Astros to make bigger moves in the offseason.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the news that happened last night, Clint. The Raiders, they fired Josh McDaniels, their head coach, but they fired the GM and the OC, and Antonio Pierce, former NFL linebacker, has been coaching as well. He is going to take over as the interim coach, and immediately one of the first moves he made, Clint, was he confirms that Aiden O'Connell is going to be the Raiders' starting quarterback, not just in their next game, but going forward. They just said they feel that he gives them the best chance to win. Interim GM Champ Kelly says as well. The players were very supportive. So moves being made. They don't care. They signed a 3-year deal with Jimmy G. He's up out of there. They're going to run with Aiden O'Connell. And this Raiders situation, they got the same amount of wins as the Texans. And he's said to hell with it.
Right.
Like it's just that bad.
Well, it's falling apart from the inside, man.
$100 million to Gruden, 60 to McDaniels.
They said right now, I read something this morning where there's $80 million left on those two contracts to pay, that they still have to pay them.
I don't even think they got it.
Now whether Gruden settles for less or more, however that goes, we'll figure it out. But
big time Super Bowl.
How about this? This is wild to me, man. I mean, I don't care. You look at the Patriot Way and the whole Brady Belichick, who was responsible for all the championships and the run that they made. Boy, I can't help. I don't even want to talk about it, but it just keeps hitting me dead in the face. Like, I can't help but think that it was Brady 10 out of 10, and it seems like the further we get removed from those years, the more obvious it becomes. You know what all four guys, the three guys that fired and the quarterback that got benched in the Raiders, you know what they have in common?
They all started with New England?
They didn't start with New England, but they all came through New England's system. I thought Mick Lombardi, okay, he came out of the New England system as well.
Yeah.
The head coach, the general manager, the offensive play caller, and the quarterback who got benched. The first three got fired, the quarterback got benched. Every single one of them were Patriot Way guys.
I
don't know what the significance is, but I mean, it's hard to not connect those dots, man.
The last 2 years, they had way too much talent. They were coming off the playoffs and losing a tight one to the eventual Super Bowl participant Cincinnati Bengals on the road. And then they go and get Devontae Adams to add with Darren Waller, who they already had. Hunter Renfrow in this offense has just gone into the tank. He was one of the best slot guys. They had him coming in. They had
trying
Jacobs.
to trade him away.
Yeah,
they were trying to trade him away to New Orleans to join Carr.
They had Jacobs. They had Max Crosby. They had signed somebody else on the other end to play with. Oh, Chandler Jones. They had so much talent on this team.
Yep.
And look at what they've done. And look at what Josh did with it. Good God Almighty. Now, he's never going to get a job again, right? As a head coach?
No.
Right,
no. I wouldn't think so. It's been a disaster in two places.
No.
He screwed up the quarterback situation in both places. He ended up shipping Derek Carr out, and the other one he drafted Tim Tebow.
Yeah. And then when he went to the Rams as the OC, it was awful there. He was horrible there, if you remember.
Well, I forgot about that.
That time he went to the Rams. All right. Listen, I'm really concerned about a player that I think many people have so much hope for the Texans. I'm not sure he's going to reach it. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, ladies, I want you to hear this too, not just the fellas, because, ladies, you have important men in your life. There are a lot of people having conversations about men's health and testosterone. We hope that you all are out there doing your homework and finding a provider that you can feel comfortable with and trust. I've been with Low.
conversation in a brand new way.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Hey, just want to let you know, tomorrow is a little bit of a Thirsty Thursday, and that means we are out and about at a Buffalo Wild Wings, and we'll be there from 2 to 6 tomorrow. Come hang out with us, and shout out to our people at Buffalo Wild Wings and the good people at Bud Light that take care of things. Tomorrow we will be at location right off North Freeway, 15800 North Freeway here in Houston. That is the location we will be at. So come hang out with us, 15800 North Freeway in Houston. Come kick it with us a little Thirsty Thursday as we have ourselves a good time. Enjoy some wings, enjoy some drinks, and have a good time with us.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
We always have a great time. Last week, wonderful time.
What did I have last week? I had the old Cobb salad. You did
get the chopped Cobb salad.
Chopped chicken. The chicken was it was pulled chicken.
It was pulled.
It was pulled chicken. That's what did it for me. Is anytime somebody pulls their chicken for their salad, Tyler, relax. Anytime somebody pulls the chicken for their salad,
I refuse to look at him.
That means
it's just crazy.
Pulling it's fine. Choking it is a whole different conversation.
There you go. I knew that's where you
the nastiness that runs through your heart and veins.
Just when you pull your chicken for your salad, it means it's got to be top notch. So I went that way, and it was top notch, guys.
It was, and you slid into them wings too. You gotta have the Chipotle barbecue.
Come on, man! I got a dry rug. I got to get me 6 of them at least. Got to get me 6 of them.
Don't get the Cobb salad at Applebee's. It's a lesson we've all learned.
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I've been to Applebee's.
I can't either. Applebee's. It's been quite some time. Now, if you're looking for somebody to sponsor and endorse, I'm here for you. I am here for you. All right, I can give you that action. All right, I can give you that.
You about that action, Bob?
Yeah, I'm about that, baby. I can give you that 2 for 20. I can give you that. I can give you that 2 for 20. Yeah, man. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, have a good time. All right. I gotta say this, man. Clint, you tell me if this is fair. The people 713-572-4610. This is my opinion. This is how I feel. I'm a bit concerned about Will Anderson. And I'm concerned from the standpoint, Clint, that I'm not seeing that trait, that special elite game-changing trait that I would hope to see from a guy that plays his position, a guy that I'm not saying, like I said, and I've said this before, and we've had these similar conversations to this. I'm not saying he's supposed to be Micah Parsons right now. I'm not saying he's supposed to be T.J. Watt right now. I'm not saying he's supposed to be Myles Garrett right now. Not saying that. But we're 7 games into this puppy. We're 8 weeks into this thing. And Jonathan Grenard is not supposed to, in my opinion, for what you gave up and what you expect to get. I know he's been more into but Jonathan Grenard's a 3rd-round pick, right? That you don't even know if you're going to re-sign. Jonathan Grenard, to me, should not be jumping off the table athletically, jumping off the table in terms of just potential game-changing ability more than Will Anderson.
Greenard.
Will Anderson, I want you to hear this. Will Anderson, he is an exceptional when it comes to setting the edge and stopping the run. I think there may be a real chance to say in about 5 years, there's not a better edge rusher who sets the edge better than him. I think that's a real thing. I think he is relentless in terms of his effort, like the sack that he almost got before Kadar Holman. I mean, yeah, it was 5 seconds, but he's relentlessly going, and his motor is serious, which I don't just take for granted. I think is a skill. But man, dude You got to give me something, man. Like Von Miller coming off the edge and can contort his body to get underneath tackles all the time, where it's just like, damn, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Like right now, you could stick a double team on Will Anderson if you get him. I know many people are delusional for the fact that he gets double team. We're hearing the Clowney stuff again. But you can you put a double team on him, he's not going to get to the quarterback. Like he's not going to get through at this point in his career right now. He's not going to get through to the quarterback immediately. It's going to have to be just, hard effort after it's a coverage sack thing. I'm just not seeing the special trait, the special get off, the athletic thing, the moves that you would think that you need to see from a guy that you traded all of those assets for. And Clint, I feel like you would see some of it by now. And I just don't. I'm concerned. I'm not saying it's over. I'm not saying that he can't gain this and be the guy that you hope he is, because he's, everything else, he's something. But on the field, boy, I don't know if he's got the game-changing ability.
Well,
and that's what you want.
And I think you're spot on, man. When you talk about Will Anderson, we don't have to preface everything with what he does well. We understand the kid's a good football player. We get that. But the truth of the matter is there is a lack of twitch, there's a lack of explosion, and there's a lack of pass rushing toolbox, if you will, with Will Anderson right now. And when you say all three of those things are true, which I have no problem saying that right now after 7 ball games in 8 weeks in a training camp, there's only so much you can J.J. Watt offseason your way to. And so that's my concern is you can work as hard as you want and you can develop some different pass rushing techniques and moves and really, just fill up that toolbox. But if you don't have like an elite level of twitch or explosion or power, or like if you don't have something to build around, then it's going to be very, very hard to be an elite pass rusher in this league. And when you were drafted number 3 overall, even if that's all they gave up, even if they had a number 3 overall pick and that's where you were drafted, the expectations are as you draft a guy, and I know coaches will tell you, we don't have expectations. No, man, the expectations when you draft an edge rusher, number 3 overall, is for that guy to come in and be a game-changing, game-wrecking presence off of one side or the other of your defense. And that's just the reality of what the expectation is. And I don't know, or I haven't seen yet how Will Anderson is going to get to that point.
Yeah, and I know some people are upset, like people texting, he's a rookie, Ron. You got to have time to develop. I understand that. What I'm saying to you, though, is I watched Joey Bosa as a rookie. Like, there were flashes, bam. I know the one people throw is JJ. There were athletic freak flashes of, damn, you can't teach that. Myles Garrett, damn sure of it. Well, you can't teach that. The latest, and the one you're looking, hell, Brian Burns had moments by the time 8 weeks into it. And if he becomes Brian Burns, that's not good enough for what you traded and gave up. Like, Micah Parsons, right off the bat, you saw things, and he wasn't even a pass rusher when they brought him in. He was an inside linebacker. Yeah. You saw it right off the bat. And I just, like, there's nothing that I see, Clint, where it's like you can, the only thing that he does to me that I've seen up to this point that it's hard to teach, and that is just relentless pursuit and effort. Like that, the motor, which I think is a very real thing. But, man, 3rd down and 7, we need to get off the field. I'm looking at 52, please.
Yeah.
Like that's it. But it needs to.
I was just fixing to say that exact thing. Is like that last drive when you needed to get off the field and not let them get into field goal range. Really, at that point in time, your only hope was that 52 could get home, and that's based off of watching the game. I mean, I'm hoping like hell 51 gets home, but really, if you're watching that ball game, like either 52, Jonathan Grenard gets home, or D'Amico Ryan draws up some kind of safety blitz, safety fire, and Jalen Petrie gets home in the backfield. That's really what you had to work with right there.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, once again, I'm not saying that, hey, man, He's never going to live up to it. I'm just saying I am really concerned 8 weeks into this thing that there's just not natural pass rush tools, not natural thing that you live up and can get to. And I really hope he does, because I think he could be an elite leader. I think he could be an elite run. Like, all the stuff there is I just don't know if he's elite in terms of changing the game on the field. I said this, and you can come back. You can answer this 713-572-4610. You can text in on this. You think about it too, Clint, Tyler. Right now, I'm going to read to you last year's. Just think about his career. Last year's All-Pros in edge rushers. First team, it was Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons. Second team, it was Myles Garrett and Hassan Reddick. Right? In your mind, what you've seen thus far, and would you be willing to put money that one time he'll be a first or second team All-Pro in the NFL? Like, what you've seen thus far, would you be willing to put that? Because I bet you I'd be willing to put it on CJ. I've seen it, and I know the quarterback position's hard. I'd be willing to put it on CJ. Would you be willing to, like, you feel that confident what you've seen from Will Anderson? We can get your answers on that coming back on the other side. And offensively, all right, what gives? Clint has watched the film. What needs to happen? What is the number one thing that the Texans need to do offensively to get to at least change things from what we saw Sunday? That's coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. We can't let a day go by where I don't tell you about the world's most refreshing beer, y'all. I tell you, we got we got Game 5 of the World Series tonight. Is it 5-3-1 right now? And guess what? Coors Light pairs beautifully with World Series baseball. Why? Because Coors Light is made to chill. You get home from work, you don't want to do a whole lot of thinking. Well, every Coors Light, can, bottle, or aluminum pint's got little blue mountains on the side. Takes all the thinking out of the drinking, baby. When those mountains are bright blue, that beer's at a perfect cold temperature for maximum refreshment. And I'm going to tell you what, the Silver Bullet Train, I'm telling you, it's a popular place to be these days, man. I get out for happy hour. A lot of y'all probably headed to happy hour right now. I want you to take a look around. See how many folks around you got a bucket full of them wolf killers, huh? Them silver bullets hanging out of the top of them. I'm telling you, it's what's going on right now. If you're drinking cold beer and you ain't drinking Coors Light, something's wrong with you. Bottom line. Hey, take that next exit, hit that C-store, go to Kroger, go to H-E-B, get over to that happy hour, get you a cold Coors Light or two, pop a top, and repeat. Coors Light, made to chill. Coors Light, celebrate responsibly.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Texas Tailgate on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bucs. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack.
close to it. And there are some out there that I didn't name, like Joey Bosa, for one, who is a highly talented guy. The guy on the other side, Khalil Mack, a guy that had 6 sacks in a season. There are some.
6 sacks in a game.
6 sacks in a game earlier this year, by the way. Max Crosby for the Raiders. I heard Troy Aikman say, I don't know if I've seen a player dominate a game quite like he did.
Well, you talk about taking it over, man.
Yeah, and he's. I don't think Max has ever been I'm not sure if he's ever made All-Pro, which is the amount of talent that is. And as I'm saying, like, and what you gave for him, he needs to be in that conversation. And like I said, you think, like, right now from what you've seen, and I know it's just a short thing, and he could, like, you sense that? Like, you sense, like, yeah, I could see over the next 10 years that guy is one of the elite, could be one of the top 4 edge rushers.
No, if I had to bet on it?
Yeah.
No, not at all. I mean, there's not, based on what I've seen, I would not put that money on it, Ron. I couldn't do it. And look, like I said, the thing with Will, to me, is that there appears to be a lack of twitch and explosion, along with like a well-developed pass rush, a repertoire, a toolbox, if you will.
Now that could get fixed. That part could improve, I think.
Yeah, and it will. D'Amico Ryans has talked about that needing to improve, and it will. But my point is, I mean, that's a lot of improvement that has to happen, and to ask a guy to all of a sudden have a different level get off and explosion and twitch and develop this pass rush toolbox. I think it's a long shot. So I mean, I would there's nothing that I've seen that tells me that Will Anderson is going to consistently be a double-digit sack guy.
Yeah.
Forget all the Pro Bowls and all pros.
It feels very Clowney-like. It feels very Clowney-like, except for the motor part. Yeah, bringing the motor and the leadership. I mean, Clowney, in his heyday, was a great run stopper. Little undersized, but for some reason, even with JJ on the other side, like, still wasn't. It wasn't
I think that's even. I think just if you look at it from a disruptive, like, I think there's a chance, as I've said all along with Will Anderson. I don't believe that Will Anderson is best used. Like right now, I know they're moving around some, but I don't think that Will Anderson is best suited with his hand in the dirt. Just rushing the passer from the defensive end position. I think he would be more disruptive and more of an impact player if they had more movement on the front with him, the way that we saw Clowney do some here in Houston. Yeah. Now, that was a different type of front, obviously a different defensive coordinator, but that doesn't, it is like you got to be an absolute freak to put your hand in the dirt on one end or the other,
and that's why
consistently be a problem.
And that's why what people are coming in. This is like someone just texted in. This is so eerily similar to the narrative of J.J. Watt in his rookie season. And I'm not going to say that.
I wasn't here when J.J. Watt. But you're talking about a guy that.
But he was a freak show.
He became a freak. He became 295 pounds of a guy that could play anywhere on the defensive line, and legitimately, demanded double teams and even triple teams and still made plays. Like, I get it. If
it could, like I said, it could, like, he could turn a corner and it could happen. But with JJ, even with JJ, as people talk about the stats, even with JJ, you still saw glimpses of, oh my God, that big ass dude can move like that. Yeah. That big ass dude can do that. That dude can move inside and outside. Woo, he athletically, that fool can jump like that. That dude, like, you still saw stuff as a rookie. I think the point that you made earlier was when you say the twitch and really like athleticism to get, like, there's not like a speed thing where there are just some guys on the outside that just, if you watch how quick, like a guy like Von Miller, how quick a guy like Nick Bosa can just get around the corner and get two guys, like, it's just something you're just not seeing from him right now. And it looks like his pass rush moves at this point now is a bull rush.
Yeah. Yeah, and at 250 or whatever, it's totally different than J.J. Watt coming in the league at 290. Like, I don't know. I mean, again, it's I guess it's fair to say, like, hey, it's eerily similar to J.J. Watt. That's okay. That's fine. Now,
I hope he turns it to it.
Right. I mean, now when you say J.J. Watt, like, you've got to understand, like, this dude was booed on draft night. This dude like became the greatest player in the NFL for an extended period of time. This dude won 3 NFL Player of the Year. I mean, Defensive Player of the Year awards. I mean, he's in the conversation of best defensive lineman to ever play the game. And so, yeah, I mean, it can sound eerily similar, but like recreating what J.J. Watt did to become who J.J. Watt was at his peak. Good luck.
Yeah, my thing is, yes, he could be a late bloomer. It's just, for me, you start to see guys show a glimpse of something. Like, I feel like the same conversations probably had in Jacksonville radio about Trayvon Walker. Guys, man, he's big up front, but you look over there, 41, Josh Allen's the ones get to the quarterback. Yeah. Right? And he's setting the edge. And hell, they went number 1 overall with them, and then Aiden Hutchinson goes behind them. So.
If that's what D'Amico wants out of his number 3 overall draft pick, is to set that edge, high motor, and be a pillar in the organization to build around, cool. I'm not minimizing that value. All I'm saying is the expectations that come with that number 3 overall is to be a flash player, to flash time and time again, and it's just. Until it happens, I think it's going to be a topic of conversation.
Awesome. Yeah, so Nick Caserio, a guy who drafted him, guy who moved up and said we had to have him. He'll be coming up right after us on Texans All Access. He's on every Wednesday, so listen to the general manager as he'll be set to be on with the guys right after us. All right, Clint, if you had to pinpoint it, I know you've been watching film. All right, If you had to pinpoint it, Clint, you said to yourself, all right, the number one thing that this offense can do to help itself, what would it be?
I think you got to spread them out. I think they got to spread them out. I mean, look, you lose Tegan Quatoriano, who is the best inline tight end that you had. You've got one offensive lineman that's not practicing today and appears to have a bum knee, and you've got 2 offensive linemen that were limited today in practice. You're on your 4th center. I think and we've watched 7 ball games through 8 weeks of the offensive coordinator, the head coach, everybody involved, telling us you're going to be a run first football team. You're going to dominate the line of scrimmage. Your ideal is you want to be physical and dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. I think at this point in time, it's just not going to happen. I think it's not going to happen. I understand why Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, up to the Carolina game, have tried to force the issue. I totally understand it. To start the season, you didn't have your guys. You just had to overcome a bunch of backups playing. Now you got your guys back, and you're still having the same problems. You're not able to consistently run the football. It's putting you're running the football on 1st and 2nd down more than anybody not named the Arizona Cardinals, and they had a quarterback in Dobbs that could run it as well. It's time to switch some things up, and I think this team, as it's equipped right now, with Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and company up front, I think you got to spread them out. I think with C.J. Stroud, you got to be a throw it to run it team. I don't think you completely get away from running the football, but I believe you got to spread them out, create more room for the running backs. When you spread them out, generally speaking, you give a much clearer picture to your offensive line when you do run it, who they're going to get, how they're going to get them. It lightens the box up, and I think that's where their quarterback is going to operate best from right now. Yeah. I just believe they got to do it.
When you say spread them out, you're not talking about like a spread offense,
yes.
Almost like you are.
I'm talking
college though.
I'm talking about Dalton Schultz and 3 wide receivers. And Dalton Schultz does me absolutely no good in the run game when he's got his hand in the dirt and he's connected to a tackle. It does me no good. Like these condensed formations where you bring all the defenders inside the box except for the 2 safeties, and then you ask this offensive line to decipher who you're going to block. Even like we saw Titus Howard pull and not know who he was going to block and completely whiff twice.
Maybe they
on the best player on the Carolina defense. It's and he's not the only one, by the way. I mean, you look at Tegan Quatoriano, Dalton Schultz. It happens often. There's miscommunications up front.
And you think this could help the run game too?
I do.
Maybe
yes,
they should look at some Kansas City tape, because Kelce doesn't line up on the end a lot.
Yeah,
like he lines up.
Well,
in the receiver spot, and they run out of it too.
Yeah, what I'm recommending them doing, it's not. I mean, they got it in the game plan. They do it. Hell, they ran a lot of 11 personnel this past ball game, but it's they got to not waste downs with Andrew Beck and 21 personnel running the football on first down. Now you can still run it, but you need to run it out of spread formations. You create bigger lanes and more space for your running backs. You create a more clear look for your offensive line. You create a more clear look for your quarterback. You look up, if they can't, it's hard to disguise when you're spread out like that. If you're going to play man, show it to me, and I believe that C.J. Stroud can shred. If you're going to play zone, all right, we've got your defense spread out sideline to sideline. Now we're going to see if Damian Pierce and Devin Singletary and Mike Boone, whoever's out there, we're going to see if those guys can run in that situation. Right now, the condensing the formations and bringing more tight ends and more fullbacks in the game and doing that early in downs and doing that between the 20-yard lines, it muddies the water for everybody. And most importantly, you're just not ready for that.
All right. We'll see if they take some of your advice. We'll see if they spread things out. If they say it's like Novocaine, baby, we're going to keep banging it out.
I'd be willing to bet you that it's a little different look this week.
We'll see. Shout out to Brandon Scott, who joined us.
Always.
Texans report. Sad news in the sports world. Hall of Fame college basketball coach Robert Montgomery Knight, Bob Knight, dies at the age of 83. The last coach to coach an undefeated team in 1976, Quinn Buckner and Scott May and them. Why do I know all those guys from 76? Don't know why. But shout out to him and RIP to Bob Knight. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job as well. Texans All Access coming up behind us. I'm Ron Hughley. As always, Houston.